The high-speed bike deftly weaved between cars, rushing through the streets of the city, which had already begun to plunge into the darkness of the coming evening for a couple of hours. Only adding speed, Alex at the same time was completely unaware of how fast he was driving and how often he violated traffic rules. This young man's thoughts revolved around the fact that the super abilities awakened in him turned out to be completely useless. Closing his eyes at some point, Alex mentally transported himself to the morning events of today. A huge number of people gathered in the place where the ceremony of awakening the power took place, as a result of which young people could count on entering a special educational institution. Several applicants were already on stage, where they had to undergo a simple procedure that would reveal the level of their abilities. Among the applicants was already Alex, who immediately noticed his friend and classmate Samantha in the crowd, who came to support him. The host of this event announced the beginning, saying that they would be ready to accept those whose level was from blue and higher. Immediately after which Alex, who stood closest to the man, touched the ball with his hand. Literally a couple of seconds later, the ball turned white, which corresponded to the lowest level, and excluded the guy from candidates for admission to a special educational institution. Watching how the rest of the participants touched their balls, the young man watched, not without envy, how most of the balls became blue, and one of the young people even turned purple. Standing among the crowd of observers, the young people who studied with Alex only laughed at how this test ended for their classmate, where the white level can be compared to a complete lack of ability. Alex himself stood and listened in horror to the ridicule coming from the crowd, where they predicted his future as an ordinary worker at the factory. The only one who was sincerely worried about the guy was Samantha, to whom Alex had already expressed his feelings, and was waiting for a response to the offer to become a couple. Having opened his eyes in time, the young man managed to go around the truck driving out right in front of him. Adding more gas, Alex continued to rush into nowhere, where he was haunted by the thought that his abilities were absolutely useless. Once outside the city, the young man mentally concluded that at this level he could forget about fighting monsters. At some point, the young man's attention was attracted by a certain luminous object flying over his head. Looking up at the falling meteorite, Alex noticed that he was such an unlucky person that even if he stood straight along the trajectory of the celestial body, the meteorite would somehow go around him. But suddenly this luminous guest from outer space suddenly changed the trajectory of its movement, falling down right behind the back of the motorcyclist. And a few seconds later, the meteorite caught up with Alex, which caused a real explosion that led to the destruction of the roadway. When the dust cleared a little, in the crater that was formed after the collision of the meteorite with the asphalt, lay the body of a motorcyclist, towards whom some substance was slowly approaching. And then something resembling a ball of water, reaching the guy's body, slowly sank into him. Some unearthly being instantly assessed the skills of the body it found itself in, determining that its only ability was luck. What followed was the process of uniting the new entity with the body chosen for its stay on Earth. After this, the unknown creature endowed the body it inhabited with special skills, where at that very second the young man's body began to be covered with small electrical discharges, causing his muscles to react and contract. When the process was completed, the unknown creature was pleased to notice that this body was now strong and capable of fighting. Sometime later, Alex, who had not regained consciousness, was discovered at the scene of the incident and was already in the hospital, connected to all life support systems. The doctor standing next to him noticed that in general the guy's body was fine, but because of the blow to his head, he could remain in a coma for a very long time. The nurse standing next to him had just promised to take good care of the patient when suddenly another girl entered the room, informing the doctor that he was being asked to look at the delivered essence of the monster. A few days later, Samantha also visited the young man, where during her visit the girl stood for quite a long time and simply looked at the unconscious body of her classmate. About a month after the girl's visit, several more of his classmates visited the guy's ward, where the majority sympathized with Alex's fate. At some point, one of them noticed an envelope located among the flowers, and while everyone else was discussing how hard it was for the patient's sister, since medical services were very expensive, the young man was already taking a letter out of the envelope. He was very surprised when he learned that Alex confessed his love to Samantha, and in this letter the girl reciprocated his feelings. Deciding that the future fate of this guy was uncertain, or even if he woke up, he could remain disabled for life, his classmate tore up the letter. From the moment Samantha's letter was torn up, a whole year had already passed, where the lives of all the other people in the city seemed to simply go on as usual. And then on one of the same ordinary evenings, right in the middle of the roadway, a monster suddenly appeared from a sewer hatch. But as it turned out, this monster was not the only one, since within a few minutes warnings about the danger were heard throughout the city. The alarm did not bypass the hospital premises, where the loudspeaker announced the need for urgent evacuation. The nurse, hurrying after her colleagues, suddenly stopped, remembering that in one of the wards that student was still in a coma, and so the girl headed towards the room where Alex lay, not noticing that she had already been noticed by one of the monsters. Having reached the ward, the girl saw that everything was fine with the young man. Approaching him, the nurse was about to begin taking measures to evacuate the guy, when suddenly her heart sank. In the reflection of the window glass, she suddenly saw a huge monster appear right behind her. And now the monster has already approached the defenseless girl, preparing to enjoy the taste of human meat. But the guy's hand, which the nurse continued to squeeze, suddenly became stronger, where immediately after this, a powerful movement followed. Simultaneously with this movement, Alex assumed a sitting position, turning off all medical sensors. And his movement of his hand produced the effect of a cannon shot, where the released energy pierced the wall of the building, along which new monsters were climbing up. After this blow from the guy who came out of a coma, only half of the monster's body remained in the ward, and a nurse who had almost said goodbye to her life, who had not yet understood what had happened. When the first shock had passed a little, the girl cautiously looked back to where what was left of the monster lay on the floor of the chamber. And then Alex approached her, who asked if she was okay and offered to help her get to her feet. Immediately after which, the young man expressed his sincere gratitude to the girl for taking care of him all this time. Carefully rising on legs, still shaking with fear, Linda thanked her savior in return. And when asked where the mutant cockroaches came from in the middle of the city, the nurse explained to the guy that, according to the management, a certain substance got into the sewer system, which caused the mutations. Linda also explained that everyone else had been evacuated long ago, but she stayed because she was afraid that the monsters would eat her interlocutor. Alex again noted to this that the girl did not leave him from the very beginning, when he ended up in the hospital. Replying to this that she was simply doing her job, Linda asked how the young man was able to destroy this mutant with one blow. Mentally saying that he had a whole year to practice his skills, out loud the young man changed the topic, saying that they needed to get out of here. While the young people were having a dialogue, the monsters climbing the walls of the building had already managed to crawl inside. And as soon as the young man looked out into the corridor, he immediately saw new opponents in front of him. Turning to his companion, Alex told her not to go out into the corridor yet, but to wait for him here. He himself, without fear and without doubt, went straight to the monsters that were getting closer and closer. It took the guy only a few seconds to concentrate and prepare for the strike, where he swept through the long corridor of the hospital like a hurricane, scattering scraps of mutated cockroaches on all sides. But the onslaught of the monsters was not over. And now Alex was already heading towards where new opponents were located. 2 powerful movements with his hands, and he had 2 less opponents. Another overgrown cockroach who was nearby tried to attack the guy, which for the monster ended with his body breaking into 2 parts. Suddenly, the young man's attention was attracted by the cry of his companion, to whom one of the monsters had quietly approached from the other side. The distance was quite large, and then Alex decided to use his special skills, noticing a jar of acid nearby. Throwing it into the air with a blow to the cart, the young man broke the container with a precise blow, allowing the acid to fall on his hand. And then the monster's head, which was about to attack Linda, suddenly literally disappeared into thin air. The girl's savior himself examined his hand with interest, where he had practiced this skill many times. But for the first time, he actually used it. Never ceasing to be amazed at the guy's abilities, the nurse asked him what this incredible skill was. To which Alex, grinning, replied that there was nothing incredible about him, since he continues to be a student who failed the test for admission to a special educational institution last year. Hearing this, Linda concluded that the selection committee must have been blind for not recognizing such talent. And Alex himself, after the words of his interlocutor, was mentally transported to that very moment when all his hopes for a bright future fell at once. The nurse brought him back from the memories of his not-so-bright past, saying that now there were monsters even worse than cockroaches. At the same time, people leaving the dangerous place in the evacuation bus did not notice what was hiding under the bridge in the water. And the monster, waiting for the bus to be in the right place, was not slow in showing itself by destroying part of the bridge. The driver managed to press the brake pedal, preventing the vehicle from falling into the water, and the passengers froze in horror. After all, they perfectly saw how hordes of mutated cockroaches were approaching them over the ruins of the bridge. Taking out his mobile phone, the doctor began to call the rescue service, begging to save them, and reporting that there were a huge number of monsters not far from the hospital. One of the cockroaches had already broken the glass and was ready to grab its first victim, when suddenly something pierced its head. It was a targeted shot from an unknown man who came to the rescue. The passengers, with a grimace of horror on their faces, watched as the body of the mutant who had not reached them fell down. Meanwhile, the unknown man said that he is a person with special skills, where his level is enough to deal with these insects. And so he began to point the weapon in different directions, firing shots one after another that destroyed the cockroaches, where the special skill of this hero was endless ammunition. When the mutants had already climbed onto the roof and began to approach the man, he suddenly performed a somersault, while not stopping pouring lead on the enemy. And so, having destroyed everyone who was in the area, the savior again landed on the roof of the bus. and suddenly a new enemy appeared from the water, whose appearance the shooter had never expected. A second later, the roof of the vehicle experienced an incredibly strong impact, shocking everyone inside. And now the passengers could already see how a huge mutated rat was devouring the one who came to save them. Alex and Linda had already managed to get out of the hospital building, and stopping, decided to check if the monsters were chasing them. At some point, the girl noticed the destroyed bridge and what was happening on it. She told the guy that this was an evacuation bus, where her colleagues were in mortal danger, and the young man suddenly noticed a walkie-talkie lying nearby, which reported an attack by a mutant rat. When he asked what the monster's weaknesses were, a voice from the walkie-talkie said that this mutant was afraid of fire. But when the guy introduced himself, a voice from the walkie-talkie loudly shouted that this monster was of a very high rank. The voice continued to demand that the guy not try to be a hero and just hide. But Alex was not interested in this advice. After all, the young man firmly intended to save the people who had been taking care of him for a whole year. Meanwhile, the huge rat had already managed to lift the bus, causing everyone inside to be forced to grab whatever they could in order to fall onto the windshield. The nurses looked with horror into the huge eyes of this merciless monster, realizing that their lives were hanging by a thread. Observing these actions of the rat, Alex noticed that it was apparently simply playing with its prey. Straightening up, the young man told his companion to keep her head down and wait in the shelter. And when the girl said that the monster could kill him, the guy replied that doctors also do not sit still when the lives of their patients are in danger. Linda had nothing to oppose to what was said, since her savior was absolutely right. Alex, adding that he will never know what he's really capable of until he tries, has already rushed to the attack. Finding himself next to a huge enemy, the young man dealt a severe blow to the rat, after which he looked at the creature he had to confront in this battle. He could not help but be surprised that the rat, whose size is usually no more than 25 centimeters, is now the size of a skyscraper. Taking into account the size of the enemy, the young man noted that he should not be allowed to hit himself with his claws, as this would mean certain death. And so the monster attacked, demonstrating the speed and mobility inherent in rats, which, however, did not help her get the guy. The first attack was immediately followed by a second, where Alex continued to dodge, not allowing himself to be caught. Moving further and further to the side, the young man decided that the mutant needed to be taken as far as possible from the bus with people. And he succeeded perfectly, as the angry rat continued to follow the agile prey. When the monster once again tried to grab the guy with his teeth, but instead he got a car, Alex decided to use this chance for a counterattack. Gathering all his energy, the young man attacked the enemy, where from his incredibly strong blow with his hand, the mutated rat was thrown to the side. Looking at the defeated enemy, the young man could not believe that he was able to destroy him with one blow. Starting to approach the rat's body, Alex decided that he needed to finish off the monster just in case. But suddenly his opponent opened his eyes and again rushed at the young man, where the guy was saved by a car that got in the way of the monster. And so, remembering from the school curriculum that some developed animals can pretend to be dead, Alex again tried to escape from the mutant rat. At the same time, he understood perfectly well that the force of his blows was clearly not enough to destroy this monster, and it was necessary to come up with a new plan. The idea arose instantly, where he, running past another car, quickly opened the gas tank. And a second later, the blow of the monster pursuing him fell in this very place. What the guy planned began to come true, where gasoline began flowing from an overturned car right under the rat's paws. Alex himself suddenly stopped his movement, heading to the place where his opponent stood and preparing a lighter. And so the lighter was thrown, and at the same time Linda, who had got out of her hiding place, approached her colleagues on the bus, asking if everyone was okay. Seeing the nurse, Dr. Owen Fix asked if it seemed to him that the person with the powers who saved them was in hospital pajamas. But the girl did not have time to answer the question, as a bright flash attracted everyone's attention, after which the entire body of the huge monster was engulfed in an equally bright flame. Alex remembered well the words of the unknown interlocutor, which he heard from the walkie-talkie, where it was said about the rat's fear of fire. The flame flared up more and more, and the young man, feeling it with his hands, knew that it would help deliver a stronger blow. And here he was, looking at the huge mutated monster, already gathering energy to strike again. The people he saved watched with bated breath the trajectory of his hand. The blow was truly incredible, and even the road surface was deformed. The hospital workers watching this action did not hide their surprise at how skillfully Alex dealt with the monster. Taking a closer look at their savior, some people began to recognize him as the same student who spent a whole year in a coma in their institution. Linda also looked at the guy with her fascinated gaze, telling everyone that this young man's name was Alex. Then she added that he didn't even qualify for a special educational institution a year ago. Having contacted the person sent to help the doctors, Helen reported that the monster had been destroyed, to which her interlocutor immediately responded with words of joy, since all the people were saved. Receiving more and more new data, including in video format, the girl said that that zone had been cleared of mutants, Then Samantha, standing on the branch, asked her interlocutor about who killed the rat, explaining her interest with her desire to personally thank this hero. To which Helen replied that it was some unregistered person with superpowers. Then, changing the topic, she noted that the source of the spread of the substance causing the mutation would never be found, which means similar incidents could be repeated. Linda provided first aid to her savior, lubricating his burnt palms and tirelessly repeating that if not for him, the entire hospital staff would most likely have died. Then a girl approached a soldier standing nearby and said that her brother was in a coma, and therefore she really needed to get into a closed area. But despite the tears and pleas, the soldier guarding the perimeter did not let the girl through, saying that entry into the area of the incident was allowed only to those involved in checking and ensuring security. A young man sitting very close was already beginning to pay attention to the girl bursting into tears, and now he was looking directly at his sister, who continued to give various arguments in order to be allowed to see her brother. At some point, the girl's face changed dramatically, and she decided that she would save her brother at all costs. The girl did not immediately understand who was in front of her, when Alex suddenly rose from his seat and silently approached his sister. But as soon as Betty recognized her brother, she immediately rushed into his arms, rejoicing that he had finally come out of his coma. Hugging the girl, the young man recalled all those days that she spent next to him, talking about how she had to get another job, where she promised her brother that she would take care of him even if he never came to his senses. And now, holding Betty close, Alex apologized to her for scaring her so much with his coma. The girl's tears flowed freely again when the young man thanked her for everything she had done for him over the past year. The first morning came that Alex was able to face while conscious and at home, and not in a hospital bed. His gaze immediately fell on the note standing on the table tomorrow and placed under the plate. Lowering his feet to the floor, the young man thought that the bills for his stay in the hospital were simply huge. And in order to pay for all this, his beloved sister had to get 3 jobs. While eating breakfast, Alex thought that he somehow needed to help his sister pay off her debts and generally make her life easier. And then his attention was drawn to a news story on TV, where a high government reward was announced for discovering the source of the mutagen. As soon as the young man heard the announced amount, he immediately jumped to the TV, greedily absorbing all the information. It was also announced that the government was ready to pay for the destruction of emerging mutants. This was really useful information, where if the source was discovered, the guy could count not only on covering all his debts, but he could also safely talk about changing his home, and also about allowing your sister to live for her own pleasure and buy whatever she wants. But at the moment, the young man had no idea where the source of infection might be, where he decided to try to walk where mutants appeared, killing whom he could also make money. After finishing breakfast, Alex decided to visit the Monster Hunter Qualification Center. The girl who greeted him asked him for what purpose he came to their center. Having said that he is one of the people with superpowers, the young man also explained that he would like to hunt mutants, to which he immediately received an answer that there were no problems with this, where he just needed to demonstrate his strength to receive the trainee badge. But to receive a more significant hunter sign, it is necessary to pass a much more serious test. Alex was also satisfied with the sign of an intern, and therefore he asked to be escorted to the site for a show of force. Soon the girl brought the applicant to a special area, which was filled with mannequins, among which other applicants walked. Turning to the young man, his escort asked him to tell him what skill he possessed. And when Alex replied that his strength lies in various blows, the girl led him to one of the robotic mannequins, saying that this particular device would help test his strength. The young man's task was to hit the dummy as hard as possible. Noticing a value of 800 kilograms on the monitor, the young man immediately realized that the force of his blow must reach this minimum acceptable value in order for him to receive a trainee badge. Shaking his wrist, Alex mentally noted that he was not at all sure whether he would pass such a test, but he decided to give it his all. The downside was that he lay in a coma for a whole year, where his muscles, of course, did not have time to recover in just one day. And so he struck the mannequin, where his action immediately attracted everyone's attention. After the impact, the robot began to spark and smoke heavily, which surprised Alex himself. And when the screen showed a force of 1,000 kilograms, he noted with a smile that his strength was barely enough to jump over the minimum threshold. But other applicants categorically disagreed with this statement, where one of them shouted at the guy not to talk nonsense, since he had just broken the record. This was confirmed by the girl accompanying him, saying that this record was set quite recently. Well, the record holder himself was in a state of shock from the fact that everything turned out completely differently than he had expected. Another pleasant bonus was the presentation of a card to Alex on which he had a whole $1,000 at his disposal, which was a prize for a new record. Having received the prize, the young man asked what other ranks could be obtained in this center, to which the girl explained that here one could obtain ranks from 1st to 4th. After listening to the explanations, the young man thought for a while, looking at the unexpectedly received prize, and so he firmly set his sights on becoming stronger and increasing his rank as quickly as possible. After leaving the center, Alex came to where various hunters were recruiting team members to participate in the hunt for mutants. Making his way through the crowd of people with super abilities, the young man noticed that the promised reward forced many to start hunting. Then some guy approached Alex and asked him if he wanted to join his team. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man asked if everyone was here because of the opportunity to receive money. To which the fat man responded with a laugh that it couldn't be otherwise, where only teamwork can ensure a positive result. Returning to the question of joining the team, he asked Alex to show his badge with his rank. But when he saw that his interlocutor had a trainee badge, which corresponded only to the first rank, Duke said that their group did not accept newcomers. Already leaving, Alex's interlocutor recommended that he first train a little and raise his rank, since going there as a trainee was simply suicide. At that moment, when the young man was confusedly thinking that because of his low rank no one would take him to the team, one of his former classmates noticed him. At that same second, she turned the attention of everyone who was next to Alex, where her team immediately recognized their former classmate. One of them did not hesitate to laugh at how Alex had just been refused entry into the group. But the girl who noticed the guy had a completely different attitude and joyfully greeted him. When the young man approached, he was immediately bombarded with questions about his coma, as well as about why he came here today. To which the guy replied that he really needed money to pay his hospital bills, so he decided to try hunting mutants. A guy named Daryl asked Alex with a grin about how he was going to hunt with his worthless skills. Tina, who initially noticed the guy, was also worried about his safety. Daryl did not let up, saying that the ability for luck, which Alex had awakened a year ago, would not be of any use. But then, after listening to this upstart, Tina told him to stop talking like that, adding that they should help their former classmate. And so she approached the young man, saying that he could join their team, where for the guy it was the only chance to get inside, and therefore he did not mind at all. Although at the same time he understood that this entire team looked up to him, since they had already been studying at a higher educational institution for a year, and had become much stronger than him, where even his former classmate Gwyneth could see arrogance in his gaze. After some discussion, Brad and Gwyneth agreed to help their former classmate by taking him with them as a good luck charm. While preparations were underway, Tina told the young man about how they spent this first year at the university. At some point, Alex asked the girl why Samantha did not participate in these outings with them. Daryl, as usual, grinning at the fact that the guy still dreams of this girl, said that her strength and position are incomparable with their modest capabilities. Only Tina quite normally told her interlocutor that Samantha was collaborating with special forces, helping in finding the source of infection on a completely different level. And when the girl mentioned Alex's excellent grades at school, the sarcastic Daryl once again sarcastically said that with zero combat skills, excellent grades would be of no use. And while he continued to say something about how ordinary students would never be able to find the source of infection, Alex started his thought process. He began his analysis by recalling the existence of only 3 types of mutants, which included cockroaches, maggots, and rats. All these creatures were united by the fact that they lived, as a rule, in the sewers of the city. He already had experience of encountering mutated cockroaches and a rat, but the capabilities of the larvae remained a mystery to the young man. Continuing their journey, the young people suddenly began to notice how something huge was blocking the sunlight. Realizing that danger was approaching from behind, both Alex and Tina, who was accompanying him, turned around sharply, and at that same second something huge fell on the car standing next to them. Having barely escaped mortal danger, Alex, looking at the huge hand, mentally noted that the meeting with the mutated larva took place quite quickly, and the mass that imitated human limbs for striking was already preparing for a new attack. The young man stood and looked in fascination at this unprecedented action when Tina's scream reached his ears, calling him to run away from danger. And so the young people ran as hard as they could along the roadway, fleeing from their pursuer. The young man noted to himself that coping with one larva is not a problem, but everything changes when there are millions of larvae. Approaching the rest of the group, Alex loudly shouted for them to run, having tried to say that there was nothing to be afraid of, since their goal was destruction by the mutant. Daryl quickly bit his tongue when he saw what was approaching him, and now he was already running ahead of everyone, declaring that armored glass was installed in the building ahead. At some point, Alex noticed that Tina was not nearby, to which Gwyneth explained that she seemed to have tripped. Stopping abruptly, the young man turned around and rushed in the opposite direction, declaring that the girl needed help. Everyone else just stood and looked at this heroic gesture, and Tina herself asked the guy not to take risks and save himself. Approaching the girl, Alex reminded her of her own words that her classmates need to help. But contrary to all expectations, the young man rushed past, heading to the fire pump, where he needed to touch the water to use his abilities. And as soon as his body touched the element he needed, at that very second he sent a powerful stream of water at the approaching monster of larvae. The blow of the water element was incredibly strong and easily broke up the deadly accumulation of mutated larvae. This was a sure way of salvation, because if the guy did not have enough strength to destroy the monster, then at least he neutralized its attacking abilities by dividing the larvae. When the danger had passed, the young man turned to his girlfriend, who looked at him with a fascinated gaze, not expecting to see such strength in the guy. He helped the girl get up, and they headed towards the very building where they had originally planned to hide from danger. While they walked, Tina did not take her eyes off her savior, noting not only that he had good strength, but also his very attractive appearance. At the same time, she sadly noted that she was unlikely to be able to get this guy's attention, because everyone knew that he was in love with Samantha. However, this did not cancel the girl's gratitude for the fact that Alex did not leave her to die. The young people already inside looked in surprise at the appearance of Tina and Alex in the room. Immediately, this whole cowardly company began to talk about how they planned to save their friend, but Alex got ahead of them. Surrounded by their miraculously surviving classmates, the young people vied with each other to ask questions about how they managed to escape and where the monster had gone. But the hero of the day immediately changed the subject, saying that first he needed to take care of Tina's wounds, since the mucus of the larvae could get there and cause severe harm to the body. Touched by such concern, the girl thanked the guy and said that most of her wounds were ordinary bruises. Leaving his girlfriend in the care of the rest of his former classmates, Alex said that for now he would go inspect the building to make sure it was safe. Where, after what was said, Gwyneth immediately addressed a couple of unflattering words to her companion, reproaching them for not having thought to inspect the building for safety earlier. Having familiarized himself with the building plan hanging on the wall, the young man went to check the premises, where the first on his way was a certain laboratory. Inside there were enclosures, in the first of which the young man saw fluttering butterflies. Then he passed one after another exactly the same enclosures, some of which were empty. And then he saw that in one of the enclosures the enclosing glass was broken. Alex read on the information sign that an insect from this enclosure escaped and has not yet been found. After reading this information, the guy felt a little calmer, since more than 6 months had passed since the disappearance, which ruled out the possibility of this insect being nearby in a mutated state. Continuing his movement, the young man did not notice how he stepped on an information sheet, according to which this enclosure contained a centipede. Soon the young man found himself at the emergency exit, where he checked that the doors were securely locked, which meant that the monsters would not be able to suddenly attack them from behind. But suddenly his gaze caught sight of a man in a white robe moving carefully along the street. Very soon the guy recognized Dr. Owen Fix, wondering what he could do in an isolated area without possessing any superpowers. The young man was distracted from these thoughts by a call on his cell phone from an unknown number. After answering the call, Alex heard a gentle female voice in the phone speaker. As it turned out, the guy was called by the same nurse Linda who he saved, who reminded him that she never thanked him for saving him, offering to have dinner together. When the young man greeted an old acquaintance, the girl said that he could address her casually, simply by calling her by name. But when Alex said that he wouldn't be able to have dinner with her because he was in an isolated zone, his interlocutor's surprise knew no bounds. When told that it was very dangerous there, the guy explained that he had no choice, since he needed to earn money to pay hospital bills. Realizing that the evening was over, Linda began to take off everything that she was wearing only for the sake of this failed romantic meeting. At the same time, she continued the conversation with Alex, asking if they were blood relatives with his sister Betty, to which the young man replied that they were brother and sister. After a few more phrases on general topics, Linda said that in this case they would postpone dinner until next time. Already standing under the warm streams of water in the shower, the girl mentally regretted that the romantic meeting she had planned did not take place, and her interlocutor, with whom the conversation continued over the speakerphone, suddenly said that he had just seen Dr. Fix here. This information greatly surprised the girl, who even asked the guy if he had made a mistake, since the doctor certainly has nothing to do in the isolated zone. And the guy confirmed that he was definitely not mistaken, where, due to the tinting on the glass, Owen could not notice him. Linda had already finished taking a shower when she told her interlocutor that Dr. Fix had been acting very strangely all this year, leaving work early and making mistakes during operations. The girl also remembered that once the essence of a monster was sent to them so that Owen could study it, but it disappeared. As soon as the young man heard this information, he immediately remembered what was told in lectures about the essence of monsters, which can cause the strongest and fastest mutations in just a year. The guy's face changed, and he asked his interlocutor about when the doctor lost this substance, to which Linda replied that this happened about a year ago. As she remembers, this was exactly the moment when Alex ended up in their treatment facility. This led the young man to believe that it was this lost essence that was causing the recent mutant invasions, and he shared his thoughts with Linda, saying that this coincides with the time when the substance was lost, and the incubation period. But then the girl reported that according to Dr. Fix, he lost the essence after it was purified and could not cause mutations. But Alex, who really was an excellent student and knew the theory of how monsters work perfectly, immediately declared that the doctor was clearly lying. And now his visit to this dangerous area is completely explainable, where he is simply trying to find the source of infection himself. After all, if it turns out that his own negligence is behind everything that is happening, he definitely cannot avoid serious responsibility. Linda listened without interruption to all the thoughts of her interlocutor, who ended by saying that the doctor's idea was very dangerous, since there could be many dangerous monsters near the source of the mutation. When the young man finished, his interlocutor immediately said that she would immediately report everything to the authorities. Well, Alex said that for now he will go after Owen and try to stop him from rash actions. Hearing footsteps, Daryl turned and recognized Alex's return from inspecting the premises. Approaching his classmates, the young man said that the premises were safe, and also said that he had something urgent to do. Having told the young people to stay here, the young man left the premises amid Tina's loud attempts to stop him. Once on the street, Alex immediately drew attention to the larvae crawling on the asphalt, noting that although he did not kill everyone, he was apparently able to separate them from each other for quite a long time, after which he looked in the direction where Dr. Fix had recently moved, and decided to take a shortcut through the alley. But as it turned out, the alley was not entirely safe as it might seem at first glance, and now the young man was already surrounded on all sides by mutated cockroaches. If someone passed by this alley, he would clearly hear the dull sounds of blows being struck. Having finished with his opponents, Alex went outside, dissipating the collected energy with which he controlled the elements and substances. Well, only a few dead mutated cockroaches remained in the alley. Very soon the young man managed to catch up with the doctor, and now he carefully monitored his movements. And when Owen entered one of the buildings, Alex was finally able to get out of his hiding place and follow him. Immediately beyond the entrance there was a huge hole in the floor into which a rope ladder had been lowered. Looking around, the young man suggested that most likely Dr. Fix had gone down somewhere. Wondering why the doctor came to this particular place, the guy jumped into the blackness of the hole in the floor. Having flown several meters, the young man successfully landed in some basement room. His decision turned out to be correct, since very soon he looked around the corner and saw the back of the retreating doctor. And Owen himself had already reached the place where he was heading, where a huge tank appeared before his eyes. The man was already climbing the stairs to the top of this tank when he suddenly heard a question behind him about what he was doing here. Turning his head, Dr. Fix was quite surprised to see a former patient of his hospital standing below. He was very surprised when the guy suddenly asked him if he really managed to lose the essence of the monster a year ago. But Alex did not satisfy his curiosity about how he knew this information, more firmly ordering him to answer the question posed. As he began to descend, the doctor suddenly said that he had indeed made a very serious mistake. And now he has already talked about the fact that he is a doctor, that he saves lives and never thought that his negligence would entail such consequences. Where today he came here to check whether the water that is supplied to the city from this station is contaminated. With an absolutely crazy face, the man shouted that he really wanted to correct his mistake. To this, his interlocutor noted that the doctor does not have any special skills, and to solve the problem he simply needs to contact the authorities. To which the doctor, clearly in a state of madness, immediately noticed that Alex had special skills. Grabbing the guy by the hands, the man remembered how he saved everyone who was on the evacuation bus, and now asked them to save him. He said that he had a family, and if he told the authorities, he would not only be fired, but also put behind bars. And now Owen fell to his knees in front of the guy, begging him to help him solve this problem. Alex called on the man to remain calm, saying that his abilities were not so powerful. Trying to raise the doctor, the guy also added that with the help of a simple doctor and a trainee-level hunter, they definitely could not stop the spread of the mutation. And when Owen agreed that their abilities were indeed limited, his interlocutor suggested leaving this place and reporting everything to the authorities. But suddenly the doctor laughed evilly, asking the young man whether he had told anyone about what he knew. To which Alex replied that he didn't tell anyone anything, because he believes that the doctor should tell everything himself. After that, Alex looked around the room, asking if this was the very place where the lost essence could be located. To which Dr. Fix responded positively, but added that he did not actually lose her. After which, looking at the guy who turned around, the man added that he was still a student and was not able to understand much. And while the doctor was fully straightening up, the young man managed to turn to him, carefully peering into his face. He came to the only true conviction that there was clearly something wrong with his interlocutor. It was necessary to somehow find out what was on this madman's mind, and therefore Alex continued the dialogue, saying that he did not understand what the doctor was talking about. Then Owen stated that the guy had already had the opportunity to meet cockroaches, rats, and probably larvae, where these creatures live in the dirtiest places and carry infection. The young man did not understand where his interlocutor was leading the conversation, and for now he simply confirmed that everyone knows about the harm from these parasites. And then the doctor said that people are multiplying beyond all measure and methodically destroying nature. With the toxic products of their vital activity, they poison the environment, where the planet for garbage was no longer enough for them, and they began to throw it into space, and therefore are no different from parasites. The guy could agree with these arguments, saying that people really should take care of the planet. Suddenly, the man declared that there should initially be no life in the entire universe. After all, without any life, the universe is beautiful, and life in it is like the appearance of a virus in the human body. From his point of view, people are like cancer cells that multiply very quickly and destroy the organism in which they live. And so the mad doctor concluded that where people appear and exist, there will never be a normal, peaceful life. Hearing the words of his interlocutor, who was clearly opposed to humanity, Alex nevertheless continued to feign a misunderstanding of his idea, saying that he was a simple student. Then Owen, approaching the guy, said that every person tries to prevent viruses from appearing in his body, so as not to get sick. And in exactly the same way, the universe does not want viruses to appear in it and destroy its body. Therefore, he is making every possible effort to get rid of the emerging virus. After listening to the doctor, the young man said that everything he had just said went beyond the scope of the topic they were talking about. And he reminded the man that they had talked about the source of the infection being the doctor's fault, and the need to contact the authorities. But when Owen heard words about some kind of guilt, he only grinned in response. And suddenly, spreading his arms to the sides, the man shouted that he was a doctor who only deals with healing and does not harm. After which, breaking his glasses, Owen, whose face began to change, added that he is the doctor of the universe itself, to which any cockroaches, rats, and larvae are not as terrible as people. And now he directly spoke about the fact that he himself created the source of infection, where his plans were to destroy everyone in this city, and then throughout the entire Earth. But before finishing what he started, he now has to deal with the student who interfered with his plans. At the same time, he thanked the guy for his stupidity and naivety, thanks to which he could easily continue to implement his plan. When the doctor finished, Alex said that this entire part of the city was isolated, and therefore the infection would not be able to move beyond its borders. However, Owen immediately countered this statement, saying that the authorities can block the entrances and exits, but they will never leave the city without water. Only now the young man realized that it was from here that water was supplied to the entire city, where, along with it, it was possible to spread infection. Every day people use water to take a shower, wash dishes, and cook food, where then all this water with mutagen ends up in the sewer, provoking a mutation in its inhabitants. Realizing that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, Alex said that he did not understand what the doctor meant at all. Deciding that a person without abilities would not stop him, the guy added that Owen could do whatever he wanted. And when he turned around and walked away, the man was surprised that Alex didn't even try to somehow stop him and become the hero of the city. To which the young man hiding in the passage replied that his life was more precious to him than the illusory prospect of fame. Waving his hand goodbye, the young man said that he was definitely not fit to play the role of some kind of hero. After watching the fleeing guy, the doctor decided that he had shown prudence. But when Owen tried to take the essence of the monster out of his inner pocket, he suddenly discovered that it was missing. Only now he realized that that gesture was made by the guy for a reason. Rage filled his entire being, and now the man fell to his knees again, subject to the painful process of mutation. His entire body, including his head and face, underwent severe modifications. And at some point, the fleeing young man suddenly heard a cry of rage, which contained a demand to return the stolen property. Turning around, he saw that the doctor had mutated and was already rushing after him, continuing to undergo some changes. But this was not a simple mutation, but one of the abilities where Owen produced another creature with his body, which he immediately sent in pursuit of prey. Following the first, several more of the same creatures were produced, which had one task: to tear the target into pieces. Having reached the rope ladder, the young man tried to grab it, but barely managed to pull back from what flashed right before his eyes. And so Alex stood surrounded by four-legged mutants, where he immediately realized that they had deliberately deprived him of the opportunity to retreat by tearing up the stairs. A moment later, the guy found himself surrounded, and the monsters were getting closer to him. But the resourceful young man used their location to push off and get out of this trap. When he was at the top, and his hands felt the concrete beneath him, the further plan of action was formed instantly. Using his abilities, the young man began to control a substance such as concrete, where he could give it any shape. By directing a whole stream of liquid concrete directly to the hole in the floor from which he had just climbed out, Alex thereby decided to wall up all those who remained below. And so the monster, who tried to break through in the same way as the escaped target, crashed into the hardening concrete with all its might. At the moment when this four-legged monster was falling down, the doctor himself arrived at the scene. Looking up, the man shouted that he could smell the essence, as it was also seething in his body. Therefore, the one who kidnapped her will not be able to escape from him. Continuing to run, Alex had internal discussions about the fact that the strength of an individual mutant depends on its original form, where even with a mutated rat it was quite difficult for him to cope, and how to resist a mutant to a person, he has not the slightest idea. Finding himself on one of the streets, the young man noticed that he definitely shouldn't run to where the rest of his team remained, so as not to endanger them. And since he himself definitely won't be able to cope with it, then there is nothing left to do but stall for time until the authorities arrive, to whom Linda will inform everything. Having crushed another larva, one of the second-rank hunters announced that the cleanup here was completed. Another member of the fat man's team, wiping the blood of cockroaches from her weapon, also reported that she was done with the monsters. Immediately, the third member of this group suggested finishing for today and going back. The team leader noted that they could get a good reward for the monsters destroyed today. The healer accompanying the group, wondering if there were stronger monsters here, did not notice any activity under his feet. No one even had time to understand what happened, when suddenly this guy, along with the cover of the sewer manhole on which he was standing, suddenly flew high into the air. He was saved from serious injury by a girl who had recently dealt with several mutated cockroaches. Meanwhile, Dr. Fix, who had transformed into a mutant, had already managed to get out of the hatch. Looking at the new enemy, the guy with glasses suggested quickly dealing with this monster and moving towards the house. His idea was supported by the leader of the group, who said that for such a monster they would definitely receive at least 100,000, where each of the 5 members of the group would get exactly 20. And so they already turned to the doctor, saying that he was clearly unlucky to get out of this particular sewer hatch. But they could not even imagine what kind of force they would now have to face in the person of the doctor. Shouting that he would now destroy everyone here, Owen rushed to attack the guy standing closest to him. But he quickly avoided this attack, noticing that the mutant was moving too slowly. But then something happened that he could never have expected, where his opponent's arm suddenly stretched out as if it were made of rubber. Slamming the guy into the wall of a nearby building, Owen pulled him towards him, after which he immediately pierced him with a point created by his incredible body. As she lowered the guy who had flown into the air onto the asphalt, the girl instantly drew attention to how the mutant dealt with one of her friends. Without hesitating for a second, she rushed to the attack, deftly waving her twin knives. But all the damage that she managed to inflict on this monster was instantly delayed. The doctor tracked down the enemy's manner of movements, and after waiting for an opportune moment, struck his fatal blow. The girl instantly felt something strongly burn her chest, and now the bodies of 2 group members, bleeding, were already lying away from the events taking place. Looking at the surviving members of the group, Owen quipped, saying that they should rejoice in the death of their comrades, since now they will be able to get more money. Here, following their owner, the creatures produced by his body rose to the surface from the sewer. The doctor suddenly said that he had more important things to do than deal with a bunch of worthless students. Using his ability to sense the location of the essence, he pointed his mutant dogs in the direction of movement, where he himself immediately began to move. Miraculously, the young people who survived had no choice but to shed bitter tears over the bodies of their comrades killed by the monster. At some point, Alex, continuing his movement, suddenly felt that he was being pursued, where he could not understand how these monsters were able to so quickly and accurately determine his location. Deciding that these mutants could use their sense of smell like ordinary dogs, the guy was glad that their master was not so fast. Then an abandoned gas station caught his attention. Having reached it, the young man began to pour gasoline on his body in order to throw the mutants pursuing him off the scent. Hidden in the sales area near the gas station, Alex watched through the window as his pursuers rushed past. But suddenly one of the monsters stopped, looking exactly in the direction where the guy was hiding. And now this overly smart monster has already entered the trading floor. At some point, Alex stopped hearing the monster's steps, preparing to repel the attack and not yet suspecting that he was already watching him from above. A chance glance at the glass door of the refrigerator, in which the creeping monster was reflected, helped the young man to learn about the danger in time. Abruptly jumping out of his seat, Alex simultaneously knocked over the entire rack onto the monster that had jumped down. He wanted to leave the room, but then he realized that of all the monsters, this one was the most sensitive. Therefore, it will be useless to continue to run away, where it would be more effective to simply destroy the enemy who has the opportunity to track him down. While he was making his decision, the monster, which certainly could not have been killed by some store shelves, had already managed to get out from under the rubble. In order to activate his special skill, the young man needed some substances or elements. But among the store shelves and the goods on them, there was nothing that he could use now. The monster had already rushed to attack when the young man realized that now he would have to confront the enemy with only his hands. Dodging the first attack, the young man gathered his energy to strike back, where this blow was so powerful that it threw his opponent several meters back. But before the raised dust had time to settle, suddenly the unharmed monster rushed at the guy again. The jerk was so unexpected that Alex did not have time to block it and was knocked down by the monster. The young man noticed that some obviously heavy box began to hang from the top shelf, and immediately hit the rack with his free hand. And then the box landed right on the monster's head, which weakened his grip and allowed the guy to strike again. A strong blow threw the mutant back, and Alex had the opportunity to rise to his feet. Gathering energy, the young man immediately rushed to continue the attack he had begun, inflicting numerous blows on the enemy. And finally, he completed the attack with a final blow to the monster's head, where the energy of the blow even broke through the wall. The result of this attack was that the monster completely lost its head. At that very second, Dr. Fix felt how death overtook one of his messengers. Soon, the mutated doctor had already arrived at the place where one of his monsters met its death. Realizing that this student was stronger than he initially assumed, the doctor ordered the remaining creatures to devour the remains of their brother in order to become stronger. And as soon as the remains were eaten, other monsters immediately experienced an additional mutation that improved their sense of smell. Then the doctor gave a new order, where his messengers were to find the guy and drag him to him alive. Hearing movement behind him again, the young man could not understand how they could find him, because he had gotten rid of a particularly sensitive creature. Suddenly, right in front of him, the young man saw an amusement park, which in the current situation could help him cope with the chase. First of all, he decided to wash off the remaining fuel from himself, since it did not help to reduce his sense of smell, since if he came into contact with fire, it could cause him to burst into flames like straw. But at the same time, he could not interrupt his movement for a long time, since the safe distance was shrinking very quickly. At the same time, it was necessary to come up with a plan in order to deal with the pursuers once and for all. But the critical moment still came, where the young man turned around at the sound behind him. He immediately noticed how much the monsters pursuing him had changed, becoming much larger in size. Having turned one of his paws into a huge axe, the mutant, seeing his target, rushed at the guy. The blow of this monster carried incredible power and strength. Alex, of course, managed to dodge, mentally noting that the monster had become much stronger. Well, the monster was not going to stop, rushing to the side where the young man had escaped from his attack. The sharp blade whistled through the air above the young man's head as he dodged another attack. The monster didn't stop, but Alex easily avoided his every move. And after another sweeping blow, the young man jumped high up, breaking the distance. Finding himself in relative safety, the young man noticed that along with the increase in size, the monster had also become significantly slower. This circumstance gave him hope that he could defeat him, and now the young man was already teasing the mutant, calling for an attack. But his plans were instantly ruined by the appearance of two more fellow monsters nearby. There was nothing left but to start running again from the impending danger. Realizing that simply running in a straight line was doomed to failure, Alex decided to find a place where the monsters could not attack him at the same time. And then he will have a chance to defeat them all one by one, gradually making his way higher and higher. When the guy found himself at the right point, he immediately activated his ability and absorbed the hardness of the metal into his hands. And a few seconds later, one of the monsters was already level with him, preparing to attack. But this attack was not destined to end, as the young man met his opponent with the firmness of his steel fists. His first blow literally crushed the monster's right paw, which was turned into a deadly weapon. With the second blow, the young man pierced through the enemy's body, completely neutralizing his combat effectiveness. Watching the defeated monster fall to the ground, the young man marveled at how his physical capabilities changed after absorbing the metal. Meanwhile, two surviving opponents were approaching him. Now knowing for sure that it would not be difficult for him to deal with them, Alex, flexing his steel fists, invited the mutants to come closer. But his opponents turned out to be a little smarter than he could have imagined, where one of them decided to go around the target at the bottom. Realizing that this would also take time for the mutant, the guy decided not to panic ahead of time. While the enemy below continued to crawl, the young man prepared to confront the monster remaining above. He blocked his attack quite easily with his steel forearm, and a split second later, Alex was already striking the mutant with his powerful retaliatory blow. Without stopping for a second, the young man continued the attack with a second blow, which hit the monster's bone armor. But at the same time, the force of his blow threw back the enemy, who was already ready to be replaced by another. The monster below tried to catch the guy by the leg, but Alex was quicker, removing his leg and immediately striking back. He barely managed to stop his movement when he saw bone spikes suddenly appear around the monster's neck. The young man began to understand that his original plan had failed, since these cunning creatures were still able to surround him here. He only had time to gather energy for a new confrontation when the monsters had already begun to attack him. Defending himself from one attack, the young man tried to have time to make his own attack for the second monster who hesitated. But at some point the guy felt something sharp slide across his chest. But he did not stop, continuing to fight off the monsters and trying to strike at least some retaliatory blows. Having once again fought off one of the opponents, Alex gathered energy and rushed to the second with all his might. He tried to put the maximum amount of his energy into this blow, which brought some results, since the mutant was thrown back a fairly decent distance, although he managed to block the attack. Spreading its monstrous paws to the side, the monster made it clear that the guy's attack did not cause him any harm. The mutant didn't even pay attention to how something quickly approached him from behind, and instantly tore his body into pieces. A second earlier, Alex himself had already managed to change his position, hanging from the bottom of the roller coaster rail. After all, some time ago, after making sure that power was still supplied to the park, he launched the attractions. And now he was hanging on the crossbar, where a cart had just passed over his head, and he was thinking that under no circumstances should he fall. But he also had one more problem in the form of the last surviving monster. As soon as their gazes crossed, the opponents immediately began to approach each other along the crossbars. The mutant clearly had an advantage, where he grabbed hold of some limbs and tried to strike with others. Such an attack threatened with decapitation, and therefore the young man had to let go of the crossbar and stop the movement of the paws transformed into axes with his own hands. However, this was a conscious choice of Alex, where, having begun to fall down, he pulled the monster that attacked him with him. It was clear that after this fall, none of the opponents would survive. But the smarter young man understood that if the body of one softened the blow for the second, then the latter would have a chance of survival. This whole action took no more than 2 seconds, after which the monster and Alex, who had climbed onto it, collided with the surface of the earth. The young man's plan was realized, and now he was already on his feet, having defeated a total of his 4th opponent. The phone call found the young man while he was washing his hands after a violent confrontation. Concerned, Linda asked the guy why he did not answer her recent calls. Without bothering the girl further, the young man replied that he had accidentally put his mobile phone on silent mode. After this, the girl reported that government troops had already tightly cordoned off the territory, destroying the monsters they encountered, but could not find either her interlocutor or Dr. Fix. Shaking off his wet hands, Alex said that he was now in an abandoned amusement park. And then he told the girl about the doctor's plans to spread the infection through the tap water and infect the entire city. The young man also added that he managed to steal a flask with essence from Owen, which should contain antibodies that would help cope with the infection that was already widespread in parts of the territories. After listening to everything that the guy told her, Linda said that she would immediately inform the authorities about his whereabouts. The young man responded by saying that Dr. Fix had also mutated and was pursuing him, and therefore the authorities needed to send the strongest hunters. Realizing that staying in one place was dangerous, the young man continued moving, not noticing the close observation of himself from the outside. And then a familiar voice greeted Alex, adding that he was really looking forward to their next meeting. Stopping and turning his head, the young man saw Dr. Owen Fix a few meters away. Without further ado, the man invited the guy to raise his head and turn his attention upward. Where at that same second, from the top of the attraction, Alex heard familiar voices begging him for salvation. These were all the members of the group that agreed to take him with them on a monster hunt. Most of the former classmates, of course, shouted that they had nothing to do with it at all, since the monster's target was Alex. And only Tina begged the guy to save himself, since he would not be able to defeat this monster alone. The young man literally froze in place, trying to figure out what to do, since he really couldn't count on defeating Owen. Of course, if it was only about Daryl, Brad, and Gwyneth, he could simply run away, but he definitely cannot leave his friend Tina here. As the doctor approached him, Alex decided that he just needed to stall a little more time until the authorities arrived. Meanwhile, the enterprising doctor decided to try to guess whether among these young people there was someone who was more dear to the guy than others, where his choice, of course, immediately fell on Tina, who carelessly showed her attitude towards the young man by saying that he should save himself. Of course, the girl tried to deny the presence of any special feelings, saying that they were just classmates. But the doctor could no longer be convinced, where he noticed that they did not sacrifice themselves for the sake of a simple classmate. Implementing his plan to stall for time, Alex said that such a creature as the doctor had become could not understand all the intricacies of human relationships. But Owen did not agree with what was said, since he considered himself a being an order of magnitude higher than an ordinary person. The guy continued, saying that all this reminded him of the nonsense he heard from the doctor at the water station. And now he has already formulated his own opinion regarding life in a universe where it is not a virus, but the evolution of the universe. Such arguments of the interlocutor clearly caught the doctor, where he burst into laughter, repeating the word evolution. But the young man continued, saying that the development of humanity cannot be stopped, where the next stage in the evolution of the universe is the emergence of people with special skills. However, his opponent had a completely different opinion on this matter, where he called such people more adapted viruses. Because even in ordinary life there are milder diseases, and there are practically incurable ones. Then Alex said that apparently their dispute could only be resolved by force. The only thing he didn't understand was what his opponent was and whose side he would defend. To this, the Mad Doctor replied that he represents the interests of the universe itself, where his calling is to destroy all life. Taking this position, the young man showed Owen the treasured flask, saying that if he defeated him, the essence would return to him. In response, the young man heard a statement that he was overly self-confident. Alex continued to tease him, saying that what kind of representation of the universe can we talk about when the doctor is not able to defeat some failed student? And now the young man was already directly calling his interlocutor a loser and a weakling. The doctor suddenly noticed that he simply had no need to fight with the guy, since if he did not give up the essence, then death would instantly overtake his friends. After these words, the doctor heard something completely different from what he expected, where the young man coldly said that Owen could kill them if he wanted. After all those young people are studying to become hunters, which means they have taken oaths to give their lives in the interests of the state, where some 4 lives are incomparable with the lives of the population of an entire city. As soon as the young man finished, the doctor, from whose hands huge spikes began to grow, cheerfully noted that in this case, he would begin to kill the hostages. Having broken off the grown thorn, the mutated man, without looking, threw it to where Alex's team was. Daryl did not immediately understand what happened to his leg, where a spike suddenly appeared from the upper part of his thigh, but within a split second he could feel all the hellish pain from his leg being pierced through. Alex, firmly adhering to his plan and realizing that there was no other way to save his classmates, turned around and walked away. And Dr. Fix continued his attempts to break the guy's will, preparing a new spike and saying that his next target would be his girlfriend's beautiful face. He made another throw, but his weapon only pierced the girl's shoulder. But this did not stop the young man, who was already beginning to pick up speed. Having prepared several spikes at once, the enraged doctor shouted for the guy to stop, or otherwise he would kill everyone at once. Alex, listening to the pleas of his classmates, did not stop, knowing that stopping him would definitely lead to the death of everyone. Looking after the fleeing young man, the doctor thought that it would not be easy to catch up with him without his pets. And suddenly, right in front of the feet of the fleeing young man, several thorns appeared from the ground, after which Owen shouted that he agreed to the conditions proposed by the guy to fight. Gathering his energy, the man noted at the same time that he too had his own conditions for the upcoming fight. After the energy was collected, he struck the ground with incredible force. When the dust settled a little, the doctor said that he would like to prevent the guy from running away from the fight. Therefore, with his spikes, he designated the space available for battle, and if his opponent touched the spikes or stepped behind them, at that very second one of his classmates would die. The man also added that if Alex defeats him, then of course he will be able to save his friends. Growing a new spike from his body, Owen noticed that his opponent could have become the hero of this city if he had not been so weak. After all, he heard that Alex ended up in the hospital after he failed the admission test. Unable to come to terms with this state of affairs, the young man brought himself to a coma. The doctor had already struck his first blow, accompanied by the words that even his classmates considered him pathetic, and came to the hospital to laugh at him. Throwing several thorns at the guy, Owen added that no one needed the guy except one girl with flowers. Alex was able to dodge the sharp objects flying at him, and the doctor continued, saying that no one needed him for a whole year. With his next sweeping movement, the man shouted that his opponent was nothing, where his arrogant behavior in this case is completely unfounded and meaningless. Watching Alex barely dodge the powerful attacks, Tina begged him to run for his life. At that moment, another attack came from the mad doctor, who could modify his body in any way he wanted. The blow was strong, reached its target and threw the guy several meters away. The girl looked at the bleeding guy with tears in her eyes, continuing to ask him to run away from danger. But Alex did not intend to abandon his comrades and rose to his feet again, when the enemy questioned why he was clinging so tightly to life, when he should have died a year ago. Licking the young man's blood from his body, Owen added that his opponent did not stand a chance in this fight. And so the doctor began to move towards Alex, where the latter, taking a few steps back, felt the edge of the arena behind him. He had to stop so as not to break the rules, where within a moment the mutant was very close to him. Dr. Fix prepared to deal his opponent the final blow, but his impulse was interrupted by a slight movement of the young man's hand, where the blood that splashed from it fell directly into the monster's eyes. After which, taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, Alex took himself out of the danger zone. Without waiting for the doctor to clear his eyes, the young man gathered energy and attacked him. After all, he could use his own blood as a substance that could be controlled, which increased the power of his blows several times. From the blow he received, the doctor's body was thrown to the edge of the arena, where it fell straight onto the spikes he had created. Meanwhile, Gwyneth asked Daryl to shut up, saying that Alex was bleeding much more than he was. Tina asked the young man to quickly take care of his wound, since he was losing too much blood. The words of the awakened doctor that his hostages were too noisy, and he would finish them off as soon as he dealt with Alex, forced the company into silence. And now the man was already on his feet, removing from his body the thorns that had pierced him. Without waiting for the doctor to attack, the young man dealt him another blow, after which the mutant noticed that the guy was really strong. Setting his jaw, Owen also added that even with such strength against him, these attacks are absolutely useless. Where he also reminded the guy of how he used fire to destroy one of his creations when he was saving people from an evacuation bus. Listening to the man's words, the young man did not stop his attacks, delivering numerous blows to his body. And so, gathering all his energy, Alex lunged forward and dealt the doctor another powerful blow. The force of this blow was enough to throw the enemy back. Meanwhile, the man noticed that his opponent has a very interesting skill of absorbing substances and elements, after which he uses their power. However, against such a creature as he is, the guy's skill is absolutely useless. The young people watching the fight also discussed Alex's abilities, realizing that they did not correspond to the level that his ball showed last year. And so Gwyneth, who was sure that this guy was stronger than all of them combined, shouted at him to just put in a little more effort and defeat the monster. Meanwhile, the doctor finally came to his senses after Alex's attack, declaring that now he would demonstrate his true strength. After all, he had already seen everything that the pathetic student was capable of, which was not comparable to his capabilities. And now he has already spread his arms to the sides, declaring that the guy cannot compare with the abilities of his extraordinary body. Swinging his hand, the doctor prepared to demonstrate to the young man what real strength is, noting that he also had ordinary fists. The young man did not block this attack, simply striking with his hand towards him, where in this confrontation the doctor clearly won, the force of whose blow threw the guy back. But Owen did not stop there, showering his opponent with a hail of blows, where the young man immediately noticed that with such attacks with his hands, the speed of his opponent increases significantly. The doctor did not stop and rushed to attack again, and his lightning strike reached its target, which the young man was able to feel with all his internal organs. This incredibly strong blow literally threw Alex into the air, and while the guy's body was flying, the doctor continued to say something about the true power that he possesses, where he again created spikes with his body, which he literally shot in the same direction where his opponent was. He was extremely surprised that none of the spikes touched the body of the young man, who successfully landed on his feet. Alex tried to press the wound on his chest that was still bleeding, which he received almost at the very beginning of the fight. At this moment, Owen, growing a new thorn, noticed that the guy's talent of luck really worked, and apparently only this ability helped him now avoid death. Getting ready to take the plunge, the doctor said that the guy's classmates were unlikely to be as lucky. Seeing this movement, Alex tried to stop his opponent, reminding him of the terms of the deal. Without even turning to the young man, Owen said that he kept his word and asked him to pay attention to where he was now. And while the guy realized that he had left the arena, a deadly throw was completed to the horror of the young people sitting above. A huge sharp spike instantly covered the distance and quickly pierced Tina's body. The girl did not make a single sound. At some point her eyes simply closed, her head dropped, and her body went limp. Alex couldn't believe what just happened right before his eyes and because of him. Cursing the doctor, the young man plunged into a state of true rage. But his opponent cheerfully said that from his experience as a doctor, he could say that the girl would not die until the thorn was removed from her body. But at the same time, he also cheerfully added that if help is not provided within 5 minutes, then death will occur in any case. Without saying a word yet, Alex approached the spikes that marked the edges of the arena. Having pierced his palm with one of them, the young man broke off its tip with a movement of his hand. Activating his special skill, the guy returned to the arena, where his appearance was especially terrifying. Without hiding his rage, Alex muttered through his teeth that in this case he must destroy the enemy in the next 5 minutes. And so he struck, but was immediately hit back, which was accompanied by the words of the doctor that even using all his blood would not help the guy defeat him. Defending himself from numerous blows, the man noticed that he didn't even have to counterattack, since the young man would simply die soon from loss of blood. Having given the guy a slight retaliatory blow, the doctor said that now Alex looks as pathetic as after the suicide attempt that he made after the failure in admission. Without responding to these and other barbs, the young man continued to strike the man numerous blows. Owen finally said that Alex turned out to be so pathetic that he couldn't even take his own life, where they had to waste time treating him. He remembered the young man and his sister, who on her knees begged him to write down the treatment on credit, after which she had to do the most miserable and dirty work in order to somehow make ends meet. After these words, the doctor dealt the guy a much stronger blow, interrupting his incessant attacks. Towering over the enemy, the mutant added that he was ready to do him a favor and interrupt his worthless life. Immediately after that, his palms became covered with spikes, and now the man jumped high into the air, intending to make the final attack. Having gained maximum power, the mutated doctor quickly descended to where his opponent was. The blow he struck produced the effect of a powerful explosion or release of some kind of energy. But when the dust settled a little, Owen noticed that the guy was quite good at avoiding the blow. But since he had to leave the arena again to do this, one of his classmates must die in his place. But suddenly the young man said that he had never tried to kill himself, as his opponent incorrectly decided for himself. But the man was of little interest in this, where he found it important only that now another of his comrades would die because of the guy. Alex continued, now saying that his sister stepped over her dignity for the sake of a loved one, which only brings honor to her, not shame. She, unlike his interlocutor, knows and understands very well what caring for a loved one is. The next person the young man remembered was Nurse Linda, who also did not abandon him to his death and remained in the hospital, trying to save the man in a coma. His classmates were also nearby, where it was Tina who organized a fundraiser throughout the school to help him. But after these words, Owen said that one of those who helped the guy would very soon die right before his eyes. But the enemy's words did not stop Alex, where he said that the doctor had not yet had the opportunity to see his full potential. After all, despite the fact that Owen has the ability to instantly regenerate, Each blow from the guy left a mark on his body, where at the moment the young man managed to inflict a total of 49 blows on the doctor. This was the minimum required level for him to activate another of his special abilities. And so the young man rushed into a new attack, directing several dozen energy fists that materialized in the air at the enemy. Raising his head, the mutated man could not believe what he was now seeing right before his eyes. And now all this incredible power created by Alex fell on the head and body of his opponent, where this action could not leave his comrades watching the fight indifferent. Rising to his feet, the young man told the already dead doctor that his power at this stage was really insignificant, but it would be enough to deal with such trash as Owen had become. Having reached the control panel of the attraction, the young man lowered his entire team down, and as he approached, all he could hear was the enthusiastic exclamations of everyone who was conscious. Gwyneth, without hiding her tears, thanked the guy for saving her, saying that the Academy was blind in not accepting the guy. Her opinion was supported by Brad, expressing his thoughts that the equipment during the test was clearly faulty. But Alex did not respond in any way to what his former classmates said, approaching first of all Tina, who suffered the most. With difficulty opening her eyes, the girl asked how long she had left to live, to which the young man replied that she would not die, since very soon the authorities would be here to provide her with the necessary help. After which the victim found the strength to admire the young man's abilities, which no one even suspected. At some point, Brad saw people approaching, loudly announcing that help had arrived. And now everyone who could move already attracted the attention of the arriving authorities. Helen, walking ahead of everyone, told Michael, who was accompanying her, that while she was tending to the wounded, his task was to neutralize the danger. And now Brad was already pointing in the direction where his badly injured comrades were. The doctor who approached Tina immediately noticed some luck in the fact that the thorn remained in the body, since otherwise the girl would not have been saved. Helen drew attention to the badly injured guy who was standing next to her. The girl told him that he and his team were very lucky that none of them said goodbye to life when meeting the monster. And while the guy was bandaged, she asked if he could point out the direction where the monster had disappeared. At this moment, Michael approached and reported that there was no danger nearby. But Helen immediately said that there was no need to make hasty conclusions, since the monster could be hiding somewhere nearby. After all, right now this high-level mutant can observe their actions from cover, waiting for the right moment to attack. But all these speculations were shattered by one simple statement from Michael that the monster was already dead, where the charred corpse of a man, who clearly used the effects of the essence of monsters on himself, lies in a pit not far from them. The girl could not believe that such a serious opponent was destroyed by someone before their arrival. Looking around, Helen asked everyone present about who was able to defeat this monster, and all the witnesses to the fight, as one, pointed towards Alex, who was modestly sitting on the sidelines. Not believing in such a reality, the girl leaned towards the guy, carefully examining the hero. Retrieving the essence stolen from the doctor, the young man confirmed that it was he who reported the incident. Handing the flask to Helen, the young man added that with the help of this, Dr. Owen Fix planned to contaminate all the water, which would lead to a massive disaster. Having examined the contents of the flask, the girl asked the young man in amazement how he even managed it. The guy clearly didn't understand the question, and said that he simply stole the essence during the conversation. But his interlocutor immediately clarified the question, saying that she would like to know how he defeated the enemy. To which the young man cheerfully replied that he was just using his special skill, which significantly strengthens his hands. Then the stunned girl asked the guy what level and rank he had, to which Alex calmly stated that he had just received his first level trainee badge today. In response, Helen asked him to stop being a fool, since this monster had already killed a couple of second-level hunters today. But then Gwyneth joined the conversation and said that this guy really single-handedly defeated the mutated man, after which she added that he couldn't even pass the test last year to enter the academy. After this explanation, Helen suddenly realized who she was talking to, but Alex himself could not yet understand the increased attention in his direction. And then his interlocutor called him the same arrogant student who once talked to her on the walkie-talkie. At that same second, one of the doctors came closer, recognizing Alex as the same guy who saved them from the mutated rat on the bridge. And so Michael, patting the guy on the shoulder, concluded that, apparently, standing next to him was a hero who saved their city from serious danger. Where with his exploits he simply pushed them, the honored high-ranking hunters, into the background. To this the young man replied that he was simply trying to stall for time in order to protect his team. Helen, not missing the opportunity, immediately invited the guy to join the organization of which she is a member, where not only decent wages and benefits await him, but also meetings with many girls as beautiful as her. The girl's last words were immediately noticed by Michael, who expressed something like doubt about what was said. But when he met his companion's gaze, he immediately said that she was the most attractive of all the employees. Returning her attention to the young man, Helen continued her campaign, saying that educational institutions could do without him, but he would definitely be useful to their organization. After listening to everything the interlocutor said, Alex said that he would think about this proposal, and suddenly his pupils rolled back and the guy began to lose touch with reality, falling down and continuing to repeat words about what he would think. The doctor who arrived concluded that the guy had severe fatigue, as well as enormous blood loss. The news presenter happily reported that the authorities managed to clear the southern part of the city from infection. Also, one of the people with superpowers was able to detect the source of infection and prevent the infection from spreading further. The savior of the entire city himself ended up in the hospital again. Nurse Linda sat humbly by his bed and waited for the guy to regain consciousness. The girl's face instantly lit up when the young man stirred and finally opened his eyes. Linda told the young man that he slept for 2 whole days, where everyone decided that he had fallen into a coma again. And to his question about how she ended up here, the girl explained that she was specially transferred to care for him, since she had already done this before. Linda then added that Alex has become a hero in town, with many reporters wanting to interview him. But suddenly the guy's face changed a lot, and he briskly asked about Tina's condition. To this, the nurse replied that the health of the young man's girlfriend was no longer in danger, which could not but rejoice. Suddenly the doors to the ward opened and Helen entered the room, accompanying a stately man in uniform, who asked how the hero of the city was feeling. Turning his head, the young man calmly replied that he was almost completely fine, and Linda, standing next to her, added that Alex's body is recovering faster than anyone else's. This pleased Helen, who said that this was the kind of talent their organization was looking for. Suddenly, a man in uniform stood at attention and expressed formal gratitude to the guy for everything he had done for this city. Then, bowing his head, the man added that if it weren't for Alex, numerous victims would not have been avoided. To this, the young man replied that he only did what any citizen should do. After that, some kind of incomprehensible pause hung in the air, where the man and Alex simply looked into each other's eyes. At some point, Helen suddenly turned to Linda, offering to go and have a cup of coffee together. And now the girls were already leaving the ward, where the nurse, who understood nothing, only talked about what kind of dessert she would like to try with coffee. When the man, whose name was Thomas Wilson, sat opposite the guy, he was quite surprised by his question about what he wanted to discuss with him that was so important. And when the man asked the guy how he understood this, Alex explained that the offer to drink coffee was clearly an excuse to leave the premises without unnecessary suspicion. Then Thomas got to the point, saying that he had managed to talk with many, where, from the information received, his interlocutor was much weaker than Dr. Fix was. Therefore, the guy's victory over this monster looks like something completely incredible. Other hunters did not realize in time that the enemy's level was much higher and paid for it with their lives, but Alex, by some miracle, was able to survive. To this, the young man explained that he was simply a little luckier than the others, which was facilitated by one of the abilities awakened in him. However, Thomas urged the guy not to be modest, noting that luck protects only for short periods of time, while Alex resisted the doctor for quite a long time. But the young man did not back down from his position, saying that his merits were too exaggerated. Then the man turned the conversation in a different direction, asking the interlocutor whether Owen said anything before or during the battle. And the guy told how his opponent declared that humanity is a virus for the universe, and he acts as a doctor for it. After which Thomas noticed that not everything the doctor said could be considered the ravings of a madman, where such an unexpected statement from the interlocutor made the guy amazed. Then the man began to talk about how the invasion of monsters on the planet began after the fall of a cosmic body, where along with the fragments of this body some new living organisms arrived to them, the main instinct of which is definitely not survival. And when he asked the young man if he could guess what instinct prevails among alien guests, Alex immediately stated that it was the killing instinct. When his interlocutor confirmed what had been said, the young man wondered whether humanity could really be some kind of virus. Moving away from the bed, Thomas said that there is no clear answer to this question yet, where people apply their second basic instinct of cognition in this regard. But then the guy said that if the universe itself was interested in eliminating humanity, then there was no point in people evolving and gaining special skills and strength with which they could resist the threat. Having given the young man a glass of water, Thomas noticed that his train of thought in this part was absolutely correct. Therefore, everyone who has special skills and strength will always protect humanity from invaders. After listening to his interlocutor, the young man said that despite his strength, he was not able to protect humanity, but at the same time he will make every effort to protect his family and friends. When Alex finished, Thomas said that he had 2 more questions that needed clarification, and so he gave him a secret report about how, about a year ago, a certain celestial body hit the Earth, which exploded after contact with the surface of the Earth. Where at the time of this explosion, Alex was near the epicenter, which is why he ended up in a coma, and now the man was very interested in what the guy saw there at the time of the explosion. The young man remembered this moment, and immediately said that he saw a very bright light, as if the sun was approaching the planet. But as soon as the explosion occurred, he almost immediately lost consciousness, and did not see what was happening there next. This greatly upset Thomas, who asked the guy to remember if any creature came out of the crash site, But Alex actually lost consciousness after the fall of the celestial body, and could not provide any useful information. Moving to the window, the man began to explain that they have a tradition of dividing disasters by rank, where, for example, the most common tornado that destroys cities is classified as first rank. They assigned the incident with the appearance of monsters in the southern part of the city to the third rank, and if the doctor's plan had succeeded, then the infection of the city would have been assigned to the sixth rank. Alex was amazed that such serious incidents were rated so low, but then the man thoughtfully threw back his head, starting to talk about the very incident that sent the guy into a coma. Having said that his organization assigned this incident to rank 9, the young man, already in a state of surprise, was shocked by such a revelation. Thomas continued, saying that the consequences of this incident could affect the life of an entire continent. He immediately recalled the tragic events of 8 years ago, where an 8th rank incident was accompanied by the appearance of an incredible monster, where some black market dealer hid the essence of this very monster, part of which the young man took from Owen. Only now the guy began to understand how the essence of a monster alone can change life on the entire planet, Thomas continued, saying that they examined the crash site inside and out, but could not find a trace, which determines the guy's value as the only living witness to the fall. After this, Alex apologized and once again said that he really did not have any significant information. And when he asked the man about the second question, Thomas said that it concerned the guy joining the ranks of members of their organization, where Helen highly recommends him. After all, the guy really had incredible luck, where after being in a coma for a whole year, he was not only able to wake up, but also gain abilities comparable to the purple level. Therefore, he would like to know right now whether Alex is ready to join them. Without hesitation for a second, his interlocutor said that he must first talk to his sister, to which Thomas naturally did not object at all, saying that the doors of their office were always open for him. Deciding not to annoy the guy any longer, the man headed towards the exit when Alex suddenly asked him to stay. Burning with hope, he turned around, deciding that the guy had remembered something significant. But the young man embarrassedly asked whether he could count on receiving a reward for discovering the source of infection. Laughing, his interlocutor said that he need not worry about this matter, since the award definitely belonged to him. When Alex was left alone with himself, he immediately closed his eyes, plunging into a special meditation. And then his astral body suddenly found itself in a completely different world, approaching a small pyramid. As he climbed the stairs, the guy asked if his interlocutor had heard everything that his visitor had just said. At that same second, the stone statue of a female image in front of him began to emit a bright light. And now Alex was already asking whether his interlocutor really represented a disaster for the planet, which was assigned the 9th rank. Having shrunk to human size, the girl said that arrogant people had greatly underestimated her. After which, proudly throwing her head up, she added that she could be considered at least 11th rank. And when Alex asked if she really came to destroy humanity, his interlocutor confirmed this, saying that all the words of Dr. Fix were the truth. Having sat down on top of the steps, the young man noted that in this case, his main task was to stop her. His interlocutor tried to put pressure on the fact that it was she who gave him strength and allowed him to train here for a whole year. But the young man reminded that they were in a relationship, where if he died, then she would also be in trouble. Closing her eyes, the girl once again cursed her choice of such a weak body, which was completely unsuitable for a real goddess. Continuing the dialogue, the guy noticed that despite the general's words about the dominant instinct to kill, he finds the survival instinct a priority, where on the verge of death it even took over a weak body, to which the arrogant girl demanded to stop comparing her with other creatures, since she is much taller than everyone else. In addition, it is quite difficult to find a body with which symbiosis can occur, where it took a whole year to unite them. And when she got tired of continuing the explanations, the girl said that the guy had no choice but to get along with her in the same body, to which Alex noticed that his body neighbor is still very similar to people who also have a survival instinct. He then turned to the girl, asking for an opportunity to prove that people and their world are not as bad as they may seem. But she suddenly hit him on the palm, reminding him that first of all he needed to train a lot, strengthen his body and develop his abilities. And so she set about creating a worthy opponent for training, to which the young man reacted extremely coldly, saying that he was already very tired. Closing his eyes, the young man noticed that even in this astral training room, overwork could make itself felt. Waking up in his room, Alex instantly realized that in his body there was a creature that could arrange one final global catastrophe for the entire planet. But since she is in his body, this may mean that he has the ability to fend off threats of her rank. On the day of Alex's discharge, the hospital building was literally surrounded by reporters. And as soon as the young man appeared on the street, questions rained down on him from all sides, including asking him to take off his mask and not hide the hero's face. At some point, the guy realized that he would not be allowed to pass until he said a few words. And then, turning to the cameras, the young man said that he was ready to do anything to protect his family and friends, but specialized government agencies were engaged in the global destruction of monsters. Tina and everyone else with smiles on their faces listened to the guy's words that everyone who was in the young part of the city that day is a hero who can be interviewed. The fat man who lost his friends that day also listened to this interview, where, placing his hands on the stone slabs on the graves of the deceased, he said that their entire detachment was recognized as heroes. Only in the park did the young man manage to get away and break away from the annoying journalists. He hid from his sister the fact that he ended up in the hospital again, so as not to further worry the girl, who was already tired over the last year. When asked by Betty, he explained that he had received a lot of money from the authorities, but when he offered to go on vacation, his sister refused, saying that she still needed to work. Then the young man offered to help her with her work, to which the girl said that it would be better for him to spend time preparing for the exams. She immediately mentioned news stories about some hero who saved the city, recommending that her brother follow his example if he wanted to become a hunter. Mentally noting that he was that same hero, the young man said that the doctor recommended that he breathe fresh air, and therefore he remained to help. And now he was loudly urging people to buy the most delicious ice cream, which only made his sister laugh. Helen stood not far from the outlet, where, watching the guy, she could not understand why he abandoned the fame of the hero of the city and sells ice cream. At some point, the young man was distracted from his entertaining activity by a telephone call. Helen asked the guy if he had decided on joining their organization, to which he answered in the negative, saying that he wanted to go to study, where his sister also approves of his choice, and we can talk about cooperation after he graduates. But the girl did not back down, saying that the guy could easily combine training and work in an organization that values the secrecy of its members. She also explained that there are not many mandatory participations in ongoing events, and the office will help with admission. The conditions were very tempting, and therefore the young man nevertheless agreed to become part of the simultaneously secret and very famous organization of dragon hunters. And now his interlocutor was already congratulating him on joining their office, wishing him a good job. Betty, meanwhile, managed to finish her workday, and in response to her question, the young man replied that authorities had called him. He told the girl that he had been hired, and also asked his sister not to overwork herself anymore, since now they have a lot of money. And so began one of the happiest days for brother and sister in a very long time, where, after a delicious lunch and a little shopping, the young man brought the girl to a new apartment. And while she was enjoying the view from the balcony, Alex noticed that for now this property was for rent, but pretty soon they would be able to purchase it as their own. At some point, Betty suddenly said that if her brother met that savior of the city in his work, then he should not forget to convey her gratitude to him. After all, that guy could have simply run away, but he risked his life in order to save the entire city. Alex immediately remembered the battle with the doctor, when his sister talked about how badly the hero's body was rumored to be damaged. After all, if it weren't for him, those children in the park wouldn't be eating ice cream now, and they wouldn't be enjoying this wonderful apartment. After listening to his sister and understanding her feelings, Alex promised to convey words of gratitude to that hero when they met. And when he was left alone with himself, he quietly answered his sister that no gratitude was required for his action. And then a long training process began for the young man, where he built up not only physical strength, but also trained endurance and honed his fighting skills. The young man did not forget about theoretical knowledge, regularly studying one textbook after another. But these were activities only in this world, where in the astral world Alex was engaged in practice, for which the creature that had moved into his body created a copy of the enemy he had previously defeated. The guy's task was to improve all his physical indicators in order to match his real level, and when the young man manages to develop to the required level, this opponent of his will not be able to compete with him. Currently, Alex's punching power far exceeded that of an ordinary person. But this is the usual physical strength of a person, while people with super abilities also have special skills, where some can control fire, others lightning, and others create tornadoes of incredible power. Alex's special skill was to create marks on the enemy's body to deliver a crushing blow. The goddess explained to her chosen one that the magical level and the rank of physical development must correspond to each other in order for the power to become absolute. Listening to everything his mentor told him, the young man continued the fight against the copy of Dr. Fix. The girl repeated that the guy needed to train as much as possible. At some point, the young man remembered that he managed to defeat the doctor only by using his special multi-hit skill, asking whether this attack would be stronger if more than 49 marks were left. To which his interlocutor explained that 49 tags is just the minimum number required for activation. But in order to increase the number of tags, Alex needs to become faster and learn to adapt to the surrounding conditions. So a whole month passed, after which the young man, saying goodbye to his sister, went to take the entrance exams. A security guard moving through the park in the southern part of the city noticed that it was the first time he had seen such thick fog, and his partner suggested not to make another detour due to completely zero visibility. Having unanimously decided that the round could be postponed, the men began to return to their post. They had been walking for quite some time, but for some reason they could not get to the right place. At some point, one of the guards found it strange that his partner was not responding to his remarks, and turned around to discover the man had disappeared. Then his attention was attracted by an unusual sound behind him. Turning around, the guard was stunned with horror when he saw his partner being devoured by a huge spider monster. Without even thinking about trying to help his comrade, the man ran as fast as he could away from danger. Once in one of the rooms, he took out his mobile phone in order to call for help, when he suddenly saw a woman's silhouette outside the door. Shouting to the girl to come to him quickly, since there was a monster nearby, the man opened the door, behind which it turned out to be not at all what he expected to see. And now the tentacles of another monster, which appeared along with the fog, have already grabbed their gullible prey. When the monster finished, the remains of the guard fell to the floor, resembling a dried-out 1,000-year-old mummy. The train entered another tunnel, where, sitting in his seat, Alex talked to Betty, assuring him that he had enough money to live. A woman sitting nearby with her daughter asked the conductor to give her some water, asking how long their journey would take. Handing over the water, the girl said that they still had about an hour to go, and as the conversation continued, she asked the woman where they were going, to which the woman replied that she and her daughter Ashley were going to an educational institution for hunters. As soon as everyone around them heard that the girl would study to become a hunter, they immediately paid attention to her, since not everyone received the power, and those who received it could not always enroll. Some boy even asked the girl for an autograph and parting words about where he also plans to become a hunter in the future. Alex, watching Ashley, mentally noted that the girl was truly talented, since she was able to break through solely with her own strength and intelligence. And suddenly the driver of the train applied emergency braking, to which the people in the cars did not have time to react normally in order to avoid injury. The young man intervened in the situation, placing his hand under the head of the child, whom his mother did not have time to catch, thereby saving him from getting a head injury. Ashley noticed this movement, greatly surprised by this guy's incredible reaction speed. After the train stopped completely, the carriage was filled with a roar, where some tried to understand the reason why the train stopped. Others complained of pain in bruised areas. Having heard several complaints about the lack of connection, Alex tried to raise his mobile phone, realizing that the higher you raise it, the better the connection begins to be received. The boy, who a minute ago asked for an autograph, looked out the window and attracted the attention of his mother, saying that someone was walking in the fog. Looking out the window and seeing nothing, the woman asked her son not to say anything stupid and not to scare her. And then the driver made an announcement, saying that they were faced with an unexpected situation and asking everyone to remain calm and remain in their places. After listening to several remarks about how it would be good to find out what was going on, Alex rose from his seat, saying that he would find out everything now. But his impulse was stopped by the conductor, who said that the crew was solving the problem and asked the young man to return to his place. But when the young man showed his hunter badge, the girl immediately invited him to follow her. But before they had time to start moving, Ashley suddenly approached them, saying that she was now a student at the educational institution, which means she was also listed as a hunter. Meanwhile, the driver and his assistant, having studied the information about the passengers and realizing that there were no hunters among them, stood and thought about what to do in such a situation. And then Alex and Ashley approached them, accompanied by a guide who said that she managed to find a couple of hunters. Delighted, the driver asked what rank the arriving hunters had, where Alex showed his trainee badge, and Ashley showed his certificate of enrollment. At that same second, the rush of joy on the faces of the driver and his colleague quickly faded away, where the assistant driver expressed his doubts that the trainee and student would be able to cope with the unusual situation. But the young man said that it was better than nothing, where they could at least try to call for help by climbing higher. The driver agreed with the guy, saying that his assistant would go with them and asking them to exercise maximum caution. Meanwhile, the guy tried to tell the girl that she was only a student and could not go with him, but Ashley immediately said that her interlocutor was just an intern, and if he was going, then so was she. While they were opening the door, Alex told the girl to always stay behind him, as it could be very dangerous there. When they found themselves on the street, the young man instructed the conductor not to open the door to anyone but them, and so the doors to the carriage were again securely locked, and the hunters, accompanied by an assistant driver, went to investigate. While they were walking, the young man was interested in whether the train always stops in the fog, but from the answers, he understood that the fog was not an obstacle to movement, and the train stopped because the system detected some kind of danger. Meanwhile, the assistant added that, as a rule, the reason for such stops is animals on the rails. The conductor who remained at the door of the carriage was very worried, hoping that everything was going smoothly for those outside. And suddenly she saw that there was a girl outside at the door, reproaching her for leaving the train on her own, putting her life in danger. The conductor rushed to open the door, but as soon as she grabbed the handle, the girl suddenly remembered Alex's words that she should not open it to anyone except members of the reconnaissance group. But then one of the passengers appeared behind the conductor, who also saw the girl, and began to declare that she needed to be allowed in. He said that she could have gotten out of another carriage, but the conductor could not clearly see her face. And the persistent man had already begun to raise his voice, accusing the conductor of inaction, and saying that the passenger could be very scared alone outside. But then the girl firmly stated that the doors of the train were blocked, and no one could get out. In addition, the hunters gave her instructions not to let anyone in except them. But the man insisted, saying that it might not be a passenger, but one of the locals who got lost in the fog and came to ask for help. But the guide, blocking the path to the door with her body, said that she would wait for the hunters to return. However, her fragile, slender body was no obstacle for the overweight man, who simply pushed her aside, heading towards the door. Already grabbing the handle, he said that he himself would let the poor girl in, whose crying could be heard very clearly. And when the conductor tried to stop him, the man rudely pushed her away, saying that he would sort it out himself and file a complaint against the crew. And so, opening the door, he invited Miss to quickly come inside, noting his merit in the fact that the door opened. And as soon as he extended his hand to help her rise, he suddenly felt something tightly grab his throat, cutting off the flow of oxygen. And now the overly strong tentacles were already pulling the benefactor out of the carriage. And the frightened conductor watched with horror as his body dissolved in this thick fog. Overcoming her fear and numbness, the girl began to rise to her feet, as she understood that the door needed to be closed as quickly as possible. But as soon as she approached the door in an attempt to close it, at that very second, the same tentacles that had just dragged the man away began to wrap around her leg. And now the girl was already outside the train, desperately trying to cling to the open door. The tentacles wrapped around her body more and more, and realizing that this was the end, she made a final effort to close the door and protect everyone who remained inside. The door lock clicked, which meant it was blocked, and the monster's numerous limbs pulled its next victim deep into the fog. Meanwhile, people on the train expressed their dissatisfaction with such a long stop, to which another conductor explained that the crew was doing everything in their power to solve the problem. When the girl came out to the very door where her colleague was supposed to be on duty, she was very surprised by her absence, calling the girl very irresponsible. She couldn't notice that her friend's headdress was lying on the ground outside, and one of the monster's limbs was trying to open the door at that very moment. Well, the reconnaissance group had already reached the place, which created a problem in moving the squad. Having examined everything around, Alex noticed that the collapse was definitely not due to precipitation, since the fence was quite reliable. And while he began to climb up to check everything, the assistant driver asked Ashley to help remove stones from the path. Once at the top, the young man was amazed at the size of the rut, which was left by an unknown creature who had recently visited this place. The young man instantly realized that it was because of the passage of this incredible monster that the collapse occurred. And suddenly his mobile phone began to ring, picking up a signal, where Helen contacted him, reproaching him for the long absence of communication. In response to the interlocutor's questions, the guy told about the current situation, about the fog, the lack of communication, and other problems that had arisen. He also explained that the train was moving, where they just needed to clear the blockage to continue moving. After listening to him, Helen said in alarm that as soon as they cleared the rubble, they needed to get back on the train as quickly as possible and leave this area affected by the fog. And when the young man tried to find out what was wrong with the fog, his interlocutor said that his abilities were definitely not enough to withstand what could live in it. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the young man began a rapid descent, simultaneously informing the girl that he understood everything. At the bottom, he was met by a dissatisfied assistant driver, who reproached the guy for not helping them clear the rubble, but doing something unknown. But Alex seemed completely oblivious to the man's words, saying that he had received instructions to get out of this place as quickly as possible. In response to Ashley's questions, he explained that the connection was better at the top, and also told about the traces of some incredible monster he had found. After which the young man added that they needed to return to the train as quickly as possible, since the people there could be in danger. And so the trio quickly headed back to the train, where through the dense fog it was completely impossible to see what could be under their feet. This is how the assistant driver managed to trip over some unknown object. And when the movement of air caused by the fall of his body cleared the fog a little, the man was horrified to see that he had tripped over a mutilated corpse. Alex and Ashley also stopped, the young man instinctively sensing the approaching danger. He managed to pull the girl away from the path of the tentacles in time, after which the whole company was able to see the creature that was hiding in the fog and had already managed to absorb 2 people from the train. Coming to the fore, the young man told his companions to find some shelter. But Ashley, already gathering energy and activating her abilities, said that she would help in this confrontation. Their enemy didn't wait either, and now the tentacles, replacing the monster's hair, were already sent for a new attack. Alex dodged the swift blow and Ashley tried to block it with her abilities. Seeing how the girl was thrown away, the young man once again told her to hide and not take risks. He was just talking about how he could handle the enemy himself when his body was suddenly engulfed by one of the monster's limbs. and the girl lying on the ground after receiving the blow stated that with his level as a trainee, he was not much stronger than her and was unlikely to cope. The young man ignored the words of doubt that Ashley expressed, noting to his opponent that the action of taking over his body was pointless. But then the monster made a sharp movement with its limb back, pulling the guy towards itself. However, the speed that this pulling movement gave his body was only a plus for the young man. And so, having caught up with the enemy, the young man delivered an incredibly strong blow, throwing the monster's body back. When Ashley felt the power with which the guy struck, she immediately doubted that he had the rank of a trainee. Meanwhile, the discarded monster which remained standing has not yet taken any action. The fact that Alex's blow did not cause much harm to the monster became clear when this woman, who had come from hell itself, straightened up and began to laugh. After a split second, she again sent all her tentacles forward to suppress the young man's resistance. But he was ready for this new attack, where Alex began to rapidly swing his arms, beating off the approaching limbs one after another. Ashley, meanwhile, had no time to be surprised at how incredibly fast this guy was moving. Having chosen the right moment, the young man stopped reflecting the blows, making a counterattack. From this blow, the flesh of the monster's body parted, and the amazed young man suddenly saw a guide inside the monster. Without hesitation at all, Alex grabbed the girl's hand and began to pull her out of the monster's body, where at the same time he kicked the monstrous woman, which helped finally free the girl. The only question that now interested the guy was whether the conductor was still alive. Ashley arrived in time and said that the enemy was disappearing into the fog, which was good news, since there was an opportunity to help the girl. When the young man said that the conductor needed to provide first aid, his interlocutor could not get closer, since the mucus that enveloped the girl's body caused her gag reflexes. Realizing that there was no other way out, Alex, looking at the conductor, connected his lips with hers and began to breathe air into his lungs. After which, as expected, the young man made several pressing movements on the girl's chest. The resuscitation measures had their effect, as the conductor suddenly coughed and began to spit out the mucus that had accumulated in her lungs. At this time, another guide, seeing the returning reconnaissance group, had already managed to open the door so that people could go inside. Her colleague, who woke up, tried to say something about how she did not allow the monster to get onto the train, where these were her last memories before the monster absorbed the girl. When everyone was inside, the assistant driver immediately closed the door. Since there was no longer an obstacle, the train was able to continue its difficult journey, passing through the same dense fog. Moving through the thick fog, Michael listened to what Helen was telling him. The girl said that about a month ago a meteorite was discovered in that part, but without extraneous life forms, where, however, some of its impact on the environment still took place in the form of fog. After listening to what the interlocutor told him, the man noticed that the fog was moving chaotically, but was mainly concentrated around the mountain. Helen continued, saying that according to new information, the fog had already caught part of the railway tracks, where some incredible monsters were hiding in it. Noticing something under his feet, Michael informed his interlocutor that there really was something here, where, based on some biological remains, the man suggested that he had stumbled upon something like skin that had been shed by some kind of insect. All residents of the village where he was located were evacuated, and Michael noticed that the fog, in any case, needed to be examined. But then the girl said that with the disappearance of the fog, everyone who inhabits it also disappears, but they had one significant clue. Hearing this, the man asked Helen to share information about what they had learned. And now he was already looking at a photograph of an insect that scientists had lost about 6 months ago. The girl then explained that the insect was subsequently tracked, but could not be removed from the cave in which it was hiding. Now Michael understood that the task was to catch this escaped insect that managed to survive in this fog, in order to better understand the structure of the fog and its effect on organisms. Continuing the conversation, the man suddenly heard something happening not far from him. He had already drawn his weapon when Helen warned him that the scolopendra might have undergone some small changes during its time in the fog. While Michael was listening to his interlocutor, what was making the noise that he was moving towards finally appeared before his eyes. It was the same lost scolopendra, which in front of the hunter's eyes was thrown into the air and swallowed a whole pig at once. Examining this incredible monster, the man told his interlocutor that she had clearly missed the mark when she spoke about small changes. The train had long since arrived at the desired station, where Alex and the crew members accompanied the injured conductor to a medical facility. The men tried to praise the guy for saving them all, but he refused the glory, saying that the girl lying in front of them was a real hero. When all the formalities were over and the young man left the hospital, he noticed that lately he had been visiting institutions of this kind too often. He was distracted from these thoughts by a telephone call, where the subscriber number was not familiar to him. When he answered and asked who was in touch, the guy's eyes opened wider from the voice he heard in response. After all, the same girl to whom he confessed his feelings a year ago called him. The young man was incredibly happy to hear from Samantha, asking where she got his number from. The girl replied that she received the number from their mutual friend Helen, who informed her about Alex's arrival for admission. When asked by the interlocutor about the reasons for the delay on the way, the guy explained that they had some difficulties. After this, Samantha asked the young man where he was now in order to meet him, to which the young man explained that he was now heading to an educational institution, where he and the girl could meet. Sitting in the taxi, Alex plunged into memories of the past, where she and Samantha did their homework together and often walked around the park. He also remembered the moment when he confessed his feelings to the girl, where she asked for a little time in order to wrap her head around what she had heard. A whole year had passed since that moment, and Samantha had not responded to his confession, and therefore the young man thought that this could be perceived as a refusal. Going to her friend, Samantha told her that she had agreed to a relationship with the guy who spent a whole year in a coma. But the girl clearly didn't like this idea, where she reminded her friend that many rich and successful guys were chasing her attention and affection. She also noticed that Samantha's actions are now most likely driven by the feeling of pity she feels for this guy. However, Alex's friend said that she liked him even before this coma happened to him, and her interlocutor did not calm down. Not understanding why, out of so many suitors, her friend chose some worthless guy who even failed the entry test and has neither power nor wealth. But Samantha was adamant, asking not to insult the guy and once again stating that she would try to build a relationship with him. Leaving her interlocutor alone, the girl said that he would arrive soon, and therefore she was heading to a long-awaited meeting with him. During this time, Alex managed to arrive at the place and looked with interest at the Hunter Academy, which was impressive in its size. Girls passing by noticed the young man's appearance, deciding that he had come from some village just to look at their educational institution. But then their attention was attracted by Samantha passing by, who was considered one of the first beauties at the academy, where she did not give a chance to any guy. The friends were amazed when this completely inaccessible girl suddenly greeted the very guy they had just laughed at, and now the young people were already standing opposite each other, saying that both of them had changed a lot this year. When the greetings were over, Samantha offered to treat her friend to a cup of coffee. Well, those who did not speak very flatteringly about Alex could not understand why this inaccessible girl was so nice to this strange guy. As they walked, the young man thought about whether he should remind his friend about his confession, and the fact that he never received an answer to it. Well, the girl walking next to him thought that people in relationships should hold hands, not understanding why Alex did not take the initiative in this, because she responded positively to his confession a year ago. Alex was already thinking that even if the girl didn't reciprocate his feelings, being friends with her would also suit him. Helping his friend sit down at the table, the young man noticed that, apparently, everyone here knew her well and respected her, since almost everyone he met greeted the girl. To this, Samantha only smiled, asking about the purpose of arriving in this city, to which Alex explained that he wanted to try himself in a special additional recruitment to the Hunter Academy. Asking her interlocutor about where he managed to settle, the girl's thoughts revolved around the fact that it would probably be too early for them to live together, although on the other hand, she really liked this idea. Noticing how the girl suddenly blushed, the guy replied that for now he did not have a specific place of residence. He thought to himself that this girl most likely already has a boyfriend, because she is so beautiful that she is definitely not deprived of male attention. From talking about housing, Samantha switched to the fog, asking the young man if they had encountered anything unusual. Then Alex told how he had to fight a certain monster with incredible strength and having tentacles instead of hair. This monster transformed into a girl, forcing everyone to pay attention to himself and almost got inside the train. While this conversation was going on, a young man passing by the cafe noticed the couple at the table. While Samantha was looking at the hunter's badge and drawing conclusions that the guy did not arrive right away because he had been training a lot, the young man who noticed them had already gone inside the cafe. And then his hand suddenly fell on Alex's badge, which was accompanied by a mockery that his badge was so-so. Taking it in his hands, the uninvited guest, without continuing to laugh, said that with such a status, Alex would definitely not get into the academy. Then Max added that the guy still needs to train and raise his level. Otherwise, Max himself will be ashamed to even mention that they studied in the same class. Then the young man turned his attention to Samantha, asking why she did not tell about Alex's return to life. And while he was talking about how he would have gathered their entire former class for such a case, the girl coldly replied that she wanted to be alone with her friend. Alex himself immediately supported her words, telling the guy to fuck off, since they were having a private conversation. Such an address could not but outrage the impudent man, who was about to say something in response. But his impulse was interrupted by Samantha, who asked for silence in order to answer the call. Frustrated, Max had no choice but to shut up and put the badge back on the table with a loud bang. Left with nothing, the young man headed away from the cafe. Already on the street, he, overcome by fits of rage, whispered through his teeth that a girl like Samantha should definitely go to him, and not to such a slug like Alex. Meanwhile, the girl ended the conversation by asking to be picked up from the cafe, after which she asked her friend for forgiveness for interrupting the meeting, which was necessary for an urgent matter. Having agreed to meet another time, the young people said goodbye, where Samantha promised to root for the guy at the entrance test. On the street, the girl was met by a handsome young man, whom she called brother, asking what was so urgent. Having removed a leaf stuck there from his sister's hair, the man said that he would explain everything on the road, since they needed to be in a hurry. Alex, watching this scene from the side, of course, decided that this was his friend's new boyfriend, deciding once again not to bother the girl and not to get involved in this relationship. Two guys stood at the entrance test site, discussing how there were too many new students here today, despite the fact that the new intake to the academy ended several months ago. And one of them explained that this is a specialized additional set only for those who have a lot of money, and for whom it is better to take the entrance exams separately, so that no one sees the results being manipulated. The young man who left the cafe stopped at the entrance to the arena where the tests were to take place, and then some guy caught up with him, who, having learned that Alex was also participating in an additional special set, offered to go further together. The guy introduced himself as Jason Furley, also noting that his companion was somehow very modest in his clothes. And when they were inside, Jason asked how much money his interlocutor gave to pass the tests at the academy. Alex couldn't understand what his new acquaintance was talking about, and he was already boasting that his family donated $7 million to the academy, and therefore he came here today just to check in, since he's definitely going to do it. And when Alex said that he didn't pay anything and came just to try his hand, his interlocutor expressed his regrets to the guy, saying that skills and strength don't solve anything here today. Only now the young man realized that today's special enrollment is just a loophole into the academy for the children of rich families. And when he asked Jason whether he had any chance of enrolling today, he said that there was no chance, and it was better to start saving money for next year now. And then a certain man came to the fore and demanded silence, introducing himself as the curator of today's tests, Albert Doyle. After which he extracted a list of applicants, where after each name and surname he named, everyone who arrived to take the tests responded in turn. Having finished with Jason, Albert wanted to start announcing the rules, but the guy shouted loudly that another contender named Alex Knight had not been named. Only now the man noticed the presence of another additional page in his hands. There he saw and named Alex's name, also reading that he did not make contributions, but came here on the recommendation of a government agency. Albert further explained that a total of 4 tests would be conducted for physical fitness, and 1 for combat. The first was the impact force test, where the dummy used will be adjusted depending on the level of the test taker. Immediately after this, it was announced that Alex would be the first to go through the test, whose task was to demonstrate a blow with a force of at least 1,500 kilograms, where otherwise the test would be considered failed. After listening to Jason's guess that they had decided to fail him on the first test, the young man headed towards the dummy. Remembering that the previous time he managed to strike with a force of 1,000 kilograms, the young man prepared for a new blow, gathering all his strength in order to try to jump over that threshold. The impact was so strong that the mannequin was literally torn out from the place where it was secured. Both the other applicants and those taking the exam were shocked by the manifestation of such incredible abilities. The broken dummy was able to show strength of only 2,200 kilograms, and Albert had no choice but to state that the young man passed the first test. After which he added that since the dummy is broken and the test cannot be continued, then everyone else passes it automatically and moves on to the second test, which could not help but hurt the feelings of the young man, where he could not believe how openly corruption flourishes here. But for everyone else, this was a completely normal and expected consequence of the power of money. Meanwhile, Albert's assistant quietly noticed that this Alex Knight seemed to be a very talented guy, offering to take him anyway, to which she immediately received a categorical refusal. Her colleague also supported the director's position, saying that the academy is full of people with the same abilities, but in addition to strength, they also need brains. Albert gave instructions to do everything to ensure that this guy fails the entrance exams, after which the man announced that the next test was aimed at checking the speed qualities of applicants, where those who can be caught up by this specially bred mutated leopard will be eliminated from the set. Approaching the owner of the beast, the curator of the entrance tests sent his assistants to establish the order, and when he was left alone with the trainer, he whispered to him that he would need to kill one of the applicants. With the rest, he ordered to be gentler, because if the leopard works as it should, no one will pass the test. And finally, the start of the second test was announced. The first to try to escape from the beast was James, who already understood that his speed qualities were definitely not comparable to the speed of a leopard. But then the trainer was given a sign that the real target was one of those who had paid for his place in the academy. Immediately after which the man gave a sign to his huge cat, which was already preparing to catch up with the target. A very disappointed leopard sadly waved his paw in the air, pretending to miss and falling on his back. However, from the outside it all looked quite plausible, where Alex, watching from the side, came to the conclusion that the animal was not particularly agile. And then it was his turn to take the second test, where he began to move around the stadium at his usual pace. At this moment, the owner of the beast gave him a signal that for this purpose there was no need to stand on ceremony at all. Noticing the leopard's preparation, the young man thought that he had some kind of bad feeling. With great difficulty, he was able to dodge the incredibly sharp throw of this animal. While the leopard was turning around, the young man had already noticed that the speed qualities of this animal had increased sharply, and the leopard himself did not wait a second and just as quickly rushed at Alex again. Starting to break the distance, the young man already understood that this test would definitely not be easy for him. Moving around the stadium, the young man decided to try to direct the movement of the beast at someone else, passing through the crowd. But the animal clearly adhered to its chosen goal, without being distracted by anyone from the outside. Realizing that the leopard would not leave him behind, Alex decided to show him what real speed is. Gathering energy, the young man suddenly accelerated so much that the beast pursuing him fell into a stupor for a moment. Spectators watching this race were already beginning to come to the conclusion that Alex was not a person at all, where to develop such speed was simply something incredible. Albert's assistant noticed that this guy had broken all records in terms of speed, but the curator was not going to back down, saying that the test should last 15 minutes. But 10 minutes were enough for the test to be completed, after which the leopard simply ran out of steam. Turning to the big cat, Alex mockingly said that he was just starting to warm up, and suddenly he turned to face his pursuer, saying that now it was his turn to catch up, where he promised to count all the leopard's teeth if he failed to escape. And so, to Albert's amazement, the race continued, but its participants switched roles. A few minutes later, the trainer begged the guy to spare his completely exhausted pet, who had fallen unconscious. The curator again had no choice but to announce that everyone had passed the second test. The next test was called a reaction speed test. Albert's assistant again hinted that the boss should consider hiring this guy with obvious outstanding abilities. But the man once again refused, where his position continued to be supported by the second assistant. Albert recalled how he personally received millions for the admission of children of rich parents, where this money went past the Academy's cash desk straight into his pocket. Therefore now he could not allow Alex to take someone else's paid place, which would threaten him with the return of his money and a conflict with influential people. Soon, everyone arrived at the site of the third test, where the curator explained that the tree standing in front of them had been specially treated with the essence of the monster. It will not kill, but it can cause significant harm to health if the applicants are unable to dodge the blows. The tree awakens after fresh blood falls on it, beginning to attack anyone who is in the affected area. And so the approaching assistant, cutting his finger, touched the wound to the tree trunk, where immediately after this the tree suddenly came to life and began to move. Then it was announced that those whose names would be called would enter the yellow zone, and at the end of the test they would move to the blue zone. The first name was called, and one of the applicants entered the tree's attack zone. Surprisingly, he easily managed to dodge the attack of this living plant, where, after a couple of blows, the assistant announced that the test had been passed and invited the next applicant. Watching how each of the applicants passed the test, dodging 1 to 2 blows, Alex thought that the Academy's management might not have made everything so obviously bought. And then Alex's name was called, where immediately after this Albert signaled to his assistant. Having received the conventional sign, the young man cut his palm, leaning it against the trunk of a tree, which became much faster and more aggressive when it received more blood. And as soon as Alex was in the affected area, the tree attacked him with enviable speed. Dodging one blow after another, the guy thought that this was to be expected in his case. But no matter how fast this tree was, they couldn't even hit the guy with a pistol shot. Watching how deftly the young man dodged the blows, Albert was indignant that his assistant spared blood. Taking the boss's hint, the young man slashed his entire palm. And now a new abundant portion of blood allowed the mutated tree to reach a new level of aggression and speed, where at the same time such abundant feeding provoked its growth. Alex took all this as an excellent opportunity to practice, closing his eyes and dodging attacks relying on the remaining 4 senses. Neither Albert nor his assistants understood why this tree could not reach this annoying applicant. Well, the young man continued to evade all the blows inflicted by the tree. 5 minutes later, most viewers again came to the conclusion that this guy was definitely not human and had incredible skills. Soon the tree became weak, and the young man noticed that it was a very good training, where using such trees to develop a reaction could be very effective. The assistant lost a lot of blood and could no longer feed the tree, and therefore it was announced that Alex had passed the third test. The assistant curator, no longer hiding her emotions, noticed that the guy has phenomenal abilities, and the Academy needs to take him. But Albert remained adamant, saying that they had many similar contenders who ultimately failed to prove themselves in a real fight. After which the man announced that the group was moving on to the next test. The assistant, almost completely drained of blood, was sent to the medical unit to replenish blood supplies. Meanwhile, the group had already entered a new room, where a magic ball appeared before the applicants, where Albert announced that the last test is the easiest as everyone just needs to touch the ball to determine the level. And when the man noticed that, according to available information, Alex had a white level, He indignantly stated that such a test could have been done first so that he would not waste time. The curator did not really like the fact that the young man was indignant, and he said that this time he would be the last to take the test. He instructed his assistant to write down all the results obtained, where he ultimately decided that the order in which the tests would be carried out was not important. After which Jason volunteered to take this test first, heading towards the ball. And so the young man put his palm to the ball, where after a few seconds he had a purple level set. Alex, watching his new comrade, made it clear that he was happy for the guy. Then all the applicants approached the ball, where each of them had a purple level, which could not help but surprise Alex. Then Albert approached the young man, saying that he knew all the information about him, where a year ago the young man already tried to enter an educational institution, scoring the maximum score on written assignments and completely failing the system for determining levels. Looking closely at the man, Alex asked him what he wanted to tell him with all this, and the curator said that although his interlocutor studied well, he did not learn the most important thing, where there is a special type of essence extracted from the bodies of monsters, with the help of which a person can change his level and even acquire new super abilities. And if a person has enough funds, he can easily buy himself a purple level, even if he originally had a white one. This was completely new information for the young man, and while he was processing it in his head, Albert noticed that what was shown in the 3 previous tests did not matter, because now Alex would fail miserably. Of course, a person can have excellent speed, strength, reaction, endurance, and other physical indicators of the body, but all these indicators are nothing compared to the power that lies behind the use of special skills, the destructive power of which directly depends on the level. Listening to everything the man said, the young man chuckled imperceptibly, remembering the destructive power of his skill. Thanking the curator for all the explanations, even though they were a mockery, the young man headed off to take the 4th test. Approaching the ball, Alex whispered that a person's power increases when he not only has superpowers, but also increases the characteristics of his physical body. Reaching out his hand to the ball, the guy remembered how he failed exactly the same test last year, and everything inside him froze. Observing the actions of the young man, Albert stated that the guy still decided to disgrace himself once again by taking on this test. But the assistant noticed that the guy still had some abilities, since the ball showed a blue color. By this time, the assistant had also returned to the company of his colleagues, whose blood supplies had been restored. And a second later, Alex's ball was already showing a purple level, which led the curator to complete bewilderment. And when he said that this guy should have a white level, Jason standing next to him reminded him of his own words that the level could be changed. After which the young man congratulated his comrade on passing the test. Alex, whose hand continued to rest on the ball, noticed that its color was beginning to change to red. Preventing the next level from being demonstrated, he quickly removed his hand from the ball, where this action of his was completely approved by the goddess living in his body, who said that it is always better to hide your true capabilities. Alex had already managed to return to the others, where, turning to the curator, he made sure that he had passed this test. After which the guy, without hiding his satisfaction from a sense of superiority, stated that in this case, the points he scored today were the maximum among all applicants. But Albert was not ready to accept defeat, shouting that the guy was rejoicing early, since there was still a 5th combat test left. And now he was leaving the room with a nervous gait, and his assistant asked Alex why he did not go to the regular recruitment, where he would have easily entered. Sitting in his office, Albert literally grabbed his head with his hands and tried to figure out how to solve the problem of weeding out this arrogant guy. Then Max Rogers entered the office, who said that he had heard about a combat test for participants in a special recruitment and proposed his candidacy for it. An assistant sitting nearby immediately noticed that the sophomore would be too strong for the completely new guys. But the assistant curator immediately remembered the chief's words that they must conduct every test with the utmost rigor. Seeing that the situation could turn in his favor, Max added that among all the second years, he is currently ranked 10th in skill and strength. Albert seemed to be just waiting for such a statement, immediately jumping out of his seat and telling the guy that he was suitable for them. Looking around, Alex tried to find Samantha, who had promised to come cheer for him, but the girl was nowhere to be found. The curator was pleased that the test was open, and therefore casual viewers could always say that there was no fraud on his part. After this, the man's assistant, taking the list, announced the names of future opponents. Some spectators were pleasantly surprised when they heard the name Max Rogers, and now half of the auditorium was already joyfully welcoming the arrogant sophomore. Going out to the center of the field, Max noticed that they had finally met their former classmate again, which Alex himself found to be some kind of incredible coincidence. Approaching, the sophomore told the guy not to expect mercy from him, to which the applicant replied that in this case, he would not restrain himself. As soon as the start of the fight was announced, Max's body was immediately surrounded by powerful energy. By controlling airflows, the guy created a real horizontal tornado, which he directed towards his opponent. Alex, without leaving his place, waited for the right moment, and struck the approaching opponent. The sophomore was quite surprised when he was suddenly thrown back and scattered through the air by the tornado. The applicant said that the previous 4 tests helped him warm up well, where he is finally ready to take revenge on the one whom he hated the most since school. Hearing this, the guy standing opposite got furious, loudly remembering that Alex couldn't even enroll in school last year. But Alex didn't listen at all to what Max was saying, remembering how he tried to fight off Samantha, how he organized other classmates against him. And his opponent has already switched to outright insults, calling Alex a worthless creature. At some point, the applicant asked what Max was doing in this arena in this case, where the latter said that he had come to participate at the request of the academy. This blatant lie was immediately dispelled by the assistant curator, reminding him that he himself ran into their office asking for participation. Finding himself backed into a corner, the guy began to shout that now he decides the fate of the applicant, and if he says that Alex did not enter, then so be it. Alex remembered how Max regularly did not give way to him and Samantha, where the last case of his interference was quite recently. After which the guy came to the conclusion that his opponent had already tried to get close to Samantha and was refused, so now he was trying to take it out on the one she really liked. These words drove Max into a real rage, and he screamed hysterically that Alex would never get into the academy. This statement only brought a smile to his opponent's face, where he noticed that Max was finally showing his true colors. And while the young man was taking off his jacket, preparing to continue the fight, the sophomore continued to talk about how he should lie at his feet, begging for admission. Alex suddenly said that he had long wanted to teach Max a good lesson, but did not have the funds to pay for his further treatment. Jason deftly caught the jacket thrown by the young man, rejoicing that the fight would finally begin. Well, the young man continued, adding that since this is an exam, it will not be he, but the academy, who will pay for the treatment of injuries received by the enemy. Max said something about being among the top 10 in his class when the applicant had already rushed to attack. His opponent tried to block the blow with his hands, but this did not help him much, since the power of the blow was incredible and threw him far back. But Max managed to stay on his feet, and now he soared into the air using his skills. Deciding to act from a distance, he directed an air current that literally continued his hands straight towards Alex. Continuing to strike one blow after another, the guy shouted that his opponent would not even be able to reach him, and therefore all his strength was useless. After which the sophomore combined several airstreams to deliver the most powerful blow. Watching the movements of the air masses, Alex also began to use his superpowers, absorbing the power of the sand. When enough energy had been collected, the young man prepared to launch a counterattack. Confident of his imminent victory, Max continued the attack he had begun. But at some point, a huge sand fist suddenly broke through the airflows he created, doing its job. And so the young man was again thrown aside, and his air currents were dispersed. One of the spectators has already begun to express her doubts about Max's being in the top 10, where he is effortlessly beaten by some applicant. However, the second year was not yet defeated and was certainly not going to give up himself. Starting to use his skills again, the guy shouted that his special skill was that the more furious he became, the more powerful his air currents became. Addressing the enemy, the young man added that he successfully managed to bring him to the desired state. And now all the spectators could already observe a real tornado in the middle of the training field. The assistant tried to draw the curator's attention to what was happening, reminding him that this was just a selection test. But the man did nothing, and therefore the fight between longtime opponents continued. Assessing what a special skill his opponent had, Alex only laughed, since it was insignificant compared to his capabilities. The assistants tried unsuccessfully to call on their boss to be prudent. Believing his comrades' days were numbered, Jason yelled at Alex to run. And then, in front of everyone, the tornado literally engulfed the body of the applicant standing opposite him. While inside the hurricane, Alex suddenly said that his opponent's attack technique looked incredibly pathetic, which only added to the rage of Max, who shouted that at first he wanted to spare the guy, but now he could forget about mercy. He intensified the impact of the tornado he created, which did not frighten his opponent at all, who had already begun to prepare his attack. The young man combined the physical characteristics of his body with superpowers. The guy, who continued to hang in the air, suddenly felt an incredibly strong flow of energy approaching him from below. Looking down, Max was horrified by what was coming towards him. It was some kind of absolutely incredible attack, the energy of which destroyed everything that stood in the way. When the dust and sand settled down a bit, the first person the audience saw was Alex, still standing in the middle of the arena with a calm expression on his face. And his opponent was thrown far back, where he literally broke through one of the walls with his body. And all the spectators, and the curator with his assistants, were in a state of shock from the spectacle that had just appeared before their eyes. A few seconds later, Max's body fell out of the wall and sprawled on the sand of the arena. Alex has already approached the enemy, explaining to his question that his special skill makes it possible to absorb any substances and elements, including air masses. Raising himself with difficulty on one hand, the young man still could not believe that he had lost. To which Alex immediately stated that if he had used his special skill against his opponent, his life would have ended there. Approaching the battle site, Jason noticed to the defeated guy that he should not have underestimated the one who had the purple level. Max couldn't believe what was said, since a year ago he personally saw Alex's shame on the test, where he only had a white level. After this, the wounded man was placed on a stretcher, and the newly made friends walked away, where Jason noticed that if someone in the top 10 was such a weakling, then they would become real stars at the academy. Stopping in front of the stands, the guy asked about enrollment, where at that very second Albert's assistants noticed that they had no reason to refuse. The man clearly did not want to voice this decision, telling the young man that they were full of people with much more outstanding abilities. But then Alex said that the curator should think about his future reputation, because when everyone finds out about the results of today's fight, and the winner is not included, it will immediately become clear that Max simply bought himself a place in the top 10. After these words, the man had no choice but to congratulate the young man on entering the academy. And when he spoke about the need to respect teachers, Alex, continuing to anger his interlocutor, noted that this would depend on the teacher himself. Then the curator and his assistants discussed the issue of Max's treatment, where they came to the conclusion that since he himself broke the rules and used special skills, then he should pay for his treatment himself. Meanwhile, James was the first to say goodbye to everyone, saying that it was time for him to go to a party in honor of his admission. While he was leaving, Alex's attention was attracted by a girl who came down from the stands. Having caught up with him, she offered to exchange contacts, and also said that she could show the newcomer everything here. And when Alex asked her to show where the hostel was, she joyfully stated that she was just going there. But then the attention of the young people was attracted by Samantha, who appeared from behind, and told the girl that she and Alex were old friends, and therefore she would act as a guide. However, the persistent fan did not let up, offering to simply exchange contacts, to which she immediately heard from her competitor that the guy's phone was broken. Then she asked Alex to dictate his number to her, to which Samantha immediately stated that the SIM card was lost, and he had not yet bought a new one. And when the annoying fan left, the girl was finally able to ask the young man about how his tests went. To this, the young man explained that he simply showed what he was capable of, and Max, who was appointed as his opponent, was quite gentle with him. When Samantha heard that her friend's opponent was Max, she was very surprised, remembering that he always mocked Alex. Remembering the defeated enemy, the guy said that he only seemed callous on the outside, but in reality he turned out to be very, very soft-bodied. After listening to the explanations, the young man's companion congratulated him on his successful admission, stating that they were now studying together again at the same educational institution. And so the most ordinary student everyday life began for Alex, where he also devoted part of his time to physical training. He also had at his disposal the campus and the old library of the academy. A man standing in front of the audience explained that there are only 5 levels of abilities beyond humans: white, blue, purple, red, and black. After which Bertrand Erickson asked the question of what constitutes the basis of the white level. Ashley answered his question by saying that people at the white level are simply significantly different in physical capabilities from ordinary people. The teacher called this the correct answer, also saying that all people of the past had a limit to their physical capabilities, where nowadays people with super abilities have long surpassed all famous athletes. At the same time, the man noticed that each individual representative of the level may have different indicators, where one will have more physical strength, another will have more developed speed qualities. Here one of the students asked a question about why one of his acquaintances, who has a white level and excellent physical characteristics, could not enroll. It was a valid question, and Bertrand said that he was now just about to explain this point. And so the man explained that people with the next blue level, in addition to physical strength, also have special abilities. And one of the students responded to his request to demonstrate a skill of this level. He asked the girl to carefully use her skill so as not to destroy the audience and not injure the people present. And so the girl materialized a light source in her palm, saying that she could control its power, where the lighting became brighter with every second, forcing the students and teacher to protect their eyes. As the skill was demonstrated, the teacher continued to explain how people at that level could use their abilities. In conclusion, Bertrand explained that it is for this reason that people with a blue level will always be superior to people with a white level, where the former can also develop their physical capabilities, becoming even stronger. And when asked about people with the purple level, the man said that starting from this level people also develop special skills. And so that students could see what using a special purple level skill looks like, the teacher decided to show one video. Because permission to reveal identity was not obtained, the faces in the recording were obscured. Alex immediately realized that they would now show his fight with Max, glad that his identity would not be revealed. All the students in the hall watched in horror as the huge tornado formed, where only Ashley, the movements of one of the participants in the fight, seemed very familiar. And Bertrand explained that the special skill of a combatant is the ability to control airflows at his own discretion, strengthening them to an incredible degree. What the teacher was saying gave Alex new useful information, where he began to understand that he could deal with the enemy even faster with the right approach. And the documentary continued, where everyone was horrified when some guy was inside the tornado. But they were even more amazed when that same man literally destroyed all of his opponent's equipment with one blow. Where after that, Ashley turned and glared at Alex sitting next to her. When the pair was finished, the girl headed in the same direction as her seatmate in the audience went. At some point, the girl called out to the guy, immediately asking if he was shown in today's recording. But the young man did not give up, asking why she suddenly decided that he was there. To which his interlocutor explained that when they met, he was not a student, but since he was sitting next to her, it meant he had passed a special recruitment. In addition, she well remembered the technique of his blow when he fought the monster in the fog. Alex continued to deny his identity as to who was on the recording, saying that many had gone through a special training and were proficient in striking techniques. Their conversation was interrupted by an announcement over the public address system, according to which an object from outer space had entered the Earth's atmosphere. The supposed square of the fall was also named, where all residents of the area were to immediately evacuate. And as soon as the announcement was finished, the phones in the pockets of the young people began to ring simultaneously. Having answered the call, the girl heard that after entering the academy, she was already considered a hunter, and therefore would be involved in completing tasks. Helen called Alex, saying that he would be the official secret representative of the dragons in the upcoming outing. And when the guy asked what he had to do, the girl explained that for now he needed to stay in the city, not engage in battles with monsters and wait for orders. After listening to all further instructions, the young man left his companion without even saying goodbye. When the young man returned to the hostel, his attention was immediately attracted by some kind of discussion. Todd, lounging imposingly in a chair, was indignant at the behavior of one of his neighbors, which was clearly due to his new status, to which his more well-fed interlocutor replied that the guy shouldn't bother himself with this. Alex tried to join the conversation by asking about the creature of the conversation interrupted by his appearance. To this, Barney, sitting on the sofa, explained that in emergency situations above the 5th rank, all organizations with hunters will be obliged to send people to confront them. Continuing to listen to his roommate's explanations, Alex had already managed to get closer and was seated next to him on the sofa. Barney, bringing his story to the point, said that if one of the students gets into such teams, even to work in the rear, it is very honorable. But Todd categorically disagreed with this position, who literally jumped out of his seat, saying that working in the rear was not at all honorable, where the best place for exploits was the center of the distribution of monsters, and therefore their other roommate, who had the honor of being in the reserve, is nothing like his brother Todd, who was always on the front line. Upon learning that his friend's brother was a famous hunter, Barney immediately voiced rumors that those who fight monsters have good income and many privileges. Todd confirmed this by pointing out the luxury real estate that usually housed all those who were directly involved in the battles. The young man also noticed that today he saw one of the goddesses heading precisely to that area, which indicates her participation in the battles. When asked by Alex, Barney explained that there are girls at the academy whom they can call goddesses, where immediately after this he added that there are 3 such beauties in total, and now he will list them all. The first person the young man named was a certain Julia Fisher, who has the ability to control ice, and therefore is called the Queen of Ice. Behind her was a girl whom everyone called the Amazon, and her name was Carolyn Harding. Well, the last one was Alex's friend Samantha, who was listed as a lightning conqueror. After listening to the explanations, the young man was most surprised that these so-called goddesses had some overly pretentious nicknames. To this, his interlocutor explained that these nicknames were given in accordance with their skills, where everyone who has ever seen how they use them was convinced of complete compliance. But Barney did not believe Alex's words that he knew Samantha well, since they were former classmates. Todd also laughed out loud at his neighbor's words, completely not believing in his personal acquaintance with one of the goddesses. Both of Alex's neighbors agreed that the guy only made it up to try to get a room overlooking the women's dorm. Without further arguing with his comrades, the young man got up and went to his sleeping quarters, which were separate for each student. There, sitting comfortably on the bed, the young man plunged into his special meditation. And now his astral body has already been transported to the same world where his body neighbor lived. Approaching his mentor, Alex asked her who his opponent would be today. Stretching sweetly, the girl asked why the mutated Dr. Fix stopped satisfying him. In addition to training in the astral world, the young man also needed to train in the real world. And so he stood opposite his real opponent, hiding his identity under a mask. Having received an invitation to fight, the guy rushed to attack, but was unable to reach Alex with any of his movements. An opponent with such skills was too weak for a guy who perceived all this as just a warm-up. At the same time, another fight was taking place in another training area of this site. A certain girl attacked her sparring partner. After a series of punches that her opponent had difficulty defending against, a good kick followed, hitting the target and throwing the opponent into the air. But this was not the end of the attack. where the girl was in the air with lightning speed, where the final blow literally drove the sparring partner into the ground, where he plaintively reminded that this was only a training fight. But Academy Amazon Carolyn Harding had little interest in these complaints, where she invited the next one to fight her. She looked at the guys standing nearby, who immediately made it clear that they did not intend to fight her. Then she tried to contact another group, which also instantly disappeared from the training field. In a matter of seconds, Area 3 was completely empty. Then the girl went to the assistant waiting for her, where, looking at the outstretched towel, she noticed that she did not even have time to sweat. Smiling, the man noticed that it was not for nothing that the girl at the academy was nicknamed the Amazon. However, Carolyn did not care what nickname she was given, where she expected to practice at least a little here today. Then her assistant said that he saw one seemingly bright student in the first zone. Following the recommendation, the girl turned and saw how deftly Alex avoided the attacks of her sparring partner. Choosing the moment, the young man caught his opponent's hand, after which he knocked out his leg, onto which he transferred his weight. After driving along the ground, the poor guy ended up right next to Carolyn's feet. Such actions of Alex impressed her, forcing her to decide to continue training in the first section. While getting rid of excess clothes, the girl noticed that this guy had good reflexes, and therefore he could hold out a little longer than the others. Her assistant was convinced that this enemy would be able to hold out much longer than the girl thought. Then she offered to make a bet, where if this student lasted more than 3 minutes, she would be ready to listen to the assistant's advice and do as he said every time. And so she approached Alex, whose opponent just refused to continue the fight, offering to fight, where the young man had only one opportunity to continue practicing. As soon as he told the girl that she could start, she quickly took off. The young man was amazed at the speed with which his new opponent closed the distance. Carolyn launched her blow, which however only hit the air, since the young man still managed to dodge it. After this, the young people exchanged modest compliments, calling each other's skills quite good. Now it was Alex's turn to attack the girl, which he did with a lunge forward. However, the guy's attack also did not cause any harm to the opponent. Quickly noticing that it was a good attempt, the girl suddenly jumped out sharply and high, swiftly descending on her target. Carolyn said that this would be the end of their fight due to her opponent's inability to continue the fight. Other students watched this confrontation in amazement, deciding that these two were definitely not right in the head. Meanwhile, Alex calmly met the girl's foot with his hand, throwing her back. The girl's leg was shaking from the blow she received, and her assistant cheerfully noted that 3 minutes had already ended. Then Carolyn admitted that she had underestimated her partner, where the young man said that he also did not expect such agility from the girl. It was decided to continue, and the young man instantly jumped out of his seat. He struck the girl numerous blows, which she, however, managed to dodge. But the young man immediately noticed how she decided to break the distance in order to prepare for the attack. And then he used the acceleration skill, which developed along with his physical abilities. And wherever the girl moved, he constantly followed her, not allowing her to seize the initiative. At a moment when casual spectators were amazed at such incredible speed, the assistant's phone suddenly rang. After listening to the information received, the man turned off the connection and shouted to the girl that they needed to move out to complete an urgent task. The fight was stopped, where Carolyn explained the need to leave to resolve important issues, noting that she comes here every Wednesday. Having called back, the girl received more precise instructions about the task, which she would not have communicated to the assistant. Quickly leaving the training field, she asked Martin to at least find out the name of this student. Having also left the training place, Alex moved around the academy and thought that he needed to train more, since even some random girl turned out to be so strong. The news presenter said that all the threats that arose after the fall of the celestial body had been eliminated, and therefore residents could already return to their homes. A number of hunters were especially noted for finding and destroying a nest of monsters. Todd, pointing at the TV screen, loudly announced to everyone that his brother was being interviewed. Barney, who entered the room at that moment, did not hide his admiration, noting that the academy would now only talk about the feat of this group. Well, the hero's brother has already addressed another of their neighbors, Greg Henson, saying that there is nothing heroic in his rear work. The young man, taking his eyes off the book, instantly found himself, noticing that Todd had nothing to do with his brother's merits, and that he himself was not capable of anything. Of course, such a frank truth greatly hurt the young man, where Barney even rushed to calm him down. Diverting his attention, the young man asked if he had already packed his essentials kit, and when Todd asked why this was necessary, Barney explained that this year all freshmen are participating in outdoor activities in real conditions. The guy really forgot about it and immediately went to get ready. Barney asked Alex about his readiness, where he immediately replied that he had been prepared for a long time and was ready. And on TV, they continued to show the faces of those who had recently won the battle with monsters, where Samantha turned out to be one of them. Standing in front of the students, Bertrand conveyed to them safety information that everyone without exception was required to follow. He then said that such classes were approved by the authorities, where a wooded area of the area was chosen for their conduct. After this, some girls, clearly of an urban type, immediately expressed their worries about the fact that they would have to live among mosquitoes and other insects. But the strict teachers said that they were not going for a walk, but for a practical lesson. After all, despite the fact that all the monsters were killed, they most likely managed to lay eggs, which endanger the lives of people in a nearby settlement. Realizing that students were simply sent to finish the dirtiest work, many began to be indignant. Then Bertrand reminded that students do not have the right to refuse the assignment, since they are already listed as hunters, and also explained that if a monster is discovered, this should immediately be reported to the authorities, who will send trained hunters. Todd was already dreaming that he would be able to find and finish off some wounded monster, which would provide him with a high reputation among his students. Then the man said that now he needed to appoint a leader for the entire group, where of all today's students Ashley studies best, whom he chooses for this position. At this point, the teacher finished giving explanations and dismissed the group to prepare for the practical task. Turning on his mobile phone on the street, the guy saw several missed calls from Samantha. He said that he could not answer because he was busy at a lecture, and the girl asked him to come to her in the cafe. Moving away from his roommates, the young man agreed to come to the meeting. Barney, having heard that a woman's voice sounded on Alex's phone, noticed that apparently he had a secret girlfriend. Todd immediately joined him, but the young man reassured his friends by saying that he was his former classmate, who also already had a boyfriend. Then it became unclear to his companions why she invited him to the cafe, to which Alex explained that they still remained friends. However, the young people did not lag behind the neighbor, asking what the name of this girl was. But the young man did not answer this question, giving Barney the textbook and asking him to throw it into the room while he met with his girlfriend. But the cunning comrades instantly decided that since they had free time, it was quite possible to follow Alex and find out everything. Barney invited Greg to join them in this fun venture, but he refused, saying that he preferred to spend his time usefully and would rather go read something, where it would help him quickly get involved with people and move away from people like Todd. Of course, this taunt could not leave the person to whom it was addressed indifferent, and therefore his comrade again had to calm him down. Taking the guy aside, he tried to distract him with words about what Alex's face would be like when they caught him with a girl. Alex himself was already in the cafe, where he talked about seeing the girl in the news story, after which he asked if she had been injured during the task, where he was much pleased that for Samantha there were no consequences. Then he got down to business, asking his friend why she called him to the cafe, where he assumed she had some important question. A little embarrassed, Samantha replied that in fact, she did not have any important or urgent questions for the young man. Inside herself, she did not understand at all why Alex was acting so strangely on the most ordinary date. She said out loud that she knew about the freshman's imminent departure for practice, where she was also going to the same area. And the conversation of the young people from an improvised shelter was observed by Todd and Barney, who still could not believe that their neighbor knew one of the goddesses of the academy. Alex responded to the girl's words that he would be very glad to see his friend in practice more often and more. Continuing to be very embarrassed, the girl suddenly invited the guy to go to the cinema together, where the psychologist with whom she talked after the battle recommended relaxing the mind more. The young man's comrades could not believe that the goddess herself had invited him to go to the cinema. Without directly responding to the girl's proposal, Alex said that he could recommend some good films to her. She then asked him what he was going to do after their meeting, where the young man said that he planned to return to training. Upset, Samantha sadly stated that the guy would not be able to keep her company with his busy schedule. Alex's neighbors, who were watching the couple, did not believe that this unapproachable goddess suddenly became so humble in front of this guy. Meanwhile, the young man was already telling his girlfriend that, in general, he wouldn't mind going out to unwind. And so, in front of the amazed eyes of Todd and Barney, the couple got up from the table and left the cafe. And as soon as the young people left the cafe, the guys watching them could no longer hide their emotions. It was impossible for them to believe that such a goddess as Samantha Moon herself, called Alex, invited him first to a cafe, and then to a movie. Time flew by quite quickly, and now all the first-year students with their luggage had already set out to participate in practical classes. At some point, Ashley told Alex that the teacher was looking for him and asked him to catch up with him. When the young man caught up with the teachers leading this hike, he was told that one of the instructors was looking for him. Since the instructors were even further away, the guy again had to overtake everyone who walked further. And finally, the young man saw Helen, who attracted his attention. Alex was pleasantly surprised that this girl who recruited him to the Dragons was also participating in this practical outing. To which Helen explained that they have to participate in such events every year for the safety of newcomers, which she personally finds extremely tiring. Then the young man, having thanked his interlocutor for ensuring security, also asked her whether there would be special instructions addressed to him, to which he immediately received a negative answer. Helen also added that it would be time for Alex to become an instructor himself, where she knows for sure about his true skills. At the same time, she understood that the guy would just like to enjoy the life of a student, but there was still some information for him. Helen explained that most members of the dragons work independently and even secretly, with each having their own rank. After all, they accept only the best, where the guy doesn't even imagine how many people fail every year trying to get into their ranks. During the further conversation, Helen told the guy that he was far from the lowest rank in their system, where all junior instructors, all rear personnel, academy instructors, and in addition those who directly fight monsters are required to obey him, must give priority to the protection of Alex. The young man tried to ask some question, but the girl stopped him, making it clear that she was not finished yet, and adding that when carrying out missions, the entire territory of his work was completely under the jurisdiction of the guy as a member of the dragons. And now they are on 2 missions, where the first in priority is the protection of students. Noticing that even without such a task he would have been protecting his fellow practitioners, the young man asked about the second task. But to this, his interlocutor replied that it was too early for him to know about this, where she would tell everything when the time came. By allowing the young man to return to his group, Helen supported the guy's desire to remain in the shadows as a member of the dragons, which she also promised to fully contribute to. After some time, the destination was reached, and everyone began setting up the campsite. The most spoiled girls were already terrified of how difficult it would be for them to sleep in tents and live practically without mobile communications, which were practically non-existent here. Bertrand, observing the actions of his students, gave instructions regarding the equipment of the camp. The most difficult time was for such participants of the campaign as Samantha, the attention of the male population to whom was off the charts. Alex had already finished assembling his tent, and all he had to do was treat it for insects. Sprinkling ashes around the tent, an instructor named Adrian explained that wild animals have a good sense of smell, and if they smell something burning, they will not dare to approach. And when one of the girls stated that they, people with superpowers, definitely shouldn't be afraid of wild animals, the man explained that an animal can mutate if it eats the meat of a killed monster. Where in his life was there an incident when the group had to face a mutated bear several dozen meters high? In conclusion, Adrian said that strict adherence to all instructions and safety rules is the key to survival. Night gradually came into its own and covered the camp set up by the students, where everyone was divided into groups around different fires. One of the students sitting next to Helen asked her to tell a scary story from her life. Having agreed, the girl, glancing at the fire, began a story from her distant childhood. Everyone remembered that year for the appearance of an incredible monster, the size of which amazed the imagination. The good thing is that all the residents managed to evacuate, because the settlement was completely destroyed by him. After listening to the story, the students asked how people were able to defeat this terrible monster. To which Helen explained that many hunters took part in that battle, including their today's teacher, where many remained forever on that battlefield. The girl finished her story, and a second later Bertrand announced the all-clear command, since tomorrow he had to get up early. The night passed quite quickly, and the students, hearing the command to rise, began to slowly get out of the tents. A certain girl came to the fore and suggested doing something like morning exercises. Alex stood among the other students and listened carefully to everything the instructor said. The girl, whose name was Mia, set the task of simply trying to keep up with her while jogging. When the students realized that they just needed to run, they immediately relaxed, deciding that it was not so difficult. But they realized that they were deeply mistaken only when Mia, announcing the beginning of the morning warm-up, quickly took off, leaving the crowd of students far behind. The quickest ones reacted quite quickly and rushed after the fleeing girl. But as the landscape changed, there were fewer and fewer of those who could keep up with her. Having overcome a rather high obstacle, the instructor successfully landed, where Alex was not far behind her. Immediately rushing further, Mia only laughed at how for some students this elevation had become an insurmountable obstacle. The next difficult obstacle was the river flowing across the group's route. And again, the most agile guys successfully overcame this obstacle, jumping over the stones sticking out of the water. But as at the previous obstacle, not everyone was able to cross the river easily. Soon Mia led the remaining students to the top of the hill, which offered an excellent view of the rising sun. Then she began to slow down, to which Greg said that there was no need to stop, since they still had plenty of strength. But the girl explained that those who were able to stay behind her for so long and not get left behind deserved a short break. Besides Greg, Alex, Ashley, and a chubby guy named Marvin were among the most resilient. After these 5 minutes of rest, all the other students who could not maintain the set pace began to pull themselves up to the resting place one by one. Todd and Barney begged to stop this mockery, saying that now they would simply collapse. But the instructor was adamant, looking at the students who had caught up with them and saying that the run could now continue. The morning warm-up was over, and the group of students had the opportunity to catch their breath a little before breakfast. Ashley noticed that in each individual group of students there were those who sparkled with talent. Greg supported her arguments, saying that it couldn't be any other way, since the academy accepts only the best. The fat man who sat down on the stone, who turned out to be quite nimble for his physique, also took part in the discussion of the students' abilities. Soon the conversation turned to who had come from which city or region to study at the academy, where Alex, Ashley, and Greg established that before meeting at the academy, they lived in the same city. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by an invitation to breakfast, which pleased Marvin quite a lot. When the hungry students had refreshed themselves, Helen set the task of more carefully examining the very route along which they had jogged that morning. It was necessary to check every hole, hollow, or cave. If during the examination students encounter monsters, they must fire a signal flare. A male member of the academy's leadership standing next to her added that the results of their work today would greatly affect the grades. Finally, he wished the young people good luck, to which they responded with joyful exclamations of approval. Ashley, who was in the center, suggested that everyone divide into groups, where each would take their own square for examination. Greg noticed that during his morning jog he managed to notice thickets where the monsters most likely could lay their eggs, since they loved this kind of place. A girl standing nearby admired such observation, saying that while she was jogging, she didn't look at anything at all, thinking only about how to survive this race. When the organizational issues were over, groups of students moved forward to complete the task. Normal progress through the forest was hampered by rather dense thickets, where Greg volunteered to clear the path for his companions. With deft movements, the young man began to cut off the tall grass and bushes, clearing the road. Alex, meanwhile, reminded Ashley that mutated animals could remain here and would be attracted by the noise created, where they can only hope that the territory was properly cleared before they decided to let students in here. After listening to the young man, the girl asked why he was confident that the territory would be cleared, where Alex explained this by how well instructor Mia navigated the terrain during the morning run, knowing exactly where to lead the group. Therefore, he believes that while all the students were sleeping, the instructors additionally checked the route along which the run was planned. Then it became unclear to the guy's interlocutor why the students were given the current task at all, if everything had already been checked. And the young man explained that the eggs themselves are very small, and their clutches can be scattered in different places, where instructors and hunters simply do not have enough people to discover everything. At some point, Alex suddenly stopped, saying that this area did not seem explored to him, and adding that he heard some noise. Ashley also heard movement, and when she turned, her gaze immediately fell on the monster that had appeared nearby. It was something like a mutated snake that was looking at the intruders while hanging from a tree branch. Apparently deciding not to risk it, the mutant began to run away, where Alex wanted to catch up with him. But his impulse was interrupted by someone's scream. Deciding that their friends were in danger, the young people did not pursue the monster, but rushed in the direction where they were shouting. As it turned out, the rest of the group managed to discover a huge clutch of monster eggs. While Alex examined the find, Ashley talked about how they came across one small mutant. Greg was clearly very impressed, as he immediately began asking where the monster had gone, since destroying it could be a great achievement. However, his impulse was not supported by Alex, who said that they should follow the instructions and send a signal to the instructors. But the other guys insisted on destroying one small mutant on their own. Only Ashley fully supported the young man's arguments about the need to notify the instructors. Since she was the eldest, Greg had nothing more to oppose, and therefore he suggested that Alex, as the fastest of them, run to the hill and give the signal. The young man did not argue with this argument, and taking a flare gun, immediately headed to the right place to give a signal. Having quite quickly reached the desired place, the young man gave a signal by firing a rocket launcher. The guy told the instructor, who appeared no less quickly, that they not only discovered a clutch of eggs, but also met a small monster. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by cries for help, and despite the instructor's attempts to stop him, Alex instantly rushed to where they were screaming. The instructor himself, using his tablet, passed on information about the incident. The young man quickly moved through the dense thickets, not yet noticing the appearance of danger from the direction. But the mutant showed itself by trying to attack a single target. However, for the guy, these monsters did not pose any danger alone. But as it turned out, the monster was not alone, where another small monster also tried to attack, which for him, as for his brother, was also unsuccessful. Caught by Alex's hand, the mutant tried to twist and bite him, but with a powerful movement, he slammed the monster to the ground. Having finished with these creatures, the young man continued to move towards where they were calling for help. And suddenly another monster appeared from a cave nearby, imitating a human voice asking for help. Immediately after the leader appeared, smaller mutants began to appear from all sides. But instead of attacking the guy, these monsters suddenly began to gnaw parts of the plants on which Alex was standing. And then the trap worked, where the young man didn't even have time to understand how he suddenly found himself in a hole. Having discovered a clutch of eggs there, the guy guessed that these mutated reptiles were most likely hiding here while the hunters were clearing and checking the territory. One of the instructors reported to Helen that a group of students had discovered a clutch of eggs, but the commander was more interested in the strange fog beginning to appear around him. Her subordinate suggested that this was the most common occurrence in such cloudy and rainy weather. But the more experienced girl had already managed to understand what was happening, shouting for all students to be evacuated immediately. Bertrand, Samantha, and Mia rushed as fast as they could, and had almost arrived at the very place where the clutch of monster eggs was discovered. The group was met by the same instructor to whom Alex reported the find, who reported where the group was, and also indicated the direction where Alex had fled. And just as they all wanted to move forward together, suddenly Mia received an order for the complete and immediate evacuation of everyone. The girl immediately informed the man that a serious danger was approaching this place, and that it was necessary to remove all students from here. She also explained that this approaching danger was assigned the 6th rank. After listening to everything Mia said, Samantha suggested they split up, where she would look for Alex while her colleagues took the others out. A young man in a nest of monsters suddenly heard a familiar female voice loudly calling his name. Surrounded by monsters, the young man shouted back to Samantha, making it clear that he heard her. Hearing her lover's voice, the girl said that the fog had become too thick and she couldn't see where to move. Alex asked his friend not to move at all as she risked falling into the hole. Continuing to negotiate from a distance, Samantha informed the young man that all students were being evacuated due to the danger looming with the fog. After listening to the girl, Alex said that everything was fine with him. He would get out on his own and help those who could get out of the group and get lost. Very worried about her loved one, Samantha had no choice but to ask him to exercise maximum caution. Having told his interlocutor to take care of herself, the young man focused his attention on the monster that had descended towards him. It was not difficult to understand that the monster in front of him was the leader of the smaller ones, and could also imitate a human voice and lure him into traps. At some point, smaller snakes began to approach Alex from all sides, clearly preparing to attack him. Deciding not to wait for them to attack, the young man himself rushed forward, deftly skirting each of the opponents. He quickly moved forward towards the main monster, and the snakes tried to reach him in motion. But he was not at all going to waste time on these small creatures, not immediately targeting their leader. And now Alex achieved his goal, inflicting an incredibly strong blow on the monster. Despite the fact that the monster tried to block this attack, its body was thrown back directly onto part of the clutch of eggs, which immediately broke. This clearly infuriated the guy's opponent. Hearing the cry of their leader, the smaller monsters began to surround Alex in a tight circle. But the young man, saying that this would definitely not stop him, used his skill of absorbing the properties of what he touched. After which, with a proper swing, he struck the ground, where the vines he controlled immediately began to wrap around the bodies of the mutants. Addressing their leader, who turned out to be a female, the young man said that it was in vain that she decided to hide behind the backs of her offspring. After which the young man, with a movement of his hand, made the vines shrink more tightly, killing each captured monster. This was the last straw in their leader's patience, and a huge mutated snake rushed at the guy. But Alex met her with a short and strong blow, noting that it was too arrogant on her part. The monster was again thrown back, where this time the young man did not stop and finished off the annoying creature. Having finished with the monster, the young man went to one of the vines from which water was flowing, washing his hands from the mucus. Already taking steps to get out, the young man suddenly noticed where the fog was coming from. He realized that all these clutches of eggs were not intended to create numerous offspring. After all, the guy just saw that fog is formed when moisture gets into the egg clutches, where its spread will not lead to anything good. Having covered the entire territory, this fog will bring with it only death to all living things. Through the fog, the fleeing students could already see the protective barriers ahead. The strange thing was that no matter how much they ran, the fences did not come closer to them, and soon they completely disappeared into thin air. Stopping and literally clutching their heads, the young people realized that it was just an illusion. Todd immediately remembered his brother's stories about such a fog in which one could remain forever. Other students confirmed this, saying that they had heard about this fog that seemed to transport people to another world. Meanwhile, the instructors standing at the fences were surprised at where the students heading towards them had suddenly disappeared. Peering into the thickness of the fog, the men tried to make out at least something, because they could not understand why the guys still had not arrived. One of the instructors tried to orient the students to his voice by shouting loudly for them to go to the fence. When there was no answer, one of the instructors suggested we go and see what happened there, to which the girl standing next to her agreed only on the condition that the young man was tied with a rope. And now he was ready to move out, where if any help was needed or danger was imminent, he simply needed to pull the rope. Having confirmed that all the instructions were clear to him, the young man began to move deeper into the fog. Those who remained roughly calculated the distance their colleagues should have already advanced. The rope continued to unwind, and then one of the men tried to establish contact with the messenger by voice. But even after waiting for several seconds, there was still no response. Realizing that the young man had moved no more than 200 meters away, and should have heard a voice, the man ordered to immediately pull him out of the fog. The girl tried to pull the rope, but it suddenly gave in very easily, and a second later everyone could already see its torn end. Having escaped from the monster's lair, Alex moved completely alone through the forest, and at some point the young man finally came across his lost classmates. When asked why they did not evacuate, Ashley explained that they suddenly heard someone calling for help and wanted to help. The young man explained that it was a monster that could imitate a person's voice, but for this, the mutant had to hear someone's voice. And then one of the girls reported that she called for help when her leg got stuck in the root system of a tree. This immediately explained who the monster was imitating, and the young man urged everyone to exercise maximum caution. Greg was the most indignant, because he could not understand why there was not a word in the textbooks about such monsters' abilities, and where the hunters generally looked while clearing the area. But this was not the main problem now, since no one had mobile communications in this fog, which made it impossible to call for help. Then Alex suddenly took out from his inner pocket some kind of communication device, similar to a Bluetooth headset. The young man had already begun a conversation in front of his surprised roommate, who noticed that only instructors had such means of communication. Helen, talking with the guy, asked him if he was able to get out and if he had met other students, where she herself managed to evacuate only half of the students. The young man explained that he was now with a group of students, asking that they be provided with cover when they got out. His interlocutor promised to provide help, and hoped that the guy would be able to get everyone out. Changing the subject, Alex told Helen that he had some information about which he could not determine the degree of its significance. Having explained that now any information could be useful to them, the girl prepared to listen to her interlocutor. And then the guy reported his observations where this fog appears after the clutches of eggs come into contact with water. This greatly revived the girl, who immediately shouted that this was extremely important information that could save many people. Then the young man asked to tell him everything that Helen knew, and she said that about 6 months ago, a mutated scolopendra escaped from the researchers. She was the only creature that was recovered from the fog, where not long ago one of the hunters tried to bring her back, but failed. As it was established during the research, this insect also feeds on monster eggs, and can easily emerge from the fog. Not quite understanding what his interlocutor was talking about, Alex suggested that in order to get out, they also needed to eat a few eggs. But the girl replied that these eggs are poisonous, where the concentration of poison will kill a person. Therefore, in order to leave this ominous fog, the students will have to find this scolopendra. While this dialogue was going on, from the depths of the fog, someone began to approach the group of students. Turning, the young man saw Bertrand, who also recognized Alex. Everyone else around him was very happy to see the rest of the group and the teacher. In response to the students' questions, the man sadly noted that they might never get out of this fog, since even the best group of researchers had not yet been able to explain all of its properties. This teacher's argument greatly frightened Marvin, who did not want to spend the rest of his days in this terrible fog. Bertrand added that no one outside the fog would be able to reach them, and therefore they could not count on help either. At some point, Alex entered into this pessimistic dialogue, saying that Helen had already told him about one way to get out of here. And first of all, they need to collect as many monster eggs in one place as the students can find. While not understanding why this was needed, some of the students began to be indignant that the guy was proposing to engage in such nonsense in this truly critical situation. Then the young man explained that they use these eggs as bait for one creature that will help them get out of here, after which he told everyone in a little more detail about what his rescue plan was. Bertrand had very strong doubts about this very dangerous undertaking, but Alex answered in a firm voice that they had no other way to get out of here and return home. Supporting the young man's idea, the teacher also urged everyone not to give up and start collecting mutant eggs. Then Alex took command and began to distribute duties, where the teacher and Samantha needed to check the area and find all the other students. And for everyone else, start bringing mutant eggs to an open area of the area. This way they can lure that giant scolopendra. Looking closely at the young man, Bertrand asked him what he himself would be doing at this time. To which the young man replied that there was something left in the depths of the fog that he needed to deal with. Hearing that there was something else in the fog, Marvin became even more frightened and quickly began to look around. Here Ashley also entered the conversation, saying that something incredibly dangerous really lives in this fog, where she immediately told the story that happened to her and Alex on the way to the academy by train, when they encountered the same fog, which did not have time to absorb them so much that it was impossible to get out. When she finished, the young man added that if anyone encounters this tentacled monster, they should under no circumstances try to defeat it. Finally, all organizational issues were resolved, and everyone headed off to complete the assigned task, where Samantha and Bertrand were already rushing through the thickets, looking for groups of students. Everyone else began to explore meter by meter in search of clutches of monster eggs. Alex, who took over command, set off to carry out his individual mission. Meanwhile, Helen switched to the general communication channel. Through this channel, the girl could immediately contact all the instructors who worked on this practical lesson. The system worked, and all instructors confirmed that they could hear their group leader well and were ready to accept instructions. Alex was also among those who participated in this apparently secret voice chat, and indicated his presence by identifying himself by name. Mia, who stopped her movement, immediately recognized the voice and name of one of the 4 students who kept up with her on the morning jog. Helen, meanwhile, reported that she had activated a monster detection device, where so far none were visible within a radius of several kilometers. But at some point in her speech, the girl suddenly interrupted abruptly, which provoked Alex to ask what happened. To this, the commander explained that a second ago the radar did not show anything, but now we are seeing the appearance of monsters at 3 points at once. Abruptly resuming movement, the young man asked the girl to report the source of their appearance, to which she stated that monsters do not appear from any one starting point, but as if from nowhere, as if they were teleporting. Suddenly Helen, once again looking at the monitor with alarm in her voice, ordered Brenda to run, as one of the monsters appeared right behind the girl. The girl, whose name was just heard, instantly turned around, warning of danger. Simultaneously with the turn of her body, the girl threw several shuriken at her opponent. Brenda was greatly surprised when her bladed weapon bounced off the huge spider without causing any harm. Without waiting for a second attack, the huge monster attacked the girl himself. Continuing to monitor the radar, Helen at one point told Alex that several mutants had appeared right next to him. The young man was very surprised by such a statement, since literally a second ago there was no one next to him at all. However, turning around, the young man saw that several mutated bees were actually approaching him. These mutants were of a very low level, which allowed the guy to quite easily destroy them one by one. The main advantage of the mutated bees was, of course, their numbers. But compared to Alex's abilities, even this so-called advantage faded and did not seem like something exceptional. Increasing his speed, the young man deftly worked with his hands, destroying these bulky insects. But as soon as he finished dealing with one game, a new one was immediately aimed at him. Realizing that he was spending too much time destroying one bee at a time, Alex prepared to use his special skills. He hit the ground with all his might, which provoked a powerful shockwave that tore the flying monsters to shreds. However, the flow of mutated bees still did not end. Trying to figure out what to do next, the young man noticed that they must have a nest somewhere. And so he asked Helen to try to track down the place where these flying monsters were coming from. After carefully observing the trajectory of the mutated bees, the girl said that she was able to discover a place where their nest could be located. Alex, listening to what his interlocutor was telling him, continued to resist the onslaught of flying monsters. Helen said that closer to the place where the nest of bees is supposedly located, there are many more of them than the guy can now imagine. To which Alex replied that he could roughly imagine how many of them there were, since he had already destroyed more than a dozen, but the bees still weren't running out. But if you stop now, then in a matter of minutes these monsters will fill the entire territory. His interlocutor understood that if these bees were allowed to spread, then all living things would definitely come to an end. Therefore, under no circumstances should these monsters be allowed to go beyond the territory where they are now. Having completely relied on the young man in this matter, Helen said that she must give instructions to other instructors. Having torn apart another mutant, Alex said that he would deal with all the bees that appeared. After listening to this statement, his interlocutor sadly noted that although he is a member of the Dragons, he is still also a student. Having asked for forgiveness for putting such a responsibility on him, the girl asked him to promise to survive at all costs, to which the young man replied that this was his choice too, thanking his interlocutor for trusting him. Having finished the conversation, the young man rushed into the thick of the approaching monsters. And as he moved forward, the ground behind was littered with only numerous corpses of mutants. Moving further, Alex soon saw where these mutated bees were coming from. It was a kind of rift in matter, something like a portal to another dimension, through which the bees found themselves in the human world. Feeling a strong movement of air, the young man prepared to activate his abilities. And so, having collected a sufficient amount of energy, he used the element of air to deal a crushing blow to the newly emerging bees. The blow was strong enough to tear apart another batch of insects. Once finished, Alex calmly walked towards the rift as pieces of his opponents fell to the ground around him. When the young man found himself in front of the rift, he carefully looked at this unprecedented phenomenon. Like anyone else in such a situation, the guy was quite interested in observing such a unique physical phenomenon. And then, right before his eyes, another insect slid from this rift of matter into their world. Having made a small circle, the mutated bee turned around, pointing its stinger at a random victim. Noticing that there was definitely no place for someone like her here, the young man, with a deft movement of his hand, cut the insect into 2 parts. He then went back to thinking about this strange physical phenomenon that monsters use to enter their world. At some point, the guy made up his mind, because he was very interested in finding out what was on the other side of this portal. First, he stuck his hand into the portal, and as soon as he realized that it was really possible to get through, he boldly headed inside. It didn't take long to get to the other side, and now the young man was already observing in front of him some completely unknown new world for him. The first creature that attracted his attention was some kind of flying dragon. But after a couple of seconds, the young man realized that this was far from the most terrible creature that lives in this world. And while he was looking in fascination at the giant flying above him, the guy was noticed by mutated bees. And suddenly the young man heard a familiar voice in his head, where the goddess who had settled in him could not believe that the guy was in this world, demanding that he immediately run away from here. The confused young man tried to ask his interlocutor what kind of place this was, but she shouted at him, hastening his retreat. Only now Alex realized that the danger was really real, since the goddess herself demanded to leave this world and rushed back to the parish. And his body neighbor said that she would now destroy this formed portal. The guy was almost out of the rift into his world when the girl activated her abilities, where literally a split second after Alex's return, the rift in matter was closed. The tentacles slowly enveloped the body of Brenda, who was unlucky enough to meet a giant spider on her way. Pulling her towards him, the same monster that devoured the train conductor was going to do the same to Brenda. The exhausted girl watched in horror as this monster prepared to devour her. Another group of students, lost in the fog, could not navigate the area and understand where they needed to go. Suddenly, one of the young people saw a figure approaching them through the thickness of the fog. The students were very happy when they suddenly saw Instructor Brenda in front of them, deciding that now they would definitely be saved. When the girl came closer, one of the guys asked her why she was silent, where instead of answering, Brenda suddenly mutated instantly and rushed forward, opening her terrible mouth wide. She literally pounced on the guy, sinking her sharp teeth into his flesh. And so, having released his body, the mutated Brenda already turned her attention to all the other students, where everyone else had no choice but to scream and call for someone to help. But none of the young people had time to do absolutely anything before long tentacles grabbed each of them. Two girls managed to jump to the side, and now they were already trying to save their lives by running into the forest. In a hurry, one of them did not notice a protruding tree under her feet, on which she injured her leg. The second girl did not abandon her wounded friend, helping her get up and continue on her way. At that moment, both girls were overtaken by these hellish tentacles, which deprived them of their last chance for salvation, where after a couple of seconds they could no longer move or even call for help. The female instructor entered the very tent where Helen was, giving instructions to all the other instructors. The commander tried to call Brenda, informing her that she needed to move forward, where she would meet with Alex. But then the girl who entered the tent noticed that just recently all of Brenda's vital signs were at 0, to which Helen immediately replied that now all the indicators are back to normal, which means everything is fine with her. At the same time, the commander noted that the tracking device had not given such strange failures before. But at some point, the dot on the screen that showed Alex's location suddenly disappeared. Both girls could not believe that this young man could literally just die. However, after a few seconds, the radar again showed that the guy was alive. Switching from the screen to her communication device, Helen immediately tried to contact the young man. But her subordinate reported that, judging by the indicator, there was simply no connection in that area. Suddenly, one of the lost students burst into the tent, and it is unknown how he managed to avoid death. Without missing a beat, he informed the girls that Brenda had just killed several of his fellow students. Instantly realizing what was going on, Helen began trying to call Alex again. Even though no one answered, she continued to yell at him to be careful around Brenda, because at present, what appears in front of him in her form will not be the girl they all knew. Alex, who had just returned from some completely different world, sat on the ground and tried to wrap his head around everything that he had seen. His integral companion noticed that the guy was very lucky to get out alive from that world, which humanity is not yet ready to face. The young man himself noted that today it was as if he found himself in a real hell, but his interlocutor had already relaxed, saying that as soon as the guy became strong enough, this world would not pose any danger to him. Rising to his feet, the young man admitted that he had not expected such a turn of events. Pulling himself together, Alex noted that he would not allow fear and doubt to take over his mind. Noticing a strange silence in the communication device, the young man decided that his short journey had somehow affected the performance of the equipment. He suddenly heard a noise behind him, turning sharply and relaxing as Brenda appeared before his eyes. The girl immediately said that she was seriously injured and asked the guy to help her get to a safe place. Suddenly, the young man noticed that blood seemed to be flowing from the instructor's eyes, where the girl herself quickly closed herself and continued to ask for help. Alex drew attention to the legs of the interlocutor, which for some reason were dry despite the fact that on her way here there was a river, which the girl would definitely not have been able to jump over due to her condition. But then the creature hiding under the guise of Brenda revealed its essence, rushing at the thinking guy. But the nimble young man managed to escape from this unexpected attack, noticing that his guesses turned out to be correct. Well, what was Brenda just recently has already begun to change its appearance, and Alex immediately recognized the same monster near the train, which did not have time to completely absorb the conductor to transform and penetrate inside the cars. Now it could be concluded that Brenda was already dead, since the monster was able to take on her appearance. He too would have fallen for this transformation trick if he had not paid attention to the bleeding eyes. Meanwhile, the monster, who had taken on her usual appearance, declared that this instructor was very tasty. Amazed that such a creature could use human speech, Alex at the same time noticed that his opponent might not expect mercy. Well, the mutant girl, shouting that the guy only had a few seconds left to live, began an attack with her constant tentacles. However, the young man dodged each attack quite easily, where it all reminded him of entering the academy in the tree test. But it was impossible to engage only in defense all the time, it was necessary to choose an opportune moment and attack. Jumping onto a branch of one of the trees, the young man noticed that it would be nice to also find a place to use a special skill. And the monster kept getting closer, saying that thanks to the absorption of the instructor, she felt that she had become much stronger. With a quick and precise movement, she cut off the branch Alex was on with one of her tentacles. But the guy reacted quite quickly to this attack and all subsequent ones. The monster did not stop. Between attacks, he managed to say that this was just the beginning. At some point, the young man's opponent said that by absorbing the guy she would become much stronger. And so she again rushed at the young man, who had already managed to touch the element he needed. This damned woman was met not just by a blow from a fist, but by the blow of the earth itself, where this movement was enough to throw the mutant some distance. But this force was clearly not enough to completely destroy the enemy. Noticing that the guy's skills were completely useless, which greatly disappointed his instructor, the monster rushed to the attack again. As the monster approached, the young man absorbed the power of the earth beneath his feet into his hands, what he needed to more effectively protect against fast and powerful attacks. Continuing her attack, the hellish woman noticed that all the movements of people in battles were completely predictable. Clearly, using the knowledge gained from absorbing Brenda, the mutant calculated that the guy would now retreat back, where the young man was barely able to dodge the fatal blow of a thorn that appeared from the ground. Returning her tentacle, the young man's opponent noticed that he had a pretty good reaction. Licking the guy's blood from her tentacle, the woman monster noticed that he was much tastier than Brenda. Alex himself thought that out of the minimum required 49 blows. During all this time, he managed to inflict only 13 on her. But entering into close combat with such an enemy would be too dangerous. The young man also understood that his ability to luck would not save him from fatal blows forever, and he needed to look for some other solution to the problem. While he was thinking, his opponent tried to attack him again, but the guy was able to dodge a limb that had sneaked up underground. The attacks continued one after another, forcing Alex to move rather quickly to save his life. Continuing to defend himself, the young man suddenly remembered that somewhere nearby there were abandoned mines, which he was able to notice while jogging this morning. The main thing now was to understand in which direction he needed to move towards these mines, which was very difficult because of the fog. And so he took off, remembering the landmark in the form of a dried tree. Once at the height, Alex was instantly able to make out that same landmark, glad that he had a chance to win. The mutant woman did not lag behind him at all, screaming loudly that the guy would definitely not be able to escape from her. Continuing to pursue him, she asked the guy to stop this game of catching up and just let her eat him. Continuing to move, the young man soon found himself near the place he needed. Without hesitation for a second, he lowered his hand into the mound of ore and began to absorb its properties. At that moment, his pursuer appeared behind the guy, but it was too late for her, since Alex managed to do what was planned, endowing his body with the power of a new element. Looking at the young man's blackened hands, the woman declared that his fists could not harm her in any way, which her interlocutor and opponent immediately suggested testing in practice by delivering an incredibly strong blow to the ground. His opponent, before she was covered by a real explosion, didn't even have time to say anything. When the dust cleared, the body of this hellish woman was impaled on huge spikes made of ore. Raising her head at the approaching guy, she did not understand how he managed to instantly increase his strength. Without bothering with explanations, the young man said that it didn't matter to him who they were or where they came from, since the earth was the territory of people, and he would personally destroy everyone who tried to harm people. To this, the guy's opponent suddenly declared that none of the pathetic people would run away or be saved. Each of them will die here, since there is no escape or hiding from the fog. These words were the last for the monster, who froze for a second and finally gave up the ghost. Then Alex destroyed the spikes he had created, and when the woman's body fell, he suddenly saw something appear above him in the air. To the guy's question, the goddess, no less amazed by such a find, explained that this was life essence. It is this substance that can impart abilities or improve existing ones. After which the girl explained that Alex's opponent was a high-level monster who had not yet reached the peak of its development. Selecting the life essence, the young man noticed that he already felt its power at their first meeting, and today he miraculously survived. But its high level fully explained the appearance of life essence. Alex's interlocutor said that before using it, this essence needs to be cleaned, which is what she will do for now. Wanting to hand this substance to his body neighbor, the young man suddenly stopped and asked if she was using it to destroy humanity. To which the girl smugly declared that she was much stronger than what was contained in this essence. The girl also reminded the guy that he wanted to show her the other side of humanity, where she has not yet changed her opinion. Meanwhile, the mutant woman's body had completely decomposed, leaving only Brenda's lifeless body lying on the ground instead. The goddess suddenly reminded the young man that they were helping each other develop, which means they should trust each other. Where Alex understood perfectly well that he definitely needed development, since today he had been in real hell, which he was not yet able to resist. His interlocutor noticed that everything the guy saw was really not an illusion and posed a serious danger. At the same time, the goddess noticed that she hated the place where, in comparison with the world of people, that world was ugly and disgusting. While listening to the girl, the young man stood and looked at Brenda's body. He didn't want to leave her here to be torn to pieces by wild animals and other monsters. He threw her body onto his back when suddenly his communication device came to life, and the young man heard Helen's voice. The first thing his girlfriend asked was if he had ever run into Brenda, to which the guy replied that a collision had occurred, and now he was dragging her to the camp. Alex also confirmed that the girl was dead, and he simply did not want to leave her body in the forest. Helen was very surprised when, in response to her question, the young man talked about how he had just destroyed a mutant who absorbed people and reincarnated in them, after which he asked his interlocutor about the situation there with the collection of eggs, where he believes that it is time for them to get away from here as soon as possible. The guy also mentioned that he saw such a terrifying sight, which makes it clear that in the event of a full-scale invasion, humanity will definitely not be able to survive. Looking at the radar, the girl said that the collection process was almost completed, and the path to the group was clear. A group of men with baskets filled to the brim with eggs on their backs moved across the field, to which one of them constantly lamented that they had been walking for too long, for which he received a rather strong blow. The man walking in front reminded him that the idea of going for eggs belonged to the one who was moaning the most right now, and so the journey continued, where at some point one of the travelers noticed that he had the feeling that someone was watching them. Hearing this statement, the older man threateningly told the young man to stop saying this nonsense and scaring the others. And suddenly the thickets behind them began to stir, bringing the whole company into indescribable horror. But to their surprise, it turned out to be Bertrand, accompanied by an instructor and a group of surviving students. The men, seeing in front of them not monsters, but people, relaxed a little. Meanwhile, the instructor accompanying the group noticed that this was a forbidden territory, entry to which was prohibited. To this, one of their random encounters explained that monster eggs are quite expensive, so they decided to earn a little extra money from them. When Bertrand asked about the number of eggs collected, the men immediately boasted of their rather good catch. While the man was deciding on the use of these eggs for bait, the girl reported to him about a message from Samantha, who was heading to the foot of the mountain. After thinking a little, Bertrand said that in this case they should head to the same place, and then return to the camp together. And then the continuation of the movement was announced, where the men with baskets had to follow with the group. As they started moving, one of these men told Bertrand that he had a feeling as if someone was watching them from the bushes. To this, the girl instructor said that she had examined the surroundings, but no danger was found. With fairly quick and deft movements, the girl moved through the forest until she came across a house. Sharply opening the door, Samantha saw behind it a group of students preparing to face danger. After asking if everyone was okay, the girl listened to the guys tell a story about how a monster was chasing them. When they finished, their savior said that it was useless to sit here, and they needed to move closer to the camp to get out of this fog. And so a group of survivors began to make their way, first through the wild thickets, and then to overcome the water barrier. In one of the places, Samantha found an agreed sign that not only indicated the direction of movement of the other group, but also said that the entire area had been surveyed. Continuing to advance through the jungle, the girl urged her companions not to lag behind and to constantly stay together. She almost immediately noticed the impending danger, and now the huge insect was already struck by a bright flash of lightning, after which Samantha warned the entire group of students about the danger approaching from above. Ordering everyone to remain calm, the girl took a step forward and jumped high into the air, ready to use her skills. It was an incredibly powerful lightning strike that flew out of Samantha's body in all directions. After a couple of seconds, she landed back on the ground, where after her the bodies of the giant spiders she had destroyed fell to the ground. The girl's strength and abilities aroused universal admiration, where each of the students dreamed of one day becoming as strong. And finally, the group left the jungle and met with another group of rescued people, led by Bertrand. The students, seeing the teacher, immediately bombarded him with questions about what kind of fog this was and how they could even get out of here. Samantha tried to calm the agitated young people, and Bertrand noted that they needed to move on, since attacks from stronger monsters were not excluded. Looking at the students, the man said that all of them were now not just students, but real hunters. Therefore, they need to gather their courage and show maximum restraint and courage. These words had their effect, which immediately became clear from the changed expressions on the faces of the young people. And then the teacher suggested continuing the journey. Climbing the hill, one of the young men was shocked by what appeared before his eyes. The entire further path was simply strewn with the bodies of destroyed mutants. Carefully moving between the bodies, everyone was wondering the same question about who killed all these monsters. At some point, one of the guys suddenly saw the one who destroyed all these monsters, where everyone saw in front of them the exhausted and seriously wounded instructor Marie, who said that the group needed to hurry back to camp. As soon as the girl tried to say that she was just a little tired, something suddenly pierced her beautiful body from behind. And now the giant mutated spider was already holding the girl's bleeding body in front of him. The spear fell from Marie's hands, and the spider was already preparing to begin to absorb her body. Samantha and Bertrand didn't even have time to understand how everyone who was walking in the group immediately rushed away. However, they were unable to run far as the spider used its web. The exits were blocked, where some young people were already trapped, entangled in the mud. Watching the spider block the last escape routes, one of the egg collectors said that he was right, and this creature was watching them. Then the girl instructor wondered why the spider did not attack earlier if it had been pursuing them for a long time. Bertrand gave an explanation for this, saying that apparently he was simply waiting for the moment when the two groups of people would unite. As an example, he cited the habits of an animal such as an anteater. Having discovered a group of ants, the anteater does not attack them, but quietly pursues them until they lead him to their anthill. There he will be able to eat normally, where moreover the ants have their own ways of transmitting information, and if they attack on the way, the others will be warned of the danger. Samantha noticed that this spider really showed the habits of an anteater, and was simply waiting for the best moment to attack and destroy everyone at once. At the same time, the girl noticed that this smart spider did not wait until they got to the camp, where the most powerful hunters would meet him. And since the spider shows a feeling of fear, it means there is a real chance to defeat it. Moving towards where the enemy was, the girl instructed Bertrand and the second instructor to help those who were stuck in the web. For now, she herself will deal with this huge monster. Of course, the spider noticed the approach of the enemy, and then began to take protective measures. But Samantha easily dodged each of his attacks. And while she continued to close the distance, Bertrand had already begun to help one of the students free himself from the web, hoping that such a capable student as Samantha would be able to cope. The capable sophomore herself continued to dodge the monster's attacks. Without hitting its target, the giant insect literally flew into a rage. It continued to strike one blow after another, trying to catch the nimble girl. Where this incredible confrontation was closely watched by Bertrand and another girl instructor, who was sincerely worried about Samantha. At some point, it seemed to them that the spider was able to reach the girl, but a second later, the man again saw her deft movements. Taking a break from this spectacle, the teacher said that they needed to hurry up and get the students out, where they must completely trust Samantha, who was covering their retreat. Meanwhile, finding herself very close to the enemy, the brave girl dealt him a powerful blow. Then, pushing away from his body, Samantha used her abilities by sharply lowering herself back and delivering a lightning strike. The spider fell on his back, and his opponent, doing a somersault, successfully landed on her feet a few meters away from him. But she didn't stop there, where, with the help of her powers, she forced Mary's spear protruding from the ground to move into her hand. Charging it with her electrical lightning energy, Samantha threw the spear at her opponent. It was an incredible attack, the power of which the spider felt literally with his entire body. And while the monster was coming to its senses, she moved closer again, inflicting another powerful blow on him. But suddenly the insect opened its mouth wide, throwing some substance into the air, where, noticing this movement, Bertrand began to quickly approach Samantha. And so the man, using his skills, deployed protection, under which the girl managed to slip at the last moment. Drops of the toxic substance did not penetrate the protective fabric, and the girl, rising to her feet, reported that she was able to seriously wound her enemy. Turning to his interlocutor, the teacher apologized for not being able to fight with her, where he could only provide protection. While they were talking, hordes of smaller spiders suddenly began to fill the entire free area. But to everyone's surprise, they did not attack people, but began to absorb the bodies of the killed monsters. Watching this strange action, the girl instructor could not understand why they were doing this. At some point, the giant spider activated a certain skill, with which it called on smaller ones to come to it. And as soon as they approached, this mega spider began to absorb its own relatives. None of the group of people could believe what was happening right before their eyes, where the limb of this monster torn off by Samantha suddenly somehow magically grew back. And so it turned out that all the efforts of the girl who attacked the spider were in vain, since now there was not a single damage on it. What they saw plunged the entire group of students into a real shock, where none of Bertrand's beliefs no longer worked. He tried to encourage the young people to attack the spider altogether, but their psyche was greatly depressed, for which, in Samantha's opinion, they could not be blamed. Where this state of theirs is a consequence of the influence of the powerful aura of a giant spider. Deciding what to do in such a difficult situation, Samantha told the teacher and the second female instructor to continue to lead the students out of the trap. She herself decided to stay and detain this monster, thereby providing cover for the rescue operation. Bertrand, realizing that the girl was dooming herself to certain death, tried to stop her, but she said that it was her own choice, where with her sacrifice she wants to set an example for all other future hunters who, she hopes, will make the right decision in a difficult situation. And so the brave girl again went face to face with this huge monster and its smaller relatives. Another girl instructor, continuing to free the prisoners from the web, noticed that the spider, having eaten several dozen of its relatives, was not only healed, but also became stronger. Samantha was extremely determined. activating her abilities and preparing to confront the formidable enemy. At the same time, Bertrand, using his powers, tried to make a window in the cocoon with which the spider surrounded them. And smaller spiders were already trying to attack the students, but the young people overcame their fears and began to fight back. This gave their defender the opportunity to calmly gather her strength in order to strike the leader of the spiders. And then from the girl's body and hands, unprecedented lightning burst out, aimed straight at the body of her 8-legged opponent. Having dropped to the ground after the attack, Samantha looked intently at the place where the spider had just been, hoping that she could inflict at least some damage on it. But then the dust settled, and the girl noted with horror that the spider was safe and sound. Without receiving any damage, the monster attacked in response, capturing the stunned girl with the help of a web, where at some point Samantha seemed to find herself in a completely different spider world. With horror, she discovered that her hands were bound by cobwebs, and the huge monster is getting closer and closer to her, speaking in human language that an extremely tasty prey has been caught in its net. And then, in the face of mortal danger, Samantha shouted that the monsters would never be able to destroy their planet, where other defenders would come in her place. To which the spider suddenly replied that humanity is nothing more than parasites, pests for the universe, who will be destroyed every single one. Meanwhile, the teacher was finally able to make a hole in the web to evacuate the students, where one after another young people began to leave the dangerous place under the strict guidance of Bertrand, calling for calm and order. Turning around, the man tried to draw Samantha's attention to the fact that the passage was ready, and almost the entire group had been evacuated. But the girl simply stood opposite her opponent, not reacting to any words. The smaller spiders continued their onslaught, and the teacher already realized that Samantha had fallen under the hypnotic influence of her opponent. At that moment, the hunter girl next to him noticed that small spiders had begun to seal the passage from the cocoon, and to escape they needed to leave immediately. Bertrand couldn't decide to leave Samantha here, but his interlocutor said that their first priority was to get the students out so that the girl's sacrifice would not be in vain. After all, no one can bring her out of the world of illusions into which the spider drove her, except herself. Taking one last look at the heroine, the teacher hoped that she would have enough strength to get out and survive. Having asked Samantha for forgiveness, Bertrand turned around and headed towards the exit from the cocoon. The male and female instructor were the last to leave the cocoon before the small spiders practically sealed the breach. The girl continued to be in a world of illusions, where a huge spider told her about how now its smaller relatives would begin to absorb her flesh. Trying to resist, the girl shouted that the mutant would not be able to suppress her will, to which the spider immediately replied that in this world of illusions time flows differently, and therefore he has enough time to break the will of his victim. At some point, the monster called on its victim to plunge into memories of the past, where she was very popular and attracted the attention of men. However, from the women behind her back, the girl did not even see how much envy and hatred there was, and now she has enough time to think about her whole life and understand how pathetic she was. While this psychic attack was being carried out, Alex suddenly appeared next to Bertrand. Samantha suddenly interrupted the spider, reminding him that he had just devoured dozens of his relatives, where after that he dared to say something bad about humanity, where, unlike monsters who use each other, people on the contrary sacrifice themselves to save others. And when the spider noticed that all her comrades had just abandoned her here alone, the girl sharply declared that it was her own choice. At the same time, the man explained to the guy that they all got out thanks to Samantha, who sacrificed herself for them. Trying to keep the young man, the girl instructor said that her sacrifice should not be in vain. The teacher shared the same position, adding that the young man simply did not have enough strength to defeat the spider. And now together they talked about how this monster could plunge him into a world of illusions, which would end in the guy's unconditional death. But Alex immediately shouted that all the dangers were nothing compared to the pain of loss that he would have to endure. Not intending to retreat, the young man began to tear apart the web, breaking through into the cocoon. The teacher, instructor, and students standing nearby didn't even have time to blink an eye when the young man was already inside. Suddenly, the girl heard the intercom in her pocket begin to make sounds, calling for communication. Bertrand reported that the spider killed Instructor Marie, from whom they took this means of communication. To which Helen explained that as soon as Marie's signal disappeared, she immediately sent one of the members of the Dragon's organization to them. This was good news, but at the same time, the man noticed that besides Alex, there was no one else here yet. And then the teacher began to think about whether some freshman could be the same agent of the Dragons, which seemed completely absurd. At the same time, Alex was already moving inside the cocoon, rapidly approaching his friend. Having made a titanic effort, the young man found himself next to Samantha in one leap, beginning to destroy the small spiders approaching her. Having finished with them quite quickly, the young man turned his attention to their leader. From the very first attack, the spider was able to feel all the power of the blows of the angry guy. Alex did not allow his opponent to launch any kind of counterattack at all. Raining one blow after another at the mutant, he practically tore his huge body into pieces. At some point, In an attempt to save its pitiful life, the spider used its web to try to climb to the top of its cocoon. However, the young man did not even try to pursue his fleeing opponent. After all, there were already enough marks on his body for the young men to use their special attack. And then several dozen huge energy fists rushed into the spider's body with lightning speed. After the end of this massive attack, all that was left of the monster's body lay in a huge crater. Once again trying to recover, the monster called its smaller relatives to itself, preparing to absorb them. But Alex did not allow the small spiders to get closer, depriving their leader of his last chance. Having finished off the remnants of the small spiders, the young man prepared to deliver the decisive blow. The energy he collected was reminiscent of the fall of a huge meteorite, where after this blow, there was no longer a trace left of the body of the giant spider, and the crater where it lay became much deeper. The spider's death was interrupted by its hypnotic influence, as a result of which Samantha's body went limp and began to fall to the ground. The guy's speed was enough to catch the girl in time. It seemed to Samantha that she was falling into some kind of oblivion, where out of nowhere, the girl heard the voice of her lover. Alex took the girl in his arms and carried her away from this hellish place. At some point, one of the instructors suddenly came across him. Adrian reported that all the other students had been successfully evacuated to the camp, and also praised the guy for defeating the spider, to which the young man replied that Samantha did all the work, and he only dealt the final blow. After examining the girl, the instructor said that her mind did not have time to completely get bogged down in the world of illusions, where otherwise she would have remained in a coma forever. And when Alex noticed that the girl managed to whisper something before falling asleep, Adrian concluded that in this case she was definitely safe, and would wake up soon. As they headed towards the camp, the instructor asked if the boy had heard anything about the missions, where the boy replied that Helen had told him about it earlier. Adrian then asked if anyone saw him defeat the spider, to which Alex replied that there were no witnesses to the battle. After listening to the explanations, the instructor suddenly announced that he had previously had doubts about his interlocutor's candidacy for membership in the Dragons organization. But the young man did not quite understand what Adrian was trying to say now. And then his companion revealed his identity, saying that he was one of the commanders of the Dragon Squad. Such a statement could not leave Alex indifferent, since he did not expect to meet among the instructors members of the secret organization in which he himself belongs. The instructor explained that each member of their organization must hide their identity for as long as possible. Adrian then apologized to the guy for putting the job of destroying the spider on him, which he had to do in order to save his energy, which he will need in order to curb the giant centipede, which is the key to salvation. But Alex was able to show himself well and dealt with the mutated spider without much difficulty. His efforts gave him a chance to cope with the Scolopendra, which during this time had already gone through 2 stages of mutation, where she managed to go through the first stage when escaping from the research center 6 months ago. Well, the second mutation took place quite recently when fog appeared in the mountains. After listening to everything that the instructor told him, the young man said that he had decided and done everything correctly. The young man also added that he is very grateful to all the Dragons participants for their trust. As they continued to move towards the camp, the instructor said that the young man must continue to keep his involvement with the Dragons a secret. And to the guy's question, he explained that according to the information they have, one of the Academy students belongs to the Free Heavens organization. And in order to deal with this organization, to identify all its secret members, the Dragons need their own person in the Academy, who will remain incognito. Then Adrian said that Dr. Fix, whom the guy destroyed, also belonged to the Free Heavens and acted in their interests. Of course, the young man remembered that nightmare with mutated cockroaches and rats, where the mad doctor did not stop at the mutation of lower creatures and used the essence of the monster on himself. Continuing the conversation, Adrian asked the young man to think about why this fog arose in the first place, to which the young man replied that at first he thought that this phenomenon was not the creation of human hands, but now he can dare to suggest that this is a planned action aimed at destroying all those who found themselves in practical training. His train of thought was correct, where Adrian complimented them by saying that if the current generation of hunters did not complete their training, then humanity could sooner or later be left without protection for several years. After all, the educational institution must annually graduate new hunters so that they protect all of humanity. Therefore, under no circumstances should students be allowed to die in this damned place. In the very near future, every hunter will be needed to protect against those who are trying to exterminate people. The difficult path continued, and Adrian still continued to tell Alex about the confrontation between people and monsters now and in the future. At some point, the young man said that if this fog was created specifically to set a trap for them, then he would certainly find out who did it. To this, his interlocutor explained that anyone could be an enemy, even an academy teacher, or one of the Dragon's participants. It was for this reason that the instructor once again urged the young man not to tell anyone about his membership in the Dragons, even this girl who was clearly close to him. Finally, Alex and Adrian got to the right place, where they agreed to say that it was Adrian who destroyed the spider and saved them. At the same time, The instructor noted that the organization would pay him well for participating in this operation and destroying the monsters. Everyone who was in the camp instantly surrounded the returnees. Bertrand couldn't believe that Samantha was saved, asking Alex how he did it, to which the young man replied that he of course rushed to protect the girl. But the mutant was destroyed by an instructor who arrived in time, and he explained his impulse and rash actions by the fact that he had previously studied with this girl and knew her well. No one doubted what was said, since it was truly impossible for a first-year student to defeat such a strong monster. Ashley noted that they almost decided that Alex was a member of the Dragon organization. Then Greg intervened in the conversation, saying that they were roommates, and he knew for sure that this guy was not a member of this secret organization. Changing the subject, the young man asked if the students had managed to collect enough monster eggs, to which his roommate pointed to the place where they put everything they could collect. But at some point the guy's speech was interrupted, as both he and everyone who was nearby suddenly felt how the earth began to tremble under their feet. Alex instantly realized that the monster they were expecting was approaching this place, smelling the smell of eggs. It was definitely the same creature that caused the train to stop. Meanwhile, Adrian managed to go to the edge of the cliff, where looking down, he said that the monster was here. At first, only the front incisors of the insect appeared from the sand, but after a couple of seconds the centipede revealed itself completely. The size of this incredible monster was truly impressive. The students standing a little further from where the insect appeared froze in horror. The strong earthquake and energy of the mutated centipede literally knocked me off my feet. Alex tried to overcome this impact and move forward at least somewhat. The only one who seemed unaffected by the appearance of this monster was Adrian, who said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Preparing to play his part in this story, the instructor threw off his hat and took off his glasses. His face changed dramatically, where the young man began to mentally influence the monster, demanding submission from him. But the monster was very strong, and resisted the attempt to subordinate itself to the will of man. Feeling incredibly powerful opposition, Adrian gathered all his power and increased the impact many times over. This had the desired effect, where the giant scolopendra gave up and submitted to the will of the man, falling to the ground unconscious. The instructor himself continued to stand in the place where his decisive battle took place. Amazed at how strong Adrian was, Alex quickly rushed to the place where the young man stood. Hearing someone approaching, the instructor turned his head a little, immediately recognizing the voice of his recent companion. Without turning to the guy, Adrian suddenly said that students must make every effort to survive. And when the young man turned and Alex saw his bleeding face, he added that he used his body to ensure the future of humanity. At this point, Adrian's strength left him, and he began to fall somewhere to the side, where Alex immediately rushed to him. But the young man was already losing touch with this world, having begun his journey to another world. The guy's speed was not enough to try to catch the dying man, and the young man only looked with regret as his body flew into the abyss. However, the guy was not allowed to indulge in feelings of regret and bitterness of loss for a long time because of the activity of the scolopendra that appeared behind his back. As it turned out, Instructor Adrian, having subdued the insect, ordered him to obey Alex. Remembering their long conversation, the young man reproached himself for not being able to immediately unravel the plan of this great hunter. The young man fell to his knees, where a real hurricane of emotions raged inside him. In this position and condition, Helen found him approaching the guy. Looking at the girl, the young man promised that he would certainly find the one who organized all this and actually killed so many people. Holding the young man close to her, the girl said that she had no doubt that Alex would fulfill his promise. As in the eyes of the young man, Helen also began to cry, which showed all the bitterness of loss. Two members of the Dragon organization sat for a long time on a stone ledge with tears in their eyes and in the company of a huge mutated insect. But it was necessary to get out of this fog, and therefore very soon the camp was assembled, and all the students, teachers, and instructors began to climb onto their unusual transport. Soon Bertrand gave a sign that everyone was immersed, after which Alex gave the command to the insect to take them out of the fog. And so the giant scolopendra began its rapid movement, where the people on its back could hardly hold on. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain where practical classes were held, the people who remained here were trying to figure out how to rescue the students from the captivity of this ominous fog. And then the perimeter security suddenly noticed the appearance of an incredibly huge monster. They were already preparing to open fire when they suddenly noticed people on the head of this monster, led by Helen, who introduced herself to the soldiers. The girl explained that there was no reason to panic, since they were able to tame this incredible monster. Everyone who witnessed this incredible and miraculous salvation experienced indescribable joy. Descending from the insect, Helen reported that the students had returned safely from the practical lesson. The man who greeted her commented on how well the group did considering the danger they were all exposed to. But the man's next question was whether all the instructors were okay and returned unharmed. To which the girl sadly replied that Marie, Brenda, and Adrian sacrificed their lives to save the others. This terrible news silenced everyone who had just rejoiced at the group's return, After honoring the memory of the victims with a minute of silence, everyone who met the survivors paid their last respects to them. Many good words were said about their feat at the funeral ceremony, which took place a couple of days after their return. Pointing to photographs of the dead, the man standing behind the podium said that their feat is eternal. After which he added that the memory of these heroes will live forever. And finally he called on everyone to pay tribute to those who sacrificed themselves to save others. After these words, those who were holding photographs of the deceased descended from the stage and walked with them in front of the rows of students. When this action was completed, the man added that today he found it appropriate to recognize the merits of some of the first years in this practical task, which turned into a rescue operation, in which even a member of the Dragon's organization took part. Of course, everyone present was interested in which of the people standing among them was related to this mysterious organization. The first whose merits were noted by a man was, of course, sophomore Samantha Moon, where immediately after this announcement, many students remembered how she single-handedly fought a huge spider, almost losing her life. The next person to be marked by a man was a young female instructor named Lucy. Greg, who was noted for his excellent support from friends and strong-willed qualities, did not go unnoticed. The praise also reached the saddened Alex, who was not very happy about it. His friend from the train situation, Ashley, also received a mark as having provided all possible assistance in saving the group. Having finished celebrating the outstanding students, the man said that he hoped that everyone would get the most out of this situation. After all, in fact, what the young people experience this time is the daily work of an ordinary hunter. After all, it is the hunters who, at the cost of their lives, create a bright and safe future for all other people. But from the few students who were willing to give their lives to save others, he can say that the future of humanity will definitely be secured. With this, the man's speech was over and was immediately rewarded with thunderous applause. At the end of the ceremony, Samantha returned to her home with a bouquet of flowers presented to her. While she was moving around the room, her attention was attracted by the ringing of a mobile phone. Looking at the screen, Samantha was very happy about who was making the call. Answering instantly, the girl did not hide her joy and greeted her lover, where Alex, saying that he was at the entrance, asked permission to visit his friend. In less than a minute, the girl, beaming with happiness, was already opening the front door, letting in the guest dear to her heart. Having met his friend's gaze, the young man became a little embarrassed, because he too was in love with the girl. Averting his eyes, the young man asked how the girl felt now after everything that had happened. Saying that everything was fine now, Samantha invited the guy to go into the room and sit down. And while the young man was settling in, she managed to get to the refrigerator. Handing the guest a soft drink, the girl directly asked him whether he was the secret member of the Dragon's organization. And when she said that many saw how he burst into the spider's cocoon, the young man explained that because of this act, he almost said goodbye to his life. Lowering his eyes, the young man said that it was Instructor Adrian who saved them both from death. And when his interlocutor tried to say that she remembers the moment Alex saved her, he explained that this was most likely the influence of a spider that had taken over the girl's mind. However, Samantha could not be convinced, where she, saying that she did not care at all, suddenly kissed her secret savior. But after this outburst of tenderness, the girl abruptly moved away, and embarrassed by her own action, said that she just wanted to express gratitude. The training field was quite crowded as usual. Carolyn, who was also there, was beside herself with rage that her capable opponent was not here for the second Wednesday in a row. To this, the girl's assistant noted that last week the freshmen left for practical classes, and today the award ceremony took place. Lavushka did not quite understand what Martin was trying to say now. Then the man explained that if Carolyn's opponent was a freshman, then this would fully explain his absence. But to this, the girl shouted that such a strong young man definitely could not be a freshman, where otherwise she was ready to dance right in the center of this training ground. Filled with rage, Carolyn screamed that if he didn't show up next time, she would get him out of the ground. When asked to try to find another sparring partner, the offended girl responded with a categorical refusal. When Samantha saw her guest off, she literally grabbed her head, asking herself what she was even allowing herself to do. But after a moment, the girl began to come to the conclusion that for those who are in a relationship, kissing is the most common occurrence. Alex had thoughts about the same situation, where after kissing his girlfriend, he could not calm his mind. Trying to shake off the obsession with head movements, the young man convinced himself that it was just gratitude. Continuing to reflect on the current situation, the guy turned his gaze to the training field, where just now he remembered that he had agreed with that capable girl to meet at training every Wednesday. And since it was just Wednesday, the guy quickly rushed to the right place, hoping that it was not too late. Both Carolyn and Martin, who was accompanying her, were both surprised and delighted at his appearance. The girl experienced a real shock when the young man explained his lateness by participating in the ceremony, where in response to his interlocutor's question, he answered in confusion that he was indeed a freshman. Immediately after these words, Martin burst into wild laughter, reminding the girl that she now owes him a demonstration dance. Carolyn now didn't care much that she had lost the bet, because the hardest thing was to come to terms with the fact that there was some freshman on the same level as her. When Alex asked whether they would train today, the girl answered with a categorical refusal, recommending that the guy not come into her sight anymore. Martin explained to the guy the emotions of the girl, who thought that he was older than her, since he stood on an equal footing in the battle. And to the young man's question, the man replied that Carolyn was now in her 3rd year. But most of all, Martin was surprised that the young man did not even know who his rival was. Reaching into his inner pocket, he noted that he could not imagine that there was at least someone at the academy who did not know Carolyn. Handing the young man his business card, the man said that the girl lacked such a strong sparring partner. Therefore, if he wants to practice, he can always contact him simply by telling him the price. When the young man asked about the price, Martin explained that he needed to know how much he was charging for the battle, and whether $10 per minute would be enough for him. And while the guy was trying to wrap his head around this, his interlocutor decided for himself that Alex's power was really worth much more. The young man, without even thinking, agreed to Martin's next proposal, where he promised to pay him $1,000 for one battle with Carolyn. Delighted with the agreement reached, the man said goodbye to the young man until next week. Left alone, the young man took off his masks and looked again at the business card he received. He still couldn't believe that he was offered such easy and considerable money just for sparring. Returning to his room, Alex began his special meditation. The huge spider opposing him dealt the guy an incredibly strong blow, which he never expected. The power was so great that the young man could not stand on his feet. After which his huge opponent, deciding not to waste time reducing the distance, simply threw his poison into the air. And then, with the movement of her hand, the only spectator of this confrontation stopped the fight, telling the guy that he needed to become stronger. After all, based on the human rating system, the young man is actually still somewhere in the 2nd level in terms of body development. Leaning back, Alex, exhaling heavily, noted that he perfectly understands that he is still very weak. After all, even for that dragon he saw in another world, this spider would be nothing more than an excellent aperitif before a real meal. There is nothing to say about that second monster that appeared in the sky and scared away even this dragon. And if Samantha had not injured the spider, he most likely would not have been able to defeat it with his current abilities. Rising to his feet, the guy said that he felt incredibly weak compared to these monsters. But he really wanted to become incredibly strong so that no one else would die right before his eyes. The girl next to him looked at her student with regret, and suddenly she said that every human body has its own limit, which can be exceeded with the help of a special component. Where she, while studying human technology, was amazed at how smart people turned out to be. Where did man come up with the idea of extracting substances useful to him from the bodies of destroyed monsters? Life essences from the bodies of monsters are an incredible phenomenon that allows a person to step beyond the limits of his capabilities and gain new, unprecedented strength. Handing such an essence to the young man, the girl added that such low-quality substances will not help in development. But this essence, extracted from the body of a killed monster with the ability to transform, had already been purified by her. Looking at the trophy he received, the young man thought about what power it could bestow on him, and his interlocutor explained that any power that the young man receives from the life essence, he will need to independently master and develop. To which the guy immediately stated that he considered it more appropriate to focus on improving his current skills. The girl agreed with this, saying that the guy still definitely has room to grow in terms of current skills, where the young man needs to increase his physical abilities in order to equalize them in level with special skills. After listening to the mentor, the young man confusedly asked her how he could do this as quickly as possible, to which the goddess reminded him of her recent words that people are smart and have come up with their own essence of power, which they make from the blood, bone marrow, and some organs of monsters. And when the young man asked why he had not heard about this before, the girl said that he was just a freshman who did not know much. The essence of power is a very expensive substance that only very rich people can afford. Of course, the guy trains a lot, but at the same time his body is simply lacking in development, where even 1,000 years of protein consumption will not give the same result in physical development as the essence of strength. After listening to everything that his mentor told him, the guy vowed to get this essence at any cost. To this, the goddess explained that the young man could simply sell the essence he had. Returning from his training astral world to reality, Alex was in a great mood. Having contacted Jason, the young man asked him about the best place to sell some valuable artifact, to which the young man, getting out of his expensive car, explained that it would be most profitable to do this at the Hunter's auction house. To the next question about where you can buy something valuable, Jason answered that in the same place where you can sell it. Greeting some girl, Alex's interlocutor explained that at the auction house the guy should find an assistant for himself who will arrange everything. Listening to a classmate, the young man noted that this house was a very useful and comfortable place. Changing the topic of conversation, Jason invited the guy to spend time at the club, where he organized a party, which Alex refused, citing being busy. After which he thanked his comrade for the help provided to him. The girls sitting at the reception were clearly bored, noticing that they had not had any worthwhile clients for a long time. Alex's appearance in the hall did not go unnoticed by them, where the girls asked each other whether each of them would deal with the issues of this young hunter. But as he approached, they noticed that he had a trainee badge hanging on his chest. At that very second, interest in this visitor completely faded, where one of the girls said that she was ready to do better just charity work than to become an assistant to this worthless creature. Having identified the guy as unworthy of their attention, the girls decided to send a new girl, Sophia, to him. And now the young girl has already approached the young man, greeting the guest as he goes. Introducing herself to Alex, she asked him to tell him his personal hunter code to check the level and compliance in the database. When the young man named his code, the girl immediately said that after successfully completing the last mission, they could increase his current rank. And when she explained that increasing her rank would allow her to take on missions of a higher level, Alex of course agreed. At the same time, he noticed that he came here not to improve his level, but for a completely different issue. Sophia was shocked when this trainee suddenly took out purple-level monster essence from his inner pocket. The girl at the reception was no less shocked than her less experienced colleague. And Sophia continued to consider the incredible value that she saw live for the first time in her life. But suddenly one of the girls, who just recently had not shown any interest in the guy, ahead of her friend, literally jumped up to him, pushing her young colleague aside. Having introduced herself to a valuable client, the girl said that only she could secure the most profitable deal by offering her services as an assistant. But Alex, handing the precious essence to Sophia, said that he did not need anyone's services, where the first girl who approached him would suit him. And so the selfish, impudent man had no choice but to retreat. In response to words of gratitude from the young assistant, the young man said that he was not stupid, blind, or deaf, so as not to notice the previous attitude towards him on the part of those persons. Sophia added that she would immediately contact the appraiser, who would set the starting price for the auction. This suited the young man quite well, and he immediately moved on to his next question, saying that he would like to buy the essence of strength. And when he expressed misunderstanding of the girl's question about what degree of purification he needed such an essence, she invited him to go to a private room, where she would explain everything in detail. When they were alone, the girl, placing tea in front of her dear client, said that very soon the price for his essence would be set. Then the girl added that the price of one bottle of power essence from the new batch is 900,000. The young man could not even think about how much the essence of power he needed was valued. Then Sophia explained that the price depends on the degree of purification, which consists of neutralizing poison from body parts and fluids from the bodies of monsters. But despite the length and thoroughness of the purification, some part of the monster's poison remains in the essence. Therefore, if you abuse the intake of such an essence, a lot of poison will accumulate in the body, which can lead to death. Almost with tears in his eyes, the young man thought that even if he really wanted to poison himself with this essence, he would not be able to afford it because of the cost. The assistant continued, saying that the higher the level of purification of the essence of power, the less the impact of the remaining poison on the consumer's body. But even at the highest levels of purification, it is not recommended to use this essence more than once every 6 months. At the same time, if you train a lot and often, the body will cope with the poison much faster. Having understood everything that the girl said, the young man asked about how the essence with a low degree of purification works. To this, the girl explained that the lower the degree of purification, the longer the poison is eliminated, where the values range from 3, 4 to 10 years. The price of such an essence varies from 200 to 400,000, and there is also a danger of causing irreparable harm to the body. After listening to his interlocutor, the young man noticed that in his case, in order to grow as quickly as possible, he needed the essence of the highest quality. And every time he takes it, the power will increase exponentially. And so the young man told Sophia to tell him when the essence with the highest degree of purification would go on sale. The delighted girl immediately handed the young man her business card, saying that he could contact his personal assistant at any time. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by an appraiser who appeared in the room, who confirmed the high quality of the essence, which can grant the ability to change appearance. Bowing her head, the man said that he was offering 2 million as the starting price. Alex did not expect such a turn, completely not believing that this was only the starting price of the essence he had extracted. He was completely satisfied with the stated price, after which Sophia announced that she would put the item up for sale at an orgy in the very near future. She also said that transactions closed through their house give the guy rating points, where after 2 transactions he will again be able to raise his rank, after which he will only need to pass the strength assessment in order to receive the 3rd rank. To which the young man replied that his physical characteristics had not yet reached the required rank. It was for this reason that he came here in search of the essence of power. Having reached the academy, the young man mentally noted that after everything that had happened, he could finally calmly return to his student life. And for him, this desired life continued in all its glory, where he played sports and attended lectures. In his free time, He spent time training in the astral world and doing homework for his studies. The professor standing behind the podium talked about the impact that various cataclysms can have on the most common minerals. Alistair McCoy explained that after exposure to a special type of radiation from other worlds, the most ordinary stone can turn into a special crystal. Having opened a small box, the man demonstrated the crystal inside, saying that no metal can compare with the properties of this solid. It was at this moment that the young man received a message about the sale of his artifact for 3 million, which made him a rich man overnight. The professor, turning to the senior group, asked if there was anyone among the students who could help demonstrate the capabilities of the crystal, to which Ashley immediately said that Alex, sitting next to her, could help the teacher with this. Immediately after that, Alistair invited the guy to come out to him to demonstrate the capabilities of the crystal to the whole class. Under the influence of everyone's attention, the young man felt a little constrained. When he approached the professor, he asked him to use all his strength to try to destroy this crystal, which has incredible hardness. And so the young man took the crystal in his hands, and the professor asked him not to spare any effort in trying to destroy it. The man did not see what was happening behind him, proudly declaring that 99% of students would not be able to leave a scratch on him, no matter how much force they used. He continued to talk about minerals changing their structure after being exposed to radiation from other worlds, when the audience was already shocked by what they were seeing. Alistair talked about how any mineral seems to absorb not only particles of other worlds, but also particles of surrounding substances, becoming incredibly hard. And so, turning to the man thanked him for helping him demonstrate the hardness of the mineral. But a second later, the professor was shocked when he saw only a handful of fragments in Alex's hand, to which the young man reminded that the man himself allowed the use of all his strength. And when the teacher doubted that Alex was a freshman, Ashley dispelled his doubts. While the girls in the back row noted Alex's good appearance, envious Greg decided that the stone was simply defective. Alistair noticed that it was his mistake, where he should have brought a stronger crystal. Continuing the lecture, the man said that if someone is lucky enough to find such an artifact, he recommends keeping it. Alex, who returned to his place, suddenly noticed that after contact with the crystal, his hand had changed, where obviously the reason for this is the mineral he crushed into powder. At that moment, the bell rang and Alistair ended the lecture, dismissing the group. When everyone had left, the young man approached the teacher, saying that he had a question about mutated minerals, where, having pulled back the sleeve of his jacket, the guy showed the teacher what happened to his hand after interacting with the crystal. Having carefully examined the young man's hand, the man asked him what ability he had, to which Alex replied that he could absorb substances and elements through his hands, then using their strength and power. After this explanation, Alistair said that in this case he did not find anything surprising in what had happened, and the man also reproached the guy for not listening to him at all attentively during today's lesson. After all, he explained that under the influence of radiation from other worlds, the stone absorbs particles of all elements nearby, which is why it then has incredible density. Only now the young man began to understand that his body reacts precisely to the density of the body with which he comes into contact. To which the professor said that he wanted to conduct an experiment and asked the guy to follow him, where in his laboratory there are samples of a completely different quality than those present in class today. And when the young man asked if he was distracting the man, he explained that even after school hours he did not cease to be a teacher. After all, answering questions and helping students solve complex problems is his direct responsibility. Alex was very grateful to the man for such an attitude, which he voiced to him. Soon they reached the desired room, and Alistair invited his guest to his monastery. And as soon as the young man was inside, his body immediately began to react to the crystals inside. Handing the young man protective gloves, the man said that the guy has outstanding abilities, where he definitely has a red level. The young man was very surprised by how the professor revealed his true level in an instant, where Alistair himself explained this with his numerous experiences. But besides the fact that he saw the guy's true level, the professor surprised him by saying that he was still far from realizing his true capabilities. Listening to what the teacher was telling him, the young man continued to look around the laboratory. And when he finished, Alex said that he received his power only recently, and asked him to teach him how to use it correctly. After listening to the young man's request, the man suddenly fell into deep thought for a while. And so he reminded the guy of his own words that he absorbs the properties of substances and elements when he touches them. But when he found himself in the laboratory, his body reacted to the crystals without any contact, which proves the ability to absorb properties without physical contact, where the greater the density of the substance or element, the stronger the reaction will be. The professor then said that the guy's absorption of substances and elements most likely takes a lot of energy from him. But to increase his strength, he needs to learn to control the absorption of substances. Alex couldn't believe what he heard from the professor, where such control seemed completely incredible to him. Then the professor told the guy to take off his gloves and absorb the properties of the ice crystal he had. At the same time, the young man should not have touched the crystal itself. Replying that he would try, the young man took off his protective glove and extended his hand to the crystal. At that same second, he felt his palm begin to become covered with ice. But as it turned out, his body absorbed not only the power of the ice stone, but also all the other stones in the room. At this moment, the professor explained that the guy had not yet perfected his ability, where he asked the guy to imagine a situation where his enemy would be aware of his ability and would not allow him to come into contact with the desired element, which would completely deprive him of the ability to use the skill. Alex agreed that he had problems when the necessary substances or elements were not nearby. Then the professor asked the guy to touch the ice crystal, and did not forget to notice how much the reaction would change. The young man carried out the assignment, where he noticed that he absorbed the properties of only this stone. After watching the reaction, Alistair stopped the young man, deciding that this would be enough. For several seconds the man gazed at the guy's hands, which were covered with an icy crust, and finally he suggested that he go to a more convenient place in order to test something. There was complete chaos at the training site, which, according to the professor, did not in any way interfere with their experiments, and so he invited the young man to use his strength and carry out an attack. Taking a couple of steps forward, the young man took a stance and prepared to strike using his abilities. Even the seasoned professor was amazed by the power that this incredible guy showed, where there was literally no trace left of the training ground after Alex used his ability. The young man himself, in his reaction, was not far from Alistair, who was amazed by his abilities. Quickly turning to the teacher, the guy, without hiding his joy, almost shouted that it was the first time he had dealt such a powerful blow, where his interlocutor noted that this once again proves the dependence of the young man's strength on the density of the substance used. Alex looked at his icy hand in admiration, declaring that with such a crystal he would definitely become invincible. And immediately turning to the teacher, he asked where he could buy such crystals, to which Alistair explained that the guy most likely might not find high-quality crystals on sale. Most people who are lucky enough to own such crystals keep them locked away as expensive trophies. The young man continued to say that such crystals could greatly help him in confronting monsters, where he would do anything to buy them. Agreeing with the guy on everything, the professor at the same time noted that there is one problem in acquiring such crystals. Raising his head to his interlocutor, the young man asked what this problem was. To this, the man innocently stated that the problem was trivial, where to buy such crystals was simply insanely expensive. After all, ice crystals can be called almost priceless minerals. The young man's frustration knew no bounds, and the man said that he just needed to train harder for now, and he should start with the skills of perceiving the world around him, because his skills are completely unique. And as soon as he learns to correctly perceive everything around him, he will become incredibly strong. And when the young man asked what this perception consists of, Alistair said that this is work with all his most ordinary senses: vision, hearing, smell, and the rest. Until this moment, the guy used only his vision, which is very limited in perception. Meanwhile, the skin can feel the humidity in the air, the nose can catch notes of sand floating in the air, and the ear can hear the sound of a river somewhere. Therefore, the young man needs to begin to learn to control all his 5 senses, not allowing his eyes alone to guide his perception. When the man finished, Alex said that he would definitely try to do what the teacher said, and the professor suddenly went back to his laboratory and asked the young man to wait for him here. When he returned, he handed the young man a vessel with crystals inside, saying that the guy could start by trying to feel the difference between the crystals, which currently seemed exactly the same to him, which once again confirmed the need to work on your perception, without relying on your eyes alone. Alex promised the professor that he would definitely start practicing perception in order to increase his level as a hunter. Alistair continued, saying that perception is only the first step. The next step is the ability to absorb a substance or element that will be located several tens or hundreds of kilometers from Alex. The young man simply did not believe that his abilities could grow to such a level that he could absorb the power of something that was so far away from him. To which his interlocutor replied that the guy simply underestimates himself, because he believes that someday Alex will be able to absorb the power of lightning flashing in the sky. Therefore, the guy has every chance to achieve the most incredible results in his development. Listening to what the professor said, the young man remembered his short visit to another world and its terrible creatures, against which he was simply a non-entity. He also remembered the state of helplessness that he experienced after Adrian's death. All this only added to his determination to become stronger every day. After parting with the professor, Alex retired to the roof of his dorm, deciding there to begin practicing perception. Having laid out several different crystals in front of him, the young man tried to feel the difference between them. Continuing to concentrate stubbornly, he suddenly began to feel the energy emanating from them. It was as if the young man saw before his own eyes some true essence of each of the crystals, and literally jumped up with joy. Deciding to try again, he closed his eyes again, trying to concentrate on the elements floating in the air. The first thing the young man felt was the most ordinary wind, which carried with it some particles. Then the young man decided to try to expand the scope of his perception. At some point, he felt that wind currents from a certain direction had a special humidity, which may indicate that he was on that side of a body of water. Then he decided to try to absorb what he had just discovered. but the first attempt was a failure. Nevertheless, the principle of concentration worked perfectly, where already now the guy understood that in the future, he would not have to worry at all about finding the necessary substances or elements to use the power. Suddenly the young man's attention was attracted by a girl who appeared below, which, when asked by Alex about what she was doing here, explained that she got what he needed. Finding this news excellent, the young man shouted that he would go down now, simply jumping down from the roof. Watching his meeting with a new beauty, Todd and Barney watch how beautiful girls stick to this guy. Sophia, meanwhile, began to remove the box, saying that Alex was lucky, since the seller urgently needed money, and therefore he did not want to wait for the auction. And then, handing the essence of power to Alex, the girl said that she managed to buy it for only $850,000. The young man thanked his assistant, and she noted that she could not even think that her best client was an ordinary student. After which the young man asked the girl to maintain confidentiality about the transactions he had made. Having said that maintaining the client's secrets is their main task, Sophia asked what else she could do to help the guy. Then he asked the girl to track the appearance on sale of crystals with the properties of such elements and substances as ice, fire, metal, stone, and others. Making notes for herself, the girl said that she would certainly fulfill this request. The young man was already rejoicing that very soon he would be able to become much stronger. Having retired, the young man took out a vial of the essence of power, deciding that he would simply drink it. As the liquid was transferred into his stomach, Alex closed his eyes in anticipation of the coming effect. And then he felt his heart begin to beat faster and seemed to become very hot. Some unknown energy literally filled the guy's entire body, where at some point it was even released. Opening his eyes, the young man immediately noticed that the essence of power clearly had a positive effect. Having picked up his jacket, the young man headed back to the academy, being in an excellent mood. On the way, he received a call from Martin, who offered to conduct a training session with Carolyn today, during which the use of skills would be allowed. After listening to the proposal, the young man doubted, saying that it could be very dangerous. But his opinion instantly changed when the interlocutor doubled the usual price for training. While warming up, the girl noticed that if she used her abilities, that first-year student had no chance against her. But Carolyn's assistant reminded her that she had already lost arguments about this guy twice, where she still owes a debt for the last argument in the form of a dance. But this time, Alex's opponent was absolutely confident in her skills, saying that the guy wouldn't even come a meter closer to her, where she reminded Martin that her abilities are not comparable to those of most people. To which the man noted that time would put everything in its place, immediately after which he noted the arrival of the girl's sparring partner. Alex greeted old acquaintances with his constant mask on his face. Seeing the guy, Carolyn immediately said that today he could not expect any favors from her, to which the guy briefly and even a little coldly said that the girl could start. Noticing how fire appeared around his partner's body, the young man once again noticed that she might not be able to hold back, to which Carolyn also repeated that she was not going to spare the guy today. And then the firestorm sent to her practically covered the young man watching her actions. Jumping to the side, Alex mentally noted that his opponent had truly incredible strength. Well, the girl didn't even think about stopping, jumping high up with the words that the young man should not relax. And now she has already sharply sank down, inflicting a crushing fiery kick on her sparring partner. After which Carolyn pushed off and broke the distance by jumping back. The power of her movements was so great that the elastic band holding her hair became unusable, giving freedom to her hair. Laughing, the girl noticed that this time her opponent would not be able to hold out for even a couple of minutes. Their fight immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the training ground. Straightening up, Alex, shaking his hands after a hard block, said that the girl's strength was one of the most incredible he had encountered to date. After which he added that if he had been in front of her now, based on his condition as of last week, he would not have withstood two such attacks. But now the situation has changed dramatically, where his body was literally filled with new energy, which he simply doesn't know how to get rid of anymore, and therefore is grateful for this sparring opportunity. And then the young man simply strained his entire body so that a small release of the energy accumulated in him would occur. Carolyn immediately felt the power rushing towards her, after which Alex himself rushed to attack, and so the young man struck his opponent back, throwing her far back. Without stopping, the young man closed in again and continued to attack with a series of blows. But Carolyn chose the right moment and launched a very effective counterattack, where the blow of a fiery palm made the guy's body move in the opposite direction. The young man felt how his chest burned, mentally noting his opponent's skillful actions to seize the initiative. Looking at his burnt forearms, the guy also noticed that at this rate he would be left without arms at all. The girl herself said with a smile that her opponent was strong enough and perhaps could hold out for some time. And immediately after saying this, she concentrated her power, literally turning the flame into a huge fiery bird. As he watched the next strike being prepared, Alex concluded that he really couldn't defeat her unless he changed his strategy. To begin with, he decided to try to use the power of the most ordinary soil under his feet, where in this way he can at least count on protection from new burns. His opponent, meanwhile, had already begun to rapidly approach for a new blow. The guy's entire body was literally engulfed in terrible flames, and the one who created it was already right behind her skilled sparring partner. Quickly turning around, Carolyn began to move in a circle, surrounding the young man with a real wall of fire. Its speed kept increasing, and the fiery wall decreased in diameter with each circle, where ultimately it all ended with some incredible explosion. However, the agile young man managed to jump out of this fiery trap, stopping a few meters from the epicenter of the danger. Rising to his feet, he quickly threw off his blazing jacket. Carolyn continued her incredible attacks, defending herself, from which the guy noticed that her attacks were incredibly powerful. And all those who were lucky enough to become random witnesses to this incredible fight watched in fascination what was happening. Stopping, the girl shouted at the guy to just back off and admit defeat. But the young man, looking intently at his opponent, said that he would not even think of giving up. Carolyn then said that principals weren't worth getting maimed in the hospital. To this, her sparring partner replied that he would not be in debt either. After listening to the guy's argument, the girl added that in the entire academy there weren't even 5 people who could withstand her onslaught, where her today's opponent was already barely able to stand on his feet. Once again telling the girl that he was not going to retreat, the young man closed his eyes and began to concentrate on the world around him. And so his perception began to work, dividing everything that filled the space. The first thing the young man felt was the ground under his feet, but he immediately began to increase the scale of perception. And now he was again able to feel the same water that he had already felt once when he was training on the roof. Remembering the professor's words about sifting out unnecessary elements, such as wind, earth, wood, the guy concentrated his attention on water alone. Meanwhile, his opponent stood looking blankly at what her opponent suddenly decided to do. Shouting that she was tired of wasting her time on him, the girl prepared for a new final attack, with which she decided to end this confrontation. And now a real fire tornado has already surrounded the guy's motionless body. Alex felt the approaching heat of the fire, but at the same time he could suddenly feel the water on his hand. And then, literally out of nowhere, a real water storm began to fall to the ground, where the young man was already in full control of him, giving him the form of an all-consuming dragon. Carolyn, who had not expected such an unexpected turn of events, was dumbfounded, watching in horror as the water dragon approached, where within a second this dragon swallowed both the girl and her fiery phoenix bird. And no matter how she tried, Alex's opponent could not oppose anything to the powerful water element. Her fire instantly went out, and the girl literally felt herself sinking into some deep depression. The rampant water force forced all spectators to leave their seats in order to escape the waves. And the water just kept rising, sweeping away everything that stood in its way. A couple of spectators were greatly shocked by this incredible power, still not fully believing that this was reality. But finally, all the water that appeared on the training field disappeared, revealing the one who provoked its appearance. And while the remnants of the elements flowed into the sewer, the young man saw the body of his opponent on the ground. Emerging from the water, the girl showed no signs of life at all. With one swift leap, the guy found himself next to the one who almost fried him. Having tried to bring her to her senses, the young man realized that she had swallowed a lot of water. Then he put the girl's body back on the ground and immediately began massaging her breasts. And the approaching Martin shouted that there was no point in just a massage without artificial respiration, where he greatly hurried the young man, saying that he should have been taught first aid. Alex looked at Carolyn's face and took off his mask, preparing to perform CPR. And now he was bending over the girl's face, pinching her nose, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice demanding that this madness stop, which was accompanied by a corresponding movement of his hand. Covering the guy's face herself, Carolyn sat up, noting that she was not as weak as many might now think. Quickly covering his face with a mask, Alex expressed his joy that the girl was okay. The only one left dissatisfied was Martin, where his plan for the first kiss had just failed miserably. Meanwhile, Carolyn sadly admitted that Alex had won, but the young man replied that there are no winners and losers here, as they simply learn from each other. However, his opponent asked the guy not to be modest, where victory is victory and defeat is defeat, whatever you try to call it. Agreeing with her words, Alex extended his hand to the girl, saying that it was an honor for him to fight with her. This time she accepted his hand, offering to use his special skills next time. But then Martin intervened in the conversation, saying that he definitely could not allow this to happen, where, given the strength of young people, the use of special skills would definitely lead to someone's death. Alex agreed with this argument, saying that their enemies are monsters, on whom they should spend their strength. Once again thanking the girl and her assistant, the young man said goodbye to them, citing personal matters. The girl began to put herself in order, putting her hair in a ponytail, where everyone who had gathered on the training field could not take their eyes off her. Having found his bearings, Martin brought Carolyn a towel, offering to go home. On the way, he started talking about how this guy was very different from everyone she had fought before, to which his interlocutor immediately stated that next time the victory would definitely be hers. The only thing the girl could not understand was why her opponent constantly hides his identity. Martin added that not everyone could resist fame among their peers. And when the man recalled that recently the participation of a certain secret agent in rescuing students had been discussed, Carolyn immediately inquired about whether it could be this freshman. Saying that this was hardly possible for a freshman despite his skills, Martin changed the subject, asking the girl if she was able to see his face, immediately receiving a negative answer. Then he noticed that even in the mask it was clear that the guy had a pleasant appearance, after which Carolyn, angry, remembered how he almost forced that guy to kiss her. But the man completely denied this, saying that he simply wanted to take off his mask in this way and find out his identity. But there was no stopping the girl, where she promised her assistant a career as a janitor, and he had to quickly and profusely apologize. As always, there were many visitors to the hunter's auction house, where some were selling, others were buying, and others were simply changing rank. Alex, who appeared here once again, greeted the assistant who met him. When he was comfortably seated in one of the chairs, the girl moved the box towards him, saying that inside was what he had been asking for a long time. And as soon as he opened it, he saw a real ice crystal inside. To Sophia's question about whether such a mutated stone suits him, the young man, of course, answered yes. After all, if he has this crystal, he will be able to defeat even a monster that will exceed him in strength. But his joy quickly disappeared when the girl added that the cost of this stone was exactly 1 million. Sophia explained that it is extremely difficult to get such a crystal, where she even had to travel to another city to buy it back. Thanking the assistant, the young man asked if the girl had any other news, to which Sophia immediately congratulated her best client on his promotion to rank, handing him a new badge. This was also good news, and Alex took the new badge into his hands with a smile on his face. His interlocutor was saying something about new opportunities, when the young man suddenly noticed something happening below. Sophia kept talking, but the guy didn't listen to her at all, getting up from his seat and going to the window. And so he stood and watched his roommate Greg talking to one of the girls at the reception. Noticing this interest, Sophia said that this guy had been looking for some assignment for a long time, but could not get it because his rank was too low. Then Alex said that he wanted to give this guy an assignment, asking him to find out how much it cost. But the girl immediately replied that this guy would carry out any order of the young man completely free of charge. And when the young man asked why this was so, the assistant replied that this was one of the privileges of his new rank, and for lower ranks, it was a chance to rise. Where in order to rise, people with lower ranks must receive recommendations from higher ranks. Listening to the girl's explanations, the young man began to understand how this system works. Sophia, finishing her explanation, said that the guy's rank gives him the right to give instructions to people with a lower rank. This way, high-ranking hunters can devote more time to more important tasks, and those with a low rank have a chance to get a recommendation and increase their rank. Agreeing that the approach was good, Alex asked not to reveal to this guy who gave him the order. There were no problems with this, and Sophia asked to be told what needed to be entrusted so that she could fill out an official application. Greg, saddened by the lack of instructions, was about to leave the auction house when the girl suddenly attracted his attention. The young man was incredibly happy when he learned that he had been given an assignment from a high-ranking hunter, and now he sincerely thanked the kind girl who brought him such good news. Realizing that in the future he could count on much more important assignments, Greg decided to give it his all. Alex noted that having money is not so bad, where he was instantly able to raise his level, and now he can also give out instructions. And only now he suddenly realized that he had spent a whole million on purchasing the ice crystal. For such crazy money, he could afford to buy several properties. At the same time, the crystal in his pocket is really worth the money, since with its help he can hunt well and get more valuable artifacts. Alex had already left the auction house and was moving down the street, where he received a phone call from his beloved sister. Having answered the call, the young man asked the girl why she suddenly decided to call him at such an early hour for her time zone, to which the girl, who was clearly overwhelmed with joy, asked her brother to guess where she was now. The only thing the guy could guess was the same ice cream kiosk where Betty worked, which to some extent hurt the girl, where she recalled that she was receiving an education, where she put her studies on hold only while she cared for Alex during his coma, but doesn't want to spend her life selling ice cream. Then the young man said that the girl didn't have to work anymore, since he could now provide for both of them, to which his sister immediately said that she was not disabled in order to be provided with everything. She then proudly announced that she had been invited to an interview with the research group, which shocked the guy. And even though this is just an interview for now, she has a very good feeling that everything will work out. After listening to words of praise from her brother, Betty told him not to forget to meet her where she was already on the train. Having finished the conversation, the young man mentally noted that he had completely forgotten about his sister's outstanding mental abilities. Overall, he was very happy that Betty would now be very close, and they would be able to see each other more often. Time flew by quickly, and now the young man had already met his dear and only sister. After mutually affectionate greetings, Alex invited his sister to simply spend this day together. For most of the day, the young people simply drove a car along the city streets, where along the way they managed to stop for a bite to eat at one of the fast food cafes. And when late evening came after a delicious dinner, the brother and sister took a night walk on a river bus. Tired, but quite happy, Alex and Betty, having arrived at the hotel room, fell onto a soft and very comfortable bed. Of course, the girl who really enjoyed this carefree day had the most emotions. She was already dreaming of buying a house here, but was shocked by the cost of the property that her brother told her. Hearing these terrible prices, the girl realized that she would have to work hard to afford to buy a house here. But there was another option, where she could simply find herself a wealthy man, where such an idea did not really inspire her brother. The next day, Alex again visited his sister, whom he decided to take for an interview at the research group office. The building in which this group was based was located outside the city in a cozy and somewhat isolated place. At the entrance, the young people underwent a full personal search and document check, and when the brother and sister were inside, the girl was quickly invited to the desired office. Left alone, Alex began to examine the spacious room in which he was located. Seeing CCTV cameras everywhere and a lot of security, the young man noticed the high level of security of the research group. One of the responsibilities of this group was to observe space, which made it possible to predict the emergence of new threats. Comfortably seated to wait, the young man reflected that the research group could be called the eyes of all humanity. At some point, the young man saw a man coming down the stairs, to whom one of the military men gave a military salute. But this man suddenly put his finger to his lips, thereby calling the soldier to silence. And now he had already approached the place where Alex was sitting in a chair with the words that his head would soon explode from these calculations. Having opened the men's magazine he had with him, the man suddenly looked at the guy, asking how long he had been working here. To this, the young man quickly replied that he was just accompanying his sister to an interview. Taking advantage of the situation, Alex asked the man if he was wrong in his guesses about where Dr. Mason Burke himself was now sitting in front of him. And when he said that he had read about him in a book, the man immediately inquired about how he was described in it. And the guy immediately said that the book described an incredible discovery that the doctor made, which makes it possible to effectively counter any threat. After listening to everything his interlocutor said, Mason noticed that it sounded good. Alex continued, saying that his new acquaintance is simply an amazing scientist, to whom the entire population of the country is grateful. When the young man finished his short story, he asked the scientist for a joint photograph, where Mason did not deny the guy this pleasure. After which Dr. Burke returned to his journal, asking him not to disturb him anymore, since his break was extremely short. And when the young man expressed his surprise at the man's reading, he said that magazines are almost like books, where everyone likes what they like. At that moment, a girl approached Mason and asked the man to return and continue working. To this, Dr. Burke, closing his eyes, replied that he was just trying to give his head a little rest. But the girl did not let up, saying that before the start of the rest, the scientist needed to finish his work, which greatly tired the one to whom these words were addressed. Covering his face from the annoying girl with a magazine, he said that there was no pattern in the mutations that had recently occurred, which he had already checked many times. But the girl still insisted on one more check, where the man still had to get up from his resting place. When leaving, Mason threw his magazine to Alex, saying that it would be a pity to just throw it away, for which the guy thanked the man. And as soon as the doctor left, the young man immediately saw Betty heading towards him, who joyfully announced that she was being taken on for a probationary period of 3 months. The young man was very happy with his sister's success, and congratulated her on the fact that everything was turning out so well. At some point, the girl noticed the magazine in her brother's hand, where he immediately explained that Dr. Mason Burke had given him this thing. But the girl just laughed, saying that the great scientist could not read such magazines. The research group provided housing for all its employees, and Betty, in her new home, was happy that everything was working out for her. And while she was testing the softness of the sofa in the living room, Alex was enjoying the view from the window. Looking around, the young man remembered that his little sister always loved flowers, where he proposes to liven up this place a little. The girl, of course, liked the idea and agreed to go to the flower shop immediately. And just as the young people were about to leave the apartment, Alex's attention was suddenly attracted by a phone call from an unknown number. When he answered the call, a male voice asked the guy to privacy if he was suddenly not alone, so that there would be no witnesses to the conversation. Where, immediately after this request, the young man asked Betty to go to the flower shop on her own, citing the fact that he had work. When the girl left, the young man told his interlocutor that he could talk calmly. Then the man said that he worked with Adrian, and he received the guy's contact from his friend Helen. Realizing that his interlocutor was clearly aware of the situation, and most likely had a direct connection with the dragons, Alex made it clear to him that he was ready to talk. Then the man, who allowed himself to be called Carl, continued, saying that Helen spoke very highly of the guy's work and gave the best recommendations. And then the young man heard that from today he was recognized as a full member of the Dragon Organization. Carl continued, saying that today they have reason to believe that some of the dragon agents have been exposed. Therefore, they decided to create a new department in which Alex will work, where they, like sharks, will have to track down and destroy the enemy, who is penetrating deeper and deeper. When the man finished, the young man asked him if there was at least some information on which to base his search. To this, Carl replied that Dr. Fix, well known to the guy, bought his equipment on the black market, where he met someone connected with those they are now looking for. Alex remembered the doctor well, and his crazy thoughts, where he used the acquired equipment to implement his insidious plans. Then the man said that he would send him one address where Alex, as a newcomer to their organization, should definitely not be known. His task will be to check everything there for a person who has been in contact with Dr. Fix, where he will need to exercise maximum caution. But in any emergency, the young man must immediately contact Helen, who will organize cover. Moving to the indicated address, the young man could not believe that some underground and not entirely legal business could be happening in plain sight almost in the center of the city. Although from the people at the entrance to the building, their attitude to some other world immediately became obvious. With a fairly confident step, the young man headed into the building, but a girl standing at the entrance suddenly stopped him. Turning to the guy, she rather politely asked to know what the purpose of his visit was, to which Alex innocently stated that he wanted to give his girlfriend the update procedure, so he came to find out everything, including the pricing policy. The explanation was quite logical and compatible with the activities of the company, where the one-eyed girl allowed him to enter, telling him to go up to the 3rd floor. When the elevator doors opened, the young man saw before his eyes a fairly spacious hall, and immediately behind him he heard a male voice greeting the new visitor, who also asked if he could help him with something. Introducing himself as Clark and introducing himself as a manager, the man asked the guest if he would like to sign up for one of the procedures. And when he came closer, he immediately changed his approach, saying that most likely such a responsible young man wanted to sign his parents up for the procedure. Not yet knowing how best to respond, Alex simply said that he had some interest in the services provided. But then his interlocutor said that when they come for the first time, everyone doubts until they see the result. Starting to test the waters, the young man asked whether these procedures could really prolong life, to which Clark explained that the company is fully responsible for the quality of service provision, where he invited the guy to go with him and see everything with his own eyes. Having said that they would need to go higher, the man prepared to call the elevator, but suddenly he stopped his movement, saying that he had completely forgotten to ask who recommended their company to him, since all their clients come solely on the recommendations of previous ones. To this, the young man replied that he had simply heard that the company provides rejuvenation services, but the manager insisted that the young man give a specific name, where otherwise problems might arise. Finding himself surrounded by guards, Alex had already begun to assess the degree of threat and possible options for a forceful breakthrough. But in this case, the entire mission would have failed, and therefore the young man asked whether the name of one of the former or current clients would be enough, where Clark immediately confirmed that this would be more than enough. It's just that in this way they are simply trying to prevent the theft of their technology. Attempts are made regularly, and so the young man named the person who recommended him to contact this company. The manager was quite satisfied with the name mentioned, and he cheerfully stated that in this case the guy was definitely their client. The security immediately dispersed, and Clark called the elevator, saying that now they could continue the tour. In the elevator car, the man began to talk about how people know very little about the properties of blood, essence, and body parts of monsters, where all this has a mutating effect not only on living organisms, but also on plants. Finding himself in a room with mutated plants, Alex did not hide his surprise at everything that was here. Clark continued the tour, talking about how they managed to achieve such high results. Delving a little deeper into the past, the man said that once they watered the plant with the essence of the monster, they noticed that it began to grow better. And based on this experience, they began to create cosmetics from the corresponding plants, which gave amazing results. Continuing to be amazed, the young man asked his guide where they managed to get the essence in other parts of the monsters' bodies, to which Clark mysteriously replied that they have their own suppliers of everything they need, where today they have absolutely any part of the body of monsters, from the skin to the internal organs. This gave the guy an explanation as to why the activities of this company belong to the Shadow Sphere, and while he was thinking, the man invited him to follow him further. He led the young man to a small glass enclosure containing many mosquitoes, where right before the guy's eyes, something like a piece of lard was thrown to the mosquitoes. And while the mosquitoes swarmed around this piece of fat, sucking it into themselves, Clark said that a lot of overweight people would sincerely love mosquitoes that suck not blood, but fat. Approaching the glass, Alex began to carefully look at how the mosquito absorbs fat instead of blood, which was accompanied by explanations from the manager, who said that this was better than any liposuction. Having finished demonstrating their fat removal method, Clark suggested moving on, and while they walked, the young man came to the conclusion that the late Dr. Fix had definitely taken all the technologies for mutations from this company, Soon the manager led Alex to some kind of huge screen separating them from something that was of considerable size. Opening the passage, the man said that now the guy would be able to see something completely unimaginable. Walking inside the room, Clark began to talk about how people's lives should be much longer than the average 60, 70 years, and the young man who followed him was already asking him what it was that was right in front of his eyes. After a short pause, the attendant explained that these were nothing more than eggs. Their peculiarity was that these fruits combined the DNA of humans and monsters. After all, monsters have a unique immunity from any earthly diseases, where their company is trying to instill the same in humanity. Throwing his arms to the side, the man literally shouted that in fact, they had invented a real elixir of immortality. Showing the guy a flask with a certain serum, Clark explained that he held in his hands the key to human evolution. Looking at what was in the flask, the young man tried to understand what the people from this company were really up to, hiding behind such lofty goals. He recalled a training course about monster embryos, where they themselves had some incredible ability to recover even if the shell was damaged, where it could even get to the point that when death occurs in some conditions, DNA particles could come to life in other conditions. But the people in this organization did not understand at all that their experiments could end very, very sadly. After all, as soon as they try to introduce their serum into the human body, the monster cells will find themselves in an ideal environment for them. While inside a person, they will live and grow, feeding on the resources of his body, until one day they come out. Even if out of 1,000 monster cells that enter the human body, only one can take this path, tragedy cannot be avoided. While Alex was thinking about the possible consequences of the activities of this organization, he and the manager managed to reach the new premises. There, Clark noted that he would like to prove to the guy that all their products are completely natural, and not some kind of fiction, for which he will even deviate a little from the usual rules, where many would be willing to pay a lot of money to watch what Alex is about to see. And so the manager instructed 2 guards to open another screen so that they could see what was behind it. And then the young man saw in front of him a huge glass vessel filled with liquid, in which there was an equally huge monster. Standing directly behind him, Clark immediately noticed that the expression on his companion's face had noticeably changed. Examining this giant, the manager added that the most remarkable thing is that this monster is still alive. After thinking for a while, Alex suddenly asked if the company was afraid of problems with the law and authorities because of what was located and what was happening in their building. To which the manager immediately noticed that they were not the only ones interested in these studies. And when the young man recalled the existence of a court ban on such research, Clark added that every rule has exceptions, and where there are none, there are always some other loopholes. Then the man said that the most important thing for the client is to understand that the products are of excellent quality. After which he asked the guy if he was ready to start cooperating with them and buy something. Then the young man, playing his role, said that he could not even imagine how much success the company was able to achieve in its developments. After which he stated that he was ready to purchase a sample for testing, asking whether non-cash payment was possible here. But Clark stopped the guy's impulse to get a card, saying that for the sake of general security and maintaining the confidentiality of transactions, the company only accepts cash. Having said that there were also no problems with cash, Alex asked whether he would have problems with the law if he acquired and began using their funds, and whether it was possible to obtain any guarantees of protection, which made the manager think for a while. But after a few seconds, he invited the guy to go further with him, where they could resolve his issue, where he quietly reminded him that they had some unofficial opportunities. Alex was shocked when his interlocutor added that among their people there are even those who hold official positions, for example in the Hunter Academy. For these reasons, he did not find any reason for the young man to worry about where they could provide him with the safe use of their products. Having received the necessary information, the young man said that in this case he was calm and ready to proceed to payment. To pay, Clark invited the young man to return to the same place where their excursion began. And while the elevator car was moving, the observant young man noticed that it took them a little longer to cover the distance between the 9th and 10th floors compared to other floors. Analyzing his observation, the young man noticed that the speed of the elevator is always the same. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation was that there was another floor in the building, hidden from any prying eyes. During these thoughts, the young man did not notice how they managed to reach the desired floor. When they left the elevator car, they met a certain girl, with whom Alex broke up without paying any attention to her. But suddenly Clark turned to him and asked if he had seen the woman who had just passed him. Not understanding the question, the young man replied that he had seen her perfectly well. Then his interlocutor suddenly announced that, according to Alex's own explanations given at the beginning of this excursion, it was this girl who recommended their company to him. The guy immediately realized that his lie had been exposed, and the manager was already demanding an explanation. And so the guy was surrounded by several guards, which was accompanied by Clark's words that the thing they hate most in their company is spies. Watching the guards surrounding him prepare to attack, the young man also prepared for the fight, removing an ice crystal. But suddenly a female voice behind the manager called Alex by name. And then Linda, who appeared before the eyes of all the participants in the scene, asked Clark why he detained her boyfriend, who had come to meet her from work. The manager was very surprised that their employee knew this suspicious young man. And then he explained that this guy lied to them, saying that he was here on the recommendation of one lady, whom he did not even recognize when she passed by him. Then the girl explained that she wanted to find out more about the products, which was impossible in her position due to limited access. That's why she asked her boyfriend to find out more information about the products that she wanted to try on herself. Clark then said that Alex should have just said he was Linda's boyfriend to avoid any misunderstandings. In response, Linda stated that they simply did not want to advertise their relationship, where Alex is several years younger than her, and now asked the manager not to disseminate this information. Grinning, the man said that tomorrow the whole company would know that the girl loved students. But after a second, he said that it was just a joke, promising to give Linda a discount on their products. On this positive note, the girl taking the guy away said goodbye to the manager, wishing him a good day. She didn't know then that Clark didn't believe this whole made-up story. Quite quickly, Alex and his savior found themselves outside the dangerous place. Watching them go, one of the guards at the entrance noticed that it was too early for such a beauty to think about rejuvenation procedures. Having reached one of the cafes, the young people took a table, where Alex was already interested in how the nurse ended up working in this company. The girl replied that she was well aware that it was risky, but nevertheless wanted to figure it out. Her plans were to find out as much information as possible and then contact the Dragons organization. Going slightly off topic, the young man thanked the girl for saving him from an almost hopeless situation. To himself, he thought that Linda helped him save the crystal, which was destroyed after several uses. Saying that there was no need to thank her, the girl offered to tell the young man what she had learned during this time. Noticing that there are quite a lot of people here, Alex also stated that Linda is now simply in a pit with snakes, working in this company, and putting her life in danger. Lowering her head, the girl suddenly said that her friend died due to the use of drugs produced by this company, and therefore she would not back down. After all, having worked with Owen for several years, she did not notice the changes happening to him in time. Having told the girl not to blame herself for what happened with Dr. Fix, Alex asked her to tell her what she managed to find out. And Linda explained that this company works very closely with someone from the academy in carrying out its developments. One day, during a conversation, Owen mentioned that he had a meeting with a certain teacher from the academy. For the second time that day, the young man heard that someone from the academy was connected with the activities of this company. Linda continued, saying that from one of the company employees she managed to find out for sure that someone from the academy was helping them, but she never found out who exactly. Listening carefully to everything that Linda told him, the young man tried to put together this puzzle that was not yet very foldable. And when the girl finished, saying that there was a secret floor in the building, Alex said that his interlocutor should no longer appear at her new job, where he has every reason to believe that this observant manager has already uncovered their lies. And when he said that he would try to expose this unscrupulous teacher himself, Linda asked him to be extremely careful. In response, the young man once again told the girl not to appear even close to this area again. In response to this, the young man's interlocutor, blushing a little, said that she felt much calmer next to him. It was completely dark outside when the young man arrived by taxi at the academy. On the street, he called Helen, talking about how he went to the office of the company whose address Carl gave him, and how he met Linda there. To which his interlocutor suddenly announced that she knew about the work of the former nurse in this company from their agent, where the girl herself decided to engage in this activity, having witnessed the attack of mutants and the death of people. The young man also expressed his fears about the life and health of the organization's spy, whose name he mentioned so that the manager would believe him. In response, Helen explained that their agent was safe and acted only on their orders. Alex was surprised that this girl was given orders to leak information to the former nurse. But to this, Helen explained that no such order had been given, where in this case their agent did it on her own, and without thinking about the possible consequences. The door of the elevator car opened on that same secret intermediate floor, where behind the manager's back one could see a girl on her knees. The man began to move deeper into the floor, and 2 guards followed him, dragging the girl's body along the floor. At one point, Clark said that the company had placed a lot of trust in the girl over the years. To this, the girl stated that she did not understand at all what she could have done wrong. But the manager asked her to stop this performance, since he really likes to suspect people, and has reason not to believe her. After this, the man said that today they are testing a new drug for which experimental subjects are needed. Realizing what would happen next, the girl began to scream that she really didn't do anything wrong. To which the manager said that this was not a punishment, but rather a treatment for her previously injured legs. And so the guards did their best to throw the girl into one of the containers with an unknown liquid. Having immersed herself in this liquid for a second, the girl was still able to appear on the surface for some time in order to say her last words, which were curses addressed to Clark. But very soon the larvae in this liquid did their job, leaving no trace of the girl's body, which was closely watched by the manager himself. At some point, he suddenly turned to the scientists, saying that responsibility for what happened lay with them, since their larvae were supposed to be engaged in tissue regeneration, and not their complete destruction. Around this same time, the conversation between Helen and Alex ended, where the girl assured him that they were able to ensure the safety of everyone. Having said goodbye to the girl, the young man wanted to continue on his way, when he suddenly saw that one of the windows in the educational building was glowing. Having entered this academy building, the young man, walking along one of the corridors, stopped for a few seconds in front of a photograph of Professor McCoy. But very soon he continued his way to the office he already knew. He caught the man doing some work completely uncharacteristic of his specialty. Hearing someone's steps, the man was distracted from his work, turning his attention to the belated visitor. Taking off his glasses, Alistair asked the guy what brought him here at such a late time. To this, the young man said that he simply noticed the light in the office, and decided to tell him that he had mastered the method of concentration that the professor taught him. This news greatly pleased the man, who also noted that it was not in vain that his student was here today, where, after their conversation, he managed to find the monster's skin, from which he was able to make special gloves for the guy. Alex was very surprised that the man traded his vacation to make gloves for him. To this, the man explained that he had been suffering from insomnia lately, and decided to get at least some benefit from it. Returning to work, Alistair said that the gloves were not ready yet and the guy had better come later. And when the young man asked the man why he was so kind to him, he said that it was simply his duty as a teacher. But suddenly the young man seemed to explode, shouting that he could not believe that the professor turned out to be such a person. To this, Alistair replied that he did not understand what the young man was talking about, and just wanted to finish working on the gloves, because he very rarely meets good guys like Alex, who are so passionate about knowledge and development. Changing his tone, the young man asked the man to tell him if someone suddenly forced him to do this. Having again said that he did not understand at all what his interlocutor was telling him, Alistair suddenly turned the conversation into a completely different direction, where meeting Alex reminded him of himself in his younger years, when he immersed himself in what interested him. But his path was not made easier by the presence of good mentors, and those who could somehow help. Despite his great desire to research, he had neither a laboratory, nor materials, nor funding for this. And then one day he met a man whom everyone called a master, who began to regularly supply him with money for any research. Thanks to the support of this unknown, he was able to achieve recognition and received many awards and prizes for his achievements in science. It was with his help that he turned from a pathetic loser into a respected professor at the Hunter Academy. Therefore, when he saw special potential in some students, he always tried to help them in any way he could. At some point, the young man interrupted the man, saying that it was not too late to report who was behind him. And when Alistair said that he was the only one to blame for everything, Alex loudly said that this was definitely not the case. Suddenly, the man apologized to the guy, saying that it was because of him that his small homeland faced an invasion of mutants. After all, when he found out that the guy was from the very city where the mutants appeared, he could no longer sleep normally. And so, continuing to work on the gloves, the professor asked the guy to accept this gift. Only now the young man realized that it was Alistair who taught Dr. Fix how to use the essence correctly, turning it into a mutagen. And his interlocutor confirmed this, saying that one day the doctor turned to him with a relevant question, to which he gave a detailed answer. The guy's fist clenched on its own, which was accompanied by a question about whether the professor understood what this led to. Knowing that tragedy very well, the man said that he would fix everything if only he could go back in time. And then the young man shouted that the research he supported by the power of youth organization would also lead to a real disaster. And when Alistair whispered that there was no turning back, Alex once again asked to reveal to him the identity of that same master. But the professor said that this was impossible, since he never knew and does not know who is hiding behind the pseudonym master. Of course, the young man did not believe the man's words, suggesting that he was simply being manipulated. And his interlocutor suddenly announced that he had always considered himself a talented person. But compared to this master, he was simply a non-entity. The one who directed his life path is incredibly wise, and Alistair himself would have been dead long ago if he had learned anything about the identity of this man. The guy could not believe that in all this time the professor had never met the one who literally arranged his whole life. Then the young man asked the man to help him find evidence that the tragedy with the mutants was not his fault. To which the man replied that there was no such evidence, since everything was arranged in such a way that he would be found guilty. Immediately after these words, the room was suddenly illuminated by a very bright light, noticing which the professor seemed to drop his gloves from his hands. Simultaneously with the appearance of the helicopter, a special forces group quickly burst into the room, whose commander ordered no one to move. Presenting the warrant, the man said that the professor was accused of illegal research that led to the death of people, and therefore he would now be arrested. Raising his hands, Alistair said that when he watched the news about the tragedy in Alex's hometown, he suddenly saw a wounded defender of the city who was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. He is very grateful to this defender for trying to correct his mistakes, and therefore wants to give him gloves. And now the professor was already handcuffed and led to a car on the street. And while Alistair walked, he did not stop asking Alex to accept his gift. The men who detained him asked him not to resist, and the former teacher continued to beg the guy to accept this gift. Left in the room completely alone, the young man stood for some time and looked at the gloves left by the man. After leaving the academic building, the young man did not immediately go to the dormitory, but decided to take a short walk. Having reached the city pond, he sat next to the water and looked at Alistair's latest gift. And then, right in front of him, a clot of energy began to appear, which slowly formed into a human body, where the goddess who had materialized in his world had already lightly touched the water surface with her fingertip. Looking at the young man, the girl expressed her misunderstanding as to whose side Professor McCoy was on. Looking sadly at his mentor, the young man said that this is the same as asking whether a person is completely good or completely bad. Where, to the reformulated question of the goddess, the young man answered that he himself did not know whether Alistair was a good person or not. Sometimes a person's intentions are completely impossible to understand, even though he himself repents of the mistakes he has made. Then the girl said that the man's act was unforgivable, because it was he who taught Owen how to use the essence, which killed people. In general, the guy agreed with this statement, but he called this mysterious master the real villain. After listening to the young man's argument, the goddess asked him why he thought so, and Alex explained, saying that this mysterious character simply uses people's weaknesses and manipulates them to achieve his own goals. Moreover, the consequences affect only those whom he used, where the master himself remains completely unpunished. The guy didn't know what to answer when his interlocutor asked him if he was going to catch this master. Looking at his reflection in the water, the young man noticed that this master was most likely incredibly strong, while he himself was just an academy student. Then the girl came up with the idea that it was necessary to first find out who this master was, where in this case Alistair's innocence would be obvious. After listening to the girl, the young man noticed that she was already starting to worry about people. To which she replied that she sees the difficult situation of humanity, where people not only resist total destruction, but also fight traitors among their own. After all, the situation would have been a little simpler if humanity had only one enemy. When the goddess finished, the young man noticed that he was apparently already succeeding in winning her over to his side. But after these words, his interlocutor immediately took off, saying that the guy was still very far from this. Smiling, Alex suddenly asked her if she would like her favorite vanilla ice cream. Hearing the cherished word, the girl immediately changed her face, saying that she would have 2 ice creams. But she had nothing to counter the guy's argument that she would never try ice cream again if humanity was destroyed. After which he listed a couple dozen more products and dishes that the girl had become so attached to. Well then, for Alex, his most ordinary student everyday life and training in the astral world began again. The young man sat in the common room, reading and listening to the eternal arguments and discussions of his neighbors. Todd was outraged by Greg's luck, who recently received an assignment from a high-ranking hunter, where, in response to Barney's question about whether this could bring any real benefit, the guy very emotionally answered that what else. Where, for example, if representatives of the Dragons organization came to their academy to recruit newcomers into their ranks, they would undoubtedly give preference to the one who received recommendations from high-level hunters. At that moment, Greg himself appeared in the room and said that Todd might not even dream of joining the Dragons, but he is ready to take him as his secretary, if suddenly after graduation the guy cannot get a good job. Such a statement could not leave Todd indifferent, where he immediately directed a whole stream of swear words towards the insolent person. Greg ignored everything that was said, noticing that among all his neighbors, Alex looked the most reliable, and so, turning to the young man, he asked if he would be ready to work as his personal assistant if he suddenly managed to get to the Dragons. Of course, Greg did not understand the true reason for Alex's laughter, where the latter said that he needed to think about such a tempting offer. Todd was already trying to enter into a violent confrontation with his hated neighbor, but the latter began to leave the room. Finally, he said that he should no longer be distracted from completing an important task and should be quieter. When asked by Alex what stage he was at, Greg replied that he had almost finished everything, not understanding what interest his neighbor might have in his task. Then the door to the room opened and Jason entered and greeted his comrade. Sitting down next to the guy, the young man reminded him that he had promised to go somewhere else with him another time. Of course, Alex remembered his promise, which he made after the last invitation to relax together. Jason continued, noting that his comrade already studies and trains all day long, but today he will rest. Overhearing this conversation, Todd inquired whether the girls were planned to be present, and after Jason responded positively, young people immediately began asking to join them in the company. And now the company was already heading to a place that was still mysterious to them, discussing the fact that it was always quite difficult to get Alex out somewhere. Walking past the academic building and looking at the dark windows of Professor McCoy's office, the young man recalled the latest events, where all the students were informed that Alistair had gone abroad, replacing him with another teacher. When the company arrived at the place, Barney could not believe that they would spend the evening in one of the best and most expensive clubs in the city. Jason explained that it was not he who threw the party, but Carolyn, whose birthday was today. Both Todd and Barney were very surprised that their friend knew and communicated with one of the goddesses of their academy, where Barney didn't immediately understand the meaning of Jason's words that several members of their families were related by marriage. Looking at the surprised faces of his comrades, the guy explained that he not only knew Carolyn, but was her relative. At some point, the young man noticed some action on the stage, calling on his companions to come closer. As it turned out, two goddesses of the academy were performing a very seductive dance, which was already completed with a final and exciting movement. Carolyn and Julia left the stage to everyone's cheers and applause. But as soon as the girls went downstairs, a crowd of fans immediately surrounded them. With great difficulty, they managed to break through and return to their table, to which the guys who had just appeared at the club had already managed to approach. Guys passing by this table greeted Carolyn, congratulated her on her birthday, and highly appreciated the dance she had just performed. Seeing her relative, the girl reproached him for being late for the dance, which the young man immediately explained by saying that he had wasted time bringing a new guy. While he introduced Carolyn and Alex, the latter hoped that his training opponent would not recognize him without his mask. Having finished introducing the young people, Jason also greeted Julia, who was sitting next to him. The birthday girl herself was very bored, noticing that from year to year all her birthdays take place in the same way, where a crowd of drinkers simply gathers. While pouring himself some wine, Jason noticed that at any holiday, most of the guests are there just for the drinks and treats, and the girl is bored because she simply doesn't have a boyfriend. Unexpectedly for the young man, Julia agreed with this statement, which did not make the birthday girl very happy. While Carolyn was refilling her wine, her friend asked if she had invited her new sparring partner to the party, to which she immediately received a negative answer. After which Julia, as if by chance, noticed that she would be very interested to see who could defeat the great Carolyn Harding. When Jason first heard that the girl had been defeated, he perked up, saying that he too would like to meet this strong man. Carolyn herself sadly noted that this guy cares a lot about his incognito, and it is unlikely that any birthday will be a reason for him to reveal himself. Julia came up with an amazing idea when she said that her friend could just call this guy. Listening to the conversation, Alex mentally begged the girl not to even start trying to call him, but the Ice Princess did not let up, egging her friend on with words that she was afraid to meet face to face with the one who could beat her. And when the birthday girl loudly announced that she lost only because she underestimated, Julia noticed that in this case she had nothing to be afraid or ashamed of, since the birthday was an ironclad reason for calling. The friend managed to put the squeeze on Carolyn, who said that first she needed to get this guy's number from her assistant. Already understanding what would happen next, Alex rose sharply from his seat, saying that he would leave to relieve himself. At first he wanted to turn off the phone altogether, but then he remembered that the dragon's leadership obliged him to always be in touch. A familiar male voice asked Carolyn the reason for her call, and when she asked how the guy realized it was her, Alex referred to Martin, who left him her number. Experiencing an incredible feeling of embarrassment, which at the same time bordered on the hope of a positive answer, the birthday girl invited the young man to celebrate her birthday. Not knowing how to refuse more gently, the young man tried to say that he was a little busy, but then the girl asked him where he was, and that there was such noise in the background. The young man tried to add something else, but then the DJ shouted into his microphone with all his might some kind of appeal to the assembled youth. And the girl instantly realized that she was now hearing the DJ's voice not only in the room where she was, but also from her mobile phone. Quickly getting up and looking around, she stated that she and her interlocutor were somewhere nearby. Alex had no choice but to say that his connection was poor, offering to end the conversation next time. Having disconnected the connection, the young man literally grabbed his head, reproaching himself for having decided to answer the call at all, because his membership in the Dragons could be immediately revealed if everyone found out about his victory over this girl. Feeling a vibration in his hand, the guy saw that his assistant at the auction house, Sophia, was calling him. When he answered the call, the girl reported that Greg had submitted the results of the assignment he had been assigned. Fulfilling the task assigned to him, the young man carried out the development of all the students who participated in the practical lesson and survived. To which Alex firmly stated that there must be some kind of clue, where most likely the right person is hiding under the identity of one of the new students. And if the person who created this hell was himself near the fog, he would have chosen a place closer to the exit, where he would have rushed among the first, as if he had miraculously escaped danger. None of the students knew how long this kind of practical training could take, and most importantly, on what day they would begin. Where the leadership of the academy warned about the need to start training in advance, and about when the exit would be only a day in advance. Thus it turned out that 9 students immediately fell under suspicion, which of course significantly narrowed the circle of suspects, but did not allow us to reliably reveal the identity of the attacker. However, all 9 of these people will be present at today's celebration, While the young man was processing the information he had received in his head, his interlocutor said that Greg had not found any more information. The young man was already returning to the hall, having told Sophia that he was now at a party where all 9 suspects would be present. Meanwhile, Carolyn tried to call her sparring partner again, but the line was busy. Julia, noticing her friend's strange behavior, asked what happened, and she explained that the guy who defeated her was now in this club. Smiling mysteriously, the Ice Princess noticed that this was not just a coincidence, but real fate. Carolyn also added that for some reason he did not dare to show up, citing some kind of busyness. Finding the whole situation incredibly interesting, Jason said that we should try to identify this guy. At that moment, Alex returned to the table and asked what was happening here. Meanwhile, the conversation was about the fact that the Ice Princess was the president of the student council. Today's birthday girl takes the place of deputy president of this council. Taking his place, the young man noticed that he didn't even know that almost the entire leadership of the student council was here today. Then Jason returned his attention to Carolyn's secret winner, saying that he suggested playing a game in order to figure him out. Having informed Alex that they managed to find out that he was somewhere in this room, the guy also noticed that it would be quite difficult to recognize him among such a crowd. Realizing that no one would figure him out just like that, Alex said that the idea of the game was just great, since he was also interested in finding out who this strongman was, where at the same time he had a chance to identify the same attacker, through whose fault several people died. A man was approaching Michael, who was standing in the middle of a field far outside the city. As the man approached, the hunter began to distinguish features that had long been familiar to him. Receiving papers from him, Michael asked if he had managed to learn anything from the arrested Professor McCoy, to which Carl, disguised as an ordinary hard worker, replied that they simply made the professor out of the extreme, without devoting him to important details. His interlocutor did not believe that they were unable to obtain any information at all, including about the Power of Youth Company. To this, Carl replied that according to the information received from Alex, they sent people into their office, where they were able to discover some useful information, according to which another mysterious player really exists on this field. The organization discovered traces of this character's activities during recent practical training. This is a young, purposeful, and absolutely merciless person who needs to be feared no less than the master himself. He is incredibly competent at covering his tracks and setting up any events as if they were just accidents. Listening to his interlocutor and studying the documents, Michael realized that this secret anti-hero specially entered the academy, where he can create one incident after another. Confirming the hunter's guesses, Carl said that this villain's plan depended largely on luck, but somehow he still managed to make it a reality, which had certain consequences. After these words, Michael noticed that this guy is really very smart, and his interlocutor added that even they still do not know much about the monsters attacking the Earth, while the organization to which this unknown genius belongs clearly understands much more. Kicking a stone lying nearby, the hunter swore, saying that those people could simply use their knowledge for the benefit of humanity. Carl noticed that after the professor's arrest, their opponents would begin to show much greater caution. And now this genius of villainy will definitely lie low for some time, but if he is not identified and stopped now, then over time he may outgrow even the one they know under the pseudonym Master. Hearing this nickname, Michael immediately remembered the day when that incredible monster appeared. Meanwhile, Carolyn's birthday celebrations were in full swing. The young man standing at the top listened as his interlocutor reported on the arrest of a figurehead, inviting him to leave before it was too late. But the guy did not want to leave the playing field, and his interlocutor was very persistent, saying that he could now be easily identified. The young man responded to this with an example from a hunt, where a duck panicking and starting to leave its shelter instantly falls into the hunter's sights. After listening to the guy, his interlocutor asked whether it was worth having such conversations in front of everyone, where the young man replied that there was simply no better place to be found. After all, everyone here is simply enjoying their vacation and is completely unaware of what is happening around them. Then the conversation turned to a secret member of the Dragons organization, who was hiding among the students, where the master would be very upset if he was identified and destroyed. Looking at the crowd of students who were going to play, the young man said that perhaps he would be able to find this person today, where he assures that the master will be very pleased with the result. Downstairs, everything was really getting ready for the start of the game, where Jason, who climbed onto the table, announced that Diana would help them in determining the truth. A girl named Diana was well known to all students of the academy as a real living lie detector, where with its help you can start a game in which no one will be able to hide the truth. Some of those present liked this game, but others were not ready for the truth to be learned about them. But the main ringleader could no longer be stopped, where he loudly declared that today's game would be special. And with his arms outstretched, Jason shouted that tonight belonged to everyone gathered in the club. The secret villain's interlocutor noted that it would be better for him to skip participating in this game, since there is a possibility that he could be identified. The last instructions from his invisible interlocutor were that the young man should still play the role of a diligent student and try to sneak out of the party. To which the guy firmly stated that, as always, he would not leave any traces and would not give a chance to reveal it. Listening to Jason's statement that the rules of the game would be announced after all the boring people who didn't want to have fun left the room, Alex mentally noted that this was not very good. After all, if he were a secret supervillain, he would never have jeopardized his incognito. And so he attracted the attention of his comrade, saying that along with the crowd of those who did not want to play, the one they were going to look for could also leave. After all, it is completely unprofitable for him to stay to participate in a game that could reveal his personality. Therefore, the young man suggested asking a question about defeating the birthday girl to everyone who was about to leave. Realizing the reasonableness of Alex's statements, Jason immediately rushed to the exit door, to which those who were about to leave the premises were already pulling up. Having stopped their exit, the young man, before releasing them, began to ask if one of them had defeated Carolyn. Standing nearby, that same villain instantly heard the question being asked to everyone leaving. He immediately realized that the newcomer who was able to defeat Carolyn was the same secret agent of the Dragons. And since the one who interfered with his plans during practical classes was here, the secret villain decided to stay and wait for the result. This is what Alex was counting on, where during the game he would have time to come up with a question that would help him reveal the identity of the attacker. And so Jason began to announce the rules of the game, saying that everyone present has the right to one question. Those who answer the question positively will be required to take to the dance floor. Having also added that Diana's participation excluded false answers, the young man announced the start of the game. Deciding to have some fun, Jason said that he had already thought of his first question, and he asked if there was anyone at this party with whom every single participant was in love. After this question, the room suddenly emptied as many people had to go up to the stage, and then Diana stepped in, saying that now, using her skill, she would check if everyone was telling the truth. Gathering energy, the girl began to move around the room, activating her abilities. And after a few seconds, she noticed that, to her great surprise, no one had lied. Jason then announced that the first warm-up round of their game was a success. But before everyone had time to leave the stage, he immediately announced the second question. Rising from her seat, the Ice Princess said that she would ask the next question. And since today is her friend Carol's birthday, she will ask a question related to her. Having risen to the stage, the girl said that now all those who are in love with the birthday girl should come to her. This objectively showed that there are quite a few of them gathered here today. The birthday girl herself was not very happy with the question her friend chose. Diana, moving around the hall, tirelessly monitored the truthfulness of the answers. Suddenly, she approached Barney, who remained sitting on the sofa, saying that he should change his mind. Of course, the young man was secretly in love with one of the goddesses of the academy, which he just tried to hide. Watching those who took the stage, Alex mentally noted that this girl really was very popular. And here in front of the birthday girl stood a whole crowd of her biggest fans. The Ice Princess couldn't avoid a violent reaction from her friend as she returned to her seat. After switching places with her, Carolyn decided to take revenge by inviting everyone who had feelings for Julia to the dance floor. And now she was already standing and watching the new massive movement of male bodies towards the stage, where, less than a minute later, stood the same huge crowd of young people who dreamed of becoming partners with the student council president. At some point, Jason activated, announcing that those who never went on stage for all 3 questions should drink a bottle of wine, after which Alex had no choice but to gather his will and drain the bottle. And when he finished, his friend approaching noticed that the guy definitely liked one of the 3 goddesses of the academy. And if he doesn't have feelings for Carolyn and Julia, that means he's in love with Samantha. But he was very surprised when Barney, sitting next to him, suddenly said that he was not just in love with Samantha, but they had a real romantic relationship. Such a sharp statement immediately attracted the attention of the goddesses of the academy sitting nearby. Alex tried to silence his roommate, explaining that he and Samantha were just classmates and had been friends for many years. But then Todd joined the situation, saying that they saw with their own eyes how Samantha invited Alex to the movies. They also watched how the couple spent time in the cafe, and how after the ceremony Alex went to the girl's house. Unable to restrain herself, Julia literally jumped out of her seat, approaching Alex and asking whether she and Samantha really had a relationship and were intimate. And then someone shouted for everyone who was not in a relationship and had no physical intimacy to go on stage, where, to everyone's surprise, Alex became one of them. And while some laughed at those who were now standing on stage, others were disappointed that their expectations were not met. The one who laughed the most was Todd, whose face suddenly changed dramatically when the demand was made for all those who came to the party today without underwear to go on stage. Everyone who was next to him fell silent at once when the young man suddenly stood up from his chair. Heading towards the stage, the young man tried to make excuses, saying that his underwear was stolen while it was drying on the street. Then Jason turned to Alex, saying that many had already asked questions, where his friend also had the opportunity to ask one question. But the young man was not yet ready to ask the question that he intended to use to identify the villain, and which should not be too obvious or too vague. Only now did Julia suddenly remember that the original plan was to find Carolyn's secret sparring partner, but they had already spent their right to ask. Hearing this, Jason said that he would now find someone who could ask this question. Continuing to think about a question that would help identify the villain, Alex noticed that there was now a high probability that his identity would be revealed. And then some guy Jason found said that the one who defeated today's birthday girl should come on stage. Immediately after that, whispers began in the hall that hardly anyone could defeat this girl. At this moment, Todd noticed that after 3 new questions, Alex never went on stage, and therefore must drink again. But then the young man suddenly rose from his seat, which greatly surprised his comrades. Everyone watched with bated breath as he walked towards the stage. Comparing the physique of her sparring partner with Alex, Carolyn was absolutely sure that it was him. Her guesses were confirmed by Julia, recalling how abruptly this young man left the table when she was about to call. Todd was literally clutching his head, not believing that his modest and quiet neighbor actually turned out to be so cool. But Jason didn't seem surprised at all, where he admitted that he had suspicions about Alex. And when the Ice Princess asked him where he got such guesses, the guy said that they took part in special exams together, where Alex did something incredible. Barney was quite surprised that his roommate was one of those who went through a special additional recruitment. The birthday girl did not take her eyes off the young man, continuing to compare him with the images of the one with whom she fought, where the girl became more and more convinced that this was exactly the same person. Julia, sitting next to her, noticed that it was very upsetting that such a handsome man already liked Samantha. Another one of those who was very happy about the revelation of Alex's identity was that same secret villain, but everyone present was shocked when another young man appeared on the stage, after which several more young people stood next to Alex, among whom were even girls. Alex himself also could not understand what was happening, looking in surprise at everyone who stood next to him. At that same second, everyone turned their attention to Diana, saying that one of these people was clearly lying. But the girl on stage suddenly announced that she was a regular at the video game club. Blushing with rage, Carolyn shouted that games and losses in computer games could not be counted, to which another young man who defeated the birthday girl in a video game said that all the complaints were against the one who asked the question, and did not specify in which area the victory took place. Observing the situation, Alex mentally noted that this experience would help him formulate the question correctly, eliminating the repetition of a similar situation. Meanwhile, everyone else had already become disappointed, having decided that Alex had also won at video games. The Ice Princess asked her friend if the guy who came out first was a member of this club, to which Carolyn stated that there were a lot of people in that club, and she didn't particularly remember who she played with. Returning to her place, the girl said that the idea was a failure, suggesting that we end it there. But then Jason intervened, saying that Alex hadn't asked the question yet. And then the young man, who continued to remain on stage, said that before voicing the question, he would like to clarify something. And so he loudly declared that he had nothing to do with the video game club, and that he was the one who would win Carolyn in a real battle. He proved by reporting the substance of their conversations during meetings for fights. Everyone present, including the birthday girl and her friend, were shocked by such an unexpected confession from the young man. Listening to his comrade, Jason could not understand why, at first, not wanting to open up, Alex now changed his actions to the exact opposite. But then the young man moved on to his question, saying that among those present there were people who hated him or wished him death. And these are the people he now asks to come up on stage. He himself went downstairs, heading to where the birthday girl was sitting. Handing the girl his cell phone with a list of names and surnames, he asked Carolyn to help him determine who would now be on the stage, where, as the deputy president of the student council, she should know everyone by sight. However, the guy's expectations were not met, as the girl stated that she did not know everyone by sight. Hearing the guy's request, Julia offered her help, saying that she definitely remembered everyone's face. And so, reading the list, the girl carefully looked at all the Alex haters standing on the stage, and the young man himself also carefully examined each of them. At some point, the girl handed the guy his cell phone, saying that among those on stage there was no one from this list. The young man had never expected such an unexpected turn, not understanding who could have made the mistake. At this point, the game was over, and many of those gathered began to disperse, congratulating the birthday girl one last time. Among others, the secret villain left the room, who was very glad that he could so easily detect the dragon agent. Alex returned to his place, where he lamented the fact that he not only failed to reveal the villain, but also gave himself away to him, which endangered the lives of his loved ones. Out of a feeling of hopelessness, the young man took the bottle standing on the table and drained it in one gulp. Carolyn watched the actions of her sparring partner with interest. The young man could not calm down, blaming himself for having just missed the one who killed several instructors. Not understanding the guy's condition, the birthday girl apologized for causing him trouble, but the guy replied that she had nothing to do with it. At the same time, Jason saw off the guests, saying that they should all get together one more time. Then, turning his attention to Alex, the young man noticed that he was a good drinking companion, where if he had known about this earlier, he could have invited him to the coolest parties, where many of the special set attended. Hearing about the special recruitment, Todd asked what it was, and Jason explained that this was how he and Alex entered the academy. Then turning to his friend, the relative of the birthday girl said that everyone from their special set was here today. To which the upset young man replied that he didn't even notice their presence, since he didn't really know them. But a second later, his bright head was suddenly visited by an equally bright thought about a special exam. After all, he could already have met this man, who may not have had the desire to kill him. After all, like Alex himself, this villain simply did not know his enemy by sight, and therefore the question asked did not work. And so he showed his friend the list, asking which of these 9 participated in the special exam. Picking up his cell phone, Jason read the names and immediately noted who entered the academy this year. The Ice Princess who approached the guys said that she also remembered him very well, since he managed to become a member of the student council. And to the guy's question about who set the time for practical classes, the girl explained that this was determined by the academy's management based on the proposals of the student council. But nevertheless, everyone from the student council was the first to know what day the internship was scheduled for. Having finally become convinced that this freshman was the secret villain, Alex practically attacked his comrade, asking where Carter Brooks had gone. Having learned that he should still be in the parking lot, the young man quickly rushed to the exit. The secret villain, meanwhile, was already sitting in his car, thinking that he now has 1,000 ways to deal with the one who ruined all his plans. Having started the engine, the young man wanted to move away, but immediately froze when he suddenly saw his enemy in the headlights. Nevertheless, Carter decided to continue and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. His sports car instantly took off, but Alex's reaction was enough to avoid being under his wheels. Looking at the retreating car, the young man gathered all his strength to rush after it. But at some point, Jason caught up with him, only laughing at the fact that his friend was going to try to catch up with a sports car on his own 2 feet. After which they switched places, and with words of gratitude, Alex continued the chase. Rapidly picking up speed, the young man at the same time continued to compare all the facts known to him, where now it became clear to him why they tried to fail him in the entrance exams. After all, Carter probably paid a bribe to become a student and implement his hellish plans. But Alex's assertiveness could leave him without a place. For this reason, the exam supervisor took all possible measures to ensure that Alex did not pass the test, where otherwise he would not only lose his money, but would also fall out of favor with real monsters. These thoughts were quickly replaced by memories of how many good people died because of this guy. Therefore, he had an excellent motive for not allowing this killer to escape. At some point, the fleeing Carter noticed an approaching motorcycle in the rearview mirror, and so he decided not to hesitate in destroying his enemy, activating his abilities, with the help of which he began to tear trees out of the ground and throw them at his pursuer. However, it was not so easy to hit Alex, where many would envy his reaction. Turning around, Carter noted with displeasure that his attack was unsuccessful. Then the young man rose to his feet, using much more of his strength, where now not 2, but several dozen trees were prepared for them to throw, arrays of which literally hovered over the head of the young man who was not lagging behind him. Looking at what his opponent was doing, the young man whispered that this would not help him hide. Alex just added gas and activated his abilities, literally rushing into where anyone else would have died. He didn't even look at what was happening in front of his eyes, because he was absolutely sure that he would have time to get through. The young man shocked his enemy by so easily bypassing the obstacle he had created and continuing the chase. Realizing that things couldn't get any worse, Carter literally hit the steering wheel from impotence. Alex was already behind him, saying that the guy would definitely not be able to escape. A sharp turn did not allow the pursuer to grab the killer, which provoked him to say several unflattering words about him. Then Alex, standing on his vehicle, decided to cover the distance with a jump, to which Carter reacted quite quickly, steering the car to the side. Nevertheless, the young man managed to catch onto its back, which did not immediately move out of his flight path. Continuing to press the gas pedal to the floor, the killer began to use his abilities again. But this time he needed them in order not to fly into the ravine into which he directed his car along with Alex pursuing him. Watching his car explode, Carter just laughed, saying that this time the victory was his. Leaving the scene, the guy called his curator, reporting that he had identified the dragon agent and had already managed to deal with him. And when he was asked to provide the name, surname, and other details of this agent, Carter replied that it now does not matter. He was talking about how he now needed a new place where he could conduct his activities, when he suddenly noticed a terrible silhouette standing right in front of him. It was Alex, who declared that he would now send the killer to the world where all those whom he managed to kill were located. Carter was quite surprised that his enemy remained alive after such a fall, but he was not going to give up just like that, declaring that his opponent's abilities were definitely not comparable to what he could do. Having prepared for battle, Carter added that Alex was too weak for him when delivering his first blow. The attack was good and knocked the young man back a few steps. But this force was clearly not enough to even knock Alex off his feet, knocking him to the ground. Looking at his opponent, the assassin said that he was well aware of how his ability worked. Where there is nothing worthwhile around, the properties of which could be absorbed by the enemy's body. Starting to activate his abilities again, Carter said that Alex definitely couldn't handle him with his bare hands. After this, trees began to rise into the air throughout the area, following which the soil and the stones on it also appeared in the air, where all of this, through Carter's efforts, was preparing to deliver a terrible blow. And so, having collected a sufficient amount of power, the killer directed it at his opponent. But Alex didn't care at all, where he, clutching an ice crystal in his hand, was already ready. His opponent's attack was met with an incredible blow from the ice dragon. Noticing how some other element was absorbing everything that was directed at Alex, Carter tried his best to suppress this growing power. But the ice materialized by his opponent was getting closer and closer. But this was only the first holding attack, where it was immediately followed by a second. Having turned everything the killer wielded into shards of ice, Alex prepared to defeat his opponent. Feeling truly horrified, Carter watched as his entire body gradually became covered in ice. When the young man finished, there was only one huge block of ice in front of him. Approaching the immobilized enemy, Alex asked him who allowed him to control other people's lives. Along the way, the young man tore off the remnants of his clothes, torn after falling into the ravine. The helpless killer looked with horror in his eyes as the Punisher raised his hand, and so the young man made a lightning-quick movement, lowering his hand onto the frozen hand of the Carter. Looking at the silently screaming enemy, Alex told him to never dare to harm anyone again. When asked by Carl, Helen explained that she did not even know for what purpose Alex asked them to gather in the memory hall. Then the man noticed that it must be very difficult for him, because he was very young, but had already gone through a lot. The man's interlocutor understood the feelings that the guy recruited by her might experience. Deciding to somehow cheer him up, members of the Dragon's organization headed to the memory hall. When they were inside, they found a young man in some strange half-naked form, and in the company of some guy on the floor. The first thing Carl did was pay a sign of respect to the deceased, and Alex, who heard his colleagues appear, turned and said that he had fulfilled his promise and caught the attacker. Pointing to the young man bound by his ice, the young man said that this was the culprit in the tragedy that occurred during practical classes, and the Master's new hope. Neither Carl nor Helen could believe that the guy managed to identify and capture such an important figure alive. And Carter, who had already lost one arm when he saw strangers, seemed even glad to see them, where he tearfully prayed that they would quickly take him away from the hands of this abnormal person. After such a statement, the man and the girl exchanged meaningful glances, and now Carl was already reporting the detention of an important person involved and asked to send a group, and Helen was interested in the condition of the young man. Wiping the blood off his face, the girl praised the young man for what he was able to do today. She also said that it was not worth taking such a big risk, but Alex responded that he simply wanted those who died to rest in peace. A minute later, Carl returned to them, reporting where the group had already set out and would arrive soon. Immediately after that, he stood at attention in front of the guy, saying that he wanted to thank him on behalf of their entire organization. The killer Alex caught was placed in one of the arriving cars. In the second semester, he himself, where Helen said goodbye that the guy would be patched up a little in the hospital. When the cars drove away, the girl suddenly turned around and headed back to the memory hall. Standing in front of the portraits of her fallen comrades, Helen said that their sacrifice was not in vain, since the surviving Alex is now capable of much. Turning to Adrian's portrait, the girl agreed with the words he once said that they were all too weak to change this world. But they have enough strength to give their lives so that the next generation can correct their mistakes. Paying a sign of respect, Helen added that now she knows for sure that her comrades did not die in vain. Clutching a textbook and notebook in his hand, Alex headed to one of the next classes. Ashley caught up with him in the corridor and asked him what class he was heading to. In response, the young man named the first and last name of the teacher who was teaching the lesson he needed. And now his random acquaintance was already keeping him company, saying that she too was heading to the classes of this particular teacher, since she considered him one of the best in the academy, where only the departed Professor McCoy was his equal. As soon as she uttered this surname, a picture of the professor's detention instantly flashed in the guy's memory, which none of the students of course knew about, after which he also expressed his regrets regarding his departure, where in his opinion Alistair was an excellent teacher and could teach them a lot. During this conversation, the young people did not notice how they found themselves in the audience they needed. An elderly man who appeared in front of the students introduced himself as Jonathan Gray, and he began his lecture by calling on everyone to question everything and always, even seemingly obvious facts, where he cited the example of great scientists of the past who comprehended the truth and made discoveries only by questioning the known. Whoever created them gave them an excellent body with arms, legs, and a head, thanks to which they explored life itself step by step and have now created a great civilization, where man is the only species on Earth that in principle can create civilization. But if the one who created them would have created someone else who would also have the same inquisitive mind as a person, who could also learn to make fire, create weapons, and evolve. Having asked a rhetorical question about what could happen to this world then, the teacher turned on his laptop. And when the picture loaded, the man said that in this case, a completely different species could dominate the Earth. Alex listened carefully to the teacher's words that for too long man considered himself the center of the universe, the only species capable of development. But no one has ever thought about why they rise so significantly above other species and dominate the planet. Then the man said that there are already other species on the planet that are no worse developed than humans, and there are others, passing through all eras of human development, which is the subject of research by many scientists, where what took people hundreds of years to do took them only 10. In this regard, everyone should think about how far these species will be able to advance in 30 years. And so Jonathan concluded that in about 70 years a person for these creatures will become nothing more than labor or food. After these words, one of the students asked the teacher whether such incredible assumptions were supported by any research data. To this, the man replied that his arguments were not supported by anything, and therefore everyone could consider it just words. But after a second he added that, like most people, he is not unable to observe what is happening in order to draw conclusions. Another student said that man cannot be destroyed by any other species. Approaching the guy, the teacher said that he believed with all his gut that no one could really defeat them. He hopes that humanity still has enough time to learn and prepare for the attack. Here Ashley also asked her question, where she was interested in what they would do in class. To which Jonathan explained that both theoretical and practical classes await them. Answering another question, the man explained that they would have to go to practice, where the Hunters Association would provide cover. He also noticed that little attention is paid to his subject, and therefore the budget for practical outputs is very limited. Where after these words another student said that this subject is very important, where they can even make a new discovery. The young man cited Dr. Mason Burke as an example. The name immediately brought to mind the image of the head of the research group in the man's memory. And now another student also stated that they have every chance of revealing some secrets and thereby saving humanity. After listening to all the remarks, Jonathan expressed his hopes that the academy will find the necessary funding, where the student council will not remain on the sidelines. Classes were over, and the young man was walking in the fresh air. The goddess who appeared next to him noticed that humanity had finally realized that other species could develop like them. In response, the guy said that the new teacher, Mr. Gray, is really very talented, and while the young man said that he wanted to learn more from him, his companion expressed obvious satisfaction that at least one of the people understood something. Since most other people, and in particular the teachers of the academy, do not care about other species at all. Then Alex asked the girl whether other species could actually overtake them in development in just 70 years. Taking stock, the goddess estimated that it took humanity about 200 years to develop slightly more improved weapons. Development can also include the emergence of people with super abilities, where against the general background, humanity is developing very slowly. After listening to his interlocutor, the young man said that it would be very nice if all species communicated as well, and loved each other as they did with the goddess. Where the words about love hurt the girl the most. Returning again to serious topics, the young man once again asked the question of why humanity is being exterminated. To this, his companion gave the example of a computer virus and an antivirus program operating against it, which simply takes and erases lines of harmful code. But the young man did not see this as an answer, saying that there was no evidence that humanity acts like a virus. Then the goddess said that she would now try to explain something else to the guy. The first thing she reminded him of was the theory of evolution, according to which man descended from apes. But at the same time, dolphins live in the seas and oceans, which are much smarter than monkeys, and who for some reason do not turn into sea people. The monkey turned into a man only because he learned to use his hands wisely. However, the young man did not agree with this theory, considering it simply stupid. To this, his interlocutor replied that all this is not so important, because she wants to tell the guy something completely different. And when he showed interest, the girl suddenly announced that people were originally not a virus, but the immune system of the planet. Where before the advent of humanity this function was performed by another species, dinosaurs. Having finished his walk, Alex came home to his beloved sister. Walking into the room, he thanked the girl for helping him pack his things. Continuing to get ready, Betty sadly asked her brother why he needed to go somewhere again. Then the young man explained that this trip was required as part of his training, where he needed to collect samples and conduct independent research. Realizing that this was a learning practice, the girl asked her brother to be very careful and, in case of danger, to simply run. Throwing some candy into her dear brother's backpack, Betty talked a little about her work, where she does very boring things every day in the form of sorting out papers. Alex encouraged her sister, saying that this is always the case at internships, but when she fully joins the staff, she will be entrusted with much more serious work. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, where, going to open it, the girl explained that it was most likely her colleagues from work. There were actually 2 girls standing on the threshold. asking Betty if she was ready. Seeing Alex, they immediately assumed that this was her boyfriend, but the girl immediately put everything in its place, introducing her brother to her friends. After which the girls did not hesitate to notice that Alex was still a handsome man, whose presence she could have told about earlier. Embarrassedly scratching the back of his head, the young man greeted his sister's friends, where one of them was not at a loss and immediately invited the guy to join them. But Betty stopped this attempt, saying that her brother had a lot of things to do, and inviting her friends to move forward. When leaving, the girl asked her brother to call her more often and again told him to be careful. Left alone, the young man noticed that Betty quickly made friends, after which he took the backpack, deciding that it was time for him to move out. The guy reached the walls of his native academy quite quickly, where he stood and waited to board the buses. At some point, the young man saw Samantha, around whom his longtime enemy Max Rogers was spinning. Having also noticed her lover, the girl, paying absolutely no attention to Max, headed towards Alex. Addressing his former classmates, the young man asked where they were going, to which his opponent rather rudely stated that they were going to exterminate monsters. In response to a counter and similar question from Samantha, the young man explained that they had regular practical classes, and when he told the destination, the girl was very happy, since they were heading to the same place. Max couldn't help but chime in with his remark, proudly declaring that the freshman would only clean up after people like him. But the young man did not pay any attention to these words, or even to the guy himself. Max was very angry, but could not do absolutely anything, remembering how he had disgraced himself in the confrontation with this guy. Samantha asked Alex to be extremely careful during these sessions. Looking down, the girl thought about whether she should hug the young man now. While she was thinking, Alex also told the girl to take care of herself, where he would come to her aid at any second. At that second, a student passing by accidentally pushed the guy with his huge backpack. Having lost his balance, the young man automatically took a step forward directly towards the girl, where Samantha interpreted this movement in her own way and clung to her loved one with great pleasure. For Alex, these hugs seemed more than an unusual phenomenon, because the girl had a boyfriend. And then it was announced that the student combat group was landing, and the girl told Alex that it was time for her to go. Feeling completely awkward, the young man wished his girlfriend a good journey. After which Samantha turned around and quickly headed to her bus, into which all the other members of her group had already boarded. A couple of minutes later, it was announced that freshman boarding had begun. Walking up the stairs, Ashley was quite surprised when she saw who was sitting in the very front seat. As it turned out, the Ice Princess Julia Fisher herself is going on this trip with a group of freshmen, and when Alex got on board the bus, the girl immediately recognized the one who was able to defeat her friend. Noticing the girl, the young man greeted her cheerfully. Jason followed him into the cabin, immediately noticing that fate itself was pushing them all together. Moving deeper into the cabin, Carolyn's relative noticed that the journey would be much more fun, since the Ice Princess herself was with them. Julia, on the other hand, was not so optimistic, saying that she was tired of looking after the freshmen, where this statement was heard by the teacher putting away his things. Smiling, he looked at the girl and said that even first-year students and their lessons make a huge contribution to the salvation of humanity. And when the Ice Princess made some kind of inarticulate sound in response to Jonathan's words, he added that she would definitely understand everything. But later, the boarding was completed, and the bus was already rushing at full speed to its destination, where the only talk in the cabin was that they were being accompanied by the president of the student council herself. Marvin noticed that an equally famous student was going with them to practice, where he meant the guy sitting by the window, who was famous for his special accuracy and bore the simple but sonorous pseudonym Straylock. The next person to be noticed was senior student Margot White, whose appearance could not be said to have incredible fighting skills. And when someone asked what her ability was, Marvin explained that her favorite games were only with fire. Ashley drew attention to another escort, asking who this girl in strange clothes was. But then Marvin said that apart from the girl's name Melinda Wong, he knew nothing more about her. Finally, everyone paid attention to some modest kid, whose name was Kevin Hale, and who was one of the 10 strongest students. One of the girls said that she did not expect such serious accompaniment, after which Jason noted that this was an indicator of the importance of their teacher's classes. Approaching his acquaintance, the man highly appreciated the power he possessed. Another fisherman considered having fun with his wife all night, and then being out fishing just before dawn, as a serious indicator. But to this, his interlocutor replied that he had been sitting here all night with a fishing rod in his hands. It took him a few seconds to realize that his fishing colleague had mentioned something about his wife. Realizing that he had almost become a destroyer of the family, the man quickly changed the subject, saying that it seemed to his interlocutor. Looking more closely at his friend, the fisherman noticed that his eyes were very red. Inviting him to go home and rest, he also cast his fishing rod. The passenger car moved nimbly along the winding road. A little girl, leaning out of the window, rejoiced at how many dandelion seeds were flying around. But her mother stopped this outburst of joy, saying that it was not at all safe to lean out of the window like that. Watching the woman and child with affection, the man did not notice how one of the seeds stuck to his neck. A man who had just come fishing reacted quite quickly to the bite. Having made the hook, he immediately felt strong resistance, believing that he had caught something big. Having difficulty coping, the man turned to his neighbor with a request to help him remove the fish from the water. But his fishing partner did not react to this request, and the luckier fisherman had to use all his strength to get the fish. At the risk of breaking the tackle, he made a rather sharp movement with the rod, causing the impressively sized fish to literally fly out of the water into the air. However, during the flight, the hook tore out part of the flesh of the caught fish, leaving it in free flight. When the catch was on the shore and the man approached, he saw some long, thin creatures similar to worms crawling out of the fish's body. Frightened, he immediately threw away the terrible catch, and as soon as the fish was on the ground again, the parasites inhabiting its body began to crawl out. And then, one by one, everything that lived in the body of this fish disappeared into the sand. The fisherman began to back away, drawing the attention of his neighbor to what had just happened before his eyes. He touched his shoulder, but the man, as before, did not react at all to words or physical contact. And when the fisherman turned around and accidentally knocked his hat off, instead of his comrade, he saw in front of him a dried, skin-covered corpse. And from under the dead man's feet, through the sand and the water, were hiding exactly the same worms that had just crawled out of the fish. With a wild cry, the fisherman rushed away, throwing all his fishing gear on the shore. Turning to Jonathan, Ashley asked him what kind of samples he planned to collect. Hearing the question, the teacher stood up and explained that quite recently, he had been sent some very interesting plant samples, where, after conducting several experiments, he managed to find out that parts of this plant have strange aggression. Then Ashley said that all plants by nature never care about other plants, where a large tree can block the sunlight for a small sprout, causing the latter to die. Then the man explained that the sample given to him behaved completely differently, actively attacking other living beings. The man wanted to add something else, but suddenly the bus driver applied the emergency brake, which did not save the situation, since a collision with something still happened. The archer was the first to jump up from her seat, deciding that the bus had just been attacked by monsters. But the driver calmed the girl down, saying that it was just a wild deer that jumped out from the side of the road onto the roadway. The Ice Princess ordered that everything be checked, ordering everyone else to remain inside the vehicle. And when the driver said that this was an ordinary deer that you shouldn't pay attention to, Kyle noticed that when in this area, it's better to be on the safe side. The door was open, and fulfilling an errand, Melinda went outside to look around. From the traces of blood, the girl realized that the animal had not died, and had already managed to hide in the thickets. Returning to the bus, she reported that there was no threat. It was really just an animal. And to Julia's question about what happened to the corpse, the archer explained that the deer was not shot down to death, and it galloped off into the forest, where it was unlikely to survive long. Then the girl turned to the driver, asking if everything was okay with the bus, to which he confirmed his ability to move on. Since there were always a lot of deer in the local forests, and such situations were commonplace, it was decided to continue moving. Well, the surviving deer from the nearby bushes watched these random people they met with their burning eyes. When the students arrived at the locality, they immediately noticed some activity among the police. Everyone became very interested in what happened here, where, judging by the number of law enforcement officers, someone was definitely killed. The students soon reached the hotel, where the landing commander, Jonathan, said that everyone must check in before lunch. When the registration procedure was completed and everyone gathered at the dinner table, the teacher said that he had already been given information about the location of the samples he was interested in. Together, it was decided to split into several groups, each of which would be led by a senior student. Where immediately after this, several guys, including Jason, expressed a desire to be in the Ice Princess's group. Realizing that it would be stupid to give freedom of action to freshmen, the girl said that the group leaders would recruit their own people. Julia herself was the first to start assembling the team, telling Ashley that she would work with her. Then she added a couple more capable guys to her team. And lastly, the Ice Princess pointed to her friend Alex, whom she knew from her friend's birthday. When the first group was formed, Jonathan instructed this group to find out the reason for the work of so many police officers, and to retreat if the situation had nothing to do with mutants and monsters, where the full investigation must be carried out by first-year students, after which Kyle invited his colleagues to also start forming their own groups. And while this formation was taking place, the teacher took out signal sheets, which he distributed one per group, after which he gave the other groups independent tasks that they had to complete. Since there were no more questions, the teacher dismissed his students to complete their assigned tasks. The policeman leaving the station could not understand how such a terrible death could have occurred. Another of his colleagues wondered whether it was the work of a man or a monster, and a third simply suggested waiting for the members of the Hunters Association. Another policeman began to declare that they would definitely not send anyone into their wilderness, when suddenly their attention was attracted by Ashley's ringing voice. Having informed the police that they were from the Hunter Academy and were going to conduct an investigation, the girl asked to tell them about what happened, The police were very skeptical that the investigation would be carried out by some students, but nevertheless, they pointed to the place where the corpse was, saying that the children could look at it if they had enough endurance. While initially positive, most of the team was dismayed when they heard about the body. Almost everyone turned their attention to their leader, who said that she only ensures security, and the students should do everything else. Then Alex decided to take on the role of the pioneer, saying that he would go and examine the corpse. After all, without this it was impossible to understand who committed the murder, a person or a monster. He had almost disappeared into the passage, accompanied by the police, when Ashley asked them to wait for her. And so 2 policemen and 2 students entered the room where a corpse covered with a sheet lay in front of them on the table. The old man who met them was glad that the Hunters Association had arrived, but one of the policemen explained that these were academy students, after which everyone who was in the room unanimously declared that some students would definitely not help them, and they needed to wait for real hunters. The same old man also noted that they are not trying to complicate the investigation, but simply want it to be carried out efficiently and by professionals. Then the policeman explained that they had already contacted the association, but when they described the situation, they said that they saw no traces of a monster attack, and therefore they most likely would not send hunters, who were already in short supply. However, the old man was very stubborn, saying that they were still ready and would wait for the professionals to arrive, since the matter was very important for the residents of their city. When the old man finished, one of the policemen said that the matter was really important, and therefore they would contact the association again. Turning to Alex and Ashley, the other policeman apologized to them, saying that people have the right to count on professional help. The girl tried to say that they already knew and could do a lot, but her companion interrupted her, asking the citizens what rank of hunter would suit them. Looking at the young man, the old man stated that they needed a hunter of at least the 2nd rank. The young man then produced his much higher level badge, asking if they were satisfied with his qualifications. The confused old man stood and looked at the badge in amazement, asking what it meant. And then all the other residents of the town noted that, according to his badge, this guy is at least a red level. A few seconds later, all residents and police officers apologized to the young man. And the police also said that if the guy needed any help, he would just have to say so. Thanking everyone for their trust, Alex asked first to be allowed to examine the corpse. Ashley was horrified when one of the policemen removed the sheet, and a terrible and seemingly dried body appeared before the eyes of the young people. Alex also stared at this very unusual-looking body of a dead man. The policeman standing next to him explained that they had already conducted an autopsy, where the cause of death was quite unusual. His entire body, all the internal organs, muscles seemed to be placed in an oven and completely dehydrated. According to the witness, he talked to this man, but after a few minutes he was already in this state. Another policeman immediately remembered that there was also a video recording that showed how the deceased had been fishing all night and felt quite normal, where for all the time no monsters approached him. That's why the version of their involvement was discarded. And while the policeman was asking whether there were signs of a monster attack, the young man was thinking about this truly unusual death. If this is an attack from a monster, and it was not caught on camera, then perhaps it has some kind of camouflage ability. Local residents nearby, panicking, began to build versions that these were some kind of vampires who did not drink blood, but generally sucked all the moisture out of a person. One of the old men remembered huge bats living in the mountains, which could well have done this. Listening to these absurd statements from residents, the policeman understood that they would only interfere with the guy's investigation. Then he turned to the residents, asking them to leave the premises and not disturb the hunter, where they would definitely inform them about the first results. Meanwhile, Ashley suggested that the man could be under the influence of some kind of poison, which was activated at dawn, but Alex found this unlikely, where the poison injected into the body would definitely have an effect on the body overnight. This was confirmed by the policeman, who once again said that, according to the witness, everything was fine with the man when they met. Then the young man said that if this was an attack by a monster, then either he had some kind of disguise or was very small in size, where its size is no larger than the size of some insect. In any case, it was necessary to inspect the scene of the incident, where, after this request, the policeman said that he would escort the hunters. Meeting their friends, the remaining group members on the street were interested in the results of the examination of the corpse, to which Alex explained that for now it is impossible to completely exclude the monster's attack, where next they should inspect the scene of the incident. Another girl who was part of the group noticed that every day there are more and more varieties of monsters, and therefore they must make sure that this is not one of them. The guy standing next to her mentioned the locals' conversations about some kind of bat, suggesting that they go in search of it. But Alex disagreed with this, saying that even if it turned out to be true, it would be unwise to rush to destroy a monster they knew nothing about. Then his interlocutor proudly declared that they were people with superpowers, and they had nothing to fear from some mutants. And the girl standing next to him supported his arguments, saying that Julia was with them, who would help in a pinch. After a short pause, The Ice Princess said that it was up to them to decide what to do. She, as before, was just watching. After thinking a little, Alex said that if it really was a mutated bat, then it would be better to contact the association, because they are here primarily in practice and must collect samples. Where such a statement did not please Peter at all, who continued to declare that they were also future hunters. Martha, standing next to him, supported his words, declaring that their first priority was to protect people and not to collect samples. Ashley intervened in the growing conflict, explaining that Alex, in his words, just wanted to say that first they need to conduct an investigation and make sure that this is really the work of a monster. At this point, the skirmish was over, and soon the whole group arrived at the scene, which was fenced off by the police. Approaching the guard, the policeman explained that hunters had arrived with him and would conduct the investigation. And now he was already showing the young people who had arrived with him the very place where they found the corpse. Moving along the shore, Peter suddenly felt something hard under his foot. Frightened and pulling his leg back, the guy screamed in surprise, which made the police laugh, who explained that this was a regular catch of a fisherman, which he did not have time to pick up. Having calmed down, the young man moved on. Alex sat down and looked at the fish for a while. The policeman was already showing the guys the place where the body was found, when Alex, approaching the group, asked if they had checked the reservoir. Having received a negative answer, the young man asked how long the same fish that his colleague had stepped on had been there for a long time. The policeman did not know the answer to this question, and Martha, who was standing next to him, considered the guy's question stupid, saying that it was necessary to study the place of the man's death, and not a dead fish. But Alex noticed that if they were preparing to eat this fish, it would be cleared of scales and there would be remnants of the fire. He was not sure, but he assumed that this fish was somehow connected with this incident. And suddenly the policeman perked up, almost shouting that he had missed something. The same witness told him that at first he was very much frightened by some fish. Looking at the young man asked him about how the most ordinary fish could scare him, to which his interlocutor explained that they did not elaborate, because they decided that these were simply the consequences of shock. Then Alex reminded the police about the traffic camera that captured this place, and according to the recordings, they watched what happened here at night. Having understood what he needed to do, the policeman said that he would order the preparation of a video recording. And while the man was dealing with this issue, the young man decided to look around the area a little, studying, among other things, the plants growing nearby. When Julia, who approached him, inquired about why the young man was attracted to this herb, he told her the teacher's story about how mutated plants were brought to him. After all, they originally came here for plant samples, the study of which can be of great help. And while he was studying the grass and dandelions, saying that this might have something to do with the incident, the girl found the guy very funny. And when she said that this was the most ordinary grass with the most ordinary dandelions, the young man could not disagree with her, not finding anything suspicious. Then a policeman attracted their attention, saying that he had already received the video from the camera, and now they were already watching how the fisherman threw the fish that frightened him, which they had just discovered in the same place. Returning to the find, the policeman could not understand why the fish had dried out so much in such a short time. Alex asked the man if it seemed to him that the condition of the fish exactly corresponded to the condition of the discovered corpse. After these words, the man took a photograph of the deceased from his pocket, looking from him to the fish and back. A chill ran through his entire body, and the policeman replied that, apparently, the cause of death for the man and this fish was the same. After these words, Alex turned to the pond, saying that this very reason was most likely hiding somewhere there. A group of divers were preparing to dive, already in a boat in the very center of the lake. When the final preparations were completed, the dive to explore the reservoir began. Alex and the policeman watched the progress of this dive on the monitor, where when the man asked what he hoped to find there, the young man replied that this would be shown by studying the samples, where he needs a group of divers to obtain as many different samples as possible for research. Having received instructions, the policeman said that he would immediately transfer everything to those who were underwater. Sitting on the sidelines, Martha and Peter, who were not present when Alex showed his badge, could not understand why the police obeyed him unquestioningly. Tired of inaction and rising to his feet, the young man said that they could conduct their own investigation, and so he suggested that the girl go to a nearby forest, where she should look for traces of monsters. And just as they were about to move forward, their path was suddenly blocked, where Julia appeared in front of them and said that all members of her group should be nearby, where she would not be able to protect them if they split up. But the young people were clearly not very happy that they were wasting time here, and also did not want to listen to the commander here, Alex. Noticing the outbursts of his classmates, Alex told the princess not to detain them, since the police still asked to check the surrounding area. Hearing this, the girl was confused, once again trying to say that in this case, she would only be able to protect part of the group. Then her interlocutor reminded her that he was strong enough, saying that she could calmly go with Martha and Peter. Julia remembered that this guy was able to defeat her friend, and therefore agreed with his proposal. And so the group split up, where one part went to explore the surrounding area, and the second remained in the coastal zone. Alex carefully watched the progress of the dive, where at some point, while swimming out of the underwater thickets, the girl diver suddenly came across a whole mountain of bones. Out of surprise, he pulled back and collided with his colleague, pointing him to the place of the terrible discovery. The people on the shore were also horrified when they saw a real animal cemetery under the water. When the dive was over, the divers who returned to the shore said that there were mainly bones of domestic animals and wild deer. No human bones were found. The policeman immediately recalled a fairly large number of calls about missing livestock. The girl diver, who had already managed to throw off her equipment, noted that her soul almost jumped out of her there, and therefore she refused further dives, which did not make the police very happy, since in this case the investigation would come to a standstill. Meanwhile, the male diver gave the young man the very samples of underwater plants that he had asked for, and some bones. He also told the guy that they, of course, are the most ordinary people, but in their opinion, something really lives underwater, where he is convinced that this is some kind of terrible and ruthless predator. Daylight was ending, and therefore it was decided to call it a day for today, since we had to further explore what the divers had brought. The police officer was not against the young man taking the samples to the professor for examination. At the same time, the young man asked the man not to spread information about the terrible find for now, so as not to sow panic. The government representative fully agreed with this and promised to take appropriate measures. Alex asked Ashley to give the samples to Professor Gray, saying that he had some other business to attend to. Having decided to have a snack first, the guy, accompanied by a policeman, came to one of the cafes in their small town, in the middle of which the young man suddenly saw a tearful girl, who, according to the policeman, was the wife of the deceased. Realizing that they had come at the wrong time and to the wrong place, the young man and the man decided to find another place to have dinner. But then the girl suddenly straightened up, apologizing for what they had to see, and offering to have a snack at her house. The policeman was doubtful, but Alex quickly got his bearings, accepting the offer and saying that they just had a few questions for her. Wiping her eyes from tears, the girl offered to follow her to a house located not far from this place. Inviting guests to the table, the hostess asked them to wait a little while she prepared everything for the meal. While they were seated at the table, the guy told his companion that he was now absolutely sure that a monster lived here. Where he found the most correct solution was the complete evacuation of the populated area. But his interlocutor immediately rejected this idea, saying that now it is unlikely that it will be possible to evacuate people. Since the line where battles with monsters take place has expanded, the direct path is blocked, and people can only be taken to the mountains. After thinking a little, Alex said that the mountains would not provide citizens with adequate security. The policeman also noticed that the help they requested never arrived, where they would have to somehow cope on their own. After these words, the young man said that tomorrow he himself would attempt a dive in order to reconnoiter the situation himself. The man tried to say that it was unsafe, but Alex added that if there was something there, he would definitely destroy the monster. Then the hostess of the house appeared on the street, delivering a variety of treats for the guests. While she was serving, the young man thanked the girl for her attention and care. Tired and very hungry, Alex and his police companion immediately pounced on food. But after the first piece that fell into their mouth, they realized that this food was completely inedible. Monsters literally overflowed one of the cities they captured, in which no one had lived for a very long time. And literally 10 kilometers from this breeding ground of monsters, a group of divers was preparing for a sabotage operation. Fastening his scuba suit on himself, the man told Samantha standing next to him that if action is not taken now, the number of monsters inhabiting the destroyed city will only grow. And when the girl expressed her doubts about safety, her brother Larry said that water was the only way to get through unnoticed. Nevertheless, his sister was very worried about this idea, which carried great danger. To which the man replied that his team was the best, and therefore they would not give up without a fight. Having told Samantha to think about her mission, Larry also noticed that the monsters of the group do not know at all what tactics and strategy are, which gives an advantage to the human team. Looking at the city visible in the distance, the man added that if they managed to get through and gain a foothold there, it would be a big step towards victory. If everything is left as is, this could threaten the chaotic spread of monsters and the death of millions of people. After listening to her brother, Samantha said that in this case, it would be better for her to go with her brother, where in this case their chances of winning would increase. But Larry said that her level and rank were not enough to participate in such an operation, where the weakest members of their group were much stronger than her. The man had already been called, and in parting he told the girl to get busy fulfilling her mission here. Realizing that she had no chance of going with her brother, Samantha said that he promised to return from this mission alive. To this, Larry said that it couldn't be any other way, where he would never allow himself to miss his sister's birthday. The other hunters present nearby looked in fascination at the elite unit of hunters leaving to complete the task. One of the girls with the most positive emotions expressed her confidence that these people will definitely return with victory. Among them was Max, who noticed that the strongest of this team was Samantha's brother. After all, Larry is already listed as a 5th-rank hunter. After listening to this explanation, some hunters had a hard time accepting the fact that they were 3 ranks weaker, realizing how much they still had to grow and grow. The difficult day was over and Alex returned to his hotel room. Before he even had time to close his door, he noticed that the light was still on in the professor's room. Deciding to check if everything was in order, the young man knocked, where he immediately heard an invitation to enter, since the door was not locked. Once inside, the young man immediately drew attention to the so-called creative chaos present. When asked why the man did not rest, Jonathan explained that he would not be able to sleep on such a terrible bed, and therefore he decided to spend time studying the samples. Already now the professor noticed that the samples that the guy got were quite interesting, after which Alex added that he planned to dive in himself and get some more material. Where, after these words, the man immediately perked up and said that the samples obtained were quite enough. And when the young man asked whether he had managed to discover something, the professor suddenly reminded him of what he had said in his lectures. Then Alex explained that he had already encountered monsters that developed at incredible speed and had completely unimaginable abilities. After which he described to the man how he met and fought with a monster that transformed into its victims. When the guy finished, Jonathan asked him to tell him everything again, only more slowly and in detail, which the young man did. At some point, the professor concluded that this creature would be very useful to him in his research, regretting that it was killed by the guy. Returning to the topic, the young man once again asked whether the man managed to learn anything from the samples he received. Then his interlocutor said that apparently some highly developed creature, similar to the one described by Alex, was involved here. After showing the guy several bones of different animals, the professor asked if he noticed any oddities. Having brought the samples closer, the young man began to carefully examine them. Finally, he said that the remains of a bird had been underwater the longest, followed by those of a dog a little less, and most recently the bone of a cattle. Highly appreciating the guy's observation skills, Jonathan asked what conclusion could be drawn from this. There was no immediate answer, and the man would add that he had already provided the guy with all the information he needed to answer. And then it dawned on Alex that the creature that had absorbed the animals had probably gone through several stages of evolution, where at first his size and abilities allowed him to eat only birds, then he grew to the level of dogs, and now he can easily eat large animals. The young man's conclusions were noted by the professor as completely correct, where the man added that the biggest problem is that now this monster can switch to eating people. The young man was already beginning to realize the scale of the possible tragedy, where in the city there is not a single person with superpowers. Jonathan noticed that judging by the deposits of bones, the creature had been living here for a long time, and very soon could switch to people. Immediately after these words, Alex informed the professor that it would not be possible to evacuate the population due to the expanded line of battles with monsters. There was nothing left but to try to understand what kind of monster they had to confront, for which the man asked the guy to collect more bones. Having understood his task, the young man headed to his room in order to get some rest before tomorrow. In the morning, the guy contacted the police, saying that he was heading to the lake immediately. And then he saw the second part of their group returning from exploring the surrounding area. Ashley appeared on the street and asked if they had discovered anything significant, to which Martha explained that if we consider the stones, sticks, and branches collected by Peter to be significant objects, then in this case they were able to discover a lot. The young man tried to start sports, but the girl ignored him, saying that now she just wanted to sleep. Peter insisted on analyzing what was collected, believing that something useful might be found there. Meanwhile, Julia asked Ashley about where Alex was going, where the girl explained that he went to the lake again. The Ice Princess was about to join him, but Ashley stopped her, saying that this guy would certainly be able to protect not only himself, but anyone else. Turning the leader of the group to face her, the girl noted that she had not slept the whole night, and therefore she needed to go to rest, and not to the lake, where she assured the Ice Princess that she and Alex would handle everything themselves. Arriving at the shoreline, Ashley asked where Alex was, and the police officer explained that he was already going to dive. The young man was indeed already fully equipped and ready to dive. He only leaned back a little, and now he was under the surface of the water, sinking to the bottom of the reservoir. Having quite quickly reached the right place, the young man noticed that there were indeed a lot of bones here. Having taken out the grid, he decided to collect as much material as possible for the study. And suddenly the young man felt something approaching him from behind, immediately turning to a possible enemy. Instantly gathering energy, the young man was already preparing to deliver his crushing blow. But he managed to stop in time, seeing the most ordinary fish in front of him, which was not at all afraid of the underwater guest, and swam past him as if nothing had happened. Realizing that there was no danger, Alex left the fish and continued collecting bone material for research. But as soon as the fish swam some distance, something began to move under its skin, and the body of the fish began to be torn apart by some huge worms that had settled in it. An unknown creature that appeared underwater instantly tore the flesh of its victim, leaving only a skeleton. Having finished collecting the bones, the young man rose to the surface, throwing what he managed to get into the boat, and the policeman asked him if it was enough. Having quickly explained that he needed as much material as possible, Alex decided to dive in again. Returning to the underwater cemetery, he suddenly noticed a bone that had an unusual round shape. Not yet noticing what was approaching him from behind, the young man took this bone out of the mud, and now he looked with horror at the human skull, realizing that the monster had already managed to switch to people. The guy also instantly realized that it was this monster that killed that same fisherman. The young man was just thinking that all the locals were in enormous and very real danger, when suddenly he heard the ringing voice of his body neighbor, who warned him of the impending danger. Reacting instantly, Alex turned around and struck the approaching monster with his blow, where at that very second his opponent seemed to scatter into separate parts. But this was not a victory, as his mentor told the guy. What the monster had become suddenly began to circle around its new victim, which it wanted to devour. And at some point it attacked the young man with lightning speed. A whole bunch of small worms instantly covered the entire upper part of his body, and the goddess recommended that he not try to shake them off physically, but simply think carefully about the right decision. After thinking a little, the young man realized that he still had 2 lower limbs free, which he needed to use in order to free himself. Gathering energy, the young man began to actively rotate his legs, thereby creating traction, from which the monster's efforts were also aimed at not falling into the whirlpool, which allowed Alex to free his hand. And as soon as the required limb became free, he instantly activated his ability, controlling the silt from the bottom of the lake. Noting that he could definitely withstand this blow, the young man directed the huge fist he had created at himself. Feeling the approach of danger, the monster began to hastily leave the body of its overly active victim. And when the fist was just a few centimeters from Alex, his body was already free. All those who remained on the shore looked in amazement at the huge waves rising on the lake. No one could understand what was happening, and Ashley was already preparing to use her abilities to repel a possible threat. Taking the weapon out of its holster, the police officer tried to contact Alex, asking what happened there. And finally, the young man answered that everything was fine with him. His partner breathed a sigh of relief, and the man asked his interlocutor to return quickly. Saying that he would return very soon, the young man touched the mass he had created from silt, bones, and everything that lay at the bottom. By forcing what he had created to open up, the young man got to what he needed. And so he caught part of the monster that attacked him, which got stuck in the mass created by the guy. Soon Alex rose to the surface and sat on a rock, looking at what he managed to get today. When asked by the policeman, he explained that this creature would also need to be handed over to the professor for research. After which he explained that the fisherman was most likely killed by this very creature living in the lake. Then he gave the order not to let anyone near the water and also forbade the guards of law and order to approach the lake. The young man also remembered a witness for whom he had some questions, to which his interlocutor said that during the night the man should have recovered a little from the shock, and therefore he would call him for a conversation. Very soon the young man returned to the hotel, where he was quick to show Jonathan what he had caught. While the professor was examining the monster, Alex explained that apparently this creature needs water to live. Observing the professor's reactions, the guy assumed that after he managed to catch this mutant, the bones he collected would be completely useless. But the man objected, saying that all the collected material would be useful to him for research. And when the professor added that he would need time to fully study the individual, the young man said that in that case, he would continue the investigation for now. Putting on the glove, Jonathan promised to immediately contact Alex as soon as he had any results. Another group of students, led by Melinda, moved around the area. Marvin, a member of this group, noted that according to information received from locals, the sawmill worker had not returned home for more than 10 days. Another member of this group named Claire did not understand why they should check this guy, whom everyone described as a terrible drunkard, and who probably just went on a drinking binge here. Her arguments were supported by another student, saying that they most likely really came all this way of 10 kilometers in vain. But then, having obviously heard something, the leader of the group herself interrupted the noisy discussion. When silence reigned around, the girl easily discovered the source of the sound. Without making any noise, she moved behind one of the trees, where she began to remove an arrow from the quiver. But when she looked out to estimate the distance to the target, she discovered that the source of the noise was only a forest deer. When she reported that there was no threat, Marvin breathed out a sigh of relief, noticing that during this time his heart almost stopped beating. And as they continued to explore the sawmill, the deer turned its head in their direction, half of which was torn into meat. Watching the people retreat, the animal turned, revealing its exposed ribs and something protruding from its neck. When the group entered the workshop, the fat man immediately noticed that there was clearly someone there, since the miter saw was turned on and working. Melinda noticed that there was a strong smell of alcoholic beverages in the room. Having opened the door to another room, all members of the group could feel a pungent odor escaping from there. In the corner of the room on the bed, they saw the employee of this enterprise himself, who apparently was very drunk. Marvin had already reported a false alarm on the part of the residents, while Drake decided to check on the drunkard's condition. The man did not react in any way to the guy's words, and then he decided to try to turn him over to wake him up. But as soon as he tried to do this, he immediately saw the withered face of a sawmill worker. Frightened, the young man began to back away and fell. And at that moment, the overturned corpse's eyes suddenly opened. Baring its many teeth, the monster rather abruptly jumped out of its place and sank its teeth into Drake's body. The group leader reacted instantly, jumping up to the monster and kicking it. And while the monster was flying to the side, Marvin tried to somehow help his comrade, from whose throat blood was pouring in a stream. Grabbing the guy by the hand, he tried to pull him aside, but the monster had already managed to recover from the blow he had received. He tried to attack again, but Melinda blocked his path, placing her weapon under his teeth, where just a second later the brave girl struck the enemy with another kick. And as soon as her striking foot was on the floor, she quickly drew an arrow and prepared to shoot. And so her arrow, charged with energy, was released and landed right in the frontal part of the monster attacking her group. When Claire asked why she killed the man, the girl explained that he was no longer a person at all. Marvin attracted the attention of the older group by saying that Drake was unconscious and the bleeding from his neck was not stopping. The guy urgently needed to be taken to the doctors, where it was decided that the guy would drag him and the girl would close the wound. But before they had time to take even a few steps, a new obstacle blocked their path, where the same deer was approaching right at them, which, judging by its appearance, should have long been rotting in a ditch. From the shard of glass sticking out of its neck, Melinda immediately realized that this was the same animal that had hit their bus on the way here. Looking at the terrible monster, Claire did not believe that it was the same deer that was supposed to be dead. Without waiting for this monster to attack them, the leader of the group shot an arrow at it, which the animal, to everyone's surprise, dodged. Noticing a good reaction from the enemy, the girl ordered everyone to be attentive and careful while she was fighting this monster. She wanted to shoot again, but the agile animal began to weave very quickly from side to side, making it impossible to aim normally. Then the quick-witted girl decided to take a different approach, moving towards the working saw and aiming the next arrow at the animal. Of course, the deer dodged the attack, continuing to rapidly approach Melinda. But at the very last moment, the girl jumped sharply upward, where the animal rushing towards her no longer had time to react. Next came the sound of deforming metal, where after a collision between a deer and a miter saw, the deer won. Students watching the confrontation noticed that his horns seemed to be cast from titanium. Meanwhile, the leader of the group of students again decided to attempt to attack the enemy with arrows. Gathering all her energy, the girl took aim for quite a long time and waited for the right moment. And so the shot was fired, where the deer seemed to be preparing to reflect it without leaving its place. And with the help of those same incredible horns, he was able to redirect the movement of the arrow in the other direction. After looking at how this animal acted, Melinda concluded that there was a high-level monster in front of them. Checking Drake's condition, Claire said that they needed to hurry, but Marvin understood that the deer simply would not let them pass further. Here, to the student's misfortune, the seemingly destroyed mutated sawmill worker came to his senses. Watching me lower the water, Ashley noticed that the bottom would soon be visible. At the same time, no monsters were visible, but Alex insisted on continuing, saying that the reservoir needed to be completely drained. After some time, the water was completely drained, exposing the bottom of the very lake where Alex met the monster. Inspection of the surface was carried out using quadcopters to which cameras were attached, and one of the policemen reported that the entire bottom area was examined, where no monsters were found. When the young man suggested that the monster had gone with the water, his interlocutor noted that in that case it would be difficult to find him. The advantage was that now the monster had nowhere to return to, which was much safer for the local residents. At that moment, one of the police officers and nearby residents saw accumulations of bones at the bottom. While the police were deciding how to clean up this underwater cemetery, Julia approached Alex. Sweetly stretching after a good sleep, the girl asked the guy what he could find in this lake. And when the young man spoke about the worm-like monster, the girl was very surprised at how many different animals he managed to devour. Then a woman attracted everyone's attention, saying that their establishment was open and you could have dinner there. Asking if she would go to dinner, Alex heard that she had already eaten, and the professor instructed her to keep an eye on the place during the night. After which the Ice Princess added that the guy could go and rest, where she and those two useless students would ensure safety. Sitting down at the table, the young man again asked the policeman about the witness. The man said that he had not yet had time to call him, offering to go straight to his house, where Alex thanked the interlocutor, deciding that he would go there alone after dinner. As evening fell, the same witness reached his deceased friend's house by knocking on the door. The wife of the deceased was busy with water procedures, asking the uninvited guest what he needed. Trying to discern what was happening inside, the man said that he just wanted to give the girl a little support due to her recent loss. The girl told the man that he could go ahead and wait a little while she finished. Having finished her water procedures, the girl went into the room where her late guest was waiting for her. The appearance in which this seductive beauty appeared before him did not leave the fisherman a single chance. Blushing deeply, the man began to say that that night, when her late husband was fishing, he heard some strange sounds and screams here. To this, the girl replied that nothing strange or scary had definitely happened here. And when he offered his help to a lonely girl, she said that she was very scared lately being at home alone. The man, already having difficulty restraining himself, jumped up from his chair, saying that he could join her in the girl's bedroom. A little embarrassed, she tried to play hard to get a little more, noting that it might not look quite right. But the man almost attacked the girl, saying that he heard everything perfectly that night. And now he was already whispering in the widow's ear that if she refused him, then everyone would know about her betrayal. And now he began to caress the girl's neck with his lips, who asked him to stop his actions, saying that he always liked her very much. The night guest instantly left her and himself without clothes. And when he was on top of the girl, she suddenly stopped him, saying that she herself wanted to be on top. When they changed position, the lady of the house asked the man to close his eyes for a while. Anticipating all the most interesting things, her guest obeyed and noticed that apparently the girl had a lot of experience and knew how to please a man. But contrary to his expectations, the next action he saw from the girl was her transformation, which was also the last thing the fisherman saw in his miserable life. Having finished with the night guest, the mistress of the house threw on her immodest outfit, noting that judging by his dying cry, he liked everything. After which she sat down in front of the mirror, starting to put herself in order. Approaching one of the city cafes, the young man saw a man sitting next to him. Attracting his attention, the young man inquired about the name of the owner of this cafe, and the old man explained that the girl's name was Laura Smith, whose cuisine was so famous that people even came to dine here from neighboring settlements. Remembering how this girl fed them, Alex could not believe that she was able to cook food well. And his interlocutor continued, saying that her husband never appreciated the fact that he got such a smart and beautiful woman. Then the man said that at some point the girl stopped opening the cafe altogether, staying at home all day, and when she resumed work, the food became simply disgusting. After which the young man eagerly inquired whether it had happened before that her cafe was closed for several days. To this, the old man replied that this had never happened before, where even on such a holiday as New Year she was at work. When the man finished, Alex asked him to tell him if anything strange was happening in their town. And the old man said that in the forest there lives a one-eyed man who never picks fruits when they are ripe and loses a lot of money on this. A very strange girl works in one of the stores who can't learn to count properly, and makes mistakes with change when shopping. He ended his story with some men playing cards in the same place, day after day, year after year. Deciding not to offend the talkative old man, Alex noticed with a smile that all this was really very strange. Thanking him for his help, the young man continued on his way. Having reached the home of the fisherman who witnessed the murder, the young man discovered that he was not at home. Then he decided to turn to Laura, the house which was just nearby, where she could see where he had gone. The girl met another late guest in the same outfit in which she had previously seduced her neighbor. But the guy was of little interest in what she was wearing, and he asked if she had seen her neighbor, whom he did not find at home. To this, Laura suddenly announced that he was visiting her now. This statement greatly surprised the young man, who could not understand what a man could be doing at such a late hour in the house of a girl who had just lost her husband yesterday. And the mistress of the house explained that he was scared after what he saw, so he came, since she and her husband were great friends, where he often stayed overnight with them. This explanation was more or less reasonable and calmed the young man a little, who asked to call the guest. To this, Laura stated that she had food cooking on the stove, which she could not leave for a long time, and therefore the guy himself could go and wake up the neighbor sleeping in the back room. And while the young man walked into the house, the girl invited him to have dinner together later. Immediately remembering the taste of the food she was preparing, Alex refused the offer, saying that he had already had dinner. But Laura insisted, noting that nothing else could compare with the taste of her food, in response to which Alex promised to think about it while talking with her neighbor. Having reached the kitchen, the girl began to deftly wield a wide kitchen knife. The guy, meanwhile, reached the back room, where he turned to the man lying on the bed. Walking into the room, he said that he just wanted to ask him a few questions about what happened. The man did not react at all, and then the young man began to throw off the sheet from him, where the person lying under it suddenly grabbed the guy by the arm. Turning to Alex, something that was definitely not Laura's neighbor suddenly said that it had finally caught the scoundrel. Not at all expecting such a stormy meeting, the guy with a sharp movement freed his hand. Examining the monster, he asked him what it was all about. At that moment, tentacles suddenly crawled out of the former man's mouth, after which the monster said that they had already met at the bottom of the lake. The young man immediately realized that in front of him was now the same monster that was hiding under the water. Hearing the word monster, the monster did not agree with this definition, saying that they are higher beings, not humans. After these words, the young man suddenly heard a familiar female voice behind him, who suggested that they still have a snack first. Turning around so that he could see both opponents, Alex once again asked them who they were, to which Laura calmly replied that they were ordinary people, just like him. Having prepared to use his abilities, the young man shouted that jokes were not particularly appropriate now. Here a monster with tentacles intervened in the conversation, asking his girlfriend to give him the opportunity to thoroughly gut this hunter. To which Laura affectionately replied that her partner should wait a little, as she needed to ask him a few questions. Having placed a plate with a dead rooster and some kind of liquid inside on the table, the girl said that it was just chicken stew, which should not be afraid. Coquettishly straightening her hair, Laura, remembering the guy that he had already tried her food, asked him to evaluate its taste. But the young man did not understand at all what this monster was talking about, expecting a trick. But then the girl said that she was a perfect copy of the former owner of this body, where even her closest people did not notice the substitution. But at the same time, there are some things she cannot copy and learn to do. And therefore she has one question for the young man: why people are so good at cooking and how she can learn it. Alex couldn't believe that the monster was asking him about how to learn to cook. Trying what she had prepared, the girl noticed that she did everything as it was written in Laura's recipe, but the taste was completely different. She really wanted to completely copy this girl, open a restaurant and own it, but she just couldn't do it. But most of all, she was enraged by the guests who did not like her food, where she could not stand it and finished off one of such guests, throwing his remains into the river. And then the guy said that the essence of the life of monsters is to kill, where there is no talk of any cooking, which is a creative process, and there is no question of it. Noting that in general the young man was right, Laura added that she must reveal the nature and essence of people in order to copy them perfectly. And when Alex once again called them monsters, the girl suddenly gave the example of dishes where there is still live fish in the frying pan, and livestock that are fattened only to be slaughtered for meat, where it never even occurred to a single person that a cow considers the person who raised her to be her family, and this ruthless creature is ready to trample even the most ordinary plant for no reason. In conclusion, the girl said that for this reason she probably cannot cook, where she is much kinder than people, since she does not torture, but simply kills her victims. But the young man said that all the goodness of the monsters can be seen at the bottom of the lake in the form of a pile of bones. He agreed that humans are not perfect, but unlike humans, monsters do not do any good deeds. And if there are truly good people among people, and evil ones appear only due to the appropriate attitude, upbringing and environment, then all monsters are one complete evil. After these words, the monster in a male body said that he did not intend to wait any longer and would tear out this guy's tongue immediately. As Laura began to mutate, she noticed that she might become better at cooking if she tried using human meat. And so the male tried to attack the guy, but he deftly dodged this attack. Looking at the young man in surprise, the monster noticed that the young man was quite fast, and then his head suddenly split into two, and when numerous tentacles appeared, the monster shouted for Alex to try to dodge it. But the young man was ready for this confrontation, already clutching an ice crystal in his hand. Laura, who had not yet completely mutated, managed to notice that the guy's hand was changing, and now the guy easily repelled the attacks of his opponent's numerous limbs. The creature in Laura's body warned his fellow man that the guy had incredible power. Alex had already managed to touch the enemy's tentacles 49 times and began to use his special skill. Stopping its movement, the monster in the female body raised its head, watching as a huge number of ice fists descended, breaking through the roof. And so, one after another, these icy fists began to crash into the bodies of Alex's opponents. What was once Laura watched in horror what was happening, realizing that he simply did not have enough time for any defensive reaction. When the attack was completed, both monsters found themselves in real captivity in ice. But then his body neighbor turned to the guy, saying that both monsters were still alive, and therefore he needed to get away from here as soon as possible. Having listened to the advice of the goddess, the young man quickly began to move away from the ominous house and its inhabitants. While he was moving, the girl noticed that his blow, although strong, could not destroy these creatures, which have a very high level, where the creature that is in the girl's body is much stronger than the one in the man's body, where without the use of an ice crystal the guy would be doomed. Continuing to run, the young man wondered what kind of species this was, which would be impossible to distinguish from ordinary people. To which his interlocutor explained that all intelligent beings evolve and adapt to the environment in which they find themselves. Then Alex noted that these monsters somehow evolve too quickly and adapt to life on Earth. The goddess called it luck that they showed up and showed themselves recently, where otherwise humans, as a species, would no longer exist. But with the very next remark, the guy's interlocutor urged him to think about how to get out of this situation, since the ice will not hold the monsters for long. Without stopping his movement, the young man tried to assess his chances against these two mutants, where the result of his thoughts was that he decided to turn to senior students for help in confronting these monsters. The goddess supported his idea, saying that the Ice Princess should have enough strength to cope with a powerful individual in a female body. At the same time, Professor Gray noticed how his subject was once again trying to break through the jar in which he was placed, where, after looking at the cracked vessel, the man decided to place it in the safe just in case. after which he contacted Alex, inquiring about where he was now. To this, the young man replied that he had recently visited the wife of the deceased fisherman, Laura. After these words, Jonathan recommended that the guy not come into contact with the wife of the deceased, since his research showed that the creature he caught could enter into symbiosis with other living organisms. Grinning, Alex noted that it would have been nice to have had this information about 30 minutes ago. Only after these words did the professor notice that the young man was somehow breathing a little heavily, as if he was experiencing physical exertion. And then the young man explained that he had just met with those same monsters, including one that had settled in Laura's body, where he hurriedly left the meeting place so as not to die. The young man also added that these monsters are incredibly strong, and in order to resist them, he will certainly need help. At some point, Jonathan's interlocutor's speech suddenly stopped abruptly. Worried about the guy's fate, the professor literally shouted into the microphone of his mobile phone, hoping to hear Alex's voice again. The young man himself also tried to get some kind of answer from his teacher, constantly calling him by name, thereby trying to understand whether a connection had emerged. Meanwhile, Jonathan looked at the screen of his phone, seeing that he had simply stopped receiving a signal at all. The mobile phone screen of the guy who continued to run showed exactly the same thing. His companion, invisible to outsiders, noticed that most likely the monsters deliberately destroyed mobile phone towers so that no one could call for help here. According to the information available to the young man, the only mobile phone tower was somewhere near the local sawmill. The members of the group, led by Melinda, met with horror the new enemy approaching them, where another mutated person, right before their eyes, destroyed the only antenna that receives a signal from a satellite for mobile communications. Standing in front of everyone, Melinda ordered the others not to advance any further. A few minutes earlier, the mutant, whom the girl had shot into the head with an arrow, came to life again and began to move, while the defender of the students herself actively resisted the mutated deer that was not letting them through. Drake, who was helped to move by Marvin, was able to open his eyes a little, seeing danger approaching them from behind. Since the monster severely damaged his throat, the guy could not warn others about this threat. Realizing that he needed to somehow save his friends, the young man gathered his remaining strength and pushed off from the back of his comrade, anticipating the monster's attack. This was enough for the rest of the group to turn around, noticing the danger. The guy himself, who committed this heroic act, fell right in front of the one who bit his neck, where this was quite enough for the monster who thirsted for flesh and blood, and he again sank his sharp teeth into the guy's body. Seeing how his comrade was being devoured by the monster, Marvin tried to rush to his aid, but he was stopped by Melinda, who objectively understood that the young man was already dead. After which, bringing Claire out of hysteria, she loudly shouted that they needed to quickly get out of this place before they were all destroyed. And so a group of young people quickly took off, leaving the sawmill, which met them so unfriendly. At this moment, the retreat of the group members was once again blocked by a mutated deer, who, as if nothing had happened, got out from under the rubble, shaking off the remains of the boards from his head. Instructing the first years not to stop, Melinda readied one of her special arrows, where once a meter from the target, the dome of the arrow opened, completely blocking the deer's view, where the movement of the opened canvas did not stop, and now the mutated animal was literally wrapped in it. Claire succumbed more and more to a state of hysteria and panic, not understanding why all this was happening to her. At that moment, the same mutant who destroyed the mobile communications tower appeared in front of the young people. The group leader was out of arrows, and a new enemy was inexorably approaching. However, after watching his movements a little, the girl realized that he was not as fast as the deer that had previously opposed her. She easily managed to dodge this monster's attack, which at the same time created an explosion effect. Thrown back by the wave, Melinda noticed that although he was not fast, he was incredibly strong, and without arrows she definitely could not cope with this monster. Marvin, assessing the situation, understood that very soon their two previous opponents would begin to attack them from the other side. Claire, meanwhile, managed to completely fall into hysterics, crying and wailing that they were all dead here. And then, opening his backpack, the guy suddenly told Melanie to take Claire and save herself while he detained the opponents. The girl tried to object, but Marvin had already taken out one of his devices, saying that he was a very skilled fatty. And now he has already folded some kind of huge boomerang, threateningly declaring that now he will show everyone how cool he is. Swinging, the guy launched his incredible weapon at the monster with an axe standing opposite him. The boomerang's blow was strong enough to throw the mutated man several steps back, and Melanie watched in admiration as this fat man, who at first glance seemed very clumsy, deftly caught his weapon. When the guy once again said that he would detain the opponents, she did not object, asking the young man to exercise maximum caution. The girls ran, and Marvin quietly whispered that he would survive, after which he took the girls to the cinema and cafe. These pleasant fantasies were interrupted by the monster, who was on his feet again. The student opposing him, launching the boomerang again, noticed, not without surprise, that despite the direct hit, there was not a scratch on this monster. But this time the result of his throw was completely different. Not believing that the monster was able to stop the movement of his weapon, Marvin decided that it was time for him to retreat, allowing the enemy to keep this boomerang. This mutated man's weakness was speed, but he didn't need to give chase as the half-decomposed deer reappeared in the foreground. The distance between Marvin and his cloven-hoofed pursuer was rapidly closing, and a cliff was visible ahead. Having pushed off strongly from the surface of the earth, the young man instantly found himself over the abyss, drawing another boomerang from his backpack. Continuing to fly forward and now a little down, the young man attached a carbine with a rope to his weapon, which he threw, catching it on one of the tree branches on the other side of the abyss. The guy's body first went down, but after a second it rose up in an arc. Having successfully landed on the other side of the ravine, Marvin cheerfully noted to his pursuers that in order to capture him, they would have to grow wings for themselves. Immediately after which the mutated deer suddenly used something like an acoustic attack. Alex, meanwhile, moved through the streets of the settlement, noticing along the way that there was completely no electricity here. Suddenly someone appeared on his way, and the guy was already preparing to confront the new enemy. But as it turned out, it was the same old man who told him about how strange Laura behaved. The young man said that all residents of the city need to hide, but his interlocutor said about a long-standing tradition, where just today the entire settlement has dinner together in one place. And to the guy's question, he replied that people are in the hall of memory of their ancestors. Then Alex asked if there was any shelter here, and the old man, indicating the direction, explained that there was a bunker there in case of bombing. He was about to ask his interlocutor to warn people about the danger, when he suddenly remembered that the old man walked very poorly, saying that he was running away on his own. But the resourceful grandfather cheerfully said that he didn't need legs, since he had a means of transportation. This pleased the young man, who now did not need to waste precious time warning people. And now the fighting old man has already started his beast, remembering along the way his distant youth, where he was almost the best racer. And a second later, his small vehicle took off, carrying the old man to complete the task. As he was about to continue his journey, the young man suddenly heard some noise in one of the courtyards. He was very surprised to see the girl there, because according to the old man, everyone was supposed to be in the hall of memory of their ancestors. As he approached, the guy said that it was dangerous to stay here, inviting the girl to go with him to a safe place. But when he saw that she was gutting a dead chicken with her teeth, he immediately said that perhaps he would not disturb her and would go about his business. Then his strange interlocutor jumped up from her seat, noticing that she was already eating her fifth bird, but could not satisfy her hunger. At some point, she threw her wild look at Alex, saying that he smelled delicious. Screaming wildly that she would devour him, the mutated girl rushed at her new victim. The guy was barely able to dodge this attack, which was as swift as a cheetah's throw. Protecting himself from the next jump of the clearly stupefied girl, Alex knocked down the front doors, successfully landing on his feet. And while the attacker was approaching, the guy's personal alarm system once again saved his life, warning him of a new danger. Looking around, the young man saw new opponents approaching him. He was greatly amazed that so many of the city's residents turned out to be mutants, and his body mate did not let up, warning the guy that his old friend Laura was heading here. Alex understood perfectly well that he couldn't linger here, but his opponents definitely wouldn't let him go just like that. Deftly failing the throw of a very hungry woman, the guy used her body to push off and begin to get out of the black spot. And now he was already breaking the distance, rushing along the roof and leaving the mutants alone with themselves. When the goddess reported that the monsters he had frozen were completely freed, the young man noticed that it was too fast, since this attack cost him not less than 300,000. While the young man was running, his companion listened to some extraneous sounds, and finally she told her fleeing student that in fact there are many more mutants here than he can imagine. In confirmation of these words, several more mutated residents jumped onto the roof from both sides. One of them, clutching a working chainsaw in his hands, shouted loudly that he was being consumed by a wild desire to saw. And the second one directly and openly declared that he would now open the young man's skull with his hoe. But Alex met the mutant armed with gardening tools with a good kick, which broke off the metal part of the monster's improvised weapon. The attacker stopped his movement, perplexedly examining what was left of the hoe. And while he hesitated, the young man's next blow was aimed at his body. Having fought off the first enemy, the young man turned his attention to the remaining mutant armed with a chainsaw. He had to show considerable flexibility in order to avoid the blow of this mutant. But after the miss, the quick-witted enemy did not stop, but immediately threw the saw up, preparing to immediately strike the next blow. Alex managed to move away with great difficulty, and the chainsaw chain began to crumble the roofing of the house. The monster continued, simply moving its weapon towards the guy, where he had no choice but to somersault back and then jump out. After landing, the young man immediately made a rapid dash forward, the result of which was an excellent and strong blow to the enemy's head, the strength of which was enough for him to break through the roof and lose his combat capability under the guy's recommendation that he should no longer dare to lift his saw at him. And while he was saying this, a mutated woman had already managed to sneak up on the young man from behind. Showing her cunning, she did not immediately try to bite the guy, but simply jumped on him from behind, hindering his movements. Only after this did the girl try to sink her teeth into Alex's neck, but he was able to twist his hand and grab her by the hair, thereby stopping the movement of her head. The young man watched as the mutant's mouth opened wider and wider, and soon his tongue stuck out of it, beginning to approach the guy's neck. The tension was good, and when he suddenly let go of the hair, the mutated girl's jaw slammed shut very loudly, clanking her teeth. Of course, she didn't have time to retract her tongue back, but she was already writhing in pain, having bitten off her own part of the body. Looking at the convulsions of his opponent, the young man tried to understand why the simple deprivation of the tongue caused such severe damage. His thoughts were interrupted by the goddess, shouting that now he needed to run away from here, and he could think about the causes of the damage later. Hearing his assistant, the young man did not tempt fate and quickly rushed away. Ashley and other unoccupied students, like all residents of the city, approached the underground bunker. Someone below was hurrying people who could not understand what was happening. One of the oldest residents answered some questions, explaining that monsters had appeared in their town. The girl who had just come inside suggested that they quickly lock the gate, as she was very scared. Other residents supported this proposal, but the old man said that not everyone had gathered and entered the shelter yet. Professor Gray was also standing at the entrance, having noticed Alex approaching the shelter. Welcoming the guy, the man at the same time called him to quickly go down to the shelter. But when the young man approached, he drew the professor's attention to the worsening situation, where there were many more mutants than they could have thought. And so he spoke about his encounter with several mutated local residents, who previously seemed normal, but had changed dramatically. After this, Jonathan began to understand the true abilities of the parasite that had settled in the human body, where now the question arose about whether there were accidentally mutants among those who were now in the shelter, because they perfectly imitate human behavior. Alex thought deeply, realizing that with simple methods they would never understand who might be a mutant. But then the old man intervened in the conversation, saying that everyone who is now in the shelter is normal, real people. And when asked where such confidence came from, the grandfather explained that these monsters are still learning to pretend to be people, and therefore avoid general gatherings. As he already said, they have a tradition of hosting a dinner in which everyone in the city participates. They all gather in the Hall of Memory of their ancestors and remember all their deceased relatives. Jonathan was the first to realize that those in whose bodies the monsters ended up did not know about this tradition, and did not come to the funeral dinner, where the old man called the professor's guess correct, adding that he had long noticed strange things happening, but no one believed him. Turning to the guy, the man asked him if all the mutants he met behaved the same, and Alex explained that besides the first two, the rest were much stupider and weaker. This information confirmed everything that Jonathan had managed to achieve in his research, where all mutants can be divided into two categories, where the first of them has developed so much that they are able to completely imitate human behavior. The young man confirmed this, recalling Laura's very humane behavior when he met her. The other type is something like zombies from films, who live in obedience to their basic instincts. And if Jonathan's calculations were correct, then there should be at least 3 advanced monsters, and about 30 zombies. At least now they can definitely be sure that there are definitely no zombies among those gathered. And the first priority now is to seal the bunker so that the zombie monsters walking around the city cannot reach the citizens. Here Ashley entered the dialogue, saying that they can be sure that there are only zombies among people, but cannot exclude the presence of an advanced monster. Where the girl recalled the words of the professor himself, that there should be 3 especially developed ones, where the first 2 are Laura and her neighbor. In this connection, the 3rd developed monster may well end up somewhere among those who are now in the bunker. At that moment, mutated zombie people began to appear near the bunker, seeing which Jonathan quickly pulled the student inside, closing the door and saying that now they have no choice but to close the bunker. The security gate was closing as several monsters rushed forward trying to get inside. The door closed, having managed to crush one of the monsters right in front of the residents, shocked by such a spectacle, who were only now beginning to understand that these monsters lived right among them. Once relatively safe, the students and the professor had to figure out what to do next. The leader of another group of students who was wandering around the outskirts of the city was the first to hear the sound of the early warning system. One of the young people asked him very emotionally what they should do in this situation. To this, Kyle explained that they needed to meet with members of other groups, evacuate and call for help. And when the students reminded him that their friends were still in the city, the shooter noticed that the siren went off to warn of danger, and not so that they would climb into a death trap. The monsters that filled the city really didn't like this shrill sound of the early warning system. But then one of the monsters with its entire mass fell on this device, completely disabling it. When silence reigned, his companion noticed that all the residents of the city were in an underground bunker. Immediately after which Laura noticed that they were deeply mistaken in thinking that they would be completely safe there. And when her brother asked how she intended to get there, the girl reminded them that they had another advanced companion, Only now did the individual in a male body remember that the three of them came to this strange world, where at the very beginning even an ordinary cockroach caused them great fear, but now they are strong and powerful. Observing the insects running under his feet, the man noticed that people have always been mistaken about their exclusivity, where even their method of reproduction is very impractical. Taking a step forward and crushing a couple of beetles, he added that now all people, compared to them, are nothing more than the most ordinary cockroaches, which can and should be destroyed. Opening its not-so-pleasant-looking mouth wide, the monster shouted that they were now the dominant species on Earth. But suddenly Laura said that it was in vain that he spoke so much about people who had helped them a lot, including by making their bodies available to them. Meanwhile, all the people gathered in the bunker sat and waited, where mothers reassured their children, saying that the hunter who was here would save them. At some point, Jonathan handed Alex a bag of dandelion flowers that the guy had collected earlier on the shore, and to his question about how they are related to mutations, the professor explained that these are not flowers, but the disguised pores of mutants. Prolonged contact with the bodies of living beings allows them to settle in the body and gradually take over it. Then the young man wondered if these parasites could have killed that same fisherman on the lake. But Jonathan explained that most likely he only picked up this infection there, which he then unknowingly passed on to his wife. So this family turned into monsters, where the creature in the male body began to help the creature in the female body grow and develop. Under the guise of night fishing, the man came to the lake and threw there the bones of the victims consumed by Laura. Alex already realized that the first monster to adapt was simply fattening his girlfriend. Suddenly the professor took out the same worm that the guy brought him, where the latter was very surprised to see this creature here. And Jonathan explained to him that this is only part of the whole monster, which, judging by the young man's stories, is in a male body. Looking at this worm, the young man immediately remembered all his meetings with Laura's mutated neighbor. The professor continued, saying that Laura is like their leader, a queen. Well, the other two are subordinate to her and carry out orders and assign tasks. Then the man reminded the guy of his story about how they brought him a sample, because of which he organized these practical classes. This specimen was part of the third advanced monster that first came to this city, adapted, and then introduced the others. And now among all these people hides that third monster, who lives here longer than all the rest of his brothers. The professor added that this monster perfectly copies the habits of people, knows all the local traditions, and has adapted very well. There was not much information, and the young man thought about how they could try to find this monster. His interlocutor recommended that the guy analyze everything that he managed to learn about the enemy during the skirmishes. And the first thing that came to the guy's mind was how, having lost his tongue, one of the mutants completely lost the ability to resist. After this, Jonathan noted that in this case a solution might be found, but identifying the monster would be very risky. In the meantime, people wanted to share among themselves the few supplies that they managed to take with them to the bunker. Alex, responding to the man's words that the risk was very great, said that they simply had no other choice. And then the old man attracted the attention of all those gathered, asking everyone to listen carefully to what Jonathan had to say. And so the man began to explain that their opponent is a mutant who perfectly copies a living person. And according to the information received during the investigation, one of these mutants is now here. Immediately after these words, panic began to arise among people. But the professor called on everyone to calm, saying that they had already made a decision. Taking out a round object, Jonathan explained that he had developed a special drug that would help identify the monster, where each person just needs to hold it on their tongue for a few minutes. All people in the shelter were required to line up and receive 1 unit of this drug. And so the man began to distribute his drug, telling people not to rush to put it on their tongues, waiting until everyone else got it. When the process of distributing the monster identifier was completed, Jonathan ordered everyone to put the drug on their tongues, reminding that before they themselves carry out the examination, no one should show their tongue to other people. Both the doctor himself and Alex and Ashley, who were next to him, also put a unit of the drug in their mouths. 3 minutes passed quite quickly, after which the professor reminded that no one should open their mouth until the examination, where not a single living soul should see a person's tongue before specialists look at it. Alex was entrusted with checking the result, and all those present had to approach him in turn. One of the policemen helped direct the movement of people, controlling the queue. On the other side was Ashley, who also helped organize the frightened townspeople. And so people began to approach Alex one after another, whose task was only to show him their tongue. Looking into the girl's mouth, the young man thanked her for her cooperation and allowed her to leave. Those who had already been examined were redirected to the other side, and the young man was already calling the next one to him. Another girl showed him her oral cavity, where everything was also in order. Watching the process, Ashley was worried, noticing that about half of the people had already been examined, but there was still no result. The next man to enter was a man who was greatly frightened when the lattice door slammed behind him. Having explained that this was necessary for safety, Alex asked him to come closer and show him the oral cavity. When the man did this, the young man also thanked him for his cooperation. saying that his tongue was fine. When leaving, the man expressed his doubts that the doctor's drug worked, since it tasted like the most ordinary candy. And when Alex said that it was just an ordinary candy, the man grinned and headed towards the exit. But when he approached the bars, he encountered a very strange look from Ashley, who for some reason was in no hurry to open the door. The man was interested in what it all meant, and the guy standing behind him showed with a hand sign that their experiment was over. No one could believe that the man who had lived next to them for so many years suddenly turned out to be a monster. But the man shouted that this was complete nonsense, once again showing everyone his tongue and drawing attention to the fact that he had not changed at all. But Jonathan, standing right in front of him, asked the mutant to stop this useless performance. Here, Alex intervened in the situation, who told the monster to look at what the tongue of an ordinary person should look like now. Then the professor asked everyone to open their mouths and show each other their colorful tongues. Only now did all the people realize that the drug given to them was the most ordinary candy that colors their tongues in different colors. One of the men took them with him for the kids, but he never thought that with the help of these sweets it would be possible to identify a monster. The man, whose tongue was not colored, remembered that when he listened carefully to the task posed, then, just like everyone else, he put into his mouth what was called a drug to identify the monster. Considering people incredibly stupid creatures, he simply swallowed this drug, without holding it on his tongue in order to prevent the drug from taking effect. Even a small child understood that only a monster would not follow the established rules and would simply swallow the candy, leaving its tongue uncolored. The mutant was beside himself with how easily and simply he had just been deceived and figured out. The young man standing behind him immediately noticed that one of the first lessons that humanity would like to teach the invaders. Since there was no longer any point in hiding, the man standing in front of him began to transform into his usual appearance. And as the monster transformed, it was said that when it came to their world, it immediately did not like one disgusting creature living here, where this creature was one tree that grew, destroying all other vegetation around it. The vines of this harmful tree, like tentacles, enveloped the openings of other trees, dooming them to certain death. By spreading its roots, this tree took moisture and all nutrients from the soil for itself. But the most disgusting thing is that when people see this tree, they praise its beauty, without even thinking about the fact that there is a corpse of another tree under it. Humanity is akin to this tree, where it fruits and multiplies randomly, and now it is even beginning to take over space. And while people are only a seed in the soil, their appearance will not allow them to turn into a tree and destroy the universe. Starting to attack the guy, the mutant declared that they would completely exterminate humans as a species. Jumping back, the young man immediately noticed what incredible strength his opponent had. The monster noticed that the hunter in the cage with him was the only hope for those gathered here, and so he continued to attack, but the young man quite deftly dodged each blow. Looking at his clothes, torn by one of the blows, Alex mentally noted that the monster was not only strong, but also quite fast. He had only one chance left to use the ice crystal, and two more opponents of the same, or even stronger opponents were waiting for him outside. Deciding to try to defeat the monster using the properties of improvised substances, the young man began to envelop his hands in concrete. And now he swung, preparing to strike his enemy. However, this attack did not achieve its goal, as it was repelled by the monster without much difficulty. The monster continued to spin one of its limbs, preparing to answer the guy. The young man reacted quickly and almost managed to remove his head from the line of movement of a sharp object. He jumped back, and Ashley and Jonathan, who noticed how the guy was almost hit by this spike blow, were very worried, but did not know how to help. Having reassured them with the words that everything was fine with him, the young man mentally concluded that his usual skills would definitely not be able to cope here. Meanwhile, one of the locals asked the professor if they really couldn't bring someone stronger, to which he replied that he was generally a simple scientist and had arrived with a group of students for research. At some point, the girl suddenly said that she would go to help her fellow student, but Jonathan did not let her go, saying that she would only interfere with the guy who must cope on his own for the sake of the survival of everyone who is here. And so the residents began to encourage the young man, saying that he would definitely cope with this insignificant monster. At this, the monster turned around and answered one of the children that he would first kill their protector and then devour the baby's parents, after which he will tell him in detail about what his parents tasted like. Turning its attention back to Alex, the monster asked him how he would prefer to die today, and so he rushed to the attack, trying to inflict a fatal blow on his opponent. At some point, it seemed to the monster that it was finally able to get the fidgety boy, but Alex was able to catch the enemy's striking limb, after which he immediately struck him back. Where, after this blow, the mutant stated that even by human standards his opponent was incredibly weak, where he will never defeat someone who is significantly superior to him in strength. Noticing that apparently the guy was not going to give up no matter what, his opponent began to mutate further. And then from his back suddenly appeared the bones of another pair of limbs and other components of the skeleton of the body of a four-legged animal. Quite quickly, these bones were overgrown with flesh, where upon completion of the mutation, a hellish centaur stood in front of Alex, armed with a semblance of a sword and shield, who stated that in an effort to trap him, the guy himself found himself in a death trap. Shouting that no actions of the young man would save him from inevitable death, the hellish centaur rushed to the attack. The young man only managed to expose his concrete-covered hands to his incredible force. And while his body was flying into one of the walls, the monster asked him if he had time to think about why the monsters began to manifest themselves only now, where this was necessary in order to develop to such a level where not a single person could oppose anything to them. Having finished his explanations, the monster rushed forward in order to finish off the guy. Jumping up, the mutant raised his hand, transformed into a sharp weapon, over Alex's head. And everyone who watched the battle immediately closed their eyes, understanding what was about to happen. By some miracle, the young man managed to stop the movement of the tip of the enemy's limb, but continuing to press, the centaur said that his opponent was already a corpse, where he could do nothing to oppose him with his bare hands. But then the young man suddenly said that the monster was wrong to consider his bare hands completely useless. Then the monster burst into laughter, noting that he had seen human movies many times, where the main character, with his last breath, suddenly defeats his enemies. But these are just films. But the young man noticed that he did not rely on some kind of miracle, but knew exactly what he was capable of using his own blood. And so he absorbed the properties of his own blood, which gave his body incredible strength. Rising to his feet, the young man noticed that he was not as fast and strong as he thought he was, and he had to take a couple of blows in order to assess his abilities and prepare to respond adequately. The monster could not understand what had suddenly changed in his opponent, who was not only able to stop his blow, but also suddenly became incredibly strong. And the young man continued to explain, saying that constantly dodging the centaur's blows would only exhaust him, where it was much easier and more profitable for him to simply take on several attacks. Throwing the monster aside, Alex shouted that now it was his turn to tear it apart. The resulting damage caused the monster to reduce its mutated form to 2 lower limbs, and with great difficulty he managed to expose his shield to the blow of the guy rapidly approaching him. But the young man's attacks had absolutely incredible power, where he broke through the defense quite easily. And now one of his blood-charged fists has already found his opponent's jaw. The monster's thrown body was still in the air when Alex, pushing off the floor, gained height to deliver another blow. Having risen high enough, the young man used the ceiling to accelerate his movement down, where the impact of incredible force and speed was directed at the monster still in the air. Literally driven into the concrete floor, the monster could only think that he couldn't just lose to some person. But the guy really was incredibly strong, and therefore he needed to somehow get to his brothers who were outside. And so he decided to take new actions to try to destroy the shelter, where right before Alex's eyes, his body began to rotate at incredible speed, turning into something like a tornado. But the young man only laughed at what his opponent began to perform in front of him, saying that dancing was not very appropriate now. Having rained down a hail of blows on the monster, the young man said that no amount of dancing would help him escape. Martha and Peter did not believe that their fellow student would possess such incredible power, deciding that in the future they should not be rude to him as before. Jonathan and Ashley watched his actions just as closely, already convinced that he could win. The children among the people joyfully waved their arms, imitating blows and wishing the hunter victory. And then another powerful blow from Alex finally interrupted his opponent's dance. When the monster fell next to the grate, Ashley recommended that people step back, as now it might try to break through. But the mutant suddenly again took on an ordinary human appearance, showing no signs of life. And the young man approached him, throwing off the remnants of his torn clothes. The exhausted monster suddenly laughed quietly, saying that the guy was deeply mistaken in thinking that he had won. The guy noticed that monsters also have the right to the last word before death, where this was the fact that he inhabited the body of one of the cooks and managed to complete his mission. After these words, some kind of tree stick insect appeared from the man's mouth. Ashley and the professor watched with surprise and very wary the appearance of some new creature. But literally a second later, Alex simply crushed this monster, saying that problems need to be solved as they arise. When he finished, his bodymate recommended that he search the body, since there was definitely something in it. Then the young man squatted down and began stirring up the decaying remains, where he discovered the presence of another special monster essence. Looking at this substance, the professor noticed that it was formed when a monster was in the human body and has crystal purity, where it can be consumed right now. The young man said that he had recently used something similar, but Jonathan explained that this was a completely different thing, as if he had to compare artificial and real fish caviar, where this substance can not only increase a guy's strength, but also restore his entire body. Not believing that the thing he had obtained was so miraculous, the young man nevertheless decided to use it. In order for the body to absorb the essence and assimilate it, it took some time, during which the professor asked not to touch the guy. At some point, it became noticeable that the effect of the essence seemed to burn the young man's body. Then Jonathan quickly ordered the students to bring water here. Soon his order was carried out, where opening the lattice door, the professor accepted the bucket from Peter's hands. The young man was quite shocked when he suddenly felt a real waterfall on his head, and the professor cheerfully asked him how he felt after taking the essence of the monster. Martha also noticed that all the wounds were instantly healed, and her fellow student had a very good physique. But suddenly Alex said in a voice that was not his own that this was exactly what he needed, to be in such a strong human body. Everyone's hearts sank before the young man laughed, saying that he was just joking. And while he was listening to lectures from the teacher and others on this matter, the guy asked, instead of moralizing, to find him some clothes. Quite quickly, the savior was given some kind of shirt. While putting it on, the young man noticed that something was bothering him. Believing that the conversation would be about monsters, the man said to speak quickly while no one was around. And then the young man noted that it was a very strange act on the part of the monsters to kill that fisherman. After all, in him, like in others, there was a monster who controlled his body and helped his relatives. But he was not just killed, but was killed in such a way that a witness would definitely see it, where such reasoning had already interested the man. Considering that these mutants are very smart, and could easily hide the death of the fisherman, this can only mean that they deliberately orchestrated this demonstrative death. Realizing that there was a real clue in the guy's words, the professor asked him if he had any ideas about why this was needed. And so they thought about what could lead to the death of a city dweller, besides an investigation and the involvement of general filming. Where after a few seconds both guessed what else was happening in small towns in this case, where all the residents will once again gather in one place for the wake. Consequently, the fisherman was killed by the monsters on purpose, so that they could gather all the people in one place. The next question was for what purpose they needed to gather all the people in one place. But the answer came almost instantly, where Alex almost shouted that they decided to simply plant their larvae in each body. This was facilitated by the mutant he destroyed, who settled in the body of the cook and mixed the larvae into the food. But then the professor said that the eggs of these parasites would definitely not be able to survive high temperatures. However, he quickly remembered that one of the dishes there was cold soup. And therefore things were not in the best way now, where every resident of the city already had a monster larva, where in just 2 days they will begin to completely control the bodies of people and obey their queen. Alex was shocked that the incubation period was only a couple of days, to which Jonathan explained that monsters are constantly evolving, and therefore their development period is shortening. And then the guy noticed that it would be a whole army of monsters created from the residents of the city. When the professor once again said that this was very bad, Alex reproached him for repeating this already obvious conclusion many times. Literally clutching his head and trying to figure out what to do, the man urged not to succumb to premature panic. But at the same time, he noted that from the rear they instantly moved to one of the hottest points of resistance to the invasion, where this entire city can turn into a new battlefield in the shortest possible time. Sitting down, the man added that the results of the battle in this city will be decisive, since those hunters who are now fighting can only retreat through this city. The young man instantly understood what the professor was telling him. After all, this simply meant that the monsters would suddenly find themselves in the very rear of those who were now far ahead. Jonathan added that those who are behind them do not even need to have strength, since they will simply need to delay the retreating ones until other monsters catch up with them. Only now the young man remembered that one of those who is now in battle is his beloved Samantha. Having said that there was a person close to him there, Alex did not believe that they could lose this battle. But the professor recalled that humanity has been defeated more than once, which of course is not written about in textbooks. After all, if only people had won, this sprawling lair of monsters that had captured the entire city would simply not exist. Where reasonably everyone should understand that in this city once everything was fine and people lived. But the young man was not going to give up, saying that they could not sit and do nothing, where the professor tried to somehow moderate the guy's ardor. He explained to the young man that in their situation, they were unlikely to do anything to help those retreating, where they needed to focus on saving those people who were here. They must not only protect the locals, but also somehow make sure that those who retreat from the destroyed city do not find themselves trapped. Calling everyone else, it was decided to develop a plan of action and discuss what was known about the number and skills of the monsters, where Alex again talked about how he destroyed one of the mutants when he simply bit off his tongue. But the young people standing nearby noticed that they did not have a high enough rank and level to fight effectively. To this, Jonathan explained that they just need to act as a team and attack one enemy together. And when the professor said that they needed to gather the rest of the students, Ashley reminded them to give them a signal to evacuate. To this, the man replied that they hardly had time to go far, and besides, there was nowhere to go, since all the paths were blocked. All that remained was to figure out how to give them the signal to return to the city, so that they all would have a chance of salvation. Opening one of the boxes, the professor suggested using fireworks to signal, where even first-year students know the agreed-upon signals, including the urgent gathering of everyone in one place. This was a chance where several fireworks had to be fired in the correct sequence. Peter expressed doubts about this idea, saying that their comrades were probably already somewhere far away. Where, after his words, the teacher said that of course there are no guarantees, but there is an opportunity to try. Ashley supported his words, recalling that Alex had already alleviated the situation by destroying one of the especially developed monsters. And to the question of how to launch fireworks from the bunker, it was proposed to use ventilation through which one of the smallest residents of the city could pass. When the child was already inside the ventilation, one of the old men noticed that the monsters would not be able to catch him, since the ventilation was well hidden. And then the square, through which the mutated inhabitants of the city were slowly moving, was suddenly illuminated by a bright flash. She was followed by another, and then two at once, where Julia, who was nearby, immediately recognized the signal for a general gathering. Heading to the place from where the signal was launched, the girl did not notice what was approaching her from behind. But the hunter's instincts and hearing did not fail the ice princess, where she still managed to catch some movement. The girl managed to jump back, avoiding a rather strong attack from the monster. And so the mass that struck the blow began to form into a human body. The monster noticed that his opponent was quite good in confrontation. Julia, having prepared her ice weapon, said that her new opponent would be the 8th who would go to heaven today thanks to her efforts. To this, the monster cheerfully declared that this could be and would be possible if there was only one. And now the monster was already giving orders to his relatives who arrived in time to tear the victim into pieces. Where at least 24 zombies targeted the ice princess. Realizing that she had little choice, Julia used the skill, encasing her own body in an ice shell, which was of incredible size and did not allow any monster to get close to it. The leader of these zombies, cursing dirtily at the girl, tried to break the shell, striking it numerous blows. Along the way, he told the ice princess that with this action she had signed her own death warrant. After all, its protective shell will not stand here forever and will sooner or later collapse. Deciding to move on, the monster instructed some of his subordinates to guard this victim, ordering the rest to follow him. Once on the street, Alex noticed that quite a lot of evil spirits had bred here. Noticing also the leader of these zombies, on one of which she sat as if on a throne. Clutching a knife in her hand, Laura noted that the guy had killed one of her comrades, who, however, she didn't particularly like. Licking the blade with her nasty tongue, the queen of local monsters noticed that she really liked Alex's body. And now she has already begun her attack, shouting that first she will absorb all his insides. Dodging blows from a piercing and cutting object, the young man instantly jumped to the side, where he simultaneously warned everyone not to let their guard down. But while he was avoiding the queen's blows, another monster was approaching him from the other side. He tried to reach the guy with his scythe, but Alex reacted in time by blocking the movement and turning him into a counterattack. He decided to use the powers that he had summoned using his blood and which were still active. Leaving behind a less significant opponent, the young man decided to try to deal with the queen with one blow. But the cunning monster girl protected herself by placing herself among her less developed brothers. Alex immediately understood this maneuver, where the Queen of Monsters apparently understood that now her opponent was too strong for direct confrontation with him. But while his strength was with him, the young man tried to break through the crowd of other monsters blocking his path. Some monsters flew to the side, having experienced the guy's blows, while others only approached, trying to attack. At some point, the young man stopped the progress of the two mutants by simply grabbing them by the throat. And they, without hesitation, immediately released their tongues, trying to reach the head of their enemy. At that moment, both tongues were shot off by a bullet whistling between the head of Alex and his opponents. Ashley was indescribably happy, immediately realizing that this bullet was fired by Kyle, who probably saw the signal after all. Alex drew attention to the monster rising to its feet, which he had thrown away earlier. Thinking that even his blood-enhanced fist could not defeat it with one blow, the shooter was ready to cover the guy breaking through to the leader of the monsters. And Alex, realizing this, immediately rushed to the attack again. At the same time, some of the monsters continued to be near the ice block created by Julia. Realizing that her defenses were about to collapse, the girl decided to act proactively by blowing up her protective dome. The fragments that scattered to the sides threw back some of the monsters, but at the same time did not cause much harm. After being in the ice, Julia could not instantly recover and immediately continue the battle, which the mutants took advantage of by attacking the girl. She was already preparing for the fact that her body would be torn into pieces, when suddenly a flame that appeared from somewhere interrupted the progress of the approaching monsters. And Margot White, who conveniently appeared here, noticed that she did not even expect to find the president of the student council in such a deplorable situation. When Julia asked why the girl did not evacuate, she explained that she could not forgive herself for the death of her comrades. However, the fire could not completely destroy the monsters, who were slowly beginning to rise to their feet. After listening to her friend's words that they couldn't just be killed, Margot cheerfully noted that once they became ashes, they definitely wouldn't be able to move. After which she sent a real barrage of fire at the approaching mutants. When she finished, not yet noticing the new threat, she said that there was nothing complicated about it. The huge mutated wolf made a swift charge towards its victim, which was not completed, as an ice spear was immediately stuck into its mouth. This was accompanied by Julia's words that her friend should not relax, since the monsters are more dangerous than they might seem at first glance. Margot tried to say that she could handle it herself, but the Ice Princess, who had regained her strength, noted that it was easier to work as a team. Looking at those monsters who were still alive, the girl added that these were nothing more than pawns that needed to be quickly destroyed and their leaders taken over. Deciding to work back to back, Ice and Fire united to counter the threat as effectively as possible. Having activated their abilities, both girls began to destroy their numerous opponents. At the same time, Kyle, as promised, covered the breakthrough of his comrade from the junior year of the academy. He was quite surprised that the young man managed to show him signs of gratitude, given the number of opponents pressing on him. But Alex was not at all frightened by the number of monsters, where he made a powerful leap forward, almost reaching his primary goal. Preparing to meet the enemy, Laura noticed that her useless relatives could not even slow down this guy. The monster girl met his approach with a sweeping movement of her hand armed with a knife. Having evaded which, the young man, having gathered all the power remaining from the absorption of his own blood, dealt an incredibly powerful blow to the enemy. Looking at how Laura pierced the road surface with her body, the young man mentally rejoiced that he managed to strike before the absorbed blood completed its effect. But contrary to his expectations, the opponent was not destroyed, rising to her feet and noting that the guy had gained strength since their last meeting. But from what she managed to feel, the monster girl assumed that the guy's energy was gradually weakening. Alex replied that she could take the blow really well, since she could still talk after such an attack. His interlocutor added that this body is very weak, but very soon she will replace it with another. To this, the young man said that what awaited his opponent was not a new body, but the decomposition of her dead carcass among the garbage. And so he again rushed to the attack, where other monsters again began to block his path. However, it was not difficult for him to remove these minor obstacles from his path. And now he was already on the line of attack to strike the mutated evil woman, when his path was blocked by another monster already familiar to him. Shouting for him to get out of his way, the young man struck the individual in a male body with his blow. But his attack had no effect at all, where the monster leaned towards him, showing his tentacles, cheerfully greeted his old acquaintance. The next second he tried to knock his opponent into the ground, but the young man managed to escape from under this blow. Looking at what his opponent had turned his limb into, Alex mentally noted that monsters were evolving incredibly quickly, literally becoming stronger before our eyes. In such a situation, it was necessary to think carefully about the tactics and strategy of your actions. Laura's relative thought that she had some new recipe for cooking when she asked him to fight the guy so that he would not bleed. But the Queen of Monsters explained that by using his blood, this guy increases his strength. This explained to the males how the young man was able to destroy their relative, and Laura gave the order to quickly deal with this problem. To which the monster declared that it would simply flatten his body, since it was impossible for it to bleed slowly. Without hesitating for a second, the male rushed in the direction where Alex was standing, having just escaped the monster's attack. Without approaching him, the mutant used his weapon-transformed hand to strike from a distance. And while the young man was flying back, the monster in the fisherman's body suddenly felt something. Kyle was quite surprised when this incredible monster defended himself from the shot he fired. The bullet crumpled in his palm fell to the ground, and the monster promised the shooter that he would be the next victim on his list. Looking at his opponent, who was already on his feet, the mutant again intended to attack with his mace. But this time the attack style changed a lot, where he spun his weapon with incredible speed. Already understanding the consequences of such a hit, Alex decided not to tempt fate and leave the line of attack. Having missed, the monster did not wait, and immediately struck the next blow at the place where the guy managed to jump. Once again, the young man had to react instantly to avoid getting hit, but the blast wave created by his opponent's blow still reached the guy's body. Rising to his feet, Alex noticed that his opponent was much stronger than his late relative, to which he proudly declared that they should not even try to compare him with that nonentity, because he is much stronger and evolves faster. Suddenly, the monster felt the approach of another of its lost parts. Delighted to see her, he praised the worm-like creature for being able to escape, and promised to take revenge for keeping it in the bottle. And now his lost piece was already reunited with the body of the owner. As soon as the restoration process was completed, the monster noticed that with all its parts, it would become even stronger. Looking at the guy, who in comparison seemed like just a bug, the monster gave him a chance to simply give up. Only his queen suddenly doubted this rather strange escape of one of the parts of her brother. Where, a second later, the monster suddenly felt certain changes occurring in his body that literally brought him to his knees. The monster felt himself rapidly beginning to lose strength, and Laura reproached him for not checking his part before letting him in. Holding an empty container in his hand, Jonathan noted that this was probably all he could do to help the young man. Continuing to undergo changes, the monster asked what had been done to a part of its body that entailed such consequences. Where, in response to this question, the professor explained that he simply added the function of rapid decomposition to its genetic structure. And so the monster almost tore its chest, extracting an unexpected saboteur from itself. Throwing the part that had so disappointed him to the ground, he immediately destroyed it with his foot. Alex, watching his actions, reproached the monster for so mercilessly destroying a part of himself. Saying that all monsters must disappear from the face of the earth, the young man rushed at his opponent with a new attack. But as before, his blows were of no use, since they did not cause any damage to the enemy. The monster tried to catch him, but the young man dodged quite deftly, ending up behind the enemy. Turning to the guy, the monster said that he would now show him what a normal blow was, after which Alex was again thrown many meters back. At this moment, several bullets fired by Kyle suddenly flew into the body of the mutated fisherman. While noting a good hit, the shooter had not yet noticed the danger approaching from behind. The young man noticed the enemy's attack too late, nevertheless trying to evade it. Left without one arm, the guy mentally reproached himself for being too relaxed and not noticing how this creature had sneaked up on him. Knowing full well that she was much stronger than him, Kyle decided to flee. But Laura, transforming one of her limbs, declared that she would not be able to escape from her. The guy instantly felt how his body was engulfed in different parts by powerful tentacles. Having lifted her prey into the air, the mutant girl noticed that people like him must be very tasty. Anticipating this incredible delicacy, Laura did not notice how something fiery was approaching her from the side, which caused a real explosion, interrupting the monster's plans to have dinner. Margot dealt the blow, and her companion Julia helped the young man stop the bleeding, listening to his arguments that no one except the Ice Princess had a chance to cope with this monster. After listening to the guy, Julia recommended that her friend be very careful in confronting this enemy. And then the mutated Laura appeared, who noticed with satisfaction that everyone she needed had gathered in one place. As she approached, Margot told the Ice Princess to take the seriously wounded Kyle away from here. Immediately after which, activating her powers, the girl began to attack her new strong opponent. But the monster girl didn't mind these attacks at all, and she repelled them quite easily. Then, using one of her long tentacles as a whip, she struck Margot back. Thrown back, the girl nevertheless managed to land on her feet, preparing for another attack from her powerful rival. Gathering all her strength, Margot sent an incredible stream of fire at Laura, destroying everything in its path. But even such a blow turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary push for her opponent. Without receiving any damage from the fire, Laura began to create a real tornado with the help of her tentacles. And when he reached his peak of development, she directed his destructive action directly at the girl standing opposite her. This time, Margot was unable to stay on her feet, and her opponent noted in a satisfied voice that the beaten meat would be much tastier. Anticipating the upcoming meal, Laura promised the girl to cut off all her limbs, and what would be left to pickle in a jar. But at that moment, Julia, who had returned to the battlefield, came to the defense of her friend. After examining the girl, Laura suddenly said that her figure was perfect, and the body of her previous victim in which she lived was boring her to death. Realizing what her opponent was getting at, Julia declared that she would never receive her body. However, the monster girl continued to talk about her own things, saying that after living among people, she had already learned to distinguish between beautiful and ugly girls, where she ended with the words that she would still take Julia's body for herself, being in which she would absorb her own friends. And so she tried to attack the Ice Princess, who quickly avoided the blow, beginning to activate her abilities. Having made several revolutions and closed the distance, the girl struck the ground with her icy hand, and at that very second, her opponent found herself shackled by huge pieces of ice growing out of the ground. The queen of the monsters that filled the city did not really like the effect of ice on her body, but what this monster could feel was of little interest to Julia, who had already continued her attack, throwing several ice spears at her opponent. Laura felt with her whole body how these ice spears entered her one after another. Margot was already happy that her friend managed to defeat a dangerous enemy, but she did not share this joy, saying that it was unlikely that everything was over. And she turned out to be right, since her opponent had already begun to free herself from the ice captivity, where such liberation was akin to a real explosion. Moreover, the queen managed to call some of her minions to help her. After being released, she herself finally showed her true appearance, continuing to claim that very soon she would have a new body. Suddenly, tentacles that emerged from her second mouth reached out to the monsters she had summoned, where, through this influence, the queen endowed them with much greater power than they had before. And when the transformation process of her army was completed, Laura instructed them to bring this beautiful body to her. Meanwhile, Alex continued to fight the monster queen's brother. Having thrown the enemy away with one of his blows, the young man began to absorb the power of the stones under his feet. And with his next blow, he threw the monster back even further. Realizing that his body was greatly weakened after being exposed to a particle with the effect of decomposition, the monster decided to try to escape. The young man immediately rushed after him, remembering how just a few minutes ago he considered himself invincible. But he had already reached the right place, asking the queen to immediately share her power with him. Extending one of her tentacles towards her fellow, the monster girl literally began to pump up the enemy's body with power, where after a few seconds he was already loudly declaring that he was able to fully recover. At that moment, Alex found himself in the same place, who had not stopped pursuing him all this time. But his opponent no longer ran away, meeting his opponent face to face and promising to shake the soul out of him. And so the mutated fisherman again attacked the guy with his huge mace, into which he transformed one of his hands. Watching the enemy spin his weapon, the young man tried to figure out how he could win in this situation. But suddenly the queen ordered him to stop wasting time on this guy and take care of the girl first. And when her brother tried to say that Alex was also dangerous, Laura added that the girl among them was the strongest, and therefore without her, they would definitely have no chance. Deciding that his mistress was completely right, the male rushed to attack the ice princess along with the rest of the monsters. Margot came to the aid of her friend, saying that she would try to hold back this onslaught, where the girl, having gathered strength and energy, used her special fire skill, the action of which threw back everyone who was rushing towards Julia in the opposite direction. Approaching the ice princess, Alex asked the girl if she could use an improved special technique to destroy the queen. Having said that this is possible, the girl also noted that Laura is smart and will immediately hide behind the others as soon as she sees the beginning of an accumulation of energy. Then the young man said that it could work if all the less powerful monsters were destroyed, which caused the girl strong doubts due to Alex's underdeveloped abilities. To this, the young man stated that he had an ice crystal that would significantly strengthen him and help him deal with the second most powerful monster. Therefore, he offers to use his powers to pave the way to the queen, whom Julia will finish off. But the girl did not believe at all in the success of this plan, saying that the queen would immediately see her intention to use her ability. Already having difficulty holding back the onslaught of monsters, Margot asked her friends to hurry up with a decision. Alex continued to insist on trying, suggesting that the girl use an ice crystal to speed up the process of using her abilities. At that moment, the fire shield created by their friend was destroyed, where she herself, falling down, said that they no longer had time. Nothing else stood in the way of the crowd of monsters, and they immediately rushed in to tear the young people to shreds. There was no time left for doubt, and the ice princess decided to try to use her special skill. And so the girl pulled out an ice sword, after which she transformed into an ice goddess. Deciding to pave the way for her friends to advance, the ice goddess quickly rushed forward, straight into the crowd of monsters. The girl instantly destroyed everyone who stood in her way, where only the queen's closest brother managed to jump back, thereby saving his life. He asked the queen what they should do now in such a situation, and Julia was already raising her sword over her opponent's head. To defend herself from the divine ice blow, the queen used the body of her closest relative. He said that he didn't want to die at all, but when his body crumbled into small pieces, Laura noticed that he was better than her. Julia understood that she had spent too much energy on the breakthrough and this blow, and the queen, who began to attack the girl, understood this too. She was unable to do anything, and the monster's tentacles began to penetrate the body of the ice goddess. And now the wingless girl has already become a prisoner of her opponent, who could not stop admiring this beautiful body. Margot was horrified by what was happening and didn't know what to do. But the young man standing next to her had already activated his ice crystal. At the same time, the queen had already begun to absorb Julia's body, indicating that now they would become completely united. With the last of her strength, the ice princess threw her tiara to the rapidly approaching Alex, where all hopes of victory now rested on him. And as soon as the treasured object was on his head, the guy's body began to change, where a few seconds later a new ice god appeared before the mutated girl. Unlike Julia's divine form, Alex's form did not use weapons, since the basis of the guy's strength was his hands. And now the gigantic ice fist created by the young man was already hanging over the head of the queen of monsters, which quickly descended on her, creating a real ice explosion. Alex's fellow students, who did not see what was happening, at the same time heard an incredible noise, and decided to go and find out what was happening there. When they got there, they found a real ice mountain there, in which they tried to find their friends. In one of the recesses, they saw a young man fidgeting with the remains of the monster. Working intensively with his hands, the young man was finally able to tear the required part of the monster's flesh, under which he found the girl, where the goddess accompanying him suggested that her airways were filled with liquid. Without hesitation for a second, the young man pressed his lips to the girl's lips, trying to draw out the liquid. But his mentor was not very pleased, where she screamed in horror that this liquid was poisonous. The guy had already managed to spit out the first portion of the poisonous liquid when his body mate said that he was unlikely to be able to save the girl, since the poison would simply burn his body. But this did not stop the guy at all, where he certainly wanted to save this girl's life, not allowing her to die in his arms. And so the young man continued to pull the poison out of her, spitting it onto the ice cover surrounding them. And his actions were crowned with success, where after some time and to his joy, Julia began to cough and opened her eyes. Margot was also pleased that her comrades in the battle remained alive, and the professor approaching the scene of events was already carrying a drug that, by drinking, the young people could neutralize the effect of the poison. Looking at the frozen head of the Queen of Monsters, Peter noticed that he still could not believe that Alex was able to destroy such a powerful individual. The young man tried to say something, but the work of his speech apparatus was disrupted by the action of the poison, where the professor's medicine had not yet managed to return everything to normal. Ashley, who was nearby, added that Julia's injuries were also quite serious, but her life was no longer in danger. Jonathan, looking at the guy, noticed that he remembered that his loved one was among those retreating, where now she was not in danger of being trapped. Noticing how the color of the water gradually began to take on a red tint, Max shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, as the riverbed was full of blood. Seeing the fins of the approaching monster, the group defending the position prepared for a fight, but the tension instantly subsided when Larry suddenly appeared from the water. Samantha was very happy when she saw her brother, who was badly injured. He said that the monsters somehow figured out their plan, and the group ran into an ambush, where only he could survive. The young people recommended that the tired and wounded young man rest, where they would cover the retreat. With difficulty containing his feelings, Larry said that he should have stayed there with his friends, but they pushed him out of this meat grinder so that he could talk about what happened. And when the girl said that it was not his fault, the young man suggested starting a retreat. Everyone supported the miraculously surviving member of the sabotage group, saying that they would ensure a safe evacuation. Several cosmic bodies were rapidly approaching the Earth's orbit, bringing with them a new threat. To repel this threat, a defensive complex based in one of the deserts was activated. And now the newest weapons developed by people fired their first salvo at real targets. Residents of cities who witnessed the destruction of yet another uninvited guests on their planet experienced an incredible sense of joy. Several buses stopped at the academy, finally returning students from yet another practical assignment that culminated in incredibly difficult tests. Coming out of the transport, the young people reported the news that had already spread that Dr. Mason Burke's project had been successful, and a new attack on the ground had been repelled. This was called a small but very important victory, since now it was possible to talk about the destruction of the very source of these threats, where people over time will no longer be afraid that monsters will come down to them again. Then people will simply have to clear the cities captured by monsters and completely return to normal life. Having finished with these discussions, the young people loudly praised Dr. Burke and his entire research team. A young man watching all this madness at some point heard a familiar female voice calling him by name, where he turned and saw Samantha. Sincerely rejoicing at each other's return, the young people quickly rushed to meet. Dissolving in the arms of her lover, the girl was very glad that he was able to survive. Alex also did not hide his emotions, expressing feelings of joy that everything was fine with his girlfriend. Watching this couple, Jonathan finally saw the reason that made this guy fearlessly move forward to accomplish the impossible. And when Julia, standing next to him, noticed that he was not the only one who made an effort, the professor added that thanks to the two of them, everyone was able to return back today. Then the conversation turned to the fact that Jonathan had previously worked with Dr. Burke, where the idea of the defense mechanism belonged to him, and where Professor Gray gave all the laurels to his former colleague, since it was he who implemented the idea. The man sadly noted that he almost ruined this whole endeavor, and therefore it was better for him to be the most ordinary unknown teacher. The city's top officials gathered to congratulate Dr. Burke on his well-deserved victory, where Mason stated that this is the merit of everyone who gathered here. Literally bowing at the feet of those gathered, he thanked them for their support and faith in him. After which he suddenly said that now, after completing the mission, he would like to rest and sleep, and therefore he would not be at the gala dinner. Soon the man was already sitting in the cockpit of a helicopter, taking him away from the festive event. Betty, moving around the room, suddenly felt the effect of a strong air draft. Having picked up and handed the girl the papers that had fallen from her hand, the man noticed that he was not the only one working here late into the night. But Betty responded to this that the great doctor works hardest of all, where, passing by, the hero of humanity recommended that the girl take a good rest, and she sincerely thanked him for protecting people and saving all of humanity from further invasions. Having disembarked from the bus, the young people quickly left the academy and walked together in the evening city. Samantha thanked the young man for accompanying her to her brother's house, who was seriously injured, and therefore she had to live here and take care of him for some time. Alex was very surprised when he learned that his girlfriend had an older brother, and now the girl was already introducing the young people to each other, where Larry greeted the young man quite affably. And when Alex asked how Samantha's brother knew so much about him, he explained that his sister only talks about him. Then, changing the subject, Larry suddenly noticed that, according to his command, they had a chance to retreat normally, only because a group of students had coped with the threat. And now he sincerely thanked the guy for being able to provide them with an escape route and actually saving their lives. He wanted to invite his dear guest inside, but his condition did not yet allow him to be very active. Alex said that he would come visit another time, where Samantha immediately reminded the guy that she would have a birthday in a couple of days, inviting him to come to the celebration. Leaving the girl and her brother, the young man went to his place, mentally rejoicing that the one he mistook for her boyfriend actually turned out to be her brother. At that very moment, the way Samantha behaved with him at every meeting flashed through his memory, where this suggested that she really was not indifferent to him. At home, the young man found his beloved sister, who had just left the shower. While drying her hair, Betty told her brother that some girl had called him, asking if he had arrived all right. As it turned out, the guy's mobile phone was completely dead, and then he decided to call Samantha back from a landline phone. Talking to the girl, the young man said that he got home without incident and wished his friend pleasant dreams. Betty became terribly curious whether her brother's interlocutor was his girlfriend, to which he explained that they were just friends and former classmates. But it was hard to believe, where friends simply don't call home and ask if the guy got there okay. And when Alex explained who his interlocutor was, Betty added that she remembered this girl well, who often visited him in the hospital and even left a letter for him. This statement greatly revived the young man, who realized that in that letter Samantha responded to his confession. His sister, meanwhile, explained that she could not pick him up right away, and when she came the next time, the letter was no longer there, where she thought that the janitor had thrown him out. Having grabbed the phone, the young man stopped himself, since he had already wished the girl good night. Where to call after that would be indecent, deciding to leave the conversation until the moment of meeting at the girl's birthday. Watching her brother, Betty suddenly mysteriously asked him if the guy could guess who she met on the way home. And when the young man said that he did not have a single guess, his sister said that she was lucky to exchange a few words with Dr. Burke himself. Where for the girl this meeting became a real event, since not everyone can talk live with the hero of humanity. Of course, she did not believe her brother when he again stated that Dr. Burke gave him a men's magazine when they met. At the same time, the young man concluded that this man was truly some kind of incredible person. After all, many tried to change the course of the confrontation with monsters, and only he alone managed to turn the tide of this war with his invention. To which Betty immediately stated that her dear brother would also someday have the opportunity to help humanity. As usual, the young man was training his physical skills, when the goddess appeared behind him, noting that she could not even think that monsters could have such pure and powerful essence. The girl associated this with their ability to transform into absorbed people, and the stage of their evolution, which was no longer important now, since after consuming the essence the guy's strength would increase many times over. She managed to pick up this essence from the corpse of a monster that settled in Laura's body while Alex was resuscitating Julia. While the young man was looking at the new essence, the girl noticed that since their first meeting the guy had become much stronger, and so he swallowed the resulting substance. And while the young man was absorbing it, his mentor said that he would now reach the 4th rank, where he would have an improved special skill activated. The next training session for the young man showed him a copy of an opponent he was already familiar with, which he was not very happy about. But the goddess who appeared nearby immediately said that she did not create any copies for training. Where the created astral being is the product of the essence it swallowed, which refuses to accept a new owner. And now the girl was already encouraging her student, who rushed to persuade the essence to accept him. Making a serious swing, the young man said that this was his astral world, where he would force the enemy to submit. Julia, walking in the company of Michael, was interested in what happened to the teacher, to which the man explained that he locked himself in his room and apparently staged a real pogrom there. When they were near the front door, Michael added that he chases away anyone who tries to enter him. Having asked that the solution to this issue be left to her, the girl began knocking on the door, informing the professor that she wanted to talk. Not yet seeing the situation outside the door, the girl asked the man about what had happened. At some point, he suddenly opened the door slightly, asking if there was anyone else near his guest. Once inside, Julia was amazed at the chaos that reigned there, expressing her lack of understanding as to why the man had carried out such a pogrom. To this, Jonathan answered something incomprehensible, and taking the bottle in his hand, headed somewhere. Once on the roof, he sat at the very edge, lowered his legs, and after a few sips he said that he had lost. The Ice Princess asked the man to tell her what happened, but the professor only continued to repeat that he had lost. Julia tried to calm the man down, saying that he should just tell her everything, easing his condition. Suddenly she heard footsteps behind her, and when she turned around, she saw some people standing in a row. People unknown to her turned to the professor, saying that there was very little time left, and therefore the dragon participants were waiting for his instructions. But the professor, without letting go of his head, whispered that it would just be a real suicide, to which his late guests declared in unison that they were ready to give their lives for this good purpose. Rising to his feet, Jonathan suddenly concluded that even if they were defeated, at least they would have nothing to regret in the afterlife. As she finished tightening her brother's tie, Betty noticed that he looked simply amazing. The girl was very happy that the young man was able to wake up from a coma, and now their lives are changing for the better every day. First of all, the young man went shopping, where he bought a gift for both the birthday girl and his beloved sister. And suddenly before his eyes a traffic accident occurred where 2 cars collided. This unique sound and sight of twisted metal awakened very distant memories in the young man's memory. Just now he saw several cars collide, one of which contained his family. Literally frozen in place, the guy stood and watched the altercation between the drivers who were trying to figure out which of them was right and who was wrong. Having calmed the sudden trembling in his body, Alex continued the path he had begun. Soon the young man arrived to Samantha, immediately congratulating her on the holiday and presenting her with a gift. But she, having said that she had invited their classmates, quickly turned around, inviting the guy to follow her. But the young man stopped his friend, explaining that he wanted to tell her something without witnesses, but she somehow behaved very strangely, saying that it was better for them to discuss everything inside. Alex was persistent, remembering Samantha her letter, which she left for him at the hospital. Only now the young man suddenly noticed that the girl had an unusually pale complexion. Having answered his question that she was fine, his friend asked the guy if he had read it when he came out of his coma. Samantha was shocked when the young man said that he had never been able to read the contents of the letter because someone had thrown it out. And so, drawing the girl to him, he asked her to tell him right now what the contents of that paper were, where Alex also remembered and told his friend about the feelings that he experienced being next to her during his school years, where he began to yearn for her, even as he watched her leave, and dreamed of her when he went to bed. And so the young man again asked Samantha the question of whether she was ready to become his soulmate. Snuggling up to the one whom she loved infinitely, the girl said that she had already answered this question positively, and was answering positively again. But suddenly she broke their embrace, shouting at the guy to run away from here as quickly as possible. But it was too late, since the young man was surrounded from behind by armed men. Someone grabbed the benefactress by the hand, dragging her back into the house, where this someone was her own brother, asking Alex not to even try to resist. After all, according to the investigation, he is an active member of the Dragons organization, who was ordered to detain. Samantha tried to reason with her brother, saying that Alex did not commit treason, to which Larry replied that they would have to find out. And when the suspect himself intervened in the conversation, shouting for someone to explain something to him, Larry looked at him in surprise, beginning to believe that he really didn't know. Leading him into the house, the young man, pointing towards the TV, invited the young man to see everything for himself, where the news anchor reported that the Dragons organization, led by Professor Jonathan Gray, committed treason by attacking the main building of the research group. Alex was shocked when it was announced that the forbidden organization Free Skies was hiding under the guise of the Dragons, where Professor Gray was installed as that same mysterious master. When the first shock passed, the young man shouted that this was simply not possible. Larry noted that the young man apparently knew nothing about this, which is objectively proven by his presence here and not in the place of events. But nevertheless, he is part of the Dragons. At the same time, Samantha's brother very much asked him not to resist arrest. After all, he believes that the guy is innocent, and was simply deceived when he was accepted into an organization that turned out to be traitors to the motherland. Clenching his fists tightly, the young man very menacingly noted that he was not a member of Free Heaven, and Larry believed him, saying that if he started to resist now, he would only prove the opposite, where it is in his own interest to simply give up and agree on further cooperation with the authorities. He asked him not to resist both as an official and as the brother of his beloved girl. Dissipating the collected energy that he was ready to put into action, Alex said that he was ready to trust Larry. Samantha was indignant when the guy was handcuffed, but her brother calmed her down, saying that this was only a temporary measure until they were finally convinced that he belonged. Then the girl said that she would not leave her beloved, and therefore she was going with him and her brother to their unit. Larry did not object, saying that she would also need to give some testimony regarding her communication with Alex. At the main gate to the office where the research group was based, a real war was going on. Opening fire, one of the commanders firmly assured all her soldiers that Helen was a traitor. Helen herself gave commands to her fighters so that they would firmly hold their positions, giving the others sufficient time to complete the task. It was no longer a battle of people against monsters. People began to exterminate each other. Sitting in the detainee interrogation room, Alex wondered the age-old question of what was going on. His mentor sadly noted that he really could have been deceived, but the guy knew for sure that he personally had not committed anything bad against humanity, and had not entered into conspiracies. The girl agreed with this argument, saying that the organizers of all this most likely stand at the very top of the Dragons. And then the door to the interrogation room opened, where Larry, already familiar to Alex, appeared on the threshold, accompanied by the deputy commander of the special unit, Shelley Cooper. The first thing the young man asked was where Samantha was, to which her brother replied that the girl was in the next room. After that, Shelley entered the conversation, explaining that they had some questions for the guy. But the young man suddenly asked that Samantha be present during their conversation, since from today onwards he doesn't trust anyone else, and the conversation will not take place. After this request, Shelley and Larry looked at each other, realizing that the guy was serious, and probably had reason not to trust anyone. And just a minute later, Samantha entered the room. The first thing she did was ask if everything was all right with her loved ones. When the girl was nearby, and Shelley told the guy that in their opinion he was simply deceived. Alex noticed that he still did not know the whole situation, to which his interlocutor explained that they themselves still cannot believe what is happening, because dragons have always acted as a shield for all humanity. But these same former heroes suddenly attacked and captured the center of the research group and tried to kill Dr. Burke. However, after checking, they know for sure that Alex was not involved in this, although he carried out some orders from the Dragons organization. But then the young man exploded, saying that no one had brainwashed him or instilled anything in him. He simply could not understand what was happening at all. To this, Shelley explained that the Dragons simply captured the center, did not communicate, and did not make any demands. In response to the young man's question, his interlocutor stated with absolute confidence that Professor Jonathan Gray was in charge there. The young man was even more surprised when he learned that Helen, whom he knew well, was also participating in this betrayal. Shelley got to the point, saying that they needed a person who would be considered one of them, but would not support ideology. Such a person would have to reach their leadership and try to convince them to lay down their arms and surrender. This is exactly the kind of person she invites Alex to become. After all, judging by the information that they managed to collect, the young man is a true patriot of his country and will never go against humanity. Therefore, they really count on cooperation with him, where one of the main tasks will also be the rescue of Dr. Burke. Here, Larry joined the conversation, saying that while the connection was still there, they managed to receive a message that Mason and some of the employees managed to take refuge in a protective bunker. There are several of these on the territory of the center, and they are hidden, but sooner or later the Dragons will discover them. And then Alex asked a question about what was happening to the other employees of the research group, where his facial features visibly relaxed when he was informed that the rest of the workers were also hiding in different places. Shelley added that there is less and less time left for a peaceful resolution of the conflict, where soon they will simply launch a full-scale assault. Now they can organize something like a diversion while the young man sneaks inside and saves Dr. Burke. Then one of her subordinates approached the girl with a report, where she immediately rose from her seat, saying that the guy had only 5 minutes to make a decision, where either he decides to cooperate and all suspicions are removed from him, or as a member of a traitors organization he will go to trial. Rising from his seat and leaving the interrogation room, Larry recommended that the young man think very carefully about his choice. As soon as they were alone, Samantha apologized to her lover, saying that she should have warned him earlier, but Alex did not blame the girl for anything. And to her question about what he planned to do, the young man explained that he would go to the center of the research group, as he had to find out what happened to the Dragons. But the reason was also that his beloved sister worked there, who was also exposed to danger, no matter who it came from. At some point, the guy turned to the girl, asking her if she believed him, to which he immediately received a positive answer. After which he said that he would now ask her a question, which he asked his friend to answer as honestly as possible. Getting as close as possible to the girl's ear, the young man voiced his question to her. After listening to him, Samantha literally a second later gave the guy her answer to it. The men watching them were wary at first, seeing how the couple was whispering, but after a while they calmed down, deciding that these were their loving personal conversations. When the 5 minutes had expired and Shelley entered the room to get answers, Alex firmly stated that he was ready to cooperate with the special unit. This answer greatly pleased the girl, who said that the task should be started as soon as possible. A few seconds later, the handcuffs were already removed from the hands of the guy who was to become a spy within the organization of which he is a member. Shelley also added that they will install a tracking sensor on it to monitor its movements. In addition, together with the young man, it was decided to send Larry, who would have to make sure that Alex did not shy away from the task and did not violate his agreements. Looking at his girlfriend's brother, the young man asked whether it was worth resorting to such measures and exposing someone to unnecessary danger. To this, his interlocutor explained that although he promised cooperation, they still cannot trust the guy in full, and therefore they are playing it safe. Here Larry joined the conversation, saying that he and the guy had the same goal, to save Professor Burke. Alex had no choice but to agree to the company of his friend's brother, after which Shelley said that they should move out as soon as possible. But then Samantha resumed the conversation, declaring that she wanted to go with them, where both Alex and Larry unanimously declared that this would not happen. However, the girl had her own arguments, where she noticed that Alex now does not trust anyone but her, and therefore her presence can smooth out the rough edges between her brother and her lover, increasing the limit of their trust in each other. After listening to Samantha, Shelley found her arguments correct, but the young people again unanimously declared that she should under no circumstances go with them. Where, after this statement, a satisfied girl noted to the deputy commander that as soon as the matter concerns her, the guys simply act on the same wavelength. This was indeed obvious, and therefore Shelley announced that the sabotage group would consist of 3 people, and so she gave the official order to penetrate into enemy-occupied territory, and first of all, to free Dr. Mason Burke, where all 3 military officers accepted this order for execution. Most of all, Samantha's dear brother was dissatisfied with Samantha's inclusion in the team. At the center of the research group, the confrontation continued between the Dragons organization and government special units. Meanwhile, on the other side of the center, a recently created sabotage detachment was making its way very briskly along the mountain path. Once on the territory of the center, where the dormitories were located, Larry explained that they would not be able to go around this area, where they will need to make their way through the tunnel to the dining room, and then to one of the shelters, in which Dr. Burke is hiding. Moving inside the building, which made it possible to hide from possible prying eyes, the young people noticed that everyone was leaving the premises in a great hurry, but when they approached the flight of stairs, their further progress was suddenly interrupted by two dragon fighters. Larry and Samantha became noticeably tense when members of the Dragon organization appeared, but Alex immediately intervened in the situation, giving his name and saying that he was part of the Dragons organization. And when he showed his ID, the guards immediately relaxed when they saw one of their own. And the young man also added that on Helen's orders, they were checking the mountainous terrain for sabotage groups. Having thanked each other for their service, Alex, her companions, and the guards said goodbye, where the sabotage group continued its advance to the desired point. They were already moving through the tunnel when Larry praised the young man, but he noticed that he felt a little awkward because he had to lie. As it turned out, there was also a security post for the captured perimeter in the tunnel, and Alex again had to show his ID. And when the young man, in response to the question posed, explained that the guy and girl with him were part of his group, the more insightful security guard demanded that they show their identification as well. To this, Alex did not know what to answer, where Larry beat him to it, saying that he would present it now. And so he came to the fore, pretending to take out his ID, but in fact preparing to attack, where the guard rushing him did not even have time to understand what had happened when he was thrown back by an incredibly strong blow. And Larry, who did not stop his movement, was already neutralizing the next guard. The girl who was part of the post, realizing the threat, instantly rushed away. She tried to convey information that an enemy group was in the tunnel area, but her message was interrupted by Samantha's brother, who used his superpowers, stopping the report. Having destroyed the means of communication, the young man suggested continuing the journey, saying that very soon the dragons would understand that the sabotage group was already inside. Alex watched with caution as this young man used his abilities, and Samantha was glad that her brother had already managed to fully recover. Even the young man's eternal companion noticed that the guy accompanying him was incredibly strong. The girl also noticed that if he decides to fight him, then it is not at all a fact that he will be able to win. But Alex himself finds the current circumstances, in any case, much better than sitting behind bars awaiting trial. At some point, Samantha asked the young man who he was talking to, where Alex explained that he was simply talking to himself. Inspecting the further path, the young man noticed that if they tried to go directly to the square, they would most likely stumble upon a huge number of dragon invaders. Larry also noted that many members of this organization are incredibly strong, and it would be better if they did not encounter them. Then the guy suggested going through the dining room, where he explained that his sister had told him about the advantages of the location of the dining room, from which food was often delivered to all departments, which provided this room with many passages. When asked by Samantha, the young man explained that Betty works here, and at the very beginning of the internship, she was busy delivering lunches to departments. Having decided that the option proposed by the young man was very good, the sabotage group continued moving, heading to the dining room. Meanwhile, inspections began throughout the entire territory, since an incomplete message from one of the posts made everyone wary, and information was already spreading throughout all the posts that 3 guards had been neutralized by the enemy who had entered the territory. People in cars parked on the communal bridge increasingly paid attention to the thickening fog around them. According to the news, everyone was recommended to stay at home and wait until the fog cleared, which, according to preliminary calculations, should have happened within 24 hours. The film crew hovering over the city in a helicopter watched from above as the city was covered in fog, completely not understanding what was happening. With every minute, the tallest buildings gradually dissolved in the density of this strange fog. Meanwhile, information was already circulating among the members of the Dragon organization that their member Alex had brought 2 outsiders with him, which they learned from the guards who had woken up. One of the group commanders named Alice, having heard Alex's name, could not remember that they had ever worked together with him. But she was extremely unhappy that this guy had betrayed their organization. She immediately gave the order to attack this traitor at the first meeting, where this order should have been transmitted to other posts and groups. While this information was spreading, the sabotage detachment continued to advance towards its goal. At some point, Alice, smiling contentedly, noted that it was easier to just wait than to run around and look for her. After all, the entire sabotage detachment, led by Alex, had just come straight to her group. The girl introduced herself to the guy, saying that she was very upset that he had betrayed their organization. But the guy did not consider himself a traitor, telling his interlocutor to think about what the dragons were doing now, having betrayed humanity itself. But to this, Alice loudly declared that the young man was simply a fool, where he probably forgot that dragons are the main line of defense of humanity and act only in the interests of all people. Here Larry intervened in the conversation, saying that the girls should be very ashamed to call themselves defenders of people after everything that they had done here. Coming forward, the young man told Alex and Samantha to move on, where he would take on these upstarts. Looking at the enemy, Alice immediately recognized a member of the special unit, about whom she had already heard. At the same time, the girl expressed her deep doubts about whether the guy was strong enough to resist her and her group. And while she was saying this, Larry was already right behind her, urging her to stop talking and calling for real action. Other members of the group saw the young man's movements from the outside, amazed by such a rare talent. The young man tried to strike Alice with his hand, but she quite deftly dodged the attack, and she was also very easily able to dodge the guy's next blow. But Larry did not finish his attack, where he immediately dealt another crushing blow to his opponent. He was quite surprised when he saw that the movement of his leg was stopped, and Alice noticed that the attempt was good. But her ability was that she could activate a special type of vision that allowed her to see all the movements of the enemy in slow motion. Dodging each subsequent blow from the Larry, the girl ordered her group to take care of Alex and Samantha while she dealt with the third. Having prepared for the confrontation, the young man noticed that his opponent used the energy of her hands in the same way as he did. And then the fists of the girl and the guy charged with energy met, where the power of the young man's blow turned out to be much stronger and threw his opponent far back. Where she was, holding her injured hand, she instantly understood why this young guy was accepted into the organization. While the girl was thinking about this, she did not notice how a chest appeared right behind her, but only felt a sharp impact of force and a fall, where even Elin standing nearby would not have time to do anything to help. After neutralizing one opponent, Larry rushed to another, and in this he was helped by his dear sister. But the young man did not appreciate this impulse, repeating once again that his sister and Alex move on, where he would soon catch up with them. This time the young people listened to their comrade, calling on him to be careful and instantly disappearing. The goddess, meanwhile, explained to the guy that Elise's vision was like that of flies, but the young man himself had already guessed this, saying that for this reason, Larry began by neutralizing the other members of her group. After this, his interlocutor again noted that it would be difficult for her student to defeat this guy, who was also smart. Hearing her companion talking, Samantha again inquired about who he was talking to, and the young man again lied that he was just having thoughts out loud, and while he was explaining this, the young people managed to get to the place they needed. Another group of dragon members arrived at the scene of the clash with the sabotage detachment, and found only the bodies of their comrades lying around. Having raised Alice, one of the men who arrived in time noticed that he would destroy them with his own hands. Meanwhile, Alex and Samantha were already inside the room, which looked more like an exhibition of paleontological exhibits. Continuing to move around the room, the young man noted that this building was like a labyrinth, where it would be quite difficult for them to find those who were hiding here. At some point, the girl noticed that from the moment they entered the building, she had the feeling that they were constantly being watched. And when the young man asked her if she was sure of this, she explained that the sixth sense is one of her abilities. They were actually observed, where an unknown character noticed that the girl was very good at feeling, after which this man, invisible to the young people, threw the dagger in his hand. He cut the cables by which the skeleton of a prehistoric creature was suspended, which began to fall on the guests of this room. Alex managed to cover Samantha with his body before this hulk completely collapsed to the floor. Appearing from her hiding place, another member of the dragons named Jacqueline noted that she would be very upset if she could just kill the uninvited guests like that. And now she was watching a young man asking his friend if she was okay. Then, turning to the stranger, Alex noted that there was no need to drop the dinosaur bones on them. Laughing at the guy's words, Jacqueline noticed that she had never seen someone bring a person dear to him on a dangerous mission, where they could go to heaven together. When the young man asked who she was, the girl introduced herself, explaining that she was one of the leaders of the dragon groups, and then asked the guy who he was. And when he said his name, Jacqueline immediately noticed that she knew him very well from Carl's stories. Alex was quite surprised when he learned that this man was now also in this territory. Now he completely ceased to understand the meaning and logic of the actions of the dragon members, because this man seemed to him to be a very reasonable and sensible person. And so he asked why the dragons did all this, where Samantha, standing next to him, also asked to explain why they carried out this attack and are trying to kill Dr. Burke. Jacqueline noticed that they always acted secretly and did not let Alex in on their plans. And when the young man's friend noted that they had betrayed humanity, her interlocutor said that they were simply obeying orders, where Alex is not with them now, only because he spent too little time in the dragons. Suddenly, Alex menacingly asked where Carl, Helen, and Professor Jonathan Gray were now, and Jacqueline replied that they were upstairs, but she had orders to destroy anyone who tried to get through. Having apologized in advance for the inconvenience, the girl threw her dagger at the guy. Noting how deftly he dodged, she materialized a dozen more of the same daggers. Throwing everything at him at once, she invited him to try to dodge such an attack. Watching the blades approaching him from all sides, the young man realized that he would not be able to dodge them all. And then Samantha used her abilities in the background, telling her lover to bend down. None of the blades reached the young man's body, where his body mate immediately noted that the guy was lucky again. Without waiting for a new attack, the young man quickly rushed forward, striking Jacqueline with a good blow with his hand. The girl was thrown against the wall, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that the guy was already nearby and was preparing to continue the attack. She managed to dodge the young man's second blow, after which she quite deftly began to move around the room, dodging every move of her opponent. At some point, the girl simply disappeared from his field of vision, where a second later his eternal companion screamed loudly, warning of the danger approaching from behind. Jacqueline, using her abilities, deftly wrapped her legs around Alex's body, leaving her hands free to strike. Seeing that her lover was in mortal danger, Samantha decided to attack, but their opponent noticed the approaching danger in time, instantly disappearing and putting the guy under this blow. Despite the fact that he had just been struck by lightning, the young man nevertheless remained on his feet. Jacqueline, on the other hand, noticed that Samantha is a rather brave girl, and if she had not taken this step, her boyfriend would already be dead. Very worried about the young man, Samantha, getting closer to him, inquired about his well-being, where he assured her friend that he was in perfect order. Discussing the enemy's strength, Alex noted that they could defeat it, but then they might not have the strength to carry out a further operation. Their opponent was interested in how long they were going to whisper there for a long time, but the young man already had a plan in mind, and so they both quickly rushed towards the girl, blocking their further path. While fighting off the attacks, Jacqueline noticed that the guy had strength, but lacked speed, while the girl, on the contrary, had good speed, but the blows were too weak. At some point, the girl counterattacked, where both Alex and his companion received retaliatory blows. In continuation of her attack, Jacqueline threw a dagger at her opponents, but they were able to escape from the dangerous trajectory of their movement. Looking at the hilt of the dagger sticking out of the wall near his head, the young man told his friend that now is the time. Immediately after which, Samantha began to concentrate her energy to use her abilities. Using lightning, the girl moved a huge object directly above Jacqueline's head, but she noticed the danger approaching from above, preparing her irreplaceable daggers. Several dozen deft movements cut the model of a huge whale falling on her head into small pieces, after which she noticed that her opponents had nothing left to oppose her. But they didn't intend to, simply taking advantage of this distracting maneuver to move on. Having prepared her daggers, the girl tried to make an attempt to detain the young people who had already managed to press the button in the elevator car. With all her might, Jacqueline threw several blades towards the cabin, but a second later she showered them with not the most pleasant expressions, hitting the elevator doors out of helplessness. Snatching a dagger, the girl began to strike the doors with it, addressing the invisible interlocutor with the question of who even thought of accepting this guy into their organization. Jacqueline was distracted from her strange activity by glass shattering into small fragments, where out of the darkness, her new enemy began to approach the girl. As soon as the young people were in the elevator car and pressed the button with the desired floor, Alex bent down, helping the girl do the same in order to protect herself from the flying dagger. Soon they were there and quickly left the elevator cabin, continuing to move towards their intended goal. The young people were glad that they managed to outwit this monstrously strong woman. Having looked around, Alex noted that the elevator leading to the next floors should be on the other side, which was invented for safety. But it could not be ruled out that there might be security posts here too, which it would be better for them to try to somehow bypass. Realizing that they had only one way out, Alex and Samantha jumped down where they could hide among the trees. From this makeshift shelter, the young man was able to see guards patrolling the approaches to the elevator. The guards could not help but pay attention to the noise created by the young people jumping down. They wanted to check the perimeter, but then they saw a bird flying out of the thickets and attributed all the noise of the leaves to it. Participants in the capture of the center discussed that it would be nice if their colleagues quickly managed to discover the whereabouts of the doctor, and this whole nightmare would end for them. And Alex and Samantha, hiding not far from them, were thinking about how they could move on without clashing with the guards. But at some point, the young man noticed that something else appeared next to those people. Looking up, the girl covered her mouth with her hands so as not to miss the scream escaping from her chest, where she saw a certain creature above the guards, which was partly a monster and partly a man. This monster slowly descended towards its unsuspecting victims, which were destroyed with one swift movement of his mutated limb, after which this incredible monster simply returned to normal human form. Alex and Samantha, continuing to remain in their makeshift shelter, could only watch as the bloody handkerchief with which this monster wiped its limbs landed next to them. Continuing to move forward, the young people discussed who it was, just a person with superpowers, or something else. At the same time, the young man was interested in the question of who else could attack the dragons, except for the special units opposing them, which certainly had not yet entered inside. To which his interlocutor noted that they, most likely, simply do not know much, and the situation is much more complicated than one might expect. At some point, the girl suddenly fell silent, grabbing the guy's hand and pointing in the direction. Approaching where his girlfriend was pointing, the guy parted the bushes and found a man there. Realizing that he had been found, the man started to run, but Alex stopped him, saying that he knew their colleague Betty, and when he turned around, he was able to recognize the guy as the brother of this new girl, who periodically met her after work. One of the research team workers was surprised at how the young man could end up here. Having explained that he learned from the news about what was happening and came for his sister, Alex asked the man where she was now, but he, in a panic, quickly said that he knew nothing at all and was just hiding here. Then Samantha quietly advised her friend not to put too much pressure on this frightened man. The young man asked a random stranger to take him to his sister, but he refused, saying that it was not safe here, and in general they would all die. Then the guy asked to tell him how to find shelter, after which the man invited him to go to his shelter. When Alex was next to him, he whispered to him about where this secret refuge was located, after which he invited the man to go with them, but he flatly refused, saying that he would definitely be much safer here. The last thing this frightened scientist told the guy was that he should not trust anyone he met. Having wished him good luck, the young people headed to where the elevator was supposed to be. When they got closer and did not find anyone while inspecting the area, they decided that the killer had probably already managed to climb higher. Then Alex suggested that his companion wait a little so as not to run into him. But then his personal invisible alarm went off again, warning him of danger from above. The guy managed to grab his girlfriend and throw her to the ground before something incredibly sharp whistled right over their heads. And after a couple of seconds, the one who staged this sudden attack on the young people appeared. The young man, whose hand had been transformed into a huge axe, was extremely interested in how the guy was able to notice him. This was the first time he failed to destroy a target and he insisted on an answer. But Alex asked a counter question about who he even was. Realizing that there was no answer to the question, Alex's new opponent simply decided to finish what he couldn't do the first time. Realizing that there was no way to escape the attack, the young man instantly absorbed the properties of the substance he needed, meeting the blow. But this blow was so strong that the guy was thrown several meters back. His girlfriend, invisible to the eyes of outsiders, noticed that the enemy was strong, and Alex really only had to use his true strength. Here Samantha came to the guy's defense, demanding that the attacker leave them alone. Realizing that this girl's strength is insignificant compared to his abilities, the young man noticed that she was too confident in herself, and would not bring her to any good. And so he transformed his limb into a scorpion's sting, and Samantha suddenly felt that she could not move. Certain death was rapidly approaching the girl, and then the sting struck. But the attacker failed to reach his intended goal, as his movement was stopped by Larry appearing in front of the girl. And so he forcefully pushed the attacker away from his sister, where he noticed that it was very good. The girl's brother said that it doesn't matter to him which side this guy is on, but if he touches Samantha, he won't live. After which his opponent said that he really has more important things to do. Calling the group of saboteurs nothing more than pathetic pawns in this game, the young man disappeared. Alex noted that this guy was definitely not one of the dragons, to which Larry explained that many organizations had their sights set on capturing Dr. Burke, including those that exist and operate in the shadows. But the mission had to be continued, where in response to the girl's brother's question, Alex explained that, according to the information obtained, the shelter was located on the next level of this building. Everyone understood that the further implementation of the mission was now complicated not only by the fact that they had been discovered, but also by the presence of other contenders here to capture Mason Burke. But there was nothing to be done, and the sabotage group continued its task of rescuing the scientist. When they found themselves in the elevator car, they immediately realized that they would not get far in it, where the group had no choice but to try to get out into the elevator shaft and climb up it. While they were climbing up, Alex explained that according to the information received, the floor should be a labyrinth of rooms where they would need to find the right room. And finally, the young people found themselves in a boring place, where the entire room was literally littered with the bodies of dead people, which brought real horror to the group. After looking around a little, the young man said that he knew how to find the right room, indicating to his companions the direction for further advancement. But then the young man's movements were stopped by his secret companion, who pointed him to one of the secret rooms, saying that there was something very interesting there. And now the young man has already begun to feel the wall in order to open the entrance to the room. Samantha was very surprised that the guy knew about the secret room there. When the door was opened, it immediately became clear that no one had survived. But Alex did not look for the living here. Following the instructions of his mentor, the young man discovered in this room various crystals, with the help of which he could significantly increase his strength. When asked by Larry, the guy explained that he needed all this in order to fight more effectively. And to the following questions about how he realized that there was a room there, the young man lied, saying that he could simply feel such crystals. The sabotage group passed one turn after another, where Alex regularly directed their movement. They soon found themselves at a dead end, where Samantha's brother began to doubt that the young man had been given the correct information about the location of the shelter. But he called for patience, where after some reflection he demonstrated that they had arrived where they needed to be. On the touch keyboard that appeared, he immediately entered the required combination, which he received from the scientist hiding in the thickets. And then the entire wall immediately began to move away somewhere into the distance, revealing the true door to the shelter. After which special sensors were activated, which disinfected the newly arrived people. After which all that remained was to open the door in order to find ourselves directly inside the shelter. When the door opened and the young man noticed that it was quite spacious, the people inside, thinking that the enemy had discovered them, prepared to defend themselves. But then one of Betty's friends recognized Alex as the girl's brother who appeared in the aisle. First of all, the young man was interested in exactly where his sister was now and who saw her last. But from some far corner of the room, Betty quickly rushed into the arms of her beloved brother. People observing the consequences of the road accident expressed their regret that two children were left without parents just like that. A boy and a girl were sitting modestly on the sofa when a policeman walked past them talking to someone on the phone. The boy could not help but hear his words that according to preliminary data, it was the boy's father who exceeded the speed limit, drove through a red traffic light, and became the culprit of the fatal accident. At some point, the boy, with his downcast eyes, noticed someone approaching him. The girl was very determined, firmly stating that both of their families were dead. Alex tried to say something in response, but Betty almost attacked him, shouting that now all responsibility lay with him. When asked by his sister why he was here, the young man explained that she was the only person close to him, and therefore he could not leave her. While the girl wiped her tear-stained face, the young man added that now her brother had become strong enough. After this, Betty quietly said that there were some monsters on the territory, and she also noticed strange behavior of some of the research group employees. Here, Larry interrupted the conversation, saying that they had little time, and therefore they would like to meet directly with Dr. Burke. When asked by one of the guards, the young man, presenting his ID, explained that he was from a special unit with a mission to rescue the doctor. The guys were clearly glad that help had finally arrived, noting that the attackers were most likely already able to find a way to the next level, where, under such circumstances, it was impossible to exclude the possibility that Mason could already be in the hands of enemies. One of the girls standing on the side persuaded her friend to help, since a person from a special unit could definitely be trusted. Yielding to her friend's persuasion, the girl approached Larry, saying that she was one of those who could take them further. Having said that she was one of those who worked with the security system, the girl said that there was an evacuation transport on the roof of the building, which in case of emergency should evacuate important people and all documents. After hearing this, Samantha's brother suggested that the doctor and the others might have been trapped while trying to reach this evacuation vehicle. And his interlocutor explained that on the floor below there is their secret storage room with all the information about the research. Therefore, she has an assumption that the attackers not only want to capture Mason, but also plan to destroy this repository of information vital for people. Larry asked in surprise whether such important information really did not have any backup copies. And the girl explained that it is impossible to copy the entire amount of information there, since some of it is samples of monsters. This explained why the Free Heavens were trying so hard to break through here. And the employee of the research group continued, saying that the doctor and other employees were just about to take the samples when they found themselves blocked by those who came to destroy everything here. When she finished, Alex asked the girl to take them to the next level. Having said to follow her, the girl led the sabotage group to one of the walls of the room. As soon as she touched it, a small window immediately appeared in the wall, from which a personal identification scanner appeared, where the girl went through all 3 lines of defense in the form of retinal reading, password entry, and fingerprint identification. At that same second, the ceiling above the heads of everyone in the room began to transform, and finally it opened completely, revealing to the surprise of all spectators, the entrance to the tunnel. The blonde girl's friend was very happy that she could finally see this hidden tunnel. After the passage opened, the floor under people's feet suddenly began to move upward. But the first picture that appeared before those who were counting on salvation was not at all inspiring. On the next level, everything was destroyed, and the warning system reported an attack on the protective barrier. The girl who opened the passage happily noted that the protection was still working, which meant Dr. Burke was safe. Alex started to say something, when suddenly something pierced the girl's body right before his eyes. Turning around, she simply couldn't believe that she had just been attacked by her own friend. The killer experienced obvious pleasure, remembering that no matter how many times she asked her so-called friend, she never revealed the secret of the passage. Not believing what was happening, Betty asked one of her friends to stop what she was doing. But instead of answering, the girl, in front of shocked people, suddenly began tearing off her human skin. Relieved that she finally could not hide, the girl, who turned into a huge insect, promised to kill everyone who was nearby. One of the guards jumped back in horror, not believing that one of the employees, whom he had known for quite a long time, had suddenly mutated. But the young man's speech turned into a wheeze when the barbed tongue of his own partner suddenly wrapped around his neck. All other people who were in the room immediately began to isolate themselves, not allowing anyone else to approach them. Alex's sister could not understand that this had happened to her friend, but the young man dismissed the girl, saying that her friend had actually been gone from this world for a long time. And the monster noticed that the guy's reaction was somehow too calm, as if he was ready to meet such a transformation. While the giant insect was speaking, her relative made a hole in the floor with its tongue. Alex recommended that everyone who represented the human race better hide. Meanwhile, a huge insect approached a hole in the floor where it lowered its tail, where, a second later, a former employee of the research group, who turned out to be a monster, pulled out a young man already familiar to Alex. Larry immediately realized that this spy was simply following them, pretending that he had left to resolve his own issues. And another group of saboteurs, which clearly represented the side of the monsters, was getting closer, where the guy walking in the center expressed his hopes of getting to know everyone better. But then his face began to change, and he added that, in principle, he would not mind just finishing everyone off. Defending his sister, Larry came to the fore, letting the enemy know that this confrontation would definitely not be easy. Suddenly, the warning system reported that the protective barrier was completely destroyed. Noting that the sabotage group of people was quite lucky, the monsters rushed to help someone. Samantha, who also saw such transformations for the first time, asked her brother what kind of creatures they were. But unexpectedly for her, her lover answered the question, saying that they were something like parasites. And he told how he had already met similar ones, where they settled in the human body, entered into complete symbiosis, and perfectly copied the behavior and habits of people. The girl did not believe that something like that could exist at all, and the monsters had developed so much. Their conversation was interrupted by Larry, who said that these three were incredibly strong and were now heading to Dr. Burke. And so he told Alex that his mission was completed, where now he must simply get Samantha out of here. Who and what would not try to prevent this? The girl tried to resist and stay to help her brother, but the guy literally screamed, saying that she overestimated her strength, where she would never be able to cope with such opponents. But his sister did not let up, continuing to insist that in such a critical situation everyone must fight. Then Alex attracted her attention, saying that Samantha's brother was right, where the first priority now is their survival. Larry agreed with this statement, saying that young people should forget about monsters and the doctor, and just survive. These words were instead of farewell, where after them the young man rushed after the monsters. Alex turned his attention to his sister, who was holding her dying friend in her arms, who begged the girl to go up to the roof and evacuate, where she handed Betty her special pass card, which only some members of the research team had. Speaking about the fact that there is a first aid kit on board the evacuation transport, the girl at the same time heard her friend's words that she should not trust anyone. Alex also heard these words, immediately remembering exactly the same words spoken to him by another employee of the research group. Continuing to sit by the lifeless body of her friend, Betty asked what they should do next. Her brother quietly said that now they needed to leave, where they could try to get to the evacuation transport. And so the young people moved forward, where they were followed by everyone else who was still in the room. Soon they were able to reach the roof of the building, where what was there was nothing short of exciting. After all, the evacuation vehicle was still here and was protected by a barrier, where the autopilot was configured in it, and in 15 minutes it was supposed to take off. Taking the keycard from his sister, the young man immediately swiped it across the control panel. The public address system announced that access was granted, and the door to the aircraft opened. The guy's sister noticed that there were already a lot of samples and research results here, and his girlfriend suddenly turned around, noticing that Alex was not following them. Then Samantha asked him why he was still standing at the control panel, but instead of answering, the young man suddenly pressed a button, which buried and blocked the passage to the aircraft. All the people whose path he blocked immediately began to be indignant at his actions, saying that if he himself decided to die, then they would like to live a little longer. The girls behind him also asked the guy to change his mind, but he suddenly announced that he would like to, but could not fly with them yet. Completely not understanding why this was impossible, Samantha asked him to explain what was going on, to which the young man replied that he could only trust 2 people, and they were now behind him. Everyone else continued to be indignant, vying with each other, shouting that no one had given the young man permission to decide who would fly and who would stay. But the young man calmly noticed that now, with the help of his fists, he would put everything in its place. And people called him crazy and the same traitor as the rest of the Dragon's organization. After these words, the young man suddenly asked how his interlocutor knew that he was a member of the Dragons. Not knowing how to answer this, the guy conducting the dialogue with him pretended that he did not understand the question. Then Alex recalled that the department of the research group, which his interlocutor represented, was practically isolated from contacts with the outside world. And his interlocutor, who certainly could not have known that Alex had anything to do with the Dragons, literally went berserk, shouting that he had nothing to hide. But absolutely convinced of what was in front of him, the young man called on the creature to stop pretending, which he backed up with an excellent blow. Seeing how their colleague broke through the wall with his body, other workers in the research group immediately thought that the guy was on the side of the invaders. But Alex encouraged them to look a little more closely at their so-called colleague, where he gradually began to rise to his feet and show everyone gathered his true essence. And now the monster, who had revealed his true essence, had already said that he really wanted to have a good meal already inside the vehicle. But now he would have to have a snack before takeoff. The remaining people could not understand why so many of their colleagues suddenly began to turn into monsters. Already understanding what would happen next, the young man asked the girl to step aside a little. Meanwhile, the five-headed monster began to pick up speed, declaring that Alex would be his first dish today. The young man's invisible companion warned him that his opponent had very great power. Not even a second had passed before the fight began, with each opponent either attacking or dodging attacks. At some point, the young man, leaving the line of attack, managed to grab one of his opponent's heads, and when he struck him, the monster's body flew back, leaving its head in Alex's hand. Clutching the bleeding wound, the mutated man noticed that he had greatly underestimated his opponent, who had great strength. To this, the young man replied that he was quickly able to develop thanks to battles with the likes of his today's opponent, after which he defiantly threw the severed head behind the ground and crushed it with his foot. Laughing, the mutant noticed that if the guy fought with their boss named Duke, he would definitely not be so arrogant. The young man immediately realized that this name was the name of another monster with whom he had already met, and which almost caught Samantha with its sting. His now four-headed interlocutor confirmed the correctness of this guess. Alex continued that due to the fact that his opponent has 5 heads, each of which thinks independently, he allows 5 essences to appear after the death of his opponent, which will incredibly strengthen him. Such arrogant statements and Alex's arrogant behavior drove the monster into a real rage, and then one of his heads spewed out a powerful stream towards the guy, which in its structure and color resembled a flame. But before one of the heads had time to finish its attack, the second one immediately continued the attack, spewing out a stream of poisonous liquid. Having just dodged the fire, the young man understood that he would not be able to simply escape from the poisonous liquid. Then he absorbed the properties of the wind, using his abilities and thereby displacing the poison to the side. After which he quickly rushed at his opponent, striking him multiple times and not allowing him to spit anything else at him. But when the monster began to attack, Alex could only block 2 blows. The monster only laughed, noticing that the young man would not be able to block the movement of his third head. But the guy was smart, where he did not wait for the third head to approach him, simply kicking the opponent's fly, where the blow had such force that he was thrown far back. Writhing in pain, the monster hurled curses at the guy, who had attacked him in the stomach for the second time. And while he was gathering his strength, Alex's second told him that the lower part of the monster was still less developed, and therefore he needed to attack at it. Accepting the advice, the young man shook out his hands, preparing to deal an incredible number of blows to his opponent. And now he was already approaching the snake-like creature, and his hands began to work very actively on its heads, constantly making lunges. This sustained attack ended with a sweep, after which the young man activated his special skill. Using his energy, he materialized a huge fist directly above his opponent's body, after which, without hesitating for a second, the young man lowered it onto the mutated man. When the attack was completed, the guy came closer, where under his feet he discovered a broken tooth from one of the snakeheads. And while he was approaching, the snakeheads argued with each other about which of them was to blame for the defeat. Saying that he was terribly tired of listening to this useless chatter, the young man pierced the monster's heart with a snake's tooth. And when the monster's body dissolved, the goddess noticed that he was right about the 5 essences, which were very pure and suitable for immediate use. The girl said that the young man can rest assured, since the monster has greatly changed the essence to look like a human. And so the young man threw all 5 pieces into himself, after which he plunged into meditation in order to assimilate the new substance. And when he finished and his invisible companion asked about how he felt, the guy said that he seemed to have become a whole rank stronger. After this, the goddess again reminded that during the time in a coma, he strengthened only his spirit and super skills, but his body did not develop and remained the same as before. But the essence of monsters will help the body catch up with spiritual development and development beyond skills. Even during the practical battle with monsters, it was quite difficult for him due to his weak body. But now those monsters would seem like a mere trifle to him. After this, the young man asked if he could use an improved special skill, and the goddess explained that this was only possible once, after which he would pass out. But she also recommended that the guy hide for now the fact that such a powerful technique was already available to him. At this moment, the aircraft's engines began to warm up, where the girls immediately attracted Alex's attention, saying that there were only 10 minutes left before takeoff. To which the guy stated that some other monster might try to break through. Where to do this, they would have to go through him. Samantha couldn't understand where so many monsters came from at the center of the research group, where even Betty, who works here, could not answer this question. Alex noticed that everything here is much more complicated than they were told, and therefore they can only trust themselves. Suddenly, right before the young man's eyes, part of the roof seemed to explode from the inside. Coming out of the clouds of dust, Larry, next to whom was Dr. Burke, was very glad that the guy was still here. Samantha and Betty did not hide their joy when they saw that the young man managed to find and save Mason. And when Alex greeted the doctor, he looked at him and asked where they had met before. He instantly remembered him when the young man said that he was Betty's brother, and Larry asked the guy to quickly open the passage to save the last hope of humanity. The girls standing on the other side of the barrier also asked Alex to help Larry and Mason quickly get into the rescue airship. The rescued man and his savior had already come almost close to the girl's protector, where Samantha's brother, hurrying the young man, said that he could not defeat all the monsters, and they would soon catch up with them. But then the professor noticed that the takeoff time of the aircraft could not be changed, and therefore in the remaining 10 minutes the monsters would definitely catch up with them. Suddenly Alex said that he could not allow the doctor to go to the aircraft. The girls were shocked by such a statement, not understanding the guy's behavior, and his lover's brother became furious. Grabbing the young man by the clothes, Larry shouted that the special unit was risking their lives to save Mason. He then noted that Dr. Burke is very important to all humanity, and the guy is now preparing to commit high treason. But Alex was inexorable, saying that he was in charge of access control for landing, and only he could decide who would get to the aircraft and who would not. Then Larry reminded him of his powers to literally beat common sense into the guy, where he coldly replied that he could try if he was strong enough. Suddenly the young man pulled Samantha's brother away from him, saying that now he doesn't trust anyone. With the words that he was very tired of the young man disappeared into thin air. Appearing behind Alex and grabbing him by the neck, he noticed that the guy was apparently still a member of the Dragon's organization to the core. Until a certain moment the young man did not resist, but simply put his hands on Larry's forearm, after which he made one sharp and strong movement, which forced the body of his girlfriend's brother into free flight. Immediately after this, the young man complemented his counterattack with an attack action using a super skill. But this blow landed in the void, and Larry managed to appear again behind the guy, kicking him, which, although he came to the defense, nevertheless threw the guy far back. His bodymate noticed that the enemy had the 5th rank, and if he had not been wounded, then her student's hand would definitely have come to an end. Then the guy took out gloves, explaining to the goddess that it was a parting gift from Professor Alistair McCoy. Despite the fact that they were made from monster skin and modified, the girl noticed that this might not be enough. But she thought it would be a great idea to add one of the crystals to this combination. And so the young man absorbed the properties of the ice crystal, inviting his opponent to continue the fight. Larry, picking up speed, noticed that Alex did not understand at all what he was up to here, where his sister's boyfriend himself was shocked by how fast his opponent was moving. Nevertheless, the young man was able to track his movement and avoid a dangerous kick in time. Not allowing the Larry to continue, the young man directed his icy stream at the enemy, but the blow seemed to have no effect on him at all, where Samantha's brother continued to gain momentum. After hearing advice about not letting the enemy get too close to you, the young man prepared to use his skills. Creating an icy dragon stream, Alex began to swirl it around his body, where this protective measure was supposed to stop the opponent's further advance. After which he shouted that Larry should not dare to move further, and his ice dragon made a powerful movement with its tail. Samantha had tears in her eyes when she saw how her dear brother flew to the side and received a terrible blow. While the guy rose to his feet and talked about saving the doctor, Alex recommended that he no longer try to get closer if he wanted a trusting relationship to develop between them. But his interlocutor decided that the young man did not believe him only because he still adhered to the ideology of the Dragon's organization. But he cannot understand why the young man does not trust Mason. Not yet knowing how to answer this question, Alex stood and silently looked at the man who had once left him a magazine on adult themes. Here, other members of the research group located on the roof of the building began to support Larry's words, saying that Dr. Burke could definitely be trusted, because he had recently saved humanity. The girl also insisted that he should let Mason through, since his mission was precisely the rescue of this great scientist. Here the doctor himself joined the conversation, saying that the guy was behaving absolutely correctly, not trusting anyone. But he really must take with him the most important information about monsters in order to provide humanity with a chance. Here the guy's sister began to convince him that Dr. Burke was definitely not a monster, where she understood his mistrust, having seen enough of how others turned. Absolutely everyone asked the young man to let the professor through to the aircraft, or even Larry said that Alex might not trust him, but should trust the professor. And so the young man spoke, talking about how he and Professor Gray had recently encountered highly developed monsters, where the existence of such intelligent creatures greatly weakened the position of humanity, which needed to be told to everyone. In the distance, the young man began to shout, where he stated that instead of making a statement on TV, Jonathan led the dragons to this mountain, as it now became clear to destroy the monsters that had bred here. Betty and Samantha listened carefully to what the young man said, where he noted that at the very beginning he also thought that the dragons had become traitors. But everything immediately became clear to him when he saw how 2 workers of the research group turned into highly developed monsters. Now he understands that all these creatures are not something new. They have existed on Earth for several decades, where during this time they managed to grow up along with the captured human bodies, and many of them were able to occupy important and high positions. Secretly being among people, they watched the person and studied him in detail. Of course, at first they had to hide traces of their presence, since they were not able to adapt right away. But then when they evolved, they simply had fun with people, realizing their absolute advantage in incognito. People have become just pets for them, who are used for meat when the time comes. Therefore, the dragons never became traitors. They simply decided to destroy the creatures that had settled on the planet, even at the cost of their lives. And so Alex declared that he remains loyal to this organization, whose main task is to protect humanity, where he will also fight as long as he can. As soon as he finished, everyone present heard the applause of one spectator, who noticed that the guy was really smart, since he was able to get to the bottom of the truth himself. Duke, appearing before Alex's eyes, added that there was no point in such guesses, since the monsters no longer needed to hide. Stopping, the young man showed the guy the body he was dragging behind him, where Alex, of course, immediately recognized him as the same man named Carl with whom Helen introduced him. Having prepared one of his deadly limbs behind his back, Duke noted that it is very good when you recognize old friends. After which the monster, in one quick movement, pierced the body of the man, who until that time was still alive. Everything was boiling inside Alex, and Duke, throwing away Carl's body, declared that he was infinitely tired of wearing a human guise. With a cry that he had been waiting for a long time for the day when he could take off this disgusting skin, the monster began to transform, stretching out all his limbs alternately to the sides and then up. The mutant noted that he felt much better this way, and suddenly he turned to Samantha's brother, saying that he had greatly disappointed him, since he still had not figured things out with this guy. Larry tried to silence him, but Duke continued, saying that he could no longer hide from his precious little sister. Samantha did not yet understand what was being said when the monster said that her brother was one of the first to be among people, but he definitely did not need any people to continue the mission. Demanding that his interlocutor be silent, the young man rushed at the monster, but Duke deftly seized the initiative and immobilized the enemy, and the guy's sister tried to protect him, demanding that the monster let go of her brother. Saying that it was time for the young man's dear sister to find out the truth, the monster put its huge paw on Larry's head, and since he did not want to do this on his own, Duke decided to help in manifesting his true essence. Samantha began to use her abilities, but all his magic instantly evaporated when the skin on her brother's head suddenly tore, and a second later, the rest of the human skin fell off, where a real monster appeared before the girl. Duke cheerfully noted that his relative looked much better this way, and Larry tried to apologize to his sister for his lies. The shocked girl could not believe that throughout her life, instead of her brother, there was a monster next to her, where consciousness instantly left her body. Duke continued to have fun, noting that, in principle, the master could allow him to keep this girl as a pet, but Larry had no time for jokes, where his whole body was simply filled with rage, in the impulse of which he again turned to his fellow man and tried to attack. But his brother easily stopped this attack, noticing that, apparently, he had lost his mind a little while attacking his own. And then Dr. Burke turned to the monsters, who called on Duke and Larry to calm down and stop the squabble. And while he was saying that now was not the time for them to fight each other, they knelt down, apologizing to the master. Such a turn shocked everyone who was nearby, except perhaps Alex, who was clearly ready for something like this, not trusting anyone. Mason apologized to everyone for fooling them for so long, directly stating that he was also one of the monsters. Continuing to speak, he noted that he did not agree with his minions in hating people, where it was an honor for him to work alongside many of them. But at the same time, no matter how developed a particular species is, both people and monsters become either hunters or prey, obeying their instincts. Betty suddenly screamed that it was Mason who had done so much for humanity, suggesting the invasion of monsters, creating defensive weapons against monsters, and contributing to the destruction of half of them, where the girl could not believe that the doctor turned out to be one of those who was trying to destroy humanity. And suddenly, someone's very familiar voice to Alex suddenly declared that all the words and actions of Dr. Burke were lies from the very beginning. Joyful Alex saw Helen and Professor Gray appear on the roof, where the latter added that the monsters did not come from outer space. Continuing to move forward, the man added that humanity has been looking at the stars for a very long time, trying to find other civilizations in space, where people created technologies that would help explore other planets and find new life. But man could not even think that another civilization was hiding right under his feet in the bowels of the earth. Everyone was shocked by this statement, including Alex. Workers from the research group immediately attacked the professor, saying that all his statements were nothing more than absurd. But Jonathan continued, pointing at Burke and accusing him of having misled everyone by talking about the imaginary source of life for all monsters being in space. In fact, there is a special type of stones, of which there are a lot underground. When two similar stones are nearby, then a passage to another world opens. Meteorites that contain such stones are very rare, but finding and removing stones from the ground can be even more difficult. Well, such an event as the fall of a meteorite with a special stone at the exact place on the Earth's surface where another such stone is located is a completely unique phenomenon. But such an event happened twice in the entire history of the Earth, where the first time occurred during the era of dinosaurs, which after that suddenly quickly became extinct. And the second similar phenomenon took place only 40 years ago. Since then, people began to regularly discover the appearance of monsters on Earth. Then the evolving monsters began to find special stones in the ground and place them under falling meteorites, which opened one passage after another, from which a variety of monsters continued to climb to the ground. They decided to call themselves a superior race from outer space, but in reality they are just ordinary parasites who want to take the planet into their paws. Betty, having received such a volume of shocking information, could not stay on her feet. A couple more members of the research group were also beginning to understand that all their work on studying space and identifying traces of monsters was simply a useless exercise. Alex added his conclusions to this story, noting that the plan to supposedly eliminate the monsters was the most common lie, which was created in order to deplete humanity's resources before a real war that people would lose. Jonathan confirmed that today people are indeed suffering a crushing defeat, but no one is going to give up. Alex completely agreed with the teacher, saying that dragons have always been the shield of humanity, and will continue to be so. Helen immediately picked up his sentiment, activating her abilities and saying that even at the cost of their lives they would not allow the monsters to win. After which the girls said that Dr. Burke was the very leader of the monsters whom they had been looking for so long, and whom they now could not allow to escape. But then Duke activated, noticing that there was practically nothing left of the dragons, and there was no need for them to run away. After which he suggested that the master kill all the remaining people right now, and then open a passage to another world and fill the city with relatives. But the judicious Burke noticed that people still had strong fighters, where now it would be better for them to retreat in order to continue the implementation of the plan. Then Duke asked permission from his leader to destroy that piece of meat that was preventing them from getting to the aircraft. After him, Larry also turned to Mason, saying that Alex was simply trying to delay them, since the evacuation vehicle would leave the roof in 5 minutes. And then the young man heard that the monster had already ruined the automatic takeoff system. This was not very good news and explained why the countdown timer had disappeared. Meanwhile, Duke began to move in, assigning Larry to look after the master while he plays with Alex. The first thing the monster said before the attack was that the young man would have been a corpse long ago if Larry had not been next to him. At the same time, the monster was surprised that the young man had previously avoided clashes with him, but now he was fearlessly ready to meet him face to face. Having prepared another crystal, the young man noticed that these people were such strange creatures, after which the guy crushed the crystal, absorbing its energy, strength, and properties. The monster, observing certain transformations of his opponent, could not understand what he was up to. He did not yet know that Alex decided to simply double his powers, using both ice and fire crystals. Gathering his energy, the young man quickly rushed to attack the one who was too confident of his easy victory. The blow inflicted by the guy threw the monster far away, where the movement of his body stopped only thanks to one of the structures on the roof of the building. Getting out of the twisted iron, Duke noticed that this would be much more interesting than the battle with Carl. The reminder that it was this monster that killed his friend and colleague in the dragons awakened a new flow of rage inside Alex, which forced him to rush into a new attack. The monster felt as if a huge tiger had grabbed it with its teeth and was beginning to tear it apart. Alex did not stop, where only after finishing the attack with flames, he already flew into the air in order to use his ice abilities, where he dropped a real huge iceberg on his opponent. Everyone who was on the roof could feel the power that the young man created. Mason, watching the progress of the battle, mentally noted that this guy was clearly hiding his true capabilities, which explains the death of so many of his relatives at his hands. Looking at the enemy stuck in the ice, the young man coldly and menacingly declared that the monsters were nothing more than cockroaches that had crawled to the surface of the earth, and if they themselves did not go back into the ground, he would bury them there. But his opponent was still alive and was already getting to his feet, noticing that he was ready to admit that there were worthy fighters among the dragons. Afterwards he added that the guy can call them cockroaches, but these cockroaches have powers that no one has ever dreamed of. Here Helen turned to Alex, suggesting that his opponent has incredible regeneration, where it is possible to kill him only with one incredibly strong blow. Thanking the girl, the young man continued to attack his opponent, but this time the monster was able to dodge the guy's blow. But this was only a deceptive maneuver, where the second icy fist of the young man was already flying at the monster's head. However, the monster somehow escaped the second attack, where Alex had to attempt a third attack. He put truly incredible strength and power into his third fiery strike, capable of turning anyone into molecules. But his opponent began to move much faster, where he was not only able to escape the attack, but also sneak up on the young man from behind. The monster tried to decapitate the enemy with its sharp claws, but Alex avoided this vile attack. Instantly turning around, he again tried to hit the monster, who was clearly expecting this counterattack, where he immediately left his position and got caught in the web he had created. Being safe, the monster noted that she did not even believe that the young man was again able to evade his hidden attack. His invisible companion noticed that there was no trace on the monster of the blows inflicted by the young man, where the latter came to the conclusion that with such regeneration, he would have to use another crystal. And while he was thinking, his opponent was already preparing to try his new attack on the guy. But Alex was ready to defend himself, to dodge the web flying at him, which, as he noticed, was not even susceptible to fire. But his opponent did not give up his attempts to get the guy, continuing to attack him. Helen shouted that there was no way to escape the next flow because of its size, and the young man had already absorbed the properties of the next crystal. And since the web did not respond to fire, he decided to try an acid attack on it and the enemy, and so the substance he released hit the monster right in the face and eyes. Unable to hold on, the monster fell, rolling on the surface of the roof and feeling how his face and body were literally corroded by acid. Alex had already managed to get closer to his opponent, noticing that he had completely forgotten that insects needed to be destroyed with chemicals, where immediately after his words, the young man dealt his opponent the final blow with his hand, which had absorbed the acid. The desired result was achieved, where the monster, exposed to acid, could no longer regenerate. Saying that it was time for him to return to the ground, the young man kicked his defeated opponent on the head, where it, tearing away from the body, rolled straight towards his relatives standing nearby. The young man himself also approached, where, in response to his question, Mason explained that the late Duke, on his instructions, had arranged various incidents. Also, Dr. Burke did not deny the fact that it was he who organized everything so that Professor McCoy would remain the last one. The guy who planned the attacks on students during practical classes, and from whose actions good people died, also worked for Mason. The wards of the leader of the monsters were all those with whom the young man dealt with during the second practical lessons. Then the young man asked how many of his relatives were in the research group, to which Dr. Burke stated that approximately half of the employees, where many died in the battle with members of the Dragon's organization. Based on this, it turned out that the very department where Alex's sister worked was one of the largest nests of mutants. To this, Mason explained that when the female specimen, which the guy destroyed in the second practical classes, grew up, it was supposed to move into the body of his sister. From such a statement, Betty experienced real horror, and her brother, in emotion, asked the monsters why they simply didn't sit underground. To this, the guy's interlocutor stated that the young man should have already understood their motives and desires, and so he shouted that they decided to appear because they felt the Earth asking for help. After all, for hundreds of years man did nothing but pollute and destroy the planet, leaving nature no chance of salvation. And when Alex asked why they should approach the issue so radically, where they decided to destroy people, the man explained that they had already issued a warning, but people did not listen. Then Mason noted that sooner or later people would have started the third, then the fifth, then the 10th World War. But the monsters decided to prevent this, acting as evil for the sake of the prosperity of the planet. After listening to the doctor, the young man firmly stated that it was better for them to just leave, and humanity itself would sort out its problems. And suddenly his interlocutor said that if there were more people like Alex among people, then their meeting might never have happened. The young man could not believe Burke's words when he said that they were not the first to attack. He tried to remind the man about the Free Heavens organization they created, which exterminated people, but he said that the whole truth was with the leaders of humanity, where Alex just needed to get to the top. Turning around, Mason added that he sincerely hopes that the guy will become an excellent leader, and they will be able to negotiate normally. After which he approached Larry and put a certain essence into his body, which began to act immediately. And now the already mutated body of Samantha's former brother began to undergo new changes, where after a few seconds the chest turned into some completely new monster, where this monster instantly interrupted the young man's movement towards his retreating master, throwing him back several meters with his powerful blow. Calling his opponent to sanity, Alex shouted that his boss was going to hurt Samantha, to which Larry replied that the master would never do that, and the leader himself noted that the one who survives this battle will further determine the course of history. Not listening to the doctor's words, the young man rushed to the attack, loudly declaring that he would not allow Burke to just leave. Having tried to destroy the enemy blocking his way with an acid blow, the guy noticed to his surprise that it did not work, to which Larry stated that he could not be hit with some kind of acid, like his relative Duke, who had passed into another world. Then the young man used his second hand charged with fire, continuing to attack the enemy. But this attack did not cause any damage to the monster, where his opponent noticed that the guy relied too much on his crystals, and a second later the monster threw a charged beam of energy from its mouth at Alex. However, this attack was useless as the young man was able to dodge it. At the same time, Mason was already inside the perimeter where Alex's sister and lover were. Making a quick feint, the young man tried to get inside the barrier in order to save the girls. But his opponent also turned out to be very agile, managing to grab the guy's hand. With some incredible effort, the young man was able to break free and rush to the aircraft, where Mason was dragging his closest people. Having stated that he was taking the guy's sister and girlfriend, Burke suddenly declared that he should take good care of the saint of their civilization, Emily, who is not only their deity, but is also his daughter. The young man froze in place when he suddenly saw in the man's forehead exactly the same stone as his body neighbor. This moment of confusion was enough for Burke to strike, and so the evacuation transport carried away the leader of the army of monsters along with the people dear to Alex. To Alex's question, the girl replied that she herself did not understand anything, since her memories of the past were completely absent. She promptly recommended that the guy start moving, where he barely managed to escape Larry's next attack. But he did not stop, immediately rushing forward and preparing for a new double strike. The blow was struck, but at that moment Helen rushed to the guy's aid and tried to attack from the air with her foot. But obviously the girl was no match for the monster, who easily defended himself from the blow and threw the attacker aside. Returning his attention to Alex, Larry remembered the master's words that the course of history will be changed by whoever remains alive today. Emily urged the young man to stop as his opponent was incredibly strong. And when the young man said that he was not going to retreat and would use all his capabilities, his invisible companion noticed that in this case everyone would know his true capabilities. And then the guy's body suddenly began to radiate an incredible amount of energy. While watching this process, Larry, deciding that he was using his blood for enhancement, noticed that with such useless strength the guy would never have been able to protect Samantha. But at some point it became clear that Alex did not use his blood, but began to use something else. Preparing for the next round, Larry noticed that even this power would not help the guy, but as for Samantha, he would ensure her safety. Only Jonathan, watching Alex's growing strength, was able to understand that he was preparing to use even an unenhanced special skill. It was a different, improved form in the form of an indestructible special skill. Such an ability could only be used by a person who was rank 7, which would mean the presence of a real divine soul in their world. Larry also realized that everything was not so simple here, sensing that the guy had jumped over several ranks at once. The young man, meanwhile, to top it all off, absorbed the properties of another crystal, replacing the acid fist. And now a real deity in the flesh appeared before everyone who still remained on the roof of the center. The young man thanked the enemy for taking care of Samantha, but at the same time he said that people would never become some kind of pet for them. Getting ready to attack, the guy added that humanity itself will determine its own destiny. Having lowered his divine fist on the enemy, Alex finished by saying that the monsters should return to where they all came from. The Special Forces soldiers around the center of the research group looked in amazement at Alex's divine strike, which literally returned his opponent underground. But after a few seconds, the one who had just been driven into the ground burst out again. The special unit employees only had time to cover themselves with stones flying in different directions when Alex landed the enemy again. But he did not even think about dying, once again rising to his feet in front of shocked people. People watching the battle could not believe that a person could even have such power. Larry, rushing upward, dealt Alex an incredibly strong blow, after which it was his turn to meet the surface of the earth. Without waiting for the guy to come to his senses, the monster sent a stream of its destructive flame at him. But all this could not stop the divine creature, which easily broke through, attacking the monster again. After the monster was sent closer to the ground again, the young man activated his skills in using the properties of the absorbed objects, where he unleashed this incredible power on Larry, next to which Samantha's lightning would seem like an ordinary spark. While the professor admired the guy's abilities, Helen noticed that they were mistaken, where it is not the dragons, but Alex, who is the shield of humanity. Employees of the defunct research group generally came to the conclusion that this guy was not a person at all, and so the young man completed his final attack on his opponent. Looking at the defeated monster, the young man stated that in the last operation, which took place in parallel with their practice, it was Larry who ambushed his own group, where his interlocutor did not deny this, after which Alex, who landed next to him, stated that from today, humanity will begin to get rid of the monsters that have populated the planet and will not be defeated. Larry just laughed when the guy asked where the doctor took Samantha and Betty, suggesting that he think about how many suitable places there are on the planet. Then the young man said that he would save the girls and take good care of his opponent's sister. Shelley, who arrived at the scene and heard this dialogue, was shocked that one of her best employees turned out to be a monster. And when she asked what role the dragons play, the young man replied that they have always been and remain the shield of humanity, which came here to destroy the breeding ground of monsters. Only now the girl began to understand that they were engaged in the destruction of true heroes, thereby contributing to the monsters, where those heroes gave their lives in order to save billions of people on the planet. At that very second, the girl gave the order to begin work to identify and destroy the monsters that were hiding among people. The order was passed down the chain, where one link in such a chain was a military man familiar to Alex, Thomas Wilson. The order was passed on from the military to both city security units and the Hunters Association. A few days later, people gathered to honor the memory of the dead, where almost the entire Dragons organization was destroyed. In fact, of the entire organization, only Alex and Helen survived, who stood in the very first row at the graves of their fallen comrades. Their grief was shared by everyone, from the most ordinary residents of the city to the mayor and other high-ranking people. Members of the special unit also paid tribute to those whom they mistook for traitors, but who ultimately fully lived up to people's hopes. Helen mentally said goodbye to her friends and promised that the spirit of their organization would never die. Together with her, Alex thought that they would continue their work and destroy all the monsters. When the farewell ceremony was over, Helen was the first to start a conversation with the young man. The girl understood his desire to quickly save his loved ones, but for such a mission he needed enormous strength. But the guy was very determined, saying that his beloved girl and his sister were now somewhere in a city captured and overrun by monsters, awaiting rescue. Helen, approaching the guy, noted that if he took them alive, then in that case he definitely shouldn't harm the girls. Having heard the arguments of his interlocutor, the young man tried to understand how much he still needed to raise his level in order to be able to organize a rescue operation. And when his interlocutor noted that the guy needed to reach at least the 5th level on a permanent basis, he realized that he was still far from the goal. Changing the subject, Helen noted that the guy had been through a lot in recent days, and now it was best for him to return home and just get some rest. Having listened to the girl's advice, the young man returned to the hostel, where his neighbors joyfully greeted him. Barney spoke first, saying that they had heard a lot on the news. As Greg rose from his seat, Todd noted that it must have been difficult for the guy to hide the fact that he was a member of the Dragons. Once there, Greg suddenly bowed to the young man, saying that he was a real hero and apologizing for the way he tried to persuade him to become a personal assistant. After listening to his comrades, the young man said that he was still the same freshman student like them. At some point, the front door swung open noisily, and Jason rushed into the room, who immediately rushed to hug his friend. He asked the guy if he liked being a hero, to which Alex replied that nothing had changed, where he just wanted to relax and get some sleep. But before he could leave, Jason said that he had one question regarding the character who won the battle and has incredible power and level, where he was interested in whether his friend knew this amazing man. Answering that he only saw him from afar, the young man added that even if he knew, he could not tell, since this is a state secret. He then walked away, leaving his disappointed friend in the company of his roommates. Having started to meditate, the young man suddenly heard a familiar female voice demanding that he stop practicing. It was Emily, who very seriously noted that the guy's body might not be able to withstand such non-stop loads. And when the young man said that he spent his energy attending the funeral because he had to pay tribute, the girl got angry, saying that it was like she was talking to a wall. But she stopped her speech when she heard the fading voice of the guy, who was already beginning to lose consciousness, but was still trying to say that he was okay. Moving away from sleep, the young man gradually opened his eyes and assumed a sitting position, noting that he was much better. And to his question about how long he slept, Emily said the number 40, explaining that it was in hours. All the visitors to the cafe looked in amazement as the young man destroyed one portion of food after another, where the entire table at which he was sitting was simply littered with empty dishes. Noticing that he was now much better, the young man asked the goddess how he could gain strength as quickly as possible. To this, his interlocutor replied that the guy should first of all strengthen his basic characteristics, since other strength is already growing exponentially. But the young man said that to save Samantha and Betty, he needed at least a permanent 5th rank. And since the essence of monsters was needed to raise the characteristics, the girl handed the young man a drop of her essence, saying that from it he could make a device for identifying disguised monsters among people. Accepting the gift, the young man noticed that by helping him, Emily was thereby acting against her own people. The girl agreed with this, but then added that the young man managed to show her the true essence of humanity, where now she believes that a person develops and is capable of change, but something about that master greatly repels her. Alex understood that the only person capable of making a radar to search for monsters was Professor Jonathan Gray, to which he came to a new research center, which he headed after the true essence of Dr. Burke emerged. Having greeted the capable student, the man asked for a minute to complete his experiment. When he mixed some reagents, Alex suddenly noticed that the reaction was beginning to be very violent. Instantly approaching the scientist, the guy managed to take him out from under this small explosion. Noticing that the experiment had failed, the professor at the same time thanked the guy for saving him, rejoicing at his presence. And when the young man noticed that Jonathan was clearly in a hurry, he explained that he simply had no other choice. After all, the task was set to exterminate the monsters hiding among people. But it was simply impossible to find them until they showed themselves. Therefore, he was asked to create a means for detecting them, where he tried to use the flesh of monsters for this. But all the tests he conducted were a complete failure. The man was extremely surprised when the guy suddenly handed him some substance, asking if he could invent a radar from this substance. Jonathan was very strong when he began to realize that this was the essence of some high-ranking being. When asked where he got it, the guy had to lie, saying that he extracted it from his body, because the professor saw his true abilities. This explanation suited him well, and the man asked Alex to give him some time to conduct experiments. Looking at the substance through a microscope, Jonathan could not stop admiring it, being absolutely convinced that this substance would definitely be suitable. Soon the man handed over to the young man a device he had made, which was supposed to detect the monster from a distance of 100 meters. And when asked about the principle on which the device works, the professor explained that it is enough to simply direct your energy into them. And as soon as the young man did this, the radar immediately activated, indicating the direction of the monster. But after a couple of seconds, the signal disappeared, and Jonathan explained that the monster simply left the device's range. Following the man's advice to go to where the signal came from, the guy literally jumped out the window of his laboratory. Looking after the fleeing guy, on whose radar the signal had again appeared, the professor mentally noted that it would be possible through the door. At some point, the young man saw something flash in the bushes, where this creature was chasing his old friend Carolyn. Having caught up with her, Alex used his ability, beginning to control the vines. The vines he directed quickly wrapped around the body of the monster trying to hide, after which the guy pulled them back with force. The young man was quite surprised when he recognized his neighbor Greg in the captured monster. The guy with wings lying on the ground began to quickly say that although he was a monster, he had nothing against humanity and had never harmed anyone. But then a girl joined the conversation, urging Alex not to listen to what the monster was saying. After all, she discovered him at the moment when he was planting dynamite under the academy dormitory. It was also he who conveyed significant information to his relatives when he participated in some activity of the rear services, because of which many good people died. While Carolyn was telling all this, Greg tore off the vines that entangled him, not giving up his attempt to escape. But then Alex used his abilities, absorbing the properties of the stones and began to control them. Without any regret, the young man lowered a huge block directly onto the head of his mutated neighbor, where he didn't even have time to shout for the guy to spare him. But what was most surprised was Carolyn, who of course was ready to kill the monster. But her sparring partner did not hesitate at all on this issue. Starting the conversation, the girl noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, where the guy's strength had noticeably increased. Turning around, Alex agreed that a lot of time had indeed passed since their last meeting, where his interlocutor had probably managed to rise in rank. And as he spoke, Carolyn mentally understood that her plans to increase her rank and gain revenge with her victory this time were naive, to say the least. Having asked what she was doing here, the girl explained that after the order was received to clear the city of hidden monsters, everyone, even students, took part in the raids. Where now there are two groups, led by herself, as well as by Alex's friend Julia. When the young man asked what their progress was, Carolyn replied that it was not very good, since monsters hide well, and Greg became the first one to be discovered, and that was by luck. After which Alex stated that now not a single monster will be able to escape them, with his personal participation in the raids. A very seductive teacher began her lesson by saying that today they would continue the topic they started last time. The students in the audience whispered about the beauty of this woman, and also about the fact that she was also a very good teacher. In addition, this smart beauty is absolutely not against helping her students after school, including at home. The plump student sitting next to him completely agreed with his friend. Suddenly, the door to the classroom burst open, where Alex and Carolyn, accompanying him, appeared on the threshold. All the students immediately recognized the notorious Amazon of the academy, and the one who had recently been the star of all the news. The amazed teacher greeted the unexpected guests, asking why they came to her lecture, while the radar was pointing directly at her. Without answering the woman's question, the young people looked at each other, silently coming to an agreement on further actions. Walking around the teacher on both sides, the young people said that they had simply come to listen to an interesting lecture, where she immediately invited them to sit down. But instead of taking their seats in the audience, Alex and his companions suddenly attacked the frightened woman, where each of them gave the disguised monster a good blow. This double application of force from high-ranking hunters threw the woman far back. Everyone who was in the audience at that time literally opened their mouths in surprise. The monster continued to play his performance, hysterically declaring that such treatment by students to the teacher was unacceptable, to which Alex innocently stated that they knew very well the true essence of a woman. But then other students came to the defense of the beautiful teacher, who began to declare that she could not be a monster, since she had been working here for a long time. And now two guys have already jumped forward, blocking the path of Alex and Carolyn, saying that they will protect the teacher to the last. Looking at his radar, the young man realized that these guys were not monsters, but were simply under some influence of the woman. Having received the necessary information, which made the girl understand that it was impossible to kill these guys, she rushed forward, deciding to improvise. Alex rushed after her, where the students watching the approach of the young people decided that their fellow students had become monsters. The teacher herself suddenly rushed to the students' defense, activating her abilities, angrily shouting that Alex and Carolyn should not dare touch the students. The use of her abilities consisted of materializing a huge shield, with the help of which she planned to stop the advance of those who were trying to reveal her to everyone. However, Alex quite cleverly bypassed the defense, recommending that the woman stop pretending. After which, using his skill, he literally nailed the teacher to the wall. And while he was dealing with her, his companion did her best to neutralize the defense of the monster they had identified. At some point, the woman suddenly said that young people should not destroy her, where after a couple of seconds she already took on her natural appearance, saying that she had not done any harm the entire time. The audience was shocked again when everyone saw that their favorite sexy teacher turned out to be a monster. One of the students immediately concluded that the two who stood up for her were under the influence of the mutant teacher, where she gave them additional extracurricular lessons. Hearing this, Alex immediately noticed that the monster probably managed to plant larvae in the bodies of these guys. And after these words, the monster sharply changed its behavior, saying that these people are pathetic larvae, subject to complete destruction. Before delivering another blow, the young man noticed that it was not they who used the bodies of other creatures to live. After the blow, charged with the properties of fire, a real geyser of fire burst out from under the monster's feet. Carolyn, watching the guy's attack, noticed in amazement that he was incredibly strong, where he destroyed a high-ranking monster with one blow. But this only added to the girl's desire to become better herself, in order to keep up with her comrade in arms. When the monster was finished, the girl noted that without Alex's radar, they would never have identified this creature, and the young man replied that monsters had perfectly learned to copy human behavior. And so the cleanup continued, where the guy made his companion laugh very much when, without looking, he opened the door to the room where his radar was pointing. He froze in amazement at the entrance to the women's locker room, full of half-naked girls. In an instant, the room was filled with women's screams and words of indignation. But the young man decided that now was not the time for embarrassment and verbal showdowns, where, guided by his radar, he rushed at the next monster. With one powerful blow, he knocked down a very attractive girl in lingerie. Carolyn watched his actions in confusion, beginning to realize that it would be very, very difficult to catch up with this guy in strength. The other girls immediately rushed to her seeking protection from the crazy guy, but she told them to just watch. Of the 9 monsters they were able to discover in the academy, only one was of a level high enough to contain essence. Returning to his friend, the young man said that they had examined the entire academy, and there should be no more monsters left here, suggesting that they contact Helen. To his question about how things were going with her, the girl explained that it was not very good. After which the young man said that he and Carolyn had destroyed all the monsters in the academy, and his interlocutor replied that they had not found a single monster, since they disguised themselves well. The girl was shocked when Alex reported that they had caught 9 monsters in total. Since there was nothing else to do at the academy, the young man decided to help his old friend and fellow dragon. After all, Emily calculated that he needed about 5 monster essences, and therefore he had to somehow find them. Helen was willing to help, telling her where she was currently stationed. While the young people were driving to the meeting, Alex asked his companion why they were riding on the same motorcycle when she was very rich and could afford 20 of them, to which the girl explained that she does not need several motorcycles, since she is the only one who rides them, and changing them every day in order to show off is definitely not her style. As he moved, the young man held onto Carolyn's waist, where at some point, realizing that it was quite safe, he let go of one hand. It was at this moment that the girl's bike hit a stone lying on the road, where losing his balance, Alex grabbed something that came to his hand, where, throughout the subsequent journey, he had to apologize to Carolyn for where his hand ended up against his will. Helen personally met the young people who came to her aid. The girl on the bike was glad to finally meet such a famous person in person, and the greeter immediately recognized the heiress of the Light World Corporation, who was also one of the best in the academy. In response to the last statement, Carolyn noted that this is far from the case, where she herself understood this when she met Alex. To this, Helen said that you definitely shouldn't compare yourself with this guy, otherwise your brain will simply explode. The guy himself, having heard that his girlfriend was the daughter of the head of the Light World, thought that he had heard a lot about this corporation, whose drugs are used by many people with super abilities. As he approached, the girl asked him how they were able to identify those 9 monsters, and the young man showed her Professor Gray's latest invention, which allows her to find hiding monsters at a distance of 100 meters. But today this is the only copy that humanity has at its disposal. and so the formed enemy detection group set out to patrol the city, waiting for the radar to respond. After several hours of the most ordinary walk, the device finally gave a signal for detecting a monster. In response to questions from his companions, the young man explained that the object was located somewhere in a shopping center. The saleswoman handed the buyer a package with the goods he had purchased, thanking him for the purchase. She had no time to react to the lightning-fast movement of Alex approaching her, where, a second later, right in front of everyone, the guy slammed the fragile body of this girl into the concrete floor. He prepared to continue, but his companions, tired from long inactivity, loudly shouted that now it was their turn. The monster had already managed to transform, showing its true face when the girls activated their skills. The monster definitely could not withstand such a double blow. The remains of the monster lay on the floor, and Helen and Carolyn, who defeated him, discussed how the guy's radar was useful, but ineffective. It was not difficult to search in the small territory of the academy, but the size of the city left no chance for an effective and quick search, where Helen sadly noted that if their organization were resurrected, it would become easier to search, since special departments would be exclusively engaged in reconnaissance and information collection. But all members of the organization fell in the last battle, where only Alex and Helen herself remained alive. The young man understood that it was still difficult for the girl, but she had already changed the subject, saying that now it was more important to find all the monsters than to give in to grief. After some time with their small forces, the group was able to discover another monster hidden among the people. The taxi driver instantly mutated, and shouting that he recognized the surviving members of the defeated Dragons organization, he rushed to the attack. Carolyn met her attacker with a very hard, fiery blow of her hand, and the young man suddenly heard one of the street law enforcement officers asking everyone to move away while the Dragons organization was conducting an operation here. The discarded monster shouted that it would tear the young people apart, but Alex instantly interrupted both this and any other possible impulses to any action. His companion was again amazed that this young man dealt with the enemy with just one blow. But at the same time, she was indignant that he stole her loot, and Alex explained that they were disturbing people with their squabbles. To summarize, Helen noted that they had only managed to spot 2 monsters the entire day. However, all other active extermination teams were unable to detect a single one. Such statistics did not please Alex either, who was only able to obtain 1 essence for the entire day. When asked by his partner about the subject of his thoughts, the young man simply suggested continuing the search. But the girl suddenly offered to go have a snack, saying that she was offering a treat, and the search could be continued at night. Helen quickly agreed to a free dinner, and the young man, when asked by Carolyn about her food preferences, replied that he was completely unpretentious in food. Then the Amazon of the Academy suggested visiting a French restaurant located nearby, which surprised Helen, since dates were usually held there. And so a group of monster hunters sat at a large round table in a chic restaurant. Handing the young man a piece of meat, Carolyn invited him to evaluate its taste. Watching the girl feed the young man, Helen mentally noted that she felt out of place here. But at the same time, she noticed that this couple looks very good together. The only problem was that Alex already had a girl with whom he was in love. At some point, the young man felt his mobile phone vibrating in his pocket. To the caller Jonathan's question, the young man replied that the cleanup, albeit slowly, was being carried out. Then the man said that the top authorities intended to hold a meeting, where on the agenda is the question of starting an assault on a city captured by monsters, where during this assault they will be able to save the kidnapped Betty and Samantha. The amazed young man very emotionally asked the professor when the assault was planned. To this, the man replied that the date had not yet been set, but he thought it would be very soon. Listening to Jonathan, Alex understood that he was simply naive, because storming a captured city was simply suicide. But even if it was successful, Mason would kill the girls. This could not be allowed to happen, and therefore he was obliged to save his loved ones before the authorities began to implement their plan. Helen, sitting opposite, looked very meaningfully at the young man, whose facial expression spoke for him. Paying attention to her, the young man noticed that her mood had also changed, inquiring about what had happened. He confirmed Helen's assumption that Professor Gray had just told him about the planned meeting, where, after thinking a little, the girl suddenly said that this opportunity could be used to ask the government to restore the Dragons organization. After this, the young man perked up noticeably, finding this idea simply excellent. After all, this gave him a chance to significantly speed up the search for monsters, and, accordingly, for the essences that he needed to increase his strength and save Betty and Samantha. Deciding not to hesitate for a second, Alex immediately rose from his seat, saying that they must convey this idea to the professor immediately. Helen was all for it, but Carolyn, who expected to spend this time a little differently, sadly said that her comrades should at least eat what they had already prepared and brought. But the only surviving members of the Dragons organization had already left the restaurant, where Carolyn had to catch up with her team. They instantly stopped when the Amazon of the Academy invited them to take Julia with them, with whose participation the professor would definitely not be able to say no. Synchronously turning around, Alex and Helen looked intently at Carolyn, who had managed to catch up with them, who did not understand such strange attention to her. And suddenly the young man literally grabbed his friend, saying that she had a wonderful idea, and asked to call the Ice Princess, inviting her to come with them. Pretty soon the whole trio was already standing outside the professor's office, and Julia was greeting them as she approached. The girl apologized for being a little late, explaining that she was trying to find the monsters. Having reassured the interlocutor with the words that they themselves had only arrived a couple of minutes ago, Alex suggested that they go to Jonathan for a conversation. After knocking, the young man opened the door to the man's office, where he was very surprised to see that 4 of the strongest hunters came to him at once, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Before voicing their request, Alex and Helen looked at each other meaningfully. And a second later, the girl was already saying that as soon as they learned about the upcoming meeting with higher officials, they came with a request to make a proposal to recreate the Dragon Organization. The man listened without interruption to Helen's arguments about how much this organization donated and how useful it was to people. At some point, Alex also joined the girl, saying that without recreating the dragons, they would not be able to detect the monsters, since the radar range of 100 meters very much ties their hands. But with the assistance of Dragon Scouts, detecting and destroying monsters will become much easier. After listening to the guests' arguments, Jonathan noted that he perfectly understands the need to restore the dragons and fully supports this idea. But then he added that, due to preparations for the assault, it was unlikely that the government would agree to allocate funds for the reconstruction and activities of the dragons. Then Julia turned to her uncle, who asked him to simply propose this idea at the meeting. After all, the Dragons organization saved the city at the cost of their lives, and therefore they simply must try to restore it. After ruffling his niece's hair, the professor noticed how smart she was already, saying that he would try to make a proposal. Having risen, Jonathan added that he would also try to enlist the support of several influential people in order to persuade the authorities. After these words, the last 2 members of the Dragon organization looked at each other happily, and now they were already thanking the professor for agreeing to help them. The meeting, which was attended by the most important people, was declared open. The man reporting said that one incident after another leads to large losses of manpower. He especially noted the latest incident with the research group, which in itself was something out of the ordinary. And so the head of the defensive forces said that the monsters oppress them very much, where reinforcements are constantly coming to them from the captured city. Therefore, he finds it a priority to organize a massive attack on the city captured by monsters, and therefore today's meeting is devoted to developing a plan for the assault. After 2 hours of discussion, a plan was prepared, with implementation to begin within a week. And just as the chairman of the meeting allowed everyone to leave, Jonathan suddenly attracted everyone's attention, asking his comrades to stay and discuss one of his ideas. Having said that there are a lot of monsters among people, which can lead to leakage of information, the man proposed to recreate the Dragons organization to identify and destroy them. After thinking for a few seconds, the chairman of the meeting said that the issue could be discussed. One of the women present immediately noticed that it was only thanks to the dragons that a nest of monsters flourishing in the research group was discovered, and therefore she agreed with the need to restore the organization. But the bespectacled man sitting opposite her said that it was impossible not to take into account the fact that the dragons were too independent an organization, where, after these words, the chairman activated, saying that there is no problem in the independence of the dragons, since a special organization should have special privileges. Another man, without denying the merits of the dragons, at the same time noted that now all resources must be directed to storming the captured city. Following him, other participants in the meeting began to say that they already did not have much money. One of the men noted that the dragons acted without warning anyone in the last incident, but at the same time, they could not withstand the onslaught, where the whole situation could only be saved by Alex's participation. After these words, some woman noticed that the dragons did not count on his participation at all, despite the fact that he was a member of their organization. But there were also those who spoke out in defense of the dragons, recalling that if not for them, humanity would never have known that they were regularly deceived by monsters in the research group. Forcefully placing his mug on the table, the man added that dragons were heroes and should receive the respect they deserved. Calling everyone to calm, the chairman noted that now both Professor Gray is right when speaking about a possible leak, and opponents of the restoration of the dragons are right when speaking about resources. But in his opinion, if they can destroy the creatures and their leader in the captured city, then everyone else will remain as if without a head and will be easily destroyed. Many began to agree with this statement, talking about the primary task of destroying the monsters in the captured city, where after several similar statements, the chairman declared the issue resolved, where the main defenders of the dragons had no choice but to accept the decision of the majority. The rest of the team was in the hall waiting for the end of their important meeting. Everyone quickly perked up when the professor appeared in the room. When asked how it all went, The man sadly explained that the question of restoring the dragons was postponed until next time. The young man could not believe that the authorities had decided not to spend money on this organization yet. Sitting down opposite the team of hunters, the professor spoke in detail about how the meeting took place. In conclusion, he added that although the majority supported the restoration, they also agreed that there simply were not enough resources for both the assault and the dragons. Looking at the drooping Alex and Helen, Jonathan apologized, saying that for now they would not be able to restore the organization. But most of all, Carolyn was outraged by the government's ridiculous excuse for a lack of funds. Calming her friend, Julia said that she perfectly understands her feelings, but they cannot change the decision of the top government. Alex mentally concluded that such a decision took place only because dragons can act too independently and independently. Here Helen perked up, saying that nothing could be changed now, and also called on everyone to remain calm. She then turned to Alex, asking what thoughts he had on what to do next. In response, the young man explained that they needed to somehow continue the fight against the monsters. And since the question of restoring the organization is postponed, he will search for and destroy monsters on his own. Everyone was very surprised that the young man went hunting immediately, saying that it was too late now, and it was better to start tomorrow. But to this, the young man said that he, of course, could wait, but his sister and Samantha could not. And so the young man left the room, where Carolyn immediately rushed after him, where her friend was very surprised that this unapproachable girl was running after this guy like a living tail. A few days later, one of the security officers, having fenced off the territory, informed citizens that the Dragons organization was now conducting its own special operation. And just a few meters from the fence, Carolyn delivered her powerful fiery kick to the next identified monster. And while his body rose into the air from one blow, the girl was already preparing to strike the next one, which literally drove the monster into the roadway, creating the effect of an explosion. But this attack did not destroy the monster, which was trying to get out of the affected area. But here he was met by Alex, who sent a real barrage of fire at the monster. And again the girl scolded her partner for taking her prey, which she could have handled on her own, and he justified himself, saying that he was simply afraid that the monster would run away. He also explained his intervention by the rarity of the type of monster, promising the girl to completely give her the next one. Holding the next essence in his hands, the young man mentally noted that in 3 days they could not identify even 10 monsters, and among those identified, only one had the essence. Looking into the heavenly distance, Alex noticed that there was very little time left before the assault began, and he could do practically nothing. At some point, right before the eyes of the astonished young people, a powerful explosion thundered in a nearby building. The deformed supports could not stand it, and the house literally began to fall apart. Carolyn immediately noticed that this was a terrorist attack carried out by monsters in order to take revenge. While they were discussing why the monsters decided to attack now, cries for help began to be heard everywhere. Realizing that they could not wait, the partners rushed to save people from under the rubble. With one blow, the young man dislodged a car that had crushed a woman. She died, protecting with her body her little child, whose voice the girl heard. Taking the baby in her arms, Carolyn experienced a strong surge of rage, declaring that she would slaughter every single monster. Meanwhile, city emergency services began to arrive at the scene. The first fireman to arrive asked Alex and his girlfriend if they were hunters. Saying that they were students from the academy, the guy briefly described the situation, saying that on their own, they would not be able to extract all the survivors from the rubble. Alex then told his friend that they needed to help others, after which the fireman offered to take the child. When accepting the baby, the young man promised that they would take good care of him. And so rescuers and firefighters began to extract survivors from the rubble of the destroyed house. Watching the efforts of the rescuers, the young man at some point asked them all to step aside. As they walked away, Alex touched the ruins of the building, activating his abilities. And now he was already in control of all the wreckage of the house, simply lifting it into the air and thereby freeing the people buried under it. The rescuers looked in amazement as tons of iron and concrete hung in the air above their heads. Carolyn also watched the guy's actions, mentally noting that he was simply an incredible person. When the rescuers helped everyone who was under the rubble get out, the young man lowered the rubble back, exhaling in relief. The rescuers and those rescued thanked Alex, saying that if it weren't for him, it's unlikely that everything could have ended so well. And the young man was already inviting his partner to go help the others. Since several buildings were destroyed, the young man understood that the city simply did not have enough people and equipment to save him, instructing his friend to contact Julia and ask her for help, and he would call Helen. After a couple of minutes, the young people exchanged the information they had received, where both Julia and Helen soon promised to be with backup. In the meantime, it was decided to continue clearing the rubble and saving people on our own. Soon Helen arrived at the scene with soldiers from a special unit. Turning to the young man, she asked to tell him what the situation was now. The young man explained that the terrorist attack was carried out by monsters, where many civilians were wounded and killed. While they were talking, Carolyn saw Julia approaching, accompanied by other students. where they greeted their comrades, saying that they were also ready to perform any tasks. Where the Amazons' main task, of course, was to save people from the rubble. Helen, meanwhile, wondered how the monsters were able to organize such a terrorist attack, after they had recently suffered a crushing defeat at the center of the research group. Alex also found this very strange, answering that they would only be able to find out the reasons for this when they found the performers. When the girl asked the guy how he was going to look for the perpetrator, he explained that he was present here directly at the time of the explosion, where, as it turned out, not 1 but 4 buildings were blown up at once, which in itself indicates the planning of this act and the participation of several monsters in it. Helen did not yet understand what the guy was leading to, and he continued, saying that he had been monitoring the radar all the time after the explosion, but it did not detect monsters, which shows that they had an escape plan, where he suggests that they left the site of the terrorist attack not by surface, but by sewer tunnels. However, the young man noticed that the asphalt had collapsed in places, which meant there were blockages in the sewer system. Therefore, monsters may still be located where it will be necessary to form a combat detachment to neutralize them. His interlocutor looked admiringly at the guy, who continued to talk about how to act to neutralize the enemy. And when he finished, the girl said that now the young man thinks like a true commander. The young man was very surprised by this statement, trying to say that Helen had much more experience in command than he did, but she urged him not to argue with him, saying that for now she would go for a map of the sewer tunnels. And since only the 2 of them remain from the dragons, they will have to ask the soldiers of a special unit for help in pursuing the monsters. Carolyn, standing nearby, immediately announced that she would also participate in the chase. The Ice Princess also decided not to stand aside, also saying that she would keep Alex company. And after the girls, other students volunteered to help in confronting the monsters. The group was formed, where Helen supplied them with a means of communication from the remains of the dragon's equipment. The young people immediately marked the connection and checked its functionality. Helen then revealed that she had found a map of the tunnels and would be guiding the group's direction from the surface. At this point, the preparation was completed, and Alex was the first to jump into the sewer. When everyone came down, the young man announced that he, Carolyn, and Jason would be the first group. And Julia, Barney, and Todd formed group number 2. Finally, Alex said that the group that discovers the monsters must immediately inform the other group about it. And so the organized groups dispersed to the sides, where Jason only had time to admire the fact that he was participating in the dragon's operation. As he advanced, the young man reported that so far his radar had not detected any monsters. Before the fork, he again contacted Helen, who said that the group needed to go left, as there was a dead end on the right. About 10 minutes after he began exploring the tunnels, Alex's radar came to life, detecting a monster. The young man was incredibly happy that he was able to unravel the enemy's plan to withdraw after the terrorist attack. He reported to Helen about the discovery of the enemy, asking her to pass on the information to the second group. A minute later, the girl replied that she had informed the second group, but it would take them some time to arrive as the tunnels were heavily damaged. Having informed Carolyn that the second group would not arrive soon, the young man decided to catch up with the enemy and just observe for now. The girl noticed to herself that they had already moved far enough from the explosion zone, where the monsters could well have left the sewer. She voiced her thoughts to the guy, where he completely agreed that the monsters were in no hurry to leave the sewer. James also expressed his assumptions, saying that if they do not plan to go out, then perhaps they are aiming for a specific place. It made sense, but Alex wanted to understand where they might be heading. His friend again put forward the idea that they retreat to their base, where the group has a chance to cover the entire lair. But the young man did not support this idea, noting that after the destruction of their lair in the research group, it would be more profitable for them to split up in order to escape. Then Jason had absolutely no idea where the monsters were heading through the sewer tunnels. And Carolyn also said that after achieving the goal with the explosions of buildings, the wisest thing for them was to split up and hide one by one. After these words, it dawned on Alex that the monsters simply might not have completed their entire mission yet, where from the very beginning he could not understand why monsters, who are already in a deplorable situation, would expose themselves by blowing up buildings, assuming that they might have a different goal. Jason also did not understand why they would reveal themselves by blowing up these houses. The only explanation that Alex found was that with these explosions they simply distracted everyone's attention, where they can now freely implement what they have as a priority goal. Continuing to move, the young man contacted Helen, telling her about his assumptions and asking her to track the presence of important objects along the trajectory of her movement. After listening to the guy, the girl asked him to wait a few seconds, and now she has already reported that in that direction there are 3 objects that could be targets of terrorists, where such were a shopping center, an old water station, and a clock tower. After thinking quickly, the young man said that these goals were unlikely to correspond to the plans of the monsters, asking the girl to look for more. And so Helen returned to studying the map in search of suitable objects for attack. When Carolyn asked if he had any thoughts, the young man replied that for now he understands that everything is done by monsters for a reason. Here Jason joined the conversation, offering to simply catch up with the monsters, where they could stop them no matter what they were up to. But to this, his comrade explained that the group of monsters is too large, and while the three of them are fighting with some, others can continue to implement their plans, and therefore you can only watch. Carolyn completely agreed with what Alex had just said, where the girl's appearance and gentle intonation greatly surprised Jason, who knew very well the tough character of his relative. Continuing the pursuit, the young man finally heard Helen's voice, who reported that she had discovered something. After all, not far from the old water station there is an operating nuclear power plant. This message made the young man experience a real shock. However, the girl immediately noticed that they were unlikely to risk going there, since this object was constantly under heavy security. But the expression on her face instantly changed when the guy reminded her that many had been removed from their posts to help those injured in the explosion of buildings, where within a second Helen completely agreed that the monsters decided to blow up the nuclear power plant. After all, there was significantly less security there after some people were involved in preparing for the assault, and after another part went to help after the terrorist attack, there is very little security there. Alex also understood that those who remained to guard the station would definitely not be enough to withstand the crowd of monsters. Literally clutching her head, Helen said that Alex is obliged to stop the monsters, where in the event of an explosion the city would simply be doomed. But the young man himself understood all the possible consequences, saying that he would do everything possible. Helen wanted to tell the people who had been taken off guard to be returned, but Alex noted that it would be useless. After all, because of the terrorist attack, traffic in the city stopped, and therefore the fighters will not be able to get to the station faster than the monsters. The only hope for a positive outcome is that the monsters must not yet understand that their plan has been revealed. Judging by their behavior, the monsters really don't yet understand that they are already being monitored. However, it should not be ruled out that there may be hidden monsters among the station workers. Helen understood that her interlocutor was right, since someone was probably leaking information from the nuclear power plant, since the monsters acted too quickly and confidently. At a minimum, they know for sure that there are 3 times fewer guards, where otherwise they would not have even tried to carry out an explosion. After thinking a little, Alex suddenly asked Helen to give the group 2 so that they could go to the old water station and blow it up. The girl could not believe that her interlocutor had just said that Group 2 should blow up a hydroelectric power station. And the young man himself suddenly stopped his movement, saying that now the goal of the monsters was clear to them. Therefore, they have an advantage where they do not have to wind their way through sewer tunnels, because unlike monsters, they can move on the surface. He then explained that blowing up the hydroelectric dam would flood the sewers, making it difficult for the monsters to advance further. After listening to everything Alex said, Helen noticed that his plan was very risky. But the burden was completely confident in him, saying that they were immediately rising to the surface, and thus would arrive at the nuclear power plant faster than the enemy. Using radar, they will detect monsters among the station workers, and then connect with Group 2. Members of Alex's group immediately noticed that by blowing up the hydroelectric power station, Group 2 risked colliding with the monsters that had reached the surface. The young man understood this very well, saying that now they had no choice but to hope that Julia and the guys could hold them back a little, until their group completed their mission and came to help. The young people understood that the young man was right, but the plan was indeed very risky. Not allowing his group to indulge in doubt any longer, Alex quickly began to get out, calling on the others to follow him. The man, whom Carolyn not very politely asked to leave the car, tried to shame the young people, loudly declaring that stealing other people's property would definitely not bring them any good. But the hunters definitely had no time for moralizing, where they instantly decided that Carolyn would be driving. Under the pleas of the vehicle owner not to crash his car, the girl quickly took off. A hydroelectric power station was visible ahead, but Alex ordered to drive past it. Jason, sitting in the back seat, cheerfully noted that he saw members of the second group. Members of Group 2 heading towards the station also noticed members of Group 1 passing by. But Julia immediately said that now they need to complete the task and blow up this hydroelectric power station. As he watched Group 2 enter the territory, Alex mentally told them to make sure they survived. And so, in all the rear-view mirrors, the young people could watch how the Ice Princess with her power changed the station. Only pressing the pedal harder to the floor, Carolyn whispered to her friend to hold out until they arrived. The hydroelectric power station was destroyed, and the white car continued to move towards the nuclear power plant. Very soon, the young people were already observing the buildings of a nuclear power plant in front of them. Seeing the rapidly approaching car, the remaining guards immediately came to full readiness. Getting out of the car and monitoring the radar, the young man introduced himself and said that he was from the Dragons organization. Carolyn and Jason, who followed him out of the car, also introduced themselves, saying that they were from the academy, where they had a special mission at the station. The security sincerely did not understand what the students and the Dragon organization needed at the nuclear power plant. In response, the young man quickly reported that, according to their information, a monster was hiding among the station workers, where such a statement surprised the armed people a lot. When asked to take them to the station, the guards said that they did not have the authority to report the situation. But then Alex stopped their actions, telling them not to warn anyone, since he was only able to detect the monster from a distance of 100 meters. Therefore, before telling anything, he must make sure that their commander is not a monster. After all, if he turns out to be a monster, then their entire plan will be destroyed. At the same time, the question remained of how to identify the monster on their own, because a full inspection of the station would take more than 1 hour, where they did not have that much time. Then the guy asked who was responsible for the daily rounds of the station and its full maintenance, to which one of the security guards explained that this was the responsibility of the maintenance department. Jason was surprised that the young man was asking specifically about those who do maintenance and not make important decisions. And the young man explained that if the monsters still haven't started to act, it means there aren't many of them at the station. But in order to carry out sabotage, you need access to the most important parts of the nuclear power plant, which most ordinary workers have. The explanation was quite reasonable, and the young people decided to head to the appropriate department immediately. But the security did not want to let any students into the territory of the specially protected facility. But when the young people announced that the station was now under threat of terrorist attack, the guards, after exchanging glances, decided to let them through. Approaching the station's maintenance department office, Alex, watching the radar, noted that there were no monsters here. After which Carolyn became afraid that they had chosen the wrong direction of movement and search. Going inside and presenting his ID as a member of the Dragons organization, the young man asked if all the employees of their department were here now, to which the head of the department explained that 2 employees had recently gone to the generator and would report some kind of breakdown that needed to be fixed. Instantly realizing that these could be monsters, Alex demanded to be taken immediately to where the 2 were heading. And when asked about what happened, the young man replied that there was no time to explain yet. And so the first group, accompanied by the head of the maintenance department, quickly headed to the generator. At some point in the movement, Alex suddenly stopped abruptly, noticing movement on the radar. The enemy was right under their feet, where without hesitation the guy simply broke through the floor. 2 station workers were shocked when they heard a loud noise behind them and saw young people descending towards them. Turning around, one of them immediately began to lecture the youth regarding their thoughtless actions. But at that very second, Jason shouted for the man to stop pretending, because they know that he is a monster, where he immediately rushed forward, intending to knock out the enemy. But Alex, remaining motionless, suddenly announced that it was not this man who was the monster, but his partner. This explanation was made a little late, and Jason's fist had already found the station worker's head. And so everyone witnessed the transformation of another station employee, where even now they could not believe that a monster lived and worked among them. The monster was very unhappy that he could be discovered, preparing to attack Jason. But Carolyn saved the guy by unleashing her fiery phoenix on the enemy. However, this attack alone was clearly not enough to neutralize the monster, which considered itself invincible. After her first attack, the girl realized that her opponent had a very high level, and then Alex approached her, saying that they now did not have time for arguments and long fights, since Group 2 could be in mortal danger. Walking towards the monster, the young man activated his enhanced special skill, where Jason and Carolyn, watching this, did not believe that their comrade had such incredible power. Approaching his opponent closer and closer, the young man accused him of the death of many people due to their terrorist attack in the city, where these people were not warriors, soldiers, people with super abilities. And now many have lost their wives, husbands, children, parents, and the surviving children will remain orphans. Overcome by rage, the young man shouted that the monsters, who were the true disease of this planet, were to blame for all this. And so, before the eyes of the already shocked monster, the young man absorbed the properties of the ice crystal, after which he immediately attacked the enemy, who was not going to give up easily, where, after his attack, all the outstretched limbs in the form of tentacles and the second head of the monster were frozen. Seeing how a large part of his body turned into ice, the monster cursed. Alex was inexorably approaching, where his opponent, out of despair, asked the guy what kind of terrible creature he was. He wanted to start running, but his legs also found themselves under an ice crust. In response to the monster's arguments that it did not want to die, the young man coldly stated that the people who died during the terrorist attack also wanted to live. Extending his icy hand to his opponent's head, Alex said that he would not allow their plan to come true. And then the monster's face, overcome with horror, slowly became covered with an icy crust. Jason simply couldn't believe that his friend and classmate had such incredible skills. Carolyn, standing to the side, continued to be amazed at the guy's abilities. After all, none of them could ever defeat a monster of such a high level with such ease. Both students understood how insignificant their skills were compared to Alex's abilities, where additional questions arose regarding the fact that the guy did not yet have the rank to use such abilities. Meanwhile, members of the leadership also arrived at the scene of the terrorist attack. The man who presided over the meeting noted that the hidden monsters needed to be urgently destroyed before they destroyed the entire city. Standing next to him, Cheryl instantly found it strange that this terrorist attack was happening right in the center of the city in broad daylight. The man agreed that it really looked quite unusual. At some point, Jonathan called him, saying that he had just received information from Helen, where the professor said that the true target of the monsters was a nuclear power plant, where Alex and his group had already gone. The head of the defensive forces did not believe that the monsters allowed themselves to target such a significant and large object. And now he was already telling his companion what he had just learned from his interlocutor. At that same second, the girl rushed to send help to the nuclear power plant. When the hydroelectric power station was destroyed, Barney and Todd, waiting for the monsters to appear, speculated about their future fate, where most likely they would die soon. Their reasoning was stopped by the leader of the second group, saying that the enemy was approaching. And so the road surface was broken in several places at once, where monsters appeared from the sewer on the surface. There were really a lot of monsters, and they immediately surrounded the entire small second group. Literally shaking with fear, Barney asked the leader what they should do now. To this, Julia replied that she was also very scared, but they were obliged to hold back the onslaught until help arrived. The girl also said that if the monsters pass, then the first group may be squeezed from both sides, because it is unknown how many monsters there are at the nuclear power plant. Not to mention the fact that the monsters will realize their plans, where all this threatens not only death, including the first group. After the explosion of the nuclear power plant, the city's defensive weapons will also cease to be supplied with energy, which will lead to a massive invasion of monsters. And everyone they knew and loved would simply be destroyed. The motivational speech of the Ice Princess had its effect, greatly inspiring the guys, where they loudly shouted that this is their first operation together with the Dragon Organization, which they cannot fail and must save people. And so the second group rushed to attack the monsters, who also began their attack. Having materialized a pair of ice spears, the girl instantly dealt with one of the monsters rushing on her. Todd did not lag behind her, penetrating his opponent's body with an incredibly strong blow. But Julia's power was much greater than what her teammates had to date. Using his abilities to control various stones, Barney also skillfully resisted the onslaught. But one of the monsters overcame the wall, targeting the young man. Todd saved his friend by meeting the enemy rushing down with his powerful blow. But behind there was another monster, which managed to slash the guy on the back with its sharp limbs. Having caught his wounded friend, Barney instantly created another wall, fencing himself off from danger. But the wall was not a big obstacle, where the monsters went around the guys from all sides, taking them in a tight ring. They were already preparing for a quick death when Julia suddenly appeared inside the ring, where a second later, all nearby opponents turned into pieces of ice to the delight of their friends. But the happiness did not last long, as one of the monsters clearly had the power to control fire, instantly melting the ice and breaking out. And now he was already freeing all his relatives from the ice captivity. But this was a slow process, which gave the group members the opportunity to have time to deal with at least some of the opponents. And so the Ice Princess summoned a real rain of ice spears, which fell throughout the area where the monsters were located, piercing the bodies of some of them. At the same time, Barney and Todd tried to break the bodies of those monsters that were still frozen. Continuing her attack, the girl began to believe that they could stop the advance of the monsters on their own. But then something scattered the guys in different directions, and Julia felt something wet and slimy on her leg, where within a second one of the monsters threw the girl into the air with its nasty tongue. And with the next movement, this monster simply swallowed its prey. This was his biggest mistake, because after another second, several ice spikes suddenly burst out of his body at once, after which the monster's body shattered into small pieces, and the Ice Princess reappeared on the battlefield. Having just emerged from the body of one of the monsters, the girl hoped that the first group would be able to achieve their goals. Addressing her team, the girl began to activate her abilities, urging the guys to continue holding back the monsters in order to give more time to their comrades. Julia stated that they could not afford to give up, and before dying they must be convinced that the station was safe. Activating their skills, the young people fully supported the mood of their leader, but the monsters also fanatically pursued their goals, deciding to quickly destroy the annoying people, and then continue to implement the plan. Julia fought her opponents very selflessly, swinging her sword professionally. Destroying the next monster, she tirelessly insisted that they were just pathetic insects. While fighting off the monster, Todd suddenly announced that he had long wanted to tell his comrade something very important. And to his friend's question about what he wanted to say that was so important, the young man said that he considered Samantha the most beautiful girl in the academy. But Barney categorically disagreed with this statement, saying that the most beautiful girl was Carolyn. But within a second they agreed that Julia was currently the unsurpassed beauty. Having decided that it was not scary to die next to such a beauty, the friends rushed into a new attack. Determined to act together, the young people pooled their energy to apply their skills. It was a powerful stone blow and protection from attacking monsters at the same time. But their opponents did not even think of stopping or giving up. instantly breaking through the wall, where the guys only had time to dodge the stone blocks and fragments flying at them. However, they quickly gathered to repel the attack of the approaching opponents. Crushed by Todd's blow, the monster fell right at the feet of the girl who approached her team. Julia was already very exhausted from the battle, and the young people came to the girl's defense, ready to give their lives. But the Ice Princess said that it was too early for them to die, since they needed to gain as much time as possible. And now the second group prepared to meet the next onslaught of the enemy. With their superior numbers, the monsters easily began to suppress the resistance, already preparing to tear the guys apart. And then Julia had no choice but to start using her special skill. And now she has already begun to turn into an ice goddess, spreading her wings. To save the guys, the girl extended the effects of global freezing to them as well. After which it sharply sank down, crushing the body of one of the monsters into small pieces. When Julia found herself on the ground, she felt the last of her strength leaving her after using a special skill, and the surviving monsters have already begun to escape from another ice trap. The Ice Princess understood perfectly well that she had done everything in her power and prepared to accept death. But suddenly a car appeared on the battlefield, which interrupted the deadly rush of the monsters. The guys, having difficulty fighting off the crowd of monsters, did not immediately notice the appearance of help next to them, where they were quite surprised when a huge ice fist demolished all their opponents at once. But their joy knew no bounds when they saw their roommate, who arrived just in time. Leaving the guys, the young man approached Julia, offering her his help. Only after a couple of seconds did the girl realize that Alex was next to her, asking in surprise what was wrong with the nuclear power plant. To which the guy replied that they dealt with the monster hiding there, where he left Carolyn there just in case if new monsters suddenly appeared. This allowed the exhausted girl to exhale with relief, and her interlocutor said that he would figure it out himself. Coming out to the crowd of monsters, Alex threw in their direction the head of the one who was supposed to meet them at the station, saying that the plan to blow it up had already failed. The monster did not understand how people were able to uncover their plan, and moreover, identify one of them at the station. Where in response to these questions, the young man firmly stated that the Dragon's organization can do anything. To this, one of the monsters shouted that this organization no longer exists. But Alex did not agree with his interlocutor, saying that the Dragon's organization will live forever. After which, activating his improved special skill, the young man also added that dragons will always be the blade that slays monsters. His words were immediately supported by Bernie and Todd, saying that they were also members of this organization that would live forever. Julia mentally noted that dragons have never died and will not die as long as there are such people. And so the three roommates went out to fight the crowd of monsters, determined to destroy them all. Jumping high, Alex shouted that it was the duty of their organization to rid the planet of monsters. Pretty soon, the ranks of monsters thinned out significantly, where Barney and Todd also did not stand aside. They wanted to finish off the two remaining monsters, but Alex suddenly declared that these two were needed alive, since there was reason to believe that someone else was behind them. But his opponents had no intention of being captured, much less sharing information. And so the young man looked in amazement at how the monsters decided to destroy themselves, saying that they would take with them everyone who was nearby. Shouting to his comrades to run away as quickly as possible, the young man activated his ice fist. And a couple of seconds after that, there was a powerful explosion. People in cars approaching the scene immediately saw something explode next to the already blown-up hydroelectric power station. Shelley, who was in one of the cars, immediately ordered the gas to be increased. When the special unit arrived at the scene, their surprise knew no bounds. The corpses of monsters were lying around, and in the very center were Alex, Julia, and Todd with Barney. Not believing that the squad could cope with such a crowd of monsters, Shelley asked Alex about what happened here. She spoke about the information received about plans to blow up the nuclear power plant and did not understand why the group was not there, and the young man explained to her that they had already dealt with the threat at the station. He also added that Carolyn was there just in case. As for what happened here, it was his plan to blow up the hydroelectric power plant in order to prevent the monsters from advancing to the nuclear power plant. The young man spoke about the heroism shown by Julia and his two roommates. The girl was a little surprised when Alex gave all the victory to her group, saying that upon his arrival there were no living monsters left here. And when she tried to object, the guy literally shut her mouth, saying that she was seriously injured, and therefore it was better for her to remain silent and save her strength. The guys were also quite surprised, trying to talk about how without Alex they would all have been dead long ago. But the young man quickly interrupted them, once again noting that these three were able to independently stop 24 monsters. Looking at the young people with affection, Shelley noticed that incredibly talented hunters were truly trained at their academy, where their teachers could be proud of those they taught. Then, turning to the soldiers of the special unit, the girl ordered to send the victims to the hospital, as well as collect the remains of the monsters. She instructed Alex to follow her to the nuclear power plant. Carolyn, who met the cars, was excitedly interested in the condition of the participants in the second group, and the young man explained that they were able to deal with all the monsters, but they themselves were wounded, and he was sent to the hospital. Then the girl asked whether everything was okay with Alex himself, where he assured her that everything was fine. Watching this scene of tenderness and care with a smile, Shelley carefully interrupted it, asking the guy to show her what was there. Soon they descended to the place where the young man destroyed the monster hiding under the identity of a station employee. Looking at the scene of the incident, the girl noticed that if it weren't for Alex's guess about the monster's plans, a real catastrophe would now be happening. After which, approaching the guy, Shelley noticed that he had again saved a lot of people. But the young man did not accept all the gratitude only to himself, saying that this was not only his merit, where he was able to draw many conclusions only thanks to Carolyn. Jason also provided considerable assistance, and therefore preventing a disaster is a collective achievement. After asking the appropriate question, Shelley learned that the members of Alex's group were also students of the academy. Noting that she would report upstairs on what the students were able to do, the girl asked Alex to go away with her for a few words. And now they were already moving around the station away from prying eyes and ears. Clearly not daring to say anything directly, the girl began by saying that the guy had enormous potential. Finally, plucking up the courage, Shelley asked her question about whether the young man wanted to join the special unit, since the dragons no longer existed. She began to talk about all the advantages of serving in their unit, when suddenly the guy stopped her speech with a sign. When the girl fell silent, Alex said that he would always remain a member of the dragons, no matter what situation the organization was in. After all, he sincerely believes that dragons are alive and will live forever. After such a statement, the girl's facial muscles relaxed and she smiled. Turning around and leaving the guy alone, Shelley said that she had high hopes for the guy and for the entire dragons organization, where she would always be ready to support their activities. Suddenly stopping for a moment, she stated that she had a certain premonition, and when she continued moving, she added that according to this premonition, the rebirth of the dragons is not as far away as it might seem. Soon Helen contacted the young man, who thanked the guy for once again showing everyone how big a role the dragons organization could play. Without hiding her joy, the girl also added that those upstairs had already found out about everything and had called an emergency meeting. Raising his gaze to the sky, the young man expressed his hopes that this time the decision would be correct. However, he was shocked when Helen suddenly said that if the dragons were truly restored, then she wanted Alex to lead the organization. The top officials gathered for an extraordinary meeting in the same composition. The chairman conveyed the information, noting that this time the attack of the monsters was very powerful and resulted in many human casualties. All the people in the room agreed that the monsters disguised as people urgently needed to be fought. The chairman supported this opinion, saying that citizens would not be able to sleep peacefully while monsters lived among them. Then he noted the merits of Alex's team, which prevented a terrorist attack at a nuclear power plant. And one of the men said that they could not even think that blowing up the buildings was a diversionary maneuver. Rising from his seat, the chairman noted that each unit is indispensable when performing certain tasks. Therefore, he comes to the conclusion that today they must correct the mistakes they made earlier. One of the meeting participants immediately suggested that the chairman wanted to take up the initiative to restore the Dragons organization. Confirming the correctness of the expressed guess, the chairman noted that each unit has its own advantages, where the dragons have stealth and reconnaissance. And if everyone gathered really wants to clear the city of hidden monsters, this job is best left to the dragons. One of the meeting participants completely agreed that monsters have learned very well to hide and imitate the behavior of people. The other man was absolutely confident that the dragons would definitely cope with this task. After short remarks, the chairman called on the participants to vote for or against the restoration of the dragons. The first to raise their hands were those who last time insisted on the restoration of this organization. But then others began to say that the dragons had always been their eyes and ears in the city, where one by one all members of the assembly voted unanimously to restore the organization. After thanking his colleagues for the decision, the chairman expressed his expectation that each department would help with recruitment and equipment. And then one of the men, saying that he was not against helping in any way he could, at the same time inquired about who would now head this organization. The rest immediately joined the discussion, saying that the effectiveness of work depends on the leader. But if we talk about Helen, then she does not have strong enough skills. And then the director of the academy rose from his seat, saying that he had a better option. He confirmed the chairman's guess, saying that he was proposing the candidacy of Alex, who was already a member of the organization. Then, turning to the rest of those gathered, the man assured that it was this guy who provoked this meeting, and therefore he would definitely be able to lead people with him. And one of the women said that this guy is great for this position and she agrees. But another participant expressed doubts, saying that the guy was only a freshman, and whether it would be a hasty decision to give him such an important post. But the chairman interrupted all reasoning, noting that Alex was indeed the most suitable candidate and would take this position for now. And when it was said that during the trial period, he had to show what he was capable of and destroy all the monsters in the city before the assault began, Jonathan and the head of the academy were greatly amazed. And now the man who proposed Alex's candidacy has already asked the boss to give more time, since in 4 days it is impossible to both restore the organization and carry out a complete cleanup. But the chairman said that he could not give more time, even if he wanted to, because when the main forces set off for the assault, the city would remain practically defenseless. And if monsters remain behind the fighters, the city will be instantly captured by them. The evening came, where Jason was already anticipating how, after today, he would definitely receive respect from his family members, who had previously considered him nothing more than a parasite. Addressing Alex, the young man asked the guy to take him with him to complete the next task. As an example of his attitude, he cited Carolyn's father, who immediately sent a car to pick her up when he learned about what happened. But his father did not even call. Alex recommended his friend to have a good rest after today, where he immediately followed the advice, saying goodbye to his friend. Alex also headed towards his room, but suddenly he heard the ringtone of his mobile phone. When the conversation with Jonathan was over, the young man looked at his phone in confusion, trying to wrap his head around the fact that he was now the leader of the dragons, and he needed to destroy all the secret monsters in 4 days. At the same time, he needed to leave a little time in order to save his sister and Samantha. Therefore, the young man gave himself only 2 days in order to identify and destroy all the monsters and collect the required amount of essence. The phone call found Carolyn in the car, where the caller, Alex, asked if she had time to get home. To which the girl, very pleased with the guy's call, replied that she was still on her way. And when she inquired about what happened, the young man said that he had been appointed to lead the dragons and was instructed to destroy all the monsters in the city. But the next statement that he would like to appoint his friend as the head of one of the detachments greatly shocked the girl, where she modestly said that she was not against becoming part of the organization, but in order to be the head of the detachment, she did not have enough strength and experience. But to this, the young man cheerfully said that her rank was more than enough for such a position, and as for experience, everyone once started somewhere. After asking Alex for some time to think, the girl ended the conversation. Then Martin turned to her, noting that the offer to become the head of a squad in an organization like the Dragons was not one that should be refused. But now the girl was not thinking about herself, but about the fact that she could seriously set Alex up if she didn't cope somewhere. And her assistant did not recognize her mistress, who was always more than confident in herself, saying that if Alex could become the head of the organization, then she could also become the head of the detachment. The man then used his main trump card, saying that refusal would greatly distance Carolyn from the new head of the Dragons. She couldn't afford this, saying that her interlocutor was right, and she just needed to be more confident in herself. Watching the girl's changing reactions, the man sitting behind the wheel just smiled, realizing that she was already beginning to fall in love with that guy. The next day, the few members of the resurrected organization gathered at the Dragon base. Helen approached Alex, giving him a list of all the people who had been recommended and had self-applied to join the organization. Studying personal files, the young man noticed that they were sent the best of the best, which indicates the seriousness of the authorities. Carolyn helped the young man study the personal files of the academy students, noting that she knew a couple of the guys well. Pointing to the 2 candidates, the girl said that they were both already in their 4th year and had a high level of ability. Regarding abilities, Carolyn said that Mike specializes in weapons, and Jacqueline has the skill of camouflage in terrain. In general, the candidates were suitable, and the young man decided that he needed to meet with them. Here, Helen again attracted the guy's attention, saying that some former members of the organization want to be restored. Where the young man found this news to be very good, but the girl said that there were no problems with most of them, except for one candidate. Having looked at the resume, the young man noticed that the former head of the detachment was asking to join them. Helen said that he was once sent into retirement due to injury, but he not only completely recovered, but also gained strength. However, this guy is very arrogant, where on missions he always did more than others, but also lost more people. And if he returns to the organization, he will definitely not listen to Alex, and therefore she believes that he should be refused. Looking closely at the girl, the young man did not agree that he should be refused. Now the organization needs strong people, and if this Ray Coulson is a really good fighter, then they will accept him. Alex also added that if he tries not to listen to him, he will simply force him to obey. Watching the young man, accompanied by Helen, ascend to the podium, all the assembled candidates immediately began to whisper that he was too young. Alex, of course, couldn't help but hear how people were discussing the fact that he was only in his 1st year at the academy. Someone even turned to Ray for his personal opinion, but he only made a kind of disgusted sound in response. But as for the students of the academy, here the attitude was radically different, where they said that the guy should be taken as an example, where at his age he was able to lead such a serious organization. Having looked carefully at those gathered, the young man noted that everyone was conditionally divided into groups depending on which unit they belonged to, which showed the urgent need to develop team spirit. Having greeted everyone present, the young man decided to get straight to the point, speaking first of all about the recent terrorist attack. Alex further said that the monsters who staged the terrorist attack were hiding throughout the city, and then the authorities decided to recreate the organization, which he would head for the time being. And while he was talking about how he would unite everyone gathered in groups to search for and destroy monsters, Ray had already noticed the main thing for himself, and now he has already come forward, saying that this is not how things are done, where the leader of the organization must first understand the capabilities of the fighters in order to unite them into groups. But Helen spoke out in opposition to him, menacingly noting that they had complete information about each new fighter, based on which they would form groups. And in his words, Ray simply refused to obey the leader. The girl got to the point where the man immediately started shouting that she was essentially right, and he should not obey some brat who, it is unclear how he ended up in the leadership of the organization. But the girl definitely had something to answer because Alex didn't take this post for nothing, and so she talked about the guy's merits during the battle at the center of the research group, as well as during the recent events at the nuclear power plant, where the merits of the guy saved the entire city, which no one can deny. But these arguments did not greatly impress Ray, who lightheartedly noted that almost all the people here had gone through some serious battles. Alex will not be able to prove that in his case this is not an accident, and only the strongest of them can become the leader of the dragons. Helen, having listened to Ray's arguments, wanted to say something in response, but Alex interrupted her impulse with a movement of his hand, after which the young man, looking at everyone gathered, asked to see someone who considered himself stronger than him. Just expecting this, Ray instantly took advantage of the situation, inviting the guy to fight him, and if Alex wins, then he will not oppose his leadership. The young man long ago understood what this old new member of the organization wanted from him, having given his consent to the fight. When everyone had already gathered in the training arena, the girls tried to dissuade the guy from fighting, saying that now his opponent was incredibly strong. But the young man said that there is still no other way out, and since time is running out, he finds this the fastest and simplest solution to the problem. And since the fight was imposed by Ray, this is a great chance to demonstrate himself in a way where no one will say that he decided to show off. And when he said that he knew exactly what he was doing, the girls had no choice but to wish him luck. The other spectators who had gathered were already discussing that Alex's opponent had already reached rank 5, while Alex had only the 4th, which raised deep doubts that he even had any chance of winning. Meeting his opponent, Ray stated that although Alex is a talented guy, when it comes to physical strength, skills do not matter. And today he will clearly demonstrate that it is still too early for the young man to become the leader of such an organization as the Dragons. To this, the young man, not without a grin, asked whether the one who does not hesitate to sacrifice others is worthy of being a leader. The truth always hurts the eyes, and after this statement, Ray instantly flew into a rage, activating his abilities. The release of energy resembled the explosion of a pair of grenades, where some spectators even ducked in surprise. And now the candidate for the position of head of the organization has already rushed to attack the guy. Without hesitation at all, he struck his first blow, but the young man opposing him managed to jump back. However, to Ray's delight, this time Alex was unable to completely avoid damage. The newly minted members of the Dragons organization standing in the room were already beginning to notice that the battle was unequal, and Alex did not have a single chance. Meanwhile, the man had already begun his next attack, saying that he was just warming up. His next attack was a tiger attack, which he used using his skills, and all the young man could do was block this incredible blow. Watching this incredibly strong attack, Carolyn was seriously afraid for the life and health of her friend. But as it turned out, the young man did not put up the usual defense, but with the help of his skill he simply absorbed the energy directed at him. And as soon as the absorption was completed, Alex pushed himself off the floor and immediately counterattacked his opponent. Thrown a few steps back, Ray looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding how it was even possible to pull this off. All the spectators were no less shocked. They did not believe that Alex could so easily repel this incredible attack. Well, the young man himself has already activated his improved special skill to continue the confrontation, where the activation of such again led his opponent to an incredibly strong amazement. All the spectators were also in a state of stupor regarding the incredible abilities of the young man. Meanwhile, the opponents exchanged remarks, where Alex said that now it was his turn to attack, and Ray expressed his interest in what else this guy could do. And so the head of the organization began his attack, where his opponent also attacked at the same time. The collision of unprecedented power generated an incredible burst of explosive energy right in the middle of the arena, where both opponents were thrown back approximately equal distance. Ray did not understand why the guy was fighting him on equal terms, because even if he uses an improved special skill, his rank should not allow him to be equal in strength. Alex had already launched a new attack, addressing his opponent with the fact that he could not understand where he had made a mistake. Having quickly gathered himself, Ray, shouting that he did not believe in what was happening, tried to resist the guy's attacking actions. He couldn't believe his eyes when his counterattack was completely neutralized by Alex's power, and the newly created head of the Dragons was already above the opponent's head, from where he demolished him with his powerful kick. New members of the organization could not understand how this guy, with a lower rank and less experience, could get such an opponent as Ray. Only Carolyn, who fought with Alex and repeatedly observed the use of his abilities, realized that the guy was using the power of an absolute vacuum, dispersing everything that creates sound. Meanwhile, Alex noticed that his opponent was too confident in himself. At some point, while continuing the fight, the guy reminded his opponent of one of the members of Ray's group, who could have survived that battle, but was killed. But then his opponent declared that he personally defeated 4 monsters in that battle. And the guy Alex said about fell into the trap of one of the monsters hiding underwater, which excludes Ray's guilt in his death. After which he added that chaos always reigns on the battlefield, and therefore losses cannot be avoided, which should be obvious to the head of the organization. Noting that this was the norm, Ray tried to hit the guy back, but he broke the distance in time. Removing one of his crystals, Alex replied that if his opponent in that battle had not been chasing glory, if he had checked the area and analyzed the situation, this sacrifice could have been avoided. While the young man was speaking, he managed to absorb the properties of the ice crystal, sending his new ice blow at his opponent. An enraged Ray screamed at the top of his lungs that he would not lose to some student, where in Dragons it is not some kind of analysis that decides, but only physical strength and power. He tried to move forward but suddenly realized that his legs were frozen in ice, and when he raised his eyes again, he found several dozen ice spears aimed at her next to his head. And Alex, who was next to him, stated that his opponent had suffered complete and unconditional defeat. No one in the room could yet realize that Ray had lost in a duel with some freshman at the academy, but there were many who sincerely rejoiced at such a victory for the new leader of the organization. Helen and Carolyn did not hide their emotions, where the latter's joy was truly wild. Meanwhile, deathly silence hung in the arena, where the defeated enemy tried to come to terms with what had happened. And suddenly looking up at Alex, he concluded that he had deliberately provoked him and made him lose his temper. The guy did not deny using such a strategy, noting that if Ray had not lost his composure, it would have been much more difficult to defeat him, and he lost only because his mind was clouded by rage. After which the young man suddenly said that he would not mind giving up his leadership powers in his favor, if he was really worthy of it. And a second later, the young man added that for some reason he thought that Ray himself understood that he would not be able to cope with such responsibility, where the organization's top priority is clearing the city of hidden monsters in 4 days. The man, still squatting, expressed his doubts that Alex would be able to cope with this, but the guy assured the interlocutor that he could do it, and it would take him less than the stated time to complete the task. Suddenly his opponent fell backwards, sitting on the surface of the arena and bursting into boisterous laughter. Then, rising to his feet, he noticed that even his self-confidence and vanity were very far from those of Alex. Looking the guy straight in the eyes, Ray asked him how he managed to identify all the monsters that were hiding literally throughout the city in such a short time. Everyone else, as soon as they heard what awaited them for the task, also began to doubt the possibility of completing it on time. And then the head of the organization said that the monsters were really hiding well, and it was not possible to exterminate them all one by one within the specified period of time. But he immediately added that the situation changes if we assume that they all have a connection with each other. Ray could not believe what his interlocutor was saying now, noting that it was simply impossible. And the young man said that before yesterday's events, he also did not think about such a connection. But in order to carry out such a terrorist attack and then blow up a nuclear power plant, you need very good organization and coordination of actions. Coordinated actions indicate not only clear planning, but also the fact that the monsters were somehow connected with each other. Therefore, at a minimum, they have a meeting place and some kind of information network for communication. After thinking, all the new members of the organization came to the conclusion that the guy was absolutely right, since without regular communication, coordination of actions is impossible. Helen and Carolyn, like everyone else, listened attentively to Alex, rejoicing at how he increasingly captured the trust of his subordinates. And so the young man concluded that if they managed to discover their secret meeting place, then they could simply cover the entire nest at once. Immediately questions started pouring in his direction about how they could find this place. And the guy explained that for this, they would need to carry out a complete study of the life activity of those whose personalities were used by the monsters, finding out everything they could about them. The proposal was sensible and was immediately supported, where it was necessary to begin immediately, while the memories of those who were in contact with them were still fresh. Standing next to the one who had just defeated him and listening to the voices of the spectators of the fight that they had got a good leader, Ray noticeably darkened. Suddenly, with all his might, he struck the surface of the arena with an incredibly strong blow, after which he stated that this time he really lost, and would listen to the guy's orders until he made some mistake. Grinning, the young man replied that he did not expect anything else from his opponent. Helen then entered the arena, handing the microphone to the young man and saying that it was time to form the groups and give the order. Where after that, everyone who was in the room said in unison that they were ready to listen to the leader's order. And then the young man said that he wanted to create detachments, but due to the lack of people, he decided to divide everyone into 3 groups. Not unknown to many, he appointed Ray, with whom he had just fought, as the head of the first group. The leader of Group 2, of course, was his friend Carolyn. As for Helen, her boyfriend appointed her as the temporary leader of the 3rd reconnaissance group. This was followed by the process of distributing personnel into formed groups. When the distribution was over, the young man proceeded to assign specific tasks to each group. Helen, listening to Alex's instructions, was very pleased with how the revived organization, which was now called Dragon's Wrath, began its activities. She was absolutely sure that under the leadership of this guy, the organization would rise like never before. And so the members of the Dragon's Wrath began their reconnaissance activities, finding out with whom certain people most often communicated, who were identified as hiding monsters. All information received went directly to the Dragon's Wrath Analytical Center, where it was sorted, combined, and compared. In one of the bars in the city, a dead mutated girl was lying on the floor, and Helen, who was next to her, reported to Alex that it was she who organized the supply of explosives for the terrorist attack, seducing several military personnel. One of these officers was now sitting not far from her on the floor, saying that he was not guilty of anything. But the punishment for the one who actually participated in the murder of fellow citizens followed immediately, and threw him into one of the walls. After receiving the blow, the man begging for his life, and the angry guy shouted that he didn't dare ask for mercy at all after supplying explosives to those who killed many people. Helen urged him not to waste his energy and emotions on this non-entity, but the young man firmly stated that both the monsters who committed atrocities and the people who helped them deserve death. Of course, the guy did not kill this criminal, instructing him to be sent where he should be, and all the information received to be transferred to the analytical department, where the guy's order was carried out immediately. Helen, who remained next to the young man, reported that all significant information was already in the analytical department, after which she turned to Alex, saying that he shouldn't be so upset, because his plan was working, where in just 5 hours they were able to detect 7 monsters. But the young man was clearly not satisfied with this result, since they had not yet been able to find the leader of the monsters. He also urged the girl to speed up, as the monsters could begin to cover their tracks until they completely changed their personality. But Helen explained that the information arrives very quickly, and therefore no one has time to cover their tracks. To the next question about how Carolyn's group was doing, his interlocutor explained that they also discovered several targets and destroyed them. Saying that this was good news, the young man invited the girl to continue their work at the next point. Almost half of the day passed in this way, where at some point almost the entire recreated organization arrived at one well-known building in the city. The head of Dragon's Wrath was also greeted by the man who regularly presided over leadership meetings when he arrived at the scene. Coming closer, he noticed that if the guy was wrong, then everything would be over, offering to check his guesses using radar. But there was a problem where the radar only worked on those below the level of Alex himself. Here Helen entered the conversation, saying that all the information collected directly indicates that a monster is hiding under this person. And then the young man declared that he took full responsibility upon himself, since it was impossible to leave such a dangerous opponent behind. This suited the chairman quite well, where he gave the guy complete freedom of action. Immediately after which Alex, accompanied by all 3 heads of the groups he created, rushed inside the building. Having reached the desired door, the group stopped its movement. The woman in the office was shocked when the new head of Dragon's Wrath suddenly burst into her room, accompanied by several other people. Without hiding her emotions, the woman furiously shouted that she assumed that the recreated organization would go against people, and had always been against such a decision. But Alex was not at all interested in what this woman was saying, where he reported that he was aware that she was a monster. The woman screamed in horror that she didn't understand what the guy was talking about when he invited her to surrender herself before they forced her. Ray was the first to get down to business, noting that there was no point in having dialogues with people like her. Although the woman blocked the blow, it was still strong enough to throw her into the wall. Well, Ray, who caught the courage, immediately rushed to finish off the disguised monster. For her age and position, she moved quite well, dodging the man's attacks, where he only managed to notice that the elderly office worker had very good physical fitness. The woman continued to shout that this attack should be stopped, where she was still ready to forget about what happened. But Ray didn't even think about stopping, switching from ordinary physical strength to using his super abilities. And this gave the desired result, where in order to stay on her feet after another attack, the woman used some other limbs. The man himself did not believe that this ant turned out to be a real monster. Having completely transformed, she screamed loudly that she would now destroy everyone who had revealed her. Alex was only glad to see this monster, which unconditionally contained the essence he so badly needed. Having prepared for a serious fight, the young man absorbed the properties of an ice crystal, where, with the very first blow, the young man completely placed the mutated member of the top government in an ice cocoon. But she continued to scream even through the ice, declaring that this definitely could not stop her. Then Alex suddenly turned to his friend, asking her to put some fire at his disposal, Without asking any questions, Carolyn instantly activated her powers, and the young man immediately used his power to absorb the properties of fire and begin to control it. And now he was ready to strike a new blow to the enemy who continued to be captured by the ice. The mutated woman felt very well how not only the ice around her melted, but also her body. While those who were on the street could only see a strong stream of flame escaping from the window, the monster was destroyed, and the young man was already picking up the precious essence. But then Ray reproached him that it was his monster, but Alex instantly parried this attack, saying that they had little time, and the man would do the job too slowly. There was no arguing with such arguments, since he understood that he really could not cope with the monster as quickly as Alex did. At this point, Carolyn stated that Alex's plan worked, where in less than 24 hours they destroyed over 30 monsters and discovered their leader. But Helen did not share this joy, saying that in fact everything is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. After her words, Alex explained that he definitely would not have been able to finish off the real leader with one blow, which means that this monster was just bait to divert attention from the true leader. The head of the intelligence group asked the guy to explain to everyone the detailed reasons for the conclusions about the presence of another leader. And the young man noticed that there are a couple of points that allow one to think so. Considering how everything was organized with an attempt to undermine a nuclear hydroelectric power plant, we can conclude that the organizer is very smart and would definitely have noticed their intelligence activities by hiding. The second point is the strength of the monster, where after Mason's departure, there must be someone who will be incredibly strong and be able to suppress any of his subordinates. Of course, the monster that lived in this office was strong, but clearly not strong enough to control the others. After all, in their activities they have already encountered monsters of similar strength, therefore their true leader is hiding somewhere. And all the monsters they identified over the last 24 hours were nothing more than pawns, whose task was to distract attention and lead the group onto the wrong trail. When the young man finished speaking, Helen said that exactly the same thoughts had formed in her head. After everything she heard, Carolyn had no idea what to do next, because there was no information to continue the investigation. Ray also added his comment, saying that his task is exclusively combat, and therefore he leaves the mental work to his colleagues. Alex continued to reason logically, noting that if they were able to figure out the plan of the leader of the monsters, this in itself would mean that his plan did not work. The young man assumed that not all traces had yet been covered and ordered to check the connections of all the monsters that had been identified during the year. Helen completely agreed with this approach to work. Carolyn was tasked with recruiting students to work, since Dragon's Wrath certainly didn't have enough of its own people, where students do not need to engage in battles, but only conduct reconnaissance activities. Having accepted the order, the girl immediately left the room through a broken window, so as not to bother going down the stairs or taking the elevator. Having told Helen that he would need to be absent on business, he left the leadership of the operation to her and asked her to report on the first results. The girl promised to supervise the process, and so the young man also jumped out the window. In response to Ray's loud question about what he should do, Alex, being already quite far away, instructed him to simply help Helen. On the table in front of Alex were several vessels with the essences of monsters he had obtained. Emily, who monitored the process of use, called on the guy to be extremely careful. The first portion had already been consumed by the young man, where he immediately plunged into a meditative state so that the body could assimilate it well. This process ended quite quickly, where he was only a short distance away from the 4th level, and he had just achieved it, feeling a sharp increase in strength. Now it was necessary to increase his rank further, and Alex absorbed 2 more portions of the essence, once again plunging into meditation. Having finished digesting these 2 portions, the young man immediately moved on to the last ones, after taking which, the energy concentrated in his body became simply incredible. The young man concentrated as best he could on crossing the threshold and reaching the 5th level. But he could not understand why the increase in strength did not occur, which would indicate the achievement of a new rank. So the whole night passed, where Emily urged the guy not to rush and stop his excessively long meditation. And so, having finally emerged from the meditative state, the young man was literally furious, not understanding what he was doing wrong. And when he asked the girl if she had made a mistake in her calculations regarding the required amount of essence, she once again confirmed that her calculations were absolutely correct. She saw the problem in excessive haste, where a guy is trying to grow several ranks at once, which his unstable energy does not allow him to do. After listening to the mentor's explanations, the young man asked what he should do in this case, to which she stated that first of all, take your time and gradually strengthen your spiritual strength. Lowering his head, the young man whispered that he had absolutely no time for this. But suddenly, the guy suddenly raised his head and declared that even if he did not reach the required rank until the day after tomorrow, he would still go to save his sister and Samantha. Suddenly his attention was attracted by the lit-up screen of a mobile phone lying nearby. The young man was surprised to see more than a dozen missed calls, and Emily said that she had set it to silent mode so that the phone would not distract the guy from meditation. When Alex called back, Helen said that they had discovered information related to the leader of the monsters. This was very good news, and the young man, whose eyes immediately lit up, was already wondering where this monster was. Calling the guy to be calm, the girl said that it might not be easy for him to accept this information. But all the traces that they managed to find led them straight to the Light World Corporation. The information was truly shocking, where the leader of the monsters could be hiding in the company belonging to Carolyn's father. And Helen had already provided details, saying that most of the monsters were somehow connected with this corporation. Then she reported that while Alex was not answering calls, she had decided to begin development of the Light World. And now she has evidence that the new leader of the monsters remaining in the city is hiding in this corporation. Alex replied that the matter was very serious, asking the assistant to tell her location where he would immediately arrive. And while he was choosing clothes, the girl explained to his questions that they had not yet talked to Carolyn about anything, since they could not be sure that she was not involved in this either. While the young man was changing clothes, Helen said that she had not yet been able to find out who exactly the monster could be. However, they managed to capture one of their computer scientists, who found information about numerous deliveries from the Light World to the research group. And when the young man asked what was being supplied, the girl explained that it was medicine in huge quantities. Given the volume, she suggests that the drugs are nothing more than a disguise for something else. Having delved into the composition of the imaginary medicine, it was possible to find out that one of its components is a certain substance, without which monsters cannot live, like a person without food. This explained how the monsters managed to live among people for so long, because the corporation literally provided them with food. And the young man's interlocutor added that the Bright World is the largest supplier of medicines, and managed to gain the trust of the authorities by supplying hunters with various drugs. Having climbed onto the bike, the young man asked if there was at least some suspect. As such, Helen named Carolyn's father Edward Harding, without whose participation not a single delivery could have occurred. The girl named Carolyn herself as the second suspect, who was also on the corporation's board of directors. To this, Alex categorically stated that he could not vouch for anyone from the Light World, except for Carolyn, where she is definitely not a monster, and has nothing to do with what the corporation is doing. To this, his interlocutor cited the example of Dr. Burke, Samantha's brother, and others whom no one would ever think were monsters. Remembering the teacher he destroyed, the young man generally agreed with the girl's arguments, thanking her for the work she had done. Then he said that it was necessary to deprive the suspects of freedom of action, as well as interrupt the supply of vital substances to the monsters. And so he gave the order to turn all the warehouses of the Light World upside down, and also to find out where else the medicines were sent. After finishing the conversation with Helen, the young man found Carolyn's number in his phone memory. But when he tried to contact the girl, her phone was turned off, which suggested that she might actually be one of the monsters. Very soon the young man arrived at the address that Helen had given him. But when he arrived at the warehouse, the girl said that they had arrived too late. Showing the guy a certain man, Helen explained that he was a local manager who said that all the products had been removed from the warehouse only about an hour ago. The young man could not believe that the warehouse was empty down to the very last box. But his assistant confirmed this, saying that they searched literally every corner of the room. After this, the young man turned to the manager, noting that such a huge corporation could not have empty warehouses, and asked to tell him where everything was taken. To which the guy with glasses timidly noted that he himself did not understand what was happening, where there was simply an order from above to prepare everything for transportation, where he did not even have information about where the products were taken. Helen worriedly stated that their operation had been exposed, which was the reason for the removal of the cargo. In response, Alex just grinned and, unexpectedly for everyone, dealt the manager a strong blow. But he, thrown aside, managed to regroup and use this inertia to rush away from danger. Jumping high up, the young man loudly noted that the escape plan was at least naive, after which Alex sharply sank down, delivering another powerful blow. And when the dust around the discarded enemy settled a little, he appeared before everyone in his true form. While other warehouse workers were surprised that their manager turned out to be a monster, Helen was already giving the order to destroy the creature. And then, one after another, the bullets fired by the fighters from their weapons began to crash into the huge wolf. But this did not cause him any harm, but only provoked him, where, rushing to the attack, he shouted that he would now grind all the pathetic people into powder. Although Helen urged caution, Alex knew his capabilities perfectly and met the enemy's blow symmetrically. Looking at the broken limbs of the monster, the girl was quite surprised at such incredible strength. The young man himself also noticed that after the last use of the essences, his power increased significantly. But there was no time to think about this for a long time, and now he was quickly approaching the enemy, grabbing him by the throat. He demanded information about where all the medicines were taken, where in exchange for this, he promised not to let him go, but at least to just quickly kill the monster. But he was not at all inspired by the prospect of death, and then Alex had to explain that they had many means for interrogation, after using which he himself would begin to beg to finish him off quickly. In addition, He does not believe that any of the monsters, whom he has managed to understand as very selfish creatures, will doom themselves to torment in order to save their relatives. And so the monster surrendered, saying to Helen's surprise that all the medicines had been transported to the first warehouse of the military arsenal. Fulfilling his promise, the young man snapped the monster's neck in one swift movement, and while the monster's body was falling onto the asphalt, a girl standing nearby noticed that things couldn't get any worse, where, in response to the guy's question, she explained that this arsenal would be used during the assault. Currently, preparations are underway, where each of the warehouses has its own number depending on the significance of the resources stored there. And in the first warehouse there is only everything important for the upcoming operation. Everything that turns out to be there is subject to thorough inspection, after which no one, not even members of the Dragon's Wrath, can enter the warehouse without permission from the authorities. The young man found such rules not the most convenient, but his interlocutor noticed that they were justified, given the fact that anyone could turn out to be a monster. Turning her attention to the dead monster, the girl inquired about how the guy figured it out, because the sensor only shows those of lower rank. And then the young man had to tell him that since yesterday he had managed to increase his rank a little. Returning to the main problem, the girl wondered what they should do, because they would not be allowed to just go to the military warehouse, and the top authorities were definitely not interested in them now. To which the young man replied that they had no choice, and therefore they needed to break through somehow. When asked where Ray and the others were now, the girl explained that they were in the corporation's office, where they managed to detain the majority of the board. But Edward disappeared. In this connection, the validity of suspicions regarding Carolyn's father begins to be confirmed, where his daughter is still under suspicion. Without answering this, Alex asked the assistant to contact Ray and the others, asking them to come to warehouse number 1. Sitting in the car, Carolyn asked her assistant whether he had chosen the right direction of travel. After all, they urgently needed to go home since her father became ill, but Martin said that Mr. Harding was now in another place. The girl quietly noted that she, as the head of the Dragon's Wrath group, now needs to focus on destroying monsters and cannot leave for a long time. And so she demanded that the assistant immediately turn around and go back. But the man immediately shamed Carolyn, saying that the affairs of the organization could not be more important than the health of her father. Then the daughter of the head of the Light World decided to call Alex and warn him about her absence. But suddenly she discovered that the phone was not picking up a signal, and Martin explained that they were now located not far from military warehouses where the assault arsenal was stored, and therefore the military was jamming any communication to avoid terrorist attacks. The girl wanted to say something else, but Martin once again reminded her that family is more important. They were not detained at the checkpoint as soon as it became clear that people from the Lightworld Corporation were coming. As soon as the car drove further, a motorcycle immediately drove up to the same point. Handing over the documents to the inspector, the young man noticed that the departing car was very familiar to him. Helen said to this that there are several dozen similar cars in the city, in which a wide variety of rich people drive around. Alex generally agreed with this argument and simply decided to continue on his way. All the members of the Dragon's Wrath gathered at warehouse number 1 happily celebrated the arrival of the leadership, where Ray, who approached Alex, immediately informed the leader of the situation in a nutshell. As it turned out, the girl standing at the entrance to the warehouse stated in a rather harsh tone that it didn't matter to her what organization they were from, since entry into the warehouse was strictly prohibited, and the man continued to repeat that their task was to destroy monsters from the government itself. But not a single one of his arguments could influence the girl, who was simply carrying out the task assigned to her. Here Helen told the guy to check the radar for monsters, where this could be an excuse to enter. But when the radar showed that everything was clear within a radius of 100 meters, it became clear that it would not be possible to do without force. Then the head of the Dragon's Wrath approached his subordinate, asking him if he was ready to go against the guards, to which Ray immediately stated that he had nothing to fear, since he would simply follow the order of the commander and go even to the devil himself. And so the young man gave an official order to the head of the first group, whose task was to suppress the security forces, ensuring free passage to the warehouse. And within a few seconds, the forces of the Dragon's Anger came into conflict with the warehouse guards, where the guards of the assault arsenal also had super abilities. The girl standing in front of everyone was shocked when a huge fiery tiger rose right in front of her, the blow of which knocked her off her feet. After which Ray loudly said that they are all brothers hunters, and moreover people, not monsters, and therefore he asks them to show prudence and surrender. But the girl who rose to her feet said that they would never surrender, and the invaders would have to destroy them in order to get into the warehouse. And now she has already given the order to all her fighters to knock the enemy out of the warehouse. While striking one of the Dragon's Wrath fighters, the commander gave the order to use a special weapon. And now one of her subordinates was already preparing to shoot, declaring that now the attackers would definitely not be in trouble. Then Helen turned to Alex, saying that no matter how good their goals were, real bloodshed among people should not be allowed. After all, You can become a hero by dying from the clutches of a monster. But if people at such a time begin to die at the hands of other people, then humanity is doomed. Watching the battle, the young man realized that his assistant was right, where he decided to intervene in the situation personally to avoid unnecessary losses. Gathering energy, the young man delivered an incredibly strong blow to the place where he stood. And when everything around became filled with his energy, the guards were horrified to see the use of the improved special hunter skill. The energy spread by the guy literally pinned those guarding the warehouse to the ground, making it impossible to resist. Even Ray couldn't believe his eyes, not understanding how this student could have such unimaginable power. The resistance was crushed, and now the members of the Dragon's Wrath finally entered the warehouse. It was a gigantic hangar, which contained the most important weapons and equipment necessary for the assault. Medicines taken from the warehouses of the Light World were also discovered here, the boxes with which Alex immediately ordered to be inspected. Looking around the room, the young man was surprised that there were such a huge number of holes for ventilation, to which Helen explained that this was necessary in order not to damage weapons and ammunition during long-term storage. This was confirmed by the guard commander accompanying the group, saying that all warehouses are equipped with such a system. At some point, the young man's attention was unexpectedly attracted to his radar, which suddenly began to show the accumulation of an unimaginable number of monsters inside the room. Emily called the guy stupid when he told her device was broken, where she immediately reminded him of a special component in drugs, and it is this substance inside the bodies of monsters that allows the radar to find them. However, another question remained: why the radar did not respond when they were at the warehouse, but only began to sound the alarm now. The first assumption was that the warehouse walls were made of a special material, and when Alex instructed Ray to test them with his blow, Helen and the security commander immediately stated that this would be damage to government property, which could result in criminal liability. But the young man had no time to explain anything, where he said that he took full responsibility upon himself, thereby giving Ray freedom of action. Carrying out an assignment, the man found himself at one of the walls of the room in one jump, which immediately experienced the force of his blow, after which Ray reported that the wall was thick, but quite ordinary. Then the young man turned to Helen, asking if she had any thoughts about why the radar did not respond to the substance outside. But it immediately came to life when they found themselves inside the room, where it had just been established that the walls definitely could not suppress the signal. But the girl did not have any serious assumptions, except perhaps the composition of the medicine itself. But at that moment, one of the men finished opening the first box, discovering that all the medicine packages were empty. Not believing what was said, Alex rushed to him himself to make sure. But here and from other parts of the warehouse, it was reported that each box, which was opened at random, contained only empty packages. Another member of the Dragon's Wrath added that despite the lack of medicines that were supposed to contain the desired substance, its concentration in the air is very high. After thinking for a while, Alex was finally able to understand what was going on. Everything that was presented under the guise of medicine was only the desired substance, where it gradually evaporated from open packages and is now in the air. This is confirmed by the reaction of his radar to this substance, which can only be determined in motion, since his radar no longer reacts to the bodies of killed monsters, where the substances stop moving along with the resting body. Helen also realized that while the hangar was sealed, the air did not circulate, and therefore the radar did not work, but when they entered, the airflow began to move particles. The only thing that the girl could not understand was why the monsters needed to waste what they needed to survive like this. This was the right question, the answer to which could clarify a lot, and therefore Alex began his next analysis. The first thing he noticed was that warehouse number 1 was the most important of all the assault warehouses, the loss of which would significantly affect the possibility of carrying out the operation. Then the young man remembered the behavior of the manager, who could well have disappeared before their arrival, but as if he was specially waiting for them in an empty warehouse, from which we can conclude that it was part of his plans to report the place where the drugs were taken, where the plan appears to be to destroy both the assault arsenal and the Dragon's Wrath in one shot. After listening to the guy, Ray cheerfully noted that they would meet the attack with dignity and were ready for it, but Helen did not share his mood. She immediately shouted that everyone needed to be evacuated from here immediately, but the young man understood that it was too late, loudly ordering everyone to remain in their places and not make a single movement. The frightened people immediately froze where they were at the moment of the warning, but his assistant did not understand why the guy was hesitating, because they needed to leave the premises as soon as possible. But Alex replied that they were already trapped, where an explosive substance had completely filled the room, where he could not yet understand what should serve as a detonator. Then the guy with the tablet, without hiding his alarm, noticed that things were bad, since the matter in the air began to move faster, and soon everything here would fly up into the air. Helen asked him how much time they still had to make a decision, to which the young man explained that they were all still alive only thanks to the order of the head of the organization not to move, since if they had rushed to the exit, detonation would have already occurred. However, even under such circumstances, Everyone who is now in the warehouse had no more than 10 minutes at their disposal, where after this statement people began to panic. Alex repeated his order, saying that no one should leave their seats under any circumstances. Looking up somewhere, the young man said that everyone should just trust him. 10 minutes passed quite quickly, where the explosion that occurred in a military warehouse could be heard and even seen several kilometers from the scene of the event. A few minutes before this explosion, Martin stood on the spacious roof of the mansion and peered into the distance. At some point, Carolyn appeared next to him, who asked him where her sick father was, whom she could not find after running around every room. The girl quickly realized that the man had deceived her, and when asked the question, he explained that he was only following Edward's orders. This statement was not very clear to the girl, who immediately asked why her father ordered her to be brought here. Martin began to say something, when suddenly a powerful explosion thundered in the distance. Rushing to the fence, Carolyn at first simply watched the place where something had just exploded, but after a moment, she realized that it was there that the assault arsenal warehouses were located, suggesting that they were attacked by monsters. Turning sharply, the girl stated that she had no time to stay here anymore, and needed to help Alex and the others, since they would undoubtedly be at the scene of the events. But the guards, who quietly appeared behind the girl, suddenly blocked her path, saying that for her own safety, it was better for Carolyn to stay in the mansion. To which the girl shouted in anger that if the assault arsenal was attacked, then the entire city could be in danger, and her duty, as a member of the Dragon's Wrath, was to protect people. But the men did not back down, saying that they were simply following the orders of the boss, who is the girl's father. But Carolyn did not believe their words, saying that her father would never give such an order, because he was not even in this house. Turning to Martin, she tried to find support in his face, asking him to remove these annoying men. But he was also on the same page with the guards, saying that he was simply following the master's orders, and very soon Carolyn would be explained and told everything. Pulling her hand out of the assistant's palm, the rebel firmly stated that she needed to go immediately, but the guards blocked her way. Saying that in this case she had no other choice, the girl activated her abilities, attacking the men. But they quite easily blocked the attack, asking not to force them to use force against it. Carolyn was very surprised that some guards were able to deflect her blow so easily, and in this case, she decided to no longer hold back in using her abilities. Charged with energy, the girl easily sent one of the men who had greatly annoyed her into free flight. The second, observing the flight of the first, again said that they could not allow the lady to leave. The fight had already lasted more than 10 minutes, and now Carolyn was once again aiming at her opponents with a fiery kick. She quickly realized that she would not be able to react to the special network stretched out by men, which could block the use of abilities. And now the girl was already lying tied hand and foot, not believing that she could not have noticed the presence of such capable fighters in her father's guard. But then a voice familiar to her suddenly said that it was not surprising that Carolyn did not remember these guys who were not people at all. Looking at the astonished guards, Alex threw the body of another guard he had frozen next to his feet. Martin, of course, immediately recognized the guy, and was obviously very surprised by his appearance here, and all the other members of the organization were already coming out from behind the head of the Wrath of Dragons. Carolyn was incredibly happy to see her comrades and Alex, who had become indifferent to her. The guards were interested in how the guy was even able to find this place, where the young man himself really enjoyed watching this confused expression on their faces. The men confirmed his guess that, in their opinion, all of the Dragon's Wrath had died in the recent explosion, and then asked how they managed to survive. The young man was about to answer this question, but then Helen warned him of the impending danger. With one movement of his hand, the young man destroyed the huge thorns flying towards him, and after them, the one who abandoned them appeared, where this creature was Carolyn's father, reincarnated in his usual appearance. The girl was completely shocked by the form in which her own father appeared before her. Refusing to believe that her father was actually a monster, Carolyn screamed hysterically. But then Martin jumped up to the girl and dragged her somewhere to the side, urging her to quickly leave the dangerous place. Along the way, he instructed the guards not to allow anyone to pass and try to pursue them. Well, the head of the Light World Corporation, who had already descended to the others, asked Alex a question about how they were able to survive and discover this place. The young man answered the second question quite quickly, where Carolyn herself once told him about a family mansion with a great view, inviting him to come and visit him someday. In addition, this place is excellent for both monitoring the assault arsenal and for an urgent retreat if necessary. Having appreciated the guy's high analytical abilities, the monster noticed that nevertheless, the most important warehouse number 1 was destroyed. To which the young man, grinning, asked his opponent whether his plan could be said to have worked, given that all the Dragon's Wrath was now here. But Edward angrily shouted that saving the warehouse was impossible, since everyone saw the explosion. Turning in the direction where smoke was still rising into the sky, the young man noticed that the monster's plan was indeed good. Realizing that there was very little time, Ray shouted that if Alex moved alone, the explosion would not happen so quickly, and therefore at least he must be saved so that the wrath of dragons would live on. But the young man did not see the need for this, pointing to the well-equipped ventilation in the hangar, which had to be turned on immediately in order for the concentration of the substance in the air to shift. And to the others' questions about whether this would provoke an explosion even faster, Helen answered, joyfully noting that the substance would begin to erode, and although it would move, it would be less and not enough for an explosion. The security commander wanted to do this by releasing all the substance into the atmosphere, where it would dissolve. But Alex stopped the girl and asked her to redirect the airflow to warehouse number 18, which was empty nearby, where such a strange request surprised literally everyone, to which the young man noted with a smile that having come up with such a plan, the explosion would definitely be watched somewhere from the side, and therefore it was impossible to deprive them of the spectacle and allow them to escape. When everything was done, empty warehouse number 18 flew into the air, which observers mistook for warehouse number 1. Listening to the guy, Edward said that he would not have noticed the difference in which warehouse exploded, and the guy standing opposite him had already stated that even though the monster was considered Carolyn's father, now it was time to die. At the same time, Ray and Helen fought with the guards while Martin tried to get his master's daughter out of the mansion. The helpless girl watched in horror as her mutated father rushed at Alex, who had already activated her improved special skill. Understanding everything that would happen next, Carolyn begged her friend not to kill her father. But the picture of the beginning battle disappeared before the girl's eyes, as Martin jumped over the railing with her. The young man glanced in the direction where the man had dragged his girlfriend, but his attention was quickly returned to him by Edward, quickly approaching and demanding that the young man not even think about looking in that direction. The monster's attacks were incredibly fast, but Alex was not at all inferior to the enemy in speed. Seizing the opportunity, the young man was able to strike back, which knocked Carolyn's father back. And immediately after the first, his second ice attack followed. But the monster only laughed, and a huge spike instantly grew from his forehead. Without even thinking about trying to dodge the ice attack, Edward turned his head, pointing the spike straight into the rushing stream of ice. And this defensive action of his was successful, crushing the ice block rushing towards him. While shards of ice fell, covering everything around, the monster declared that the guy was definitely not his opponent. But the young man did not just strike numerous blows, where now he could use his special skill enhanced by the ice crystal. And then several dozen ice fists rushed straight at Edward. Having put up protection, the mutated boss of the Lightworld Corporation did not understand how a guy who had not even reached the 5th level could be so strong. To this, the young man replied that quite a few people constantly underestimated him. After which the young man switched to other questions, noting that all this time he completely trusted Carolyn, where he could not even think that her father would turn out to be a monster. As he prepared to strike the final blow, Alex mentally asked his friend for forgiveness for what would happen next. Even Helen, who had already seen the young man's abilities many times, never ceased to be amazed at his incredible strength, where this time the blow not only demolished the enemy, but literally broke the entire mansion in half. Looking at the defeated guard, Ray also noted that Alex's true abilities far exceeded his current rank. Helen shouted to the young man that he needed to save Carolyn, and the young man said that Martin would not run far, asking at the same time not to finish off her living Edward, where the young man asked to provide him with the necessary help and keep an eye on him until he returns. But Ray categorically disagreed with this, saying that they always destroyed people like Edward, to which Alex menacingly noted that the man was now trying to go against the order, adding that they would decide the fate of this monster after his return. Helen also intervened in the situation, explaining to Ray that the head of the organization has reasons for everything, where you just need to wait a little and everything will become clearer. The man had no choice but to agree to carry out the order, after which Alex quickly rushed to catch up with Martin. And he quickly made his way through the thickets, where, in response to the girl's request to let her go, he quickly said that after everyone saw the true face of her father, no one from the dragon's wrath would trust her anymore. At some point, the man saw a huge fist fall to the ground right in front of him. Stopping rather abruptly, the man, with some incredibly deft movement, was able to repel this attack, after which he told Alex, who appeared in front of him, that he was able to catch up with them quite quickly. Carolyn was incredibly happy to see the young man appear, and tried to turn around to see the face of her savior. Alex, looking closely at the man, asked whether he could still call him Martin, or whether the replacement Dr. Burke had a different name.